Heavy rains, extreme cold, earthquakes, mutations in flora and fauna, scorching heat, acid rain, blizzards. Various natural disasters have arrived in succession, causing the long-established order to collapse, survival resources to dwindle, and mutations to occur in animals and plants. Danger lurks everywhere, and all of humanity faces immense challenges for survival. Lin Ruo, a 5-level dual-system ability user, has struggled for 5 years in this apocalyptic world, believing she could endure until the end. However, she was forced to self-destruct due to the betrayal of her teammates. Reborn a month before the apocalypse with the abilities from her past life, she begins to frantically stockpile resources using the antiques hoarded in her space. She aims to survive amidst the calamities with these supplies. Chapter 1. Rebirth As night enveloped the land, the cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, weeping and lamenting, playing a mournful melody. Snowflakes fell incessantly with the biting wind, transforming the ground into a blanket of silver white. A full moon illuminated the elongated shadows of figures on the snowy ground. In the quiet streets of the base, over 20 ability users surrounded a woman lying on the ground, forming layers of encirclement. Lin Ruo lay prostrate in the thick snow, her clothes soaked through with melted snow, her strength gradually fading. A profound sadness enveloped her, for she had been affected by a newly developed ability-inhibiting drug from the Research Institute in City A. This drug was specifically designed to incapacitate ability users. Once ingested, they would become weak and unable to utilize their powers for a period, rendering them defenseless. She had never imagined that one day she would fall victim to this drug, despite her meticulous precautions against anything ingested. It was even more unfathomable that the one who drugged her was someone she had trusted the most. Her gaze pierced through the swirling white snow to the 3 figures standing at the forefront, her teammates, with whom she had faced countless life-and-death situations. She had believed they were worthy of her trust with her life, yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to her face. "Captain, stop struggling. The base won't harm you. They only want your blood." One of the trio, a woman named Ling, stepped forward and spoke urgently. Even she doubted her own words, yet attempted to persuade Lin Ruo, as if this could bring her some inner peace. Ling was the very person Lin Ruo had rescued from the brink of death, having endured torment at the hands of several men. Lin Ruo had taken her in, taught her combat skills, and gone to great lengths to help her awaken her abilities. Those memories were vivid in her mind. What had Ling said back then? Lin Ruo lowered her eyelids, recollecting how Ling had cried and tightly embraced her, pledging that her life would henceforth belong to Lin Ruo. And now, the cup of drugged water had been offered by Ling herself, all for a man she had only recently become involved with, casting aside all their past together. Lin Ruo's lips curled into a mocking smile, snowflakes landing on her pale face. She realized her worthlessness. These 3 were all individuals she had saved from the brink of death, yet this was her final outcome. Indeed, the kindness in the apocalypse was akin to digging one's own grave, a sentiment she had previously disbelieved but now recognized, albeit too late. Betrayal. 5 years into the apocalypse, she had tasted the bitterness of being betrayed. Lin Ruo looked up and laughed, mocking her own foolishness. Friendships forged through life and death are worth nothing in the face of self-interest. At her words, the expressions of the 3 in front of her stiffened, their faces betraying discomfort. They had all been saved by Lin Ruo and had once risked their lives for one another, yet now they were the ones who would send her to the operating table. One man knelt before Lin Ruo, his eyes reddened, a bitter expression on his face. "Captain, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for you, but I have no choice. Xiao Hui and Qin have been captured. I cannot just stand by and watch them die." He lowered his head, then lifted it again, declaring with determination, "Rest assured, Captain, once I ensure their safety, I will spare no effort to rescue you." However, Lin Ruo did not hear his subsequent words. She lay back on the ground, snowflakes falling in a flurry upon her, a chilling sensation penetrating to her very core. She had never known snow could be so cold. "Family. So even after I saved your entire family and helped you awaken your powers, when it came time to choose, I was the one sacrificed." Li Ku instantly fell silent, his words caught in his throat, his eyes reddened with anguish. Ling, kneeling beside him, wept, "I'm sorry, Ruo Jie. I truly cannot live without Qinghua. He is my lifeline." "Are you 2 done?" The last teammate glared at the 2 kneeling before him. "The captain is a 5-level ability user. If we delay any longer, The effects of the drug will take hold. Lin Ruo turned her gaze toward the anxious one. He was her university classmate, the one who had clung to her legs, pleading for her to save him. 5 years of shared life and death had culminated in this despicable display. Her expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of a smile crept back into her eyes. Ah, Lu Qi, you are so decisive. You both ought to learn from him. Indecision is a grave error against an enemy. Lu Qi's face stiffened. Unlike Fong Ling and Li Ke, who were forced to submit due to their captured families, he was driven by the allure of the crystal core, the 5-level crystal core in the captain's possession, capable of allowing him to directly break through to level 5. Yet, looking into Lin Ruo's eyes, a chill coursed through him, fear creeping into his heart. What are you boasting about? With so many ability users here, you won't be able to escape. As a space-type user, aside from storage, what else are you capable of? Why not contribute your crystal core? I am an exceptionally powerful fire-type ability user. Only I can become level 5 and better protect the base. Lu Qi's face flushed with anger at his previous fear, shedding his facade. Lin Ruo was the only 5-level ability user left, yet she was the least offensive among them, the space-type user. Rather than waste such a crystal core, it would be better to give it to someone in need. Fong Ling and Li Ke lowered their heads, fists clenched, remaining silent. TSK, TSK, TSK. A woman's voice emerged from behind. Look, Lin Ruo, you fought tooth and nail, even opposing us to protect them, yet they, for such trivial gains, they easily abandon you. As the voice drew nearer, a woman in a white lab coat approached, holding an umbrella, a mocking smile on her face. What use is a 5-level ability user? What good is strong combat power? Aren't you still lying here like a dog before me? This woman was Zhou Qing, the director of the Research Institute, the mastermind behind the crystal core transfer. She slowly crouched down, her smile growing more pronounced as she reached out to touch Lin Ruo's face. Did you ever think about the consequences of opposing me? Lin Ruo smiled softly at her words. She was inherently beautiful, and while Lu Qi and the others believed Zhou Qing merely wished to kill her, they were unaware that Zhou Qing was the one seeking her crystal core, driven by her experiments and the greed of those in power. Lu Qi and the others were simply pawns in Zhou Qing's game. Unfortunately, it was only when they were discarded that they would comprehend their folly. Those who supported Zhou Qing would eventually become the subjects of her surgical experiments, and then they would realize the extent of their errors. The crystal core transfer ultimately involved moving the crystal core from an ability user's mind into an ordinary person devoid of mental power, granting that person the same abilities as the former, albeit without the potential for advancement. The highest beneficiaries of this research were the high-ranking officials of the base who lacked abilities. These individuals held significant power and status, desiring the capabilities of ability users to not only enhance their combat prowess, but also prolong their lives. Among these officials, Lin Ruo, as the captain of the ability user team, staunchly opposed this research, willing to stand against all the higher-ups for the sake of her beliefs. Yet, in the end, she still lost, defeated by those she had fought for. How laughable it is that those individuals remain oblivious to the principle of discarding the rabbit after the hunt. Truly foolish. Having grown accustomed to the malevolence of humanity in this post-apocalyptic world, her smiles have become increasingly rare. At this moment, her smile resembles a plum blossom blooming amidst ice and snow, unparalleled in beauty. Ah, the apocalypse, what a formidable challenge it presents. Not only must one contend with mutated flora and fauna, but also the ever-changing natural disasters and the darker aspects of human nature. Is there truly any justification for preserving such a wicked place? Absolutely not. Lin Ruo's mind raced with frantic energy, her blue eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. She could harness her abilities, albeit feebly. The commander of the base will not condone your actions, she stated, aware that she needed to buy some time due to her diminished powers. Ah! Zhou Qing retorted with a scornful laugh. Do you truly believe that if the commander had not approved, I could summon so many high-level abilities? Such naivety. Were it not for Chen Yu's covert protection, do you think you would have made it this far? Zhou Qing believed victory was assured, her words dripping with sarcasm. He may have stood by your side, but what fate befell him in the end? Ultimately, he met a tragic end within the belly of a mutant beast. Though she had already accepted this truth, Lin Ruo still closed her eyes in sorrow. Zhou Qing's words pierced her heart like a dagger. The man who had shielded her met a grim demise, the one who had elevated her and earned her unwavering trust, ultimately choosing to lead her to her doom. She smiled gently. The moment had arrived. Her mental energy surged, and she spoke with an increasing calmness. Very well. Since those who genuinely cared for me have perished, there is nothing left here worth preserving. Zhou Qing was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet, uncertainty flashing across her face as she glanced at Lin Ruo. Though Lin Ruo was a spatial ability user, her formidable combat prowess still intimidated Zhou Qing. She swiftly turned to her assistant, exclaiming, "Hurry, fetch another dose of the P2 serum." Lin Ruo's eyes narrowed, filled with malevolence. The reason she had engaged in this verbal sparring was indeed to buy time. Her teammates knew her best. Her ability had mutated, granting her greater resistance to the serum than an ordinary ability user. However, she had no intention of fleeing. After experiencing such betrayal, she had grown weary of this devouring apocalypse. "Do you covet the crystal core within my mind?" Lin Ruo's smile faded as blue light flickered in her palms, causing the raging blizzard around her to suddenly freeze midair. "I shall deliver it to you now." "What?" The expressions of the 20-odd individuals present, who had once been so confident, suddenly froze. They could feel the pressure emanating from the surrounding air, a chill creeping through their very bones. Zhou Qing turned and fled, screaming frantically, "Kill her! Quickly!" In an instant, a cacophony of ability lights flashed through the night. Fireballs, earth spikes, ice shards, all racing toward Lin Ruo, yet they were halted by a transparent barrier of water. The membrane was extraordinarily resilient, rendering their powers utterly ineffective against Lin Ruo. For years, no one had known that she was, in fact, a dual ability user. Now, she no longer had to conceal it. Lin Ruo's expression grew colder, her pallor more pronounced, as a crimson droplet of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Simultaneously, the surrounding blizzard melted into water, which frantically converged toward her, forming a massive water sphere that expanded and contracted rapidly, its power multiplying with each pulse. "Run!" The onlookers, realizing they could not breach Lin Ruo's defenses, lost their composure, panic replacing their earlier calmness. They desperately retreated, wishing for extra legs to aid their escape, but it was already too late. A massive deep blue water bomb was prepared in the blink of an eye, a blinding light flashing through the air. Lin Ruo ignited the water bomb using her own explosive energy, the tremendous blast radiating forth with devastating force, sweeping over those attempting to flee. They were reduced to mere dust before they could even utter a cry. The power of a level 5 ability user's self-detonation combined with the level 5 water bomb surpassed even that of conventional weaponry, obliterating the entire base. The research facility and governmental structures, steeped in countless sins, were inevitably included in the devastation. Chapter 2. Evil shall be grounded by evil. Pain. Her entire body felt as though it had been crushed by a vehicle. It was akin to being scorched upon the fiery embrace of a volcano. This sensation was all too familiar. Lin Ruo furrowed her brow and opened her eyes, only to find not the stark white light of a laboratory, but the soft glow of a crystal chandelier. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she swiftly sat up, casting a vigilant gaze around her. Upon realization, she froze in disbelief. This was her home. Impossible. Her house had been invaded during the advent of the extreme cold, rendered unrecognizable. How could she be here? Her mind was foggy, and she shook her head vigorously to dispel the discomfort. A quick glance at the calendar on the bedside table revealed the date, August 19th, 2207. She had returned to 5 years prior. She had self-destructed, taking with her those who conspired against her, yet she had survived. Had she truly returned to the past? Lin Ruo blinked slowly, the icy demeanor in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by confusion. Was this a rebirth? Or was everything that transpired merely a dream? Raising her hand, she attempted to summon her mental energy, and a sphere of water, the size of a fist, materialized in her palm. In the next moment, the water froze rapidly, the temperature in the room plummeting, a thin layer of ice forming over everything. As Lin Ruo's abilities surged, the ice thickened. The room transformed into an icy cavern, the chilling temperature almost unbearable. Her pupils constricted. Her abilities remained intact. They were still at their original level. What had transpired was not a dream. She had indeed been reborn. Suddenly, her nose tinged with warmth as she reversed her abilities, and within moments, the room returned to normal, as if the previous events had been nothing but an illusion. She then collapsed onto the bed, a single tear trailing down her fair cheek. Memories of her past life flooded her mind, joy, anger, sorrow. But all of it was behind her now. She had a new beginning. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and she hurriedly leapt from her bed, rushing to the full-length mirror in her room. The girl reflected back at her had long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, bloodshot eyes, a pale complexion, and a face etched with exhaustion, as if she had just endured a tremendous ordeal. Lin Ruo gently caressed her face. This was the visage she bore when her parents had just passed away. In her previous life, her parents had perished in a tragic car accident while traveling just a month prior. At that time, she had been overwhelmed with grief, burdened by the need to arrange their funeral while simultaneously contending with her scheming uncle who sought to claim her inheritance. She was utterly drained. Moreover, she had been unable to accept the reality of her parents' deaths, spending her days in a daze at home, unaware of her own decline. It wasn't until the apocalypse struck that she was awakened by her vengeful uncle, who seized her home and intended to sell her to others for food. Only then did she fight back fiercely, avoiding further humiliation. Memories crashed over Lin Ruo like a tidal wave. She glanced at the photograph of her parents on the bedside table, her heart aching with longing. She had failed to reach them in time. She would never again see the two people in the world who loved her most. Time slipped away, and she wandered through her home, her hand brushing against the furnishings. It had been so long that she could barely recall what her home had looked like. The decor remained as it had been before her parents' departure. She reminisced about the past, yet following the natural disasters, this place had been invaded and transformed beyond recognition. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her water abilities were still intact. What about her spatial abilities? Lin Ruo closed her eyes and began to commune with the spatial realm. A vast expanse materialized before her, still in the form it had taken when she was at level 5, with all its contents preserved. She was a dual ability user of both water and space. Her formidable mental energy allowed her to master water manipulation better than most others, controlling nearly all water molecules she encountered. Her spatial abilities, bolstered by her mental prowess, possessed boundless potential. She had never sensed the limits of her own space. In her previous life, she first awakened her spatial abilities, yet at that time, she lacked the understanding of concealment, which soon drew attention to her. Reflecting on it now, she realizes that Commander Jiang Haochen of Base A approached her during that period, merely to exploit her. Later, as she sensed the ulterior motives of others and subsequently awakened her water abilities, she chose to hide her newfound powers, never anticipating that they would ultimately become her trump card. With this thought in mind, Lin Ruo picked up a photograph of her parents from the table, delicately caressing it with her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In this world, perhaps only her parents harbored an unconditional love for her. Resting her forehead against the photo, she felt the presence of those who genuinely loved her, even though her parents had ascended to heaven. Initially weary of the apocalypse and contemplating surrender, she was unexpectedly granted a second chance by the heavens. This time, she would not spare those who had betrayed and harmed her. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy pounding on the door reverberated, as if the assailant intended to dismantle it entirely. Lin Ruo, open the door, came the loud shout of her aunt Zhao Minqi from outside. Lin Ruo's gaze turned icy, a chilling aura enveloping her. They had not come to her. She had not thought to seek them out, yet here they were, arriving at her doorstep. How delightful! Taking a deep breath, she swiftly transformed her expression into one of sorrowful anguish and hurried to open the door. Outside stood her uncle Lin Bin, Zhao Minqi, and their 14-year-old son Lin Yi. The moment Zhao Minqi saw Lin Ruo open the door, she instinctively pointed a finger at her and exclaimed, "What's the matter with you? Your uncle and aunt have been waiting, and you took so long to open the door. Do you not welcome us? Have you no conscience after we helped you with your parents' affairs?" Lin Ruo raised her eyes to see not only the three of them but also neighbors from the same floor. A quick glance turned her tears on uncle, "Aunt, I've told you this house is the last thing my parents left me. You cannot take it away. Please, just leave me be. You're just a girl. You will surely marry someday. The Lin family's possessions cannot be given to outsiders. This house is for your brother's future marriage." Zhao Minqi snapped, her urgency escalating as she fretted over the money and property. Lin Ruo's expression morphed into one that was more pitiful than sorrowful as she glanced at the neighbors outside and then back at her uncle's family, reluctantly conceding, "Come in, but let's not disturb others." Lin Bin exchanged a knowing look with Zhao Minqi, and they entered with Lin Ruo. Lin Yi held his head high, surveying the surroundings as if admiring his possessions. As soon as Lin Ruo closed the door, her expression hardened, her eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity. She casually retrieved her phone, activated the recording function, and placed it by the door. Why aren't you bringing out the property deed? I'll tell you, your uncle is a department head. It would be effortless to deal with a young girl like you. Don't provoke me. With the door closed, Zhao Minqi felt unrestrained. We will find you a suitable marriage partner. You'll graduate from university and marry, and we'll have less contact in the future. Lin Ruo's voice was laced with desperation, yet her movements were swift. She quickly approached Zhao Minqi, covering her mouth with her left hand while seizing her right arm with her right. With a forceful twist, a faint sound of dislocation echoed as Zhao Minqi's arm was rendered useless. Zhao Minqi's complexion drained of color, cold sweat beading on her forehead, but with her mouth covered, she could not utter a sound. "Aunt, I was wrong. Please don't do this. You can't take this house." Lin Bin and the others were momentarily stunned by Lin Ruo's sudden aggression. He rushed to her side, attempting to pry her hands away. "What are you doing? Don't force me to retaliate." Lin Ruo chuckled softly, her hand unmoving, as she gently lifted it, causing Zhao Minqi to emit a muffled groan. Her hand was reattached, but the pain made Zhao Minqi tremble, drenched in cold sweat. Swift as lightning, Lin Ruo struck her jaw, swiftly tearing a piece of cloth to gag her. Releasing her left hand, Lin Ruo gripped Zhao Minqi's collar, rendering her limp and powerless to resist. "Ah! I'll kill you!" Lin Yi shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage as he lunged at Lin Ruo. With a swift kick to Lin Ye's knee, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Yet Lin Ruo wasted no time, stepping on his back, dislocating his jaw, and quickly using a piece of clothing to silence him, efficiently binding him to Zhao Minqi. This sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Lin Bin grasped the situation, his wife and child were under Lin Ruo's control. He rolled up his sleeves, advancing with the intent to fight. Lin Ruo smiled at him, turning to deliver a kick to Lin Bin's abdomen. He felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Uncle, please don't hit me. I can't betray my parents. This is the only memory they left me." She stepped forward, grasping Lin Bin's collar and effortlessly lifting him, covering his mouth with her right hand. Silently, she warned him, "If you provoke me again, I will end you." With that, she twisted his arm, causing it to dislocate once more. Lin Bin's eyes rolled back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, but Lin Ruo held his acupoint, forcing him to remain awake. Her smile turned increasingly gentle, yet her voice was as cold as ice. "Remember this pain well. If you come to bother me again, I promise I will make you feel 100 times worse. Do you understand?" As she exerted pressure upward once more, Lin Bin's arm was hastily reattached, but the agony was magnified several times over. He felt as though his arm would rather be severed. With his mouth gagged, he could only emit muffled groans, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Once Lin Bin began to regain his composure, Lin Ruo released his jaw, binding his mouth with cloth once again, while her other hand targeted his leg. With a swift motion, she dislocated it, and when the pain subsided, she reattached it. This process repeated for half an hour, as Lin Ruo methodically dislocated each joint in Lin Bin's body. When she finished, he sat in a corner, pale and curled up, cold sweat soaking his entire body, a dark stain marking his trousers. Lin Ruo wore a bright smile, feeling a sense of release from her previous life's grievances. She looked down at Lin Bin, who lay prostrate like a defeated dog, her tone now more submissive. "Uncle, you are my family too. How could you treat me this way?" Lin Bin gazed at her with the eyes of a man confronted by a devil, inching backward, shaking his head frantically. With his jaw dislocated and mouth bound, he could not produce a sound. Lin Ruo chuckled softly, inching closer to him. Silently, she asked, "Do you now believe I can end you?" Understanding dawned upon Lin Bin, and his pupils constricted as he nodded fervently. Meanwhile, Zhao Minqi and Lin Yi, bound and terrified, dared not lift their heads, trembling uncontrollably. They were domineering towards the meek, but utterly submissive before someone truly formidable. Lin Ruo clapped her hands, retrieving her phone from the door, pausing the recording. She lifted it towards the quivering trio. "I have captured everything. The entire recording showcases your malicious attempts to trouble me. I welcome your visits anytime, as it presents an opportunity for me to eliminate future threats." The phrase "eliminate future threats" resonated ominously, each word causing Lin Bin and his family to shudder. They truly believed she could end their lives, for the pain they had just endured was etched in their memories forever. It was unbearable. A torment beyond comprehension, Lin Ruo strolled leisurely over to untie Zhao Minqi and Lin Yesong. Observing that the three of them remained motionless, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you not wish to leave yet? Shall I help you stretch your limbs?" The Lin family hastily scrambled away, nearly tumbling in their haste, while numerous neighbors outside pointed and whispered, their faces adorned with indignation. Lin Ruo smiled gently. Were it not for the need to avoid alarming the unsuspecting, she would have relished the opportunity to send them below to confess to her parents. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, exhaling the pent-up frustration that had lodged in her heart, suppressing the burgeoning bloodlust within. Chapter 3. Spatial Upgrade. After a considerable time, she reopened her eyes, the aura of hostility dissipating, and her surroundings settled into tranquility. With a calm mind, she approached the cabinet and picked up a photograph of her parents, meticulously wiping away the fine dust that had settled upon it. This time, she resolved not to choose the A City base. She had learned in her previous life that among all the bases, only the B City base was officially sanctioned, excelling in both scientific research and military might. Hence, in this life, she intended to explore B City. However, prior to that, there remained numerous tasks to accomplish in a city. With a flicker of her mental energy, the photograph was seamlessly absorbed into her spatial realm, where Lin Ruo's mental strength also delved deeper. Within this space lay an assortment of items she had collected during the apocalypse. A small portion consisted of food, primarily instant items like compressed biscuits and bread, many of which had long since expired, yet remained invaluable in the context of the apocalypse. Additionally, there were heaps of crystal cores she had extracted from mutated flora and fauna, each containing energy conducive to the cultivation of extraordinary abilities. The remainder comprised various garments, electronics, and an array of weaponry, predominantly firearms with only a few melee weapons. Moreover, there were gold bars, jewelry, and antiques, items she had acquired through trading food or crystals, sometimes out of kindness, other times simply because she found them beautiful. Reflecting on the impending apocalypse a month hence, Lin Ruo pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that these items would soon prove useful again. This recollection brought to mind the jewelry her mother had gifted her during her lifetime, stating that they were her dowry and should be cherished. She rose and walked to the dressing table in the guest room, opening a box containing these items. While not particularly valuable, they were imbued with her mother's affection, and she resolved to safeguard them diligently. With a flick of her mental energy, the jewelry box was stored within her spatial realm, when suddenly, the crystal core in her mind pulsed with warmth, causing Lin Ruo to pause in confusion. What was happening? Before she could discern the cause, she felt the crystal core in her mind heat up intensely, becoming increasingly fervent. Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow. This was a sign that her powers were on the verge of an upgrade. Why was this occurring? The crystal core in her mind grew hotter, akin to a glowing iron, causing her head to throb painfully. Waves of energy converged towards the crystal core, and without a moment's hesitation, she seated herself to absorb the energy nearby. After approximately an hour, Lin Ruo finally assimilated all the energy, and upon reopening her eyes, a flash of white light sparkled within her gaze. Her spatial abilities had ascended. Her mental energy plunged into the spatial realm, where the previously boundless void underwent a remarkable transformation. In the center of the space emerged an extraordinary area of approximately 3,000 acres, 1/3 of which was dark soil, another third of vast lake, and the remaining third ordinary land. The lake's water was crystal clear, revealing the lakebed at depths of over 10 meters, where massive stones lay scattered. Tentatively, Lin Ruo filled a cup with water from the lake and drew it into the spatial realm. A blue glow flickered in her hand, and the water swiftly surged out of the cup, floating delicately in her palm. Her water-based abilities allowed her to ascertain whether the lake water was contaminated. After a prolonged moment, her eyes brightened. The lake water not only contained an abundance of trace elements, but was also entirely pure. Consuming it would be immensely beneficial to her health. She raised the cup and drank deeply, savoring the sweet flavor, and felt a refreshing wave wash over her. The changes in her spatial realm filled Lin Ruo with joy. If the water was safe, did this imply she could cultivate crops within her space? In the wake of the apocalypse, the global soil had undergone mutations, rendering ordinary plants unable to survive. Only those with wood-based abilities could cultivate crops for sustenance, yet their numbers were scant and their powers limited, making food exceedingly precious. Now, she could effortlessly cultivate within her spatial domain. How could this not bring her delight? The suddenness of this revelation prompted Lin Ruo to take a deep breath. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she withdrew her mental energy from the spatial realm, promptly capturing a flying mosquito and drawing it into her space. A level 5 spatial ability could not accommodate living entities. Anything with life was typically excluded. Yet, when she captured the mosquito, she felt no resistance whatsoever. Her space could now house living beings. This meant she could not only grow crops but also raise animals within her realm, an abundance of meat. Her mental energy once again delved into the space, revealing the mosquito flitting about in that peculiar realm, utterly unchanged from its behavior in the outside world. Lin Ruo was ecstatic. The transformation of her space was monumental. But could she enter it herself? Alas, as much as she attempted to manipulate her mental energy, she could not breach the threshold into her spatial domain. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged that one must not be overly greedy. Yet a glimmer of anticipation ignited within her. If a level 6 space could contain living beings, what could a level 7 achieve? Perhaps at that stage, she would be able to enter herself. Closing her eyes, she sought to commune with the spatial ability crystal in her mind, only to uncover an even greater surprise. Her spatial abilities had finally attained a capacity for offense. With a flick of her mental energy, a 2-meter-long transparent spatial blade materialized, effortlessly cleaving through a nearby television cabinet, the marble structure yielding as if it were mere air. Lin Ruo approached and gently touched the clean, smooth cut. This indicated that the spatial blade had passed through as though it encountered no resistance whatsoever. Remarkable. The upgrade had bestowed her with such formidable capabilities. After a considerable time, Lin Ruo recalled her intent to investigate the cause of her sudden spatial upgrade. She explored the space with her mental energy, ultimately fixating on the box she had recently absorbed, within which lay a jade bracelet that had once shimmered with a soft glow, now marred by cracks. Was this the bracelet her mother had entrusted to her? Lin Ruo ruminated carefully. So much time had passed that her memories were hazy, only recalling her mother saying it was a family heirloom passed down from her grandmother, advising her to cherish it. Why would this bracelet trigger a spatial upgrade? Could it harbor some hidden potential? Holding the cracked jade bracelet, Lin Ruo examined it closely, her mental energy probing for answers. But only a faint trace of spatial energy emerged. It appeared that this bracelet had once been a spatial entity, inadvertently absorbed and merged with her own space. How had she failed to realize this in her previous life? A soft smile graced her lips. It seemed her parents were indeed watching over her from above, not only granting her a second chance, but also revealing the secret of the bracelet. With so many newfound abilities bestowed upon her in this life, what reason did she have to not live it more splendidly? Retrieving paper and pen from the drawer, she began to swiftly compile a list of necessary supplies, ensuring no aspect of life was overlooked. Coming from a modest background, with her parents as educators and herself merely a recent university graduate, her resources were limited to the over 200,000 in savings left by her parents and the 2 million from an insurance payout due to their untimely demise, along with the house she currently resided in. As she surveyed her lengthy list of necessities, Lin Ruo's brow furrowed. The preparations required were extensive, and her available funds were insufficient. She needed to quickly liquidate some of the items in her spatial realm. After finalizing her list, her stomach audibly grumbled, reminding her of her hunger. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 9 p.m. The recent upgrade had drained her stamina, and in her previous life, she had neglected meals due to overwhelming sorrow, leaving her now ravenous. Caressing her empty stomach, thoughts of delectable foods from before the apocalypse flooded her mind, causing her mouth to water with longing. Although in her past life, her formidable strength had shielded her from hunger during the final 2 years, the taste of food then was surely incomparable to what it had been before the apocalypse. With thoughts of those delightful dishes, Lin Ruo felt a surge of motivation. She picked up her phone and began to order takeout, her fingers flying across the screen as she placed numerous orders: fried chicken, roasted duck, crayfish, hairy crabs, skewers, and soft drinks, 10 servings of each. The yearning for these flavors was overwhelming. Then she rose swiftly and made her way to the kitchen, curious to see what vegetables remained, as she wished to stir-fry some greens. In a world where the apocalypse made the simple pleasure of freshly cooked stir-fried greens seem like a luxury, she recalled her past. During her senior year, she had interned and lived off campus, and with a meager stipend, ordering takeout daily was an extravagance she could not afford. Thus, She began to follow online tutorials to cook, and over time, her culinary skills flourished. This newfound ability had even saved her life in the early days of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, upon opening the refrigerator, Lin Rua discovered it was nearly bare, containing only a few bottles of beer. With a sigh, she resolved to fill the fridge tomorrow. After waiting for about half an hour, the takeout began to arrive. To avoid any hassle, Lin Rua had requested that the delivery be left at her door. Waiting until the delivery person had departed before retrieving her order. Arranging the takeout on the dining table, it soon became overloaded, forcing Lin Rua to place the remaining items on the coffee table in the living room. The array of delectable dishes wafted enticing aromas that made her mouth water. Yet she regained her composure, knowing she could not possibly consume it all. Instead, she took a little from each dish and stored the rest away. Rubbing her hands together, she picked up a skewer of barbecued meat and took a hearty bite. The meat was succulent and tender, perfectly seasoned with spices and infused with the rich flavor of charcoal. Delicious. Then, she grabbed a piece of fried chicken and took a generous bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss as the crispy skin gave way to juicy chicken, flooding her senses with joy. Paired with a big gulp of soda, she felt utterly satisfied. After indulging in this delightful feast, Lin Rua retrieved the list of supplies she had compiled, mentally planning her tasks for the next day before freshening up and lying down in bed, cradling a photo of her parents. An unprecedented sense of calm and happiness enveloped her, though she had anticipated a restless night reminiscent of the apocalypse. The comforting sense of her memories soon lulled her into a deep slumber. This was the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in 5 years. Chapter 4. Preparations for stockpiling. Awakening from a dreamless night, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Lin Rua to bolt upright. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings. It took her a moment to fully grasp the reality. She had been reborn. Glancing at her phone on the bedside table, she noted the time was precisely 5 o'clock, a remnant of her previous life's biological clock that astonishingly persisted even in her rebirth. Quickly rising, she washed up and stowed the dining chairs and table into her storage space before commencing basic exercises in the dining area. Her body, enhanced by her abilities, was significantly stronger now. Performing hundreds of sit-ups was a breeze, yet Lin Rua remained diligent, executing each movement with precision. While the initial enhancement of her abilities had improved her physical condition, it did not alter her agility and reflexes. Thus, her training focused not only on physical fitness, but also on honing her responsiveness, ensuring her body did not become a limitation to her powers. She intended to acquire weight training equipment in the future, as her current regimen seemed too slow for her aspirations. In her past life, during the apocalypse, she had undergone standardized training at a base and even paid for lessons under Chinyu, a former top special forces captain. His instruction was rigorous, and her diligence in learning lasted until he deemed her trained enough, thus concluding their sessions. This bond forged a deeper camaraderie between them, yet tragically, during a mission, Chinyu was overwhelmed by a pack of mutated wolves. Even though she had been the last to flee, he had heroically pushed her to safety, sacrificing himself in the process. In her previous life, only Chinyu had earned her unwavering trust, but now, in this rebirth, she wondered if he would remain the same. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Rua focused on strengthening her body. The techniques she had learned previously came to her mind effortlessly, as if etched into her memory. However, these movements still felt foreign to her newly enhanced physique, requiring gradual practice to regain her familiarity and agility. After more than 2 hours of training, even her exceptional physique succumbed to muscle fatigue. Nevertheless, she endured the discomfort and completed a martial arts routine. Only when she had exhausted every ounce of strength did she cease, allowing her water-based abilities to flow through her body, alleviating her fatigue. This was a newfound application of her water abilities, which she had discovered to possess restorative properties. Lying on the dining room floor, she relished the exhilarating sensation of pushing her limits, a stark reminder that she was alive. Gradually, she moved her body, fully activating her water abilities, which significantly diminished her fatigue. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom. In front of the mirror, Lin Rua observed her flushed cheeks and glistening forehead, a testament to her vitality. Filling the bathtub with hot water, she submerged herself, feeling the warmth envelop her as her water abilities worked their magic. Sighing contentedly, she luxuriated in the hot bath, rejuvenating her fully. Afterward, she retrieved several energy crystals from her storage, absorbing their power to enhance her abilities. Over an hour later, Having depleted the energy from the crystals, she returned them to storage and, taking her keys, prepared to head downstairs. Xiaorua, are you going out? As Lin Ruo stepped out of her apartment, she spotted Grandma Wu from downstairs, carrying a bag of breakfast from outside. Grandma Wu, Lin Ruo greeted, her heart swelling with gratitude for the assistance Grandma Wu had provided after her parents' passing. Years had passed since they last met, stirring emotions within her. Grandma Wu observed Lin Ruo closely, relieved to see the youthful spirit in her face, a stark contrast to the despondence she had once shown. Hearing of the troubles that had befallen the young girl at such a tender age was heart-wrenching. With a kind smile, she extended the breakfast bag toward Lin Ruo. I bought some breakfast. Would you like to take some for the road? Lin Ruo smiled and politely declined. Thank you, Grandma Wu. But I'll grab a bite out later. Please give it to Lulu. In her past life, during the harshest of winters, Grandma Wu had given all her warm clothing to ensure her granddaughter stayed warm, ultimately sacrificing herself to the cold. With only herself and her granddaughter left, and her son trapped in D-City due to the apocalypse, Grandma Wu's death had set off a tragic chain of events. When Lin Ruo discovered Grandma Wu had passed away a week later, her granddaughter lay beside her, lifeless from starvation. In this life, while she could not offer much, she would still endeavor to assist to the best of her ability as a means of repaying Grandma Wu's kindness. All right, you take care, Grandma Wu said with a smile, waving as she ascended the stairs. Turning, Lin Ruo briskly walked to the community entrance, scanning for a shared electric scooter and heading straight to the nearby rental shop. Upon entering, the receptionist warmly greeted her with a sincere smile. Hello. How may I assist you today? Hello, I'd like to rent a vehicle. I have a C1 license and need the largest capacity available, Lin Ruo replied with a smile. Before the apocalypse, people had shown immense kindness, but after the world changed, humanity revealed its true nature. This was the first time she had witnessed such a friendly demeanor since. Of course, please follow me, the receptionist beamed, leading Lin Ruo inside. Knowing this would yield a considerable commission, she introduced Lin Ruo to various models, and eventually, Lin Ruo selected an SUV that offered the best value. Designed with only the driver S and passenger S seats intact, as the rear had been removed for cargo space. Furthermore, there exists an additional advantage. The vehicle's fuel tank is sufficiently spacious, thereby facilitating the accumulation of gasoline and diesel in the future. Lin Ruo, having merely glanced at the car, made her decision instantly. With a monthly rental fee of 2,500, she opted for a 2-month lease. However, after just 1 month, the torrential rains rendered these vehicles susceptible to submersion. She promptly paid 5,000 yuan, signed the contract, and soon acquired the keys. Driving to a gas station, she filled the large tank, approximately 80 liters, without hesitation. Subsequently, she siphoned the gasoline into containers within the vehicle's cargo space and visited another gas station to repeat the process. After several rounds of this operation, she amassed between 400 to 500 liters of gasoline in the empty barrels. Only then did she proceed to the suburban industrial park, where numerous abandoned factories lay, many of which had ceased operations due to unfavorable locations and were now available for rent. Typically, this area saw few visitors, contributing to the overall tranquility of the industrial park. The distance between factories was considerable, with adjacent establishments often unable to see each other's entrances, making it difficult for delivery trucks to raise any suspicions. Lin Ruo selected a relatively large vacant factory, approximately 5,000 square meters, with a 2-story structure and a 5-meter-high perimeter wall, effectively obstructing the view of any passers-by. She contacted the landlord using the phone number posted on the door. Upon receiving her call, he mentioned he would arrive shortly and instructed her to wait. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ruo sat in her car and began to practice her abilities under its cover. She manipulated a small water sphere, which transformed into a lifelike water model resembling herself, complete with distinct facial features. Controlling water in such a manner was exceptionally draining on Lin Ruo's mental fortitude. In her previous life, she honed her abilities through similar exercises. Each time her mental energy reached its limit, the subsequent replenishment would yield a slight increase, allowing her mental capacity to expand rapidly. Depleting her mental energy completely was perilous, especially in a treacherous post-apocalyptic world where no one dared to risk leaving even a fragment of their mental strength unguarded. Yet Lin Ruo was undeterred. Owing to her water-based abilities, This was precisely why she stood as the sole level 5 ability user among all the bases. Her relentless dedication and willingness to embrace risks set her apart. After an hour, Lin Ruo lowered her hands, her complexion slightly pale, as her mental energy reached its nadir. The crystal core of her water ability emitted a faint glow, swiftly replenishing her mental strength. At that moment, the landlord arrived, stepping out of his vehicle, a middle-aged man of modest stature, yet seemingly robust. "Little girl, are you the one looking to rent this factory?" he inquired, surprised by her youth. How can someone so young manage a factory? Standing tall, Lin Ruo offered a benign smile. "It's for my father. He intends to open a factory here, but something came up today, so he sent me in his stead." "Oh, I see." The man nodded in understanding. "My surname is Qian. Are you authorized to sign the agreement on your father's behalf?" Lin Ruo smiled reassuringly. "You can count on me." After a discussion, she secured a 6-month rental agreement at the rate of 5,000 per month, as the factory required a minimum half-year lease. As she reviewed the freshly minted contract, she casually inquired, "Uncle Qian, does this factory have surveillance cameras?" Having just received payment, Uncle Qian was in high spirits and waved dismissively. What would there be to monitor in such a place? "There's nothing of value here. I wouldn't want to risk losing any cameras." "Understood. Thank you, Uncle Qian." He glanced at Lin Ruo's fair and youthful visage and kindly advised, "You're quite the pretty girl. This place is desolate. It's best to avoid coming here alone. Do take care." Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow at his words. Even without her awakened abilities, her years of training during the apocalypse had equipped her well enough to handle a few ruffians. However, since Uncle Qian meant well, she accepted his concern graciously, nodding with a bright smile. "You needn't worry. My father will be the one coming here regularly. I'm just helping out this once." Once she saw Uncle Qian drive away, she unlocked the door with her keys. The 5,000 square meter space was ample for her needs. In the dimly lit warehouse, Lin Ruo thoroughly inspected the premises, confirming the absence of surveillance equipment before securing the door. She then drove to refuel once more, filling 5 or 6 barrels this time. Realizing her storage space was now full, it was imperative that she procure additional supplies swiftly. She headed straight to the largest wholesale market in City A, where she first purchased several surveillance cameras before consciously wandering through the market. Numerous wholesalers offered grains and oils, but Lin Ruo discreetly observed for some time before selecting one. Without hesitation, she entered the store, where the proprietor, a burly balding man with a muscular build, appeared somewhat intimidating, largely due to the lack of customers in his shop. "Young lady, what can I assist you with?" he asked, his voice deep and resonant, which could be quite daunting. Undeterred, Lin Ruo smiled brightly. "Uncle, I'd like to purchase rice, flour, cooking oil, and various seasonings." "Such a diverse array. How much of each do you require?" The man's interest peaked as he moved closer, his demeanor shifting with the prospect of a significant sale. "I need 200 tons of rice and flour, 2,000 barrels of 5-liter cooking oil, 1 ton of salt, and 500 boxes of assorted seasonings, ensuring all varieties are included." Upon hearing her request, the man furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Young lady, are you truly in need of such an extensive quantity? You're not jesting with me, are you?" "Of course not. My family is establishing a food processing factory. I am genuinely here to make a purchase," Lin Ruo replied, maintaining her calm demeanor. "If you have doubts, I can provide a deposit." The man's expression softened slightly, seeing her sincerity. He began calculating the costs, listing rice at 4 yuan per kilogram, flour at 3 yuan, cooking oil at 45 yuan per barrel, and salt at 3 yuan per kilogram. The total reached 200,000 yuan, and with a 30% deposit, that amounted to 60,000 yuan. Lin Ruo nodded at the figures, aware that the man was offering her the lowest wholesale prices, confirming his honesty. With a beaming smile, she addressed him, "Brother Wang, please provide me with your bank account details so I can transfer the payment." Though still skeptical, the man provided his account number. Realizing that if this young girl truly made such a large order, it could revitalize his struggling store. Ding! He instinctively glanced at his phone, where a notification of 60,000 yuan received lit up the screen. He stood up abruptly. "Young lady, you genuinely intend to buy?" Lin Ruo chuckled at his disbelief. "Of course. You've offered me such a sincere price. I wouldn't dream of going elsewhere. Just ensure the quality is good. I won't accept any subpar goods." The man thumped his chest confidently. "Rest assured, young lady. I, Wang, guarantee that my goods are the finest in this market." Lin Ruo nodded, and then produced a notepad. I have many other items to procure. Brother Wang, please deliver the goods to this address by tomorrow morning. I'll be there to verify the inventory, and we can settle the remaining balance then. Absolutely. You can count on that. The man, elated by the prospect of such a substantial order, grinned widely. You can be assured that I'll have everything ready on time. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Upon exiting the store, Lin Rua did not depart from the wholesale market, but instead turned towards a nearby grocery store. Excuse me, do you have large oil barrels? She inquired. The shopkeeper, beaming with a smile, promptly responded, Indeed, we have oil barrels with a maximum capacity of 200 liters. How many do you need, young lady? As he spoke, he moved a massive barrel from the side. Lin Rua estimated that this barrel could only fit 3 or 4 SUVs, but could indeed be stored in her space. If you require a large quantity, I can offer them at 258 each. However, if your order is smaller, it will be at market price. The shopkeeper calculated in his mind, thinking she did not seem like someone who would order many. Lin Rua approached and tapped the barrel, inspecting its quality. This will do. I need 10,000 of them, with delivery the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? The shopkeeper appeared taken aback by her substantial order, but quickly recovered, his face lighting up. Absolutely, no problem. Lin Rua readily paid a deposit of 400,000, taking 4 barrels with her. Once she left, she discreetly stored the barrels in her space, preparing for refueling on the road. Having resolved her oil needs, Lin Rua proceeded to a wholesale fast food store, where she ordered 1,000 boxes of various instant noodles and 20,000 bags of meal kits at an average price of 7 yuan per bag. Additionally, she requested 100 boxes of self-heating hot pots in assorted flavors, totaling 300,000 yuan. She paid a deposit of 90,000 and confirmed a delivery time for the following morning. With her fast food concerns addressed, Lin Rua entered a women's products store, recognizing the necessity of sanitary napkins. The heightened sense of smell in mutated animals made it perilous for women during their menstrual periods without proper supplies. In her past life, sanitary napkins were a luxury, and she recalled the arduous journey of searching for them. Thus, she decisively ordered 3,000 boxes, each containing 10 packs, at a wholesale price of approximately 70 yuan per box, spending 210,000 yuan. She also purchased 2,000 sets of underwear and socks, which amounted to 130,000 yuan. Lin Rua felt that despite her purchases, her funds were dwindling, and as she sat in her car reviewing the lengthy list of items yet to procure, she raised an eyebrow, realizing her budget was becoming insufficient. She drove to a nearby gas station to fill her tank before transferring the gasoline into the newly acquired barrels. Given the stringent regulations in Z country regarding gasoline and diesel, stockpiling in large quantities was virtually impossible without resorting to the black market, leaving her to accumulate supplies gradually. Next, she visited the fruit and vegetable wholesale market, where the produce appeared exceedingly fresh, glistening with droplets of water. She ordered 2 tons each of her favorite fruits: watermelon, apples, strawberries, dragon fruit, cantaloupe, bananas, oranges, grapes, and lychees, totaling approximately 50 tons and paying another 300,000 yuan in deposits. Without pausing, Lin Rua moved to the vegetable section, her spirits lifting at the sight of the vibrant, succulent greens. In her space, time stood still, preserving the freshness of the vegetables indefinitely, allowing her to stock up without concern for spoilage. Thus, she ordered 50 tons of various vegetables, including sweet corn, tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, broccoli, and bell peppers. The wholesalers, after momentarily stunned, erupted in delight, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. In her previous life, the soil had been completely eroded post-apocalypse,
rendant une ordinaire cultivation impossible.
Only those with wood-based abilities could grow grains, relying on laboratory-developed cultivation dishes for vegetables, which made prices exorbitantly high. Even as a team leader with abilities, Lin Rua had struggled to obtain green vegetables. This experience had fostered her affection for vegetables. After finalizing contracts and paying deposits, Lin Rua felt elated. 50 tons of vegetables would suffice for decades, especially since she could cultivate more in her life space, ensuring she was well prepared. As her bank account dwindled by another 300,000, she realized her remaining balance was insufficient for further payments. Glancing at her account, she recalled the antiques stored in her space, undoubtedly the most valuable assets she possessed. With a focused mind, She quickly searched her space, soon unearthing a bottle. This was likely her most prized antique. Chapter 6. Ascension to Wealth. Lioli Ancient Street is the largest antique street in City A. At this moment, a waft of fried chicken aroma escaped from a black business vehicle parked by the roadside. Inside, Lin Rua savored the last piece of fried chicken, freshly retrieved from her space, its crispy texture just as delightful as when it was first purchased. After finishing, she took a sip of the ice-cold cola beside her, wiped her greasy hands on a napkin, and let out a satisfied burp. Lioli Ancient Street consists of many antique shops, each boasting its unique treasures and rich histories. Among them, the most renowned is the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, owned by someone allegedly connected to high-ranking officials in City A, making it a leader in the antique scene with substantial financial resources to acquire valuable items like the bottle in Lin Rua's possession. Arriving at Lioli Ancient Street in the afternoon, Lin Rua noticed the foot traffic was considerably lighter than in the morning. Sparse stalls remained, and the vendors lacked the enthusiasm they had earlier displayed. Redirecting her focus, she exited her vehicle, retrieved a large box, and strode towards the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Inside, no customers were present, only an elderly man in traditional attire leisurely reclining in a rocking chair. A small table beside him held a radio, and the old man was enjoying the music, tapping his fingers to the rhythm. He was the proprietor of the pavilion. Upon hearing Lin Rua, he opened his eyes, appraising her before commenting, "Feel free to look around, young lady." Having encountered many visitors, the proprietor quickly discerned that most were merely browsing and would not make purchases. Lin Rua placed the box on the counter and addressed him, "Sir, I am not here to buy but rather to seek your expertise." The box contained a Yuan dynasty plum vase, characterized by its narrow mouth, short neck, and broad shoulders, with a glaze of sky blue and cloud dragon patterns. "Young lady, seeking my appraisal comes at a cost," the proprietor teased, rocking in his chair. Lin Rua smiled and opened the box to reveal the vase, prompting the proprietor to spring up in astonishment, his eyes widening as he approached the item. "Now, may I ask for your appraisal?" Lin Rua inquired cheerfully. The proprietor chuckled. "You are quite the secretive one. Go on, open the box." Lin Rua complied, unveiling the entire vase. After a thorough examination and confirming its authenticity, the proprietor marveled at the genuine Yuan dynasty blue-glazed dragon-patterned vase, exclaiming, "What an eye-opener today." Standing beside the entranced proprietor, Lin Rua recalled the individual who had traded the vase with her, assuring her it was from the Yuan dynasty with an estimated value of around 500 million. While auction prices could soar higher, Lin Rua sought a fair price within her time constraints. "How does it look, sir?" She gently reminded him after a lengthy pause of about 10 minutes, still waiting for his appraisal. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, stroking his long beard, and hesitantly inquired, "My dear young lady, would you mind if I summon someone to authenticate this piece?" Lin Rua shook her head, having anticipated this situation the moment she produced the bottle. After all, it was a rare artifact from the Yuan dynasty, and should it be proven counterfeit, the loss would be considerable. "Please proceed," she replied. The shopkeeper took out his mobile phone and made a call. In less than half an hour, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, his hair flecked with gray, entered the shop, appearing even older than the shopkeeper. The latter rushed forward to greet him with utmost respect, guiding him to the plum vase. "Mr. Lee, take a look." The elderly man's gait was steady as he strode purposefully to the vase, pulling out a magnifying glass to scrutinize it closely. His eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he exclaimed, "It's genuine. This is indeed a Yuan dynasty blue-glazed vase adorned with dragon motifs." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. He envisioned the profound transformation that a Yuan blue-glazed vase could bring to his establishment, not to mention the endless wealth it would yield. While the elderly gentleman continued to admire the vase, the shopkeeper stood up, beaming at Lin Rua with a respectful nod. "My dear friend, are you willing to part with this exquisite piece?" Lin Rua nodded, choosing to forego unnecessary pleasantries.
Certainly.
"I am well aware of its value, so you need not attempt to negotiate the price." The shopkeeper felt a moment of awkwardness, but soon regarded Lin Rua with a look of astonishment. There are only 2 of these vases known to exist. One is housed in the Summer Palace, while the other is supposedly in a foreign museum. It is quite unusual for such a treasure to be in the hands of a young lady like yourself. "Where did you acquire this vase?" he inquired further. Lin Rua, having done her homework prior to her visit, remained unfazed. She shrugged. "It was passed down through my family. You can clearly see the dragon motifs differ from the other." The shopkeeper leaned in once more to inspect the vase, his eyes widening with excitement. It seemed that this piece had been kept away from public view for a long time, thus increasing its rarity. After examining it, he raised his gaze to Lin Ruo, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Dear young lady, how much do you wish to sell this vase for?" Lin Ruo extended her hand, displaying 5 fingers. 500 million. The shopkeeper blinked in disbelief, feeling as if he had stepped into a dream. He had prepared himself for the possibility of seeking external assistance. Yet here was an unexpected windfall. The last recorded transaction for such a vase was indeed 500 million, and the young lady had not lied. However, the auction prices had risen significantly since then. Did she not realize this? "Are you certain?" the shopkeeper asked, his skepticism evident. Lin Ruo sighed, a hint of bitterness on her face. "My family's business is in trouble, and I urgently need the funds. Otherwise, I would not be selling this heirloom." The shopkeeper nodded, unable to contain his smile. "To be honest, at this price, only my establishment can afford to acquire such a vase on Antique Street. As such, I shall shamelessly take advantage of this opportunity." "Not at all," Lin Ruo replied, a smile dancing in her eyes, fully aware that the deal was sealed. When she finally emerged from the shop, her bank balance had soared to a 9-digit figure. Elated, she reflected on how the vase she had once purchased for 5 packets of instant noodles could now procure a wealth of supplies. Lost in thought, Lin Ruo received a call from her bank. She answered, and the customer service manager spoke with great deference. "May I speak with Miss Lin Ruo?" "Yes," she replied, her tone indifferent. The manager continued, "Today, 500 million has been deposited into your account, elevating you to our black gold user status. May I ask if you have time to complete some formalities?" "I don't have time at the moment. I'll come when I can," Lin Ruo replied, her mind preoccupied with strategies for spending her newfound wealth. "Understood. If you decide to visit, please inform me, and I will arrange transportation for you," the manager said politely before hanging up. Lin Ruo chuckled softly, relishing the experience of being treated like a wealthy patron. As Lin Ruo drove out from the ancient street, the sky was still bright. She intended to find a nearby gas station, but as she started the engine, she noticed a car following closely behind her. Her brow furrowed, and her expression turned cold. She was being watched. It seemed the commotion surrounding Mr. Li had attracted unwanted attention, and their transaction was easily decipherable. The individuals trailing her appeared to have some dubious connections, and their constant surveillance made it inconvenient for her to proceed with her plans. Their usual modus operandi dictated that might makes right. Thus, she decided to teach them a lesson. Lin Ruo drove toward the outskirts, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate. In the car behind her sat 3 burly men, who, upon observing her actions, realized they had been detected. One of the men in the back seat took a drag from his cigarette and remarked absent-mindedly, "This little lady is quite alert, but it's a pity her intellect is lacking. If she knows we're following her, why not head toward a more populated area instead of this godforsaken place?" The 2 men in the front exchanged anxious glances, realizing their mistake. "This isn't right. It's a trap." They quickly pulled over to turn back, but, to their astonishment, Lin Ruo's car had somehow maneuvered right in front of them, executing a perfect drift to block their path. Lin Ruo stepped out, striding toward their vehicle as the 3 men gaped in astonishment. She knocked on the driver's window. The driver scoffed and rolled down the window. But before he could utter a word, Lin Ruo yanked him by the collar, pulling him forcefully from the car while delivering a sharp elbow to his ribs. The man felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. "What the hell?" he shouted, while the other 2 men scrambled out, cursing. Lin Ruo swiftly sidekicked one in the chest and delivered a backward kick to the other's neck as he attempted to flank her. They had never anticipated that a woman could possess such strength. The impact was so severe that they feared they had sustained fractures. Lady, we made a mistake," the driver pleaded desperately as he struggled against her grip. Lin Ruo nonchalantly retrieved a folding knife from her pocket, flicking it open and placing it against his throat. Drawing blood in an instant, he could feel the blade sinking deeper, panic washing over him. "Please, we won't do it again." Lin Ruo paused in her actions, her tone eerily calm yet terrifying. The man truly felt fear. He had sensed that she wielded the knife without a hint of hesitation, as if he were merely a dead fish. He realized that they had never taken a life in their time on the streets. "Who is your boss?" Lin Ruo demanded coolly, her eyes narrowing. "Go back and tell him that if he doesn't wish to find his head missing in the middle of the night, he should stay as far away from me as possible." If I see you again, consider it a death sentence. Understood? Understood. We won't dare. The men hastily promised. Lin Ruo released her grip, snapping the knife shut and slipping it back into her pocket before turning to return to her car. With a graceful spin, she accelerated away. The driver clutched his neck while the others nursed their wounds, struggling to rise. Boss, this woman is something else. I swear she is a monster. One groaned, coughing violently. I think my ribs are broken. The driver shot him an incredulous glare. You think I don't know that? Hurry up and get me to a hospital. I'm bleeding out. 3 individuals, undeterred, hastily drove to the hospital. Upon their arrival, the doctor was taken aback by the severity of their injuries. The man behind the wheel had sustained a wound perilously close to his carotid artery, while another, with fractured ribs, risked having them pierce his lungs with any additional force. The third, who had been kicked in the neck, suffered only a hairline fracture. Although their injuries appeared grave, they were not fatal. With proper care, they would heal. The doctor sighed, reminding them to be more cautious in the future, as they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. The 3 exchanged glances, acutely aware that the doctor had shown them leniency, realizing that such a skilled individual could dispatch them with the ease of slicing vegetables. From that day forth, a formidable reputation, that of a sorrowful angel in plain garb, began to circulate within the underworld of City A. With photographs circulated as warnings to those who might cross paths with her, an easily fatal mistake. Meanwhile, Lin Ruo remained oblivious to her newfound notoriety. Upon returning to the city, she first refueled her vehicle, filling 2 barrels in her storage space, before heading to a renowned food street to procure her dinner. The food street was bustling, lined with establishments offering a myriad of culinary delights from every corner of the globe, some with their own snack stalls showcasing stinky tofu, hand-grabbed pancakes, spicy hot pot, and sour and spicy noodles. As Lin Ruo strolled along, inhaling the rich aromas, she couldn't help but think that if she and T lived through a post-apocalyptic month, she might have believed the world would continue in such a state of prosperity indefinitely. Alas, such splendor would soon vanish like a wisp of smoke. Though it was still early, the establishments were already bustling with patrons lining up, a testament to the thriving business. Lin Ruo casually chose a larger restaurant where the wait was brief. After just a few minutes, she was at the front of the line. Scanning the menu, she ordered 3 dishes and a soup, feeling particularly famished after a long day of running about and in need of energy due to her enhanced physique. The dishes arrived promptly, and with the first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite flavors. She turned to the busy proprietress and exclaimed, "Please prepare 50 portions of each dish for me to take away." The proprietress paused, momentarily taken aback. 50 of each? My dear, our portions are quite generous. Are you certain you can finish them? Lin Ruo, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile, "We have an event tonight for our club, and your food is so delicious that I wish to share it with my friends. I'll refer others to your restaurant." The proprietress, charmed by her words, beamed and hurried to the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. With a satisfied grin, Lin Ruo turned back to her meal. The shredded pork and garlic sauce was delectably sweet, the meat tender and the bell peppers crisp, while the mushrooms offered a robust flavor that melded into a delightful harmony. The fried eggplant was perfectly cooked, soaked in savory broth and irresistibly tender, a perfect companion for rice. The braised pork was equally delightful, the fatty portions yielding to the bite while the lean was flavorful without being dry, the rich sauce a perfect complement to rice. After her hearty meal, Lin Ruo left the restaurant with 150 portions, having settled the bill, and enlisted a staff member to assist in loading the food into her vehicle before closing the door behind her. As dusk descended, the food street thrived with activity, the stalls opening for business. Although Lin Ruo felt satiated, she adhered to her principle of seizing opportunities, deciding to buy a few more snacks. She ordered 50 portions from each stall, finding that despite her culinary skills, nothing compared to the taste of street food. As she waited for her orders to be prepared, she sat in her car and browsed online, placing various orders for essentials, though half an hour yielded only a few items. Estimating her food should be ready, she stepped out to pay, stashed the items in her vehicle, and, using the car as cover, stored her bounty in her storage space. With a joyous heart, she drove home, taking a moment to retrieve a few snacks from her space before heading downstairs to knock on Grandma Wu's door. Upon opening the door and seeing Lin Ruo, Grandma Wu's face lit up with a smile. Little Ruo, you're back. Do you need something?" Lin Ruo presented the bags of food. I bought some snacks and thought you might not have had dinner yet, so I brought you some. Grandma Wu insisted on refusing. Oh, dear, take it back. I'm cooking, I can't eat all that. Lin Ruo placed the bags on the cabinet, smiling. Then please give some to Lulu. She loves these. Grandma Wu relented, patting Lin Ruo's shoulder with a serious look. Just be careful with your spending, dear. The future is long. I know. You can rest easy, Lin Ruo assured her with a nod, casually mentioning, I heard there's a forecast for heavy rains this month with a significant drop in temperature. Possibly even below freezing. With your legs, it might be wise to stock up on food and clothing to avoid unnecessary trips. All right, I understand, Grandma Wu nodded, believing Lin Ruo to be simply well-informed due to her youth and internet savvy. This year's weather had been peculiar, with earthquakes and floods occurring everywhere, and now, despite it being midsummer, a drastic drop in temperature was anticipated. Lin Ruo pondered this, contemplating that perhaps the apocalypse had been foreshadowed, a punishment for humanity's neglect of the environment. After bidding farewell to Grandma Wu, Lin Ruo returned home, planning to prepare supplies for her. She resolved to stock up for Grandma Wu when she left, and to ask Uncle Wu to return home early, hoping they could endure until the first wave of rescue efforts from the base in City A arrived, which might ease their plight. Upon arriving home, she indulged in a warm bath, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly fatigued. Today had proven far more exhausting than her usual missions. Indeed, spending money required its own kind of effort. However, she still had tasks to complete. With plans to receive supplies in the morning and continue shopping in the afternoon, her schedule was entirely booked. Opening her online shopping app, she ordered various necessities, including flashlights, batteries, and high-calorie foods, directing the deliveries to the warehouse. It was late into the night before she finally fell asleep, clutching her phone. Chapter 8. Stockpiling supplies 2 at dawn. Precisely at 5, Lin Ruo awoke promptly, springing from her bed with the vigor of a carp leaping from water. After a quick wash, she laid out a yoga mat in the dining area, having found the floor slippery during her workout the day before. With the mat in place, her exercises felt significantly improved. Today, she began with 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups, feeling her body warm up before commencing her boxing routine. After completing a set, she was already lightly perspiring, and the awkwardness she had felt in her movements had lessened considerably, though she still had a long way to go before achieving reflexive muscle memory. After practicing for over 2 hours, Lin Ruo only stopped when she was drenched in sweat. At this point, her stamina was dwindling, but the energy from her water-based abilities flowed through her, warm and comforting. After a brief respite, she hurried to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Following her bath, she devoted an hour to practicing her abilities with the crystal cores in her space, which primarily consisted of level 3 and 4 cores. She usually trained with these levels as well. The energy from the cores was absorbed into her body, gradually assimilating into her water and spatial energy, circulating throughout her body before being absorbed by the crystal core in her mind. As the energy from the water system and the spatial system flowed through her meridians, Lin Ruo felt as if she were immersed in a hot spring, her physical condition gradually enhancing under the nurturing of her abilities. After her practice, she sensed a profound clarity enveloping her, as if every pore was open to breathe, exuding an air of comfort throughout her being. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was nearly 9 o'clock, and her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she had yet to eat breakfast. For those endowed with extraordinary powers, appetite tends to increase with the enhancement of their abilities. If an ability user does not eat sufficiently, their powers will stagnate. In a world plagued by scarcity, this was undoubtedly a dire predicament for ability users. Swiftly grabbing her phone and keys, Lin Ruo dashed downstairs to procure her breakfast. Upon arriving at the Baozi shop, she ordered 10 baskets of buns. Just as the steaming delicacies were placed on her table, her phone rang. It was the owner of the grain and oil store.
Hey.
What time would be convenient for the delivery truck to arrive today? His voice conveyed a sense of efficiency that lifted Lin Ruo's spirits. She glanced at her watch and replied, "How about 10 o'clock?
Great.
After hanging up, she quickly devoured her breakfast, relishing in the delectable flavors of the buns. The dough was thin yet elastic, the meat filling sweet and savory, and the shrimp tender and springy. With each bite, the juices burst forth, tantalizing her taste buds. Unsatisfied, she decided to take the remaining buns home and turned to the shop owner, saying, "Could you prepare 100 baskets for me tomorrow morning at 9? "Sure." The owner, having known Lin Ruo for years, trusted her completely and readily agreed. She hastily made her way to her vehicle, stowing the Bowsy into her spatial storage. With a heart filled with joy, she drove towards the suburban industrial park. Upon her arrival, the delivery had not yet arrived, so she waited in her car, her hand resting languidly on her thigh. With a slight movement of her fingers, dozens of marble-sized droplets of water began to dance joyfully at her fingertips before suddenly spinning at high velocity. A gentle flick of her wrist sent the rotating water droplets hurtling out of the window. In an instant, a series of sharp sounds echoed as the water droplets struck the wall 30 meters away, leaving behind numerous small holes. Lin Ruo smiled in satisfaction. This high-pressure, rapidly spinning water projectile could rival the force of a bullet within a 50-meter range. It was evident that her mental energy had significantly enhanced her control over her water abilities following her upgrades in spatial powers. While many considered water abilities to be inferior, only useful for providing drinking water until reaching a more advanced level capable of generating large water spheres or shields, Lin Ruo had always perceived her powers differently. Even at the first level, she could manipulate water into ice, and by the 5th level, her control expanded immensely. She could even lower the temperature of water to -2 degrees Celsius, instantly freezing anything that came into contact with it. This prowess was not solely due to her formidable mental strength, but also her innovative thinking. Through diligent practice, she had discovered numerous applications for her abilities, rendering the act of eliminating foes effortless. In that moment of practice, 3 enormous trucks approached, and upon seeing them, Lin Ruo knew her goods had arrived. She waved her hand, dissipating the water droplets into the air, then exited her vehicle.
As anticipated,
A familiar bald figure emerged. The owner of the grain and oil store greeted her with a smile. "Hey there, I've brought your goods." Lin Ruo nodded, her smile brightening. "Could you have my brother help unload it into the warehouse?" "Of course." The store owner called to his crew, and Lin Ruo stood by, monitoring the unloading, mentally tallying the quantities. Once everything was offloaded, she noted that the store owner had generously included extra bags of each item. With a smile, she acknowledged his kindness and promptly transferred the final payment via her phone. The store owner's face lit up as he received the payment notification. "If you need anything in the future, just come to me, and I'll give you a discount. I appreciate your straightforwardness."
sure.
Lin Ruo watched as the trucks departed, then ensured no one was watching before closing the factory gate. She returned to the warehouse, gently resting her hand on the massive pile of supplies. In the next moment, she rolled up her sleeves and began installing surveillance cameras in inconspicuous corners of the warehouse. Even though it appeared empty, she wanted to safeguard her hidden treasures from prying eyes. Once the cameras were installed and disconnected from the network to ensure her warehouse remained undetected, she felt satisfied. After a thorough inspection, she recorded a few minutes of footage, checked it on her phone, and, confirming everything was in order, reassembled the device before leaving the warehouse. To procure large generators and solar panels, she drove to the largest building materials market in City A, where numerous such stores could be found. "How much for this diesel generator?" she inquired upon entering the largest shop. "What power rating do you need?" The owner, who had been lounging at the counter, barely lifted his gaze, assuming she was just another girl inquiring about prices. "What is the maximum power?" Lin Ruo asked, perusing the store, not particularly knowledgeable about generators herself. The owner finally looked up, sizing her up before querying, "What do you intend to use it for?" With a quick flicker in her eyes, she replied, "I run a chain of hotels, all 4-star and above. Do you have any recommendations?" The owner immediately stood up, recognizing a potential major client. His demeanor brightened as he said, "For a small restaurant, a 200-kilowatt generator will suffice, but for a larger hotel, you should consider a 300-kilowatt unit. However, the price varies significantly. How much for the 200-kilowatt model? And the 300-kilowatt? Lin Ruo inquired. The 200-kilowatt model ranges from 50 to 100,000, while the 300-kilowatt starts at over 100,000. The owner watched her with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ruo replied, "I'll take 20 of the 300-kilowatt generators."
And I need them now.
The owner stared at her in astonishment. "Do you realize how much power a 300-kilowatt generator produces? You truly need that many?" One generates 300 kilowatts per hour, which totals 7,200 kilowatts daily, enough to power a 5-story hotel for a day. Lin Ruo nodded with a smile. "I operate a chain of hotels." Upon hearing this, the owner fell silent and selected the best quality, most durable models for her. Each unit cost 120,000. Lin Rua promptly paid the deposit, and the owner beamed, assuring her that the 20 generators would be delivered the following morning. Do you know where I can purchase solar panels? Lin Rua asked, as she had never bought them before and lacked the time to search exhaustively. A flicker of joy crossed the owner's face. We have solar panels here. What kind do you need? Lin Rua's face brightened. She had anticipated a lengthy search, but was pleasantly surprised. I'm looking for the highest power capacity, sturdy and detachable. Do you have any? Absolutely. Follow me. The owner led her to a small partition with images instead of physical samples. This model is compact, with each panel offering the maximum power of 260W. If you're interested, I can give you a discount, priced at 800 each. They are detachable, but custom orders may take a bit longer. Lin Rua calculated in her mind that if this piece costs 6 million, then several pieces combined would yield a considerable electricity generation rate. She promptly decided on this option. How long will it take? She inquired. It should take over half a month, the boss replied cautiously, observing Lin Rua's expression. Fearful that she might find the timeline excessive. Our solar panels are primarily distinguished by their high-quality materials, but the production of such materials is relatively challenging, which accounts for the lengthy duration. After pondering the timeline, Lin Rua concluded that it was entirely manageable. That's acceptable. When it's ready, please call me, and I will provide the delivery address. Excellent. And what about the payment? The boss exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Custom orders require a deposit, and with such a substantial sum, he couldn't afford to cover it himself. I'll take 1,000 solar panels along with the associated batteries. And please prepare 50 sets of large-capacity storage boxes. Let's see how much the deposit will be, Lin Rua stated, having resolved a significant dilemma. And she paid generously with her card. All right, just a moment. The boss quickly grabbed a calculator, feeling as though the buttons might spark with the intensity of his calculations. In total, it's 38 million. How about a deposit of 500,000? Lin Rua signed the contract and transferred the funds without a moment's hesitation, much to the boss's delight, who even gifted her a large 200L drum of diesel and various easily consumable components. Observing the diesel, Lin Rua asked thoughtfully, "Do you have more diesel?" The boss hesitated, initially considering denying it. However, recalling Lin Rua's affluent demeanor, having just placed an order nearing 4 million without batting an eye, he cautiously glanced around before leaning in to whisper, "Are you perhaps interested in purchasing some diesel?" Lin Rua nodded slowly, her face betraying a hint of anticipation. "Not only diesel, I also require gasoline. The quantity I need is considerable. Do you have any sources?" The boss slyly handed her a business card. "This is my supplier. You can call him. Mention my name, and he will offer you a discount, though the prices may be slightly higher than the market rate." Lin Rua, with an understanding expression, promptly transferred an additional 10,000 as a brokerage fee. "Rest assured, I comprehend." The boss, hearing the notification of the incoming funds, beamed with joy, realizing that once the deal was finalized, he would also earn a commission. This young lady truly seemed to be his fortune bringer. Chapter 9. Space Transformation. Lin Rua drove far out into the suburbs. Only after confirming that no one was following did she transfer the items from her car into her space. Though it was merely a drum of diesel and some components, they still took up space. After organizing these matters, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and she had yet to have lunch. She casually found a Shaanxi noodle shop by the roadside, ordered several bowls of noodles, and found the taste pleasing enough to order dozens more for takeaway. In the afternoon, Lin Rua followed the navigation to the largest farm in City A. Upon entering the farm's gate, she was greeted by a vast expanse of animals: pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and even rabbits. Seeing them was akin to witnessing meat walking before her eyes, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as Lin Rua stepped inside, a black-brown German shepherd barked fiercely at her. The dog was not on a leash, yet it remained at the entrance, barking without any intention to charge forward. It was quite astute. Perhaps it sensed a hint of danger from Lin Rua's unintentional aura, yet it stood its ground, defending the farm behind it. Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged woman wearing a headscarf emerged, smiling as she asked, "What can I help you with, young lady?" The dog ceased barking upon seeing its owner and lay quietly by her side, its gaze fixed intensely on Lin Rua. With her keen observation, Lin Rua could tell that the dog was tense and alert, as if it feared for its owner's safety. Lin Rua felt a yearning in her heart. She had encountered many intelligent animals in the post-apocalyptic world, but before the world fell apart, she had rarely seen such cleverness. This dog seemed almost sentient. If it were to mutate, how extraordinary would its abilities become? A thought crossed her mind. Having such a companion could be advantageous. The long road ahead in the apocalypse might endure for decades, and she would undoubtedly feel lonely. If she raised a dog, it could mutate and live alongside her for a lifetime. She had lost trust in humanity, but she was willing to give a dog a chance. Despite her internal musings, Lin Ruo maintained her composure, nodding at the middle-aged woman with a smile. I wish to purchase some animals and some meat. Purchase animals? Alive? The woman chuckled in disbelief. Young lady, this is a farm. If you're looking for pets, you wouldn't need to buy from us. The misunderstanding stemmed from Lin Ruo's youth. Although she had shed much of her student-like demeanor, it was still evident, and no one would assume that such a young girl would be buying a significant number of live animals. I'm not buying them as pets, Lin Ruo replied, her eyes narrowing in a smile. I want 500 pigs, 200 boars, 200 sows, and 100 piglets, 500 sheep, 500 cows, 1,000 chickens, 1,000 ducks, 1,000 geese, and an additional 1,000 rabbits, all in the same proportion as the pigs. The middle-aged woman stood in stunned silence, processing Lin Ruo's request. Lin Ruo blinked, realizing that her space wasn't vast enough to accommodate all these animals, as they would need to grow and breed. Was the woman disapproving of her order being too small? Tentatively, she asked, is that possible to sell? The woman finally snapped back to reality, her eyes widening. You want all that? Of course, we can sell. Quickly, let us discuss this inside. A genuine smile spread across Lin Ruo's face. Her source of meat was secured. She followed the woman into the building, glancing back at the dog, which continued to watch her warily, making Lin Ruo chuckle. Did it see her as some sort of beast? Once inside, the woman poured her a glass of water. Sister, what do you need so many animals for? Lin Ruo refrained from drinking the water. Having been betrayed in her past life, she refused to consume anything given by untrustworthy individuals. Instead, she simply smiled and replied, I am starting a food processing factory, and these animals are merely for initial supply. I will certainly need to place further orders. Of course. You can rest assured, I will give you wholesale prices. Let me calculate that for you, the woman replied, taking out paper and a calculator. A pig is approximately 500 yuan, a sheep is 2,000 yuan. A cow is 7,500 yuan, chickens, ducks, and geese are priced at 25 each, and rabbits are 35 each. The total comes to around 1 million. Additionally, I would like another 100 pigs, 100 sheep, 20 cows, 500 chickens, and 500 rabbits, and please have them slaughtered. Ensure the blood is coagulated. Lin Ruo added. Sure. No problem. The middle-aged woman was delighted. She hadn't encountered such a large order in ages. Swiftly, she added Lin Ruo's new requests and quoted her a price. Noticing the cost was reasonable, Lin Ruo promptly paid a deposit. I need you to take good care of these animals. They must not fall ill. Please deliver them to this location the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Is that feasible? Lin Ruo handed over the address of the factory, intending to stagger the delivery times to avoid drawing suspicion. Absolutely no problem, the woman replied, grinning broadly. This was indeed a significant order, and it must be executed flawlessly. All right, we'll keep in touch by phone. Lin Ruo folded the signed contract and smiled as she left. As she drove back, the sky had begun to darken. Lin Ruo passed several gas stations and resolutely filled up several tanks of gasoline, ensuring her fuel barrels were once again full. Thankfully, the barrels for the delivery scheduled for the next day would soon arrive. As night fell, Lin Ruo drove slowly towards the outskirts. The journey grew increasingly desolate as Lin Ruo drove for over an hour, the darkness enveloping her surroundings. Finally, she arrived at a remote mountain, devoid of any village or shop, where the only companions were sparse grass and trees. After utilizing her extraordinary abilities to scan the area, she confirmed the absence of any human presence for miles around. Kneeling down, she gently touched the earth beneath her feet, closing her eyes as her mental energy surged forth, and her spatial powers began to whirl. The ground in front of her rapidly vanished as she collected the soil and deposited it in her life space. A realm of ordinary land. Along with the soil, she gathered numerous stones, intending to create two vast ponds, one to house fresh water and the other to contain seawater, for breeding freshwater fish, shrimp, and seafood. As the external land collapsed into a deep pit, reaching depths of over 10 meters, water began to seep into the bottom, and the chasm extended outward. The pit continued to expand, while within her life space, small hills formed on the ordinary land, adorned with the grass and trees she had collected, each hill boasting its own complete ecosystem. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Ruo focused on the ponds. With her mental prowess controlling the space, two enormous, deep pits gradually took shape on the vacant land. The excavated earth was stored in her still space, creating a breathtaking scene of rolling mud and stones. After finishing the deep pits, she used the collected stones to embellish the edges of the ponds. Before long, the two massive ponds, crafted from stone, were completed. Lin Ruo meticulously used finer gravel to seal the gaps between the larger stones. Uncertain of where the deep pit extended, she ensured that all within her sight was safely contained in her space. Satisfied with the new layout of her life space, she recognized it as a foundation for future, sustainable development. Upon returning home, the moon hung high in the sky. Exhausted, Lin Ruo sank onto the sofa and retrieved a lengthy supply list from her space, diligently crossing off items she had already purchased, noting that much remained to be acquired. The thought of her stockpile filled her with a sense of fulfillment and security. These resources were her lifeline in the impending apocalypse. Envisioning a future of happiness, her energy surged back, prompting her to order an abundance of takeout before heading off for a shower. The doorbell rang, raising her eyebrows in curiosity. She swiftly approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently. Frowning slightly, she noted the absence of footsteps. Had they not left her order at the door? Peering through the peephole, she spotted several individuals outside, some dressed as delivery personnel and one as a community security guard. With a slight furrow of her brow, she opened the door cautiously. "Is there something I can help you with?" she inquired. The security guard, feeling uneasy about the number of takeout orders Lin Ruo placed, had come to check on her. "Young lady, are you alone with all this food? Do you need assistance?" Taken aback, Lin Ruo realized they thought she might be in trouble. Studying the guard's face, she recalled having seen him in a past life. However, time had blurred her memory of most security personnel, except for those who had done wrong. The fact that she couldn't remember this one suggested he had not acted maliciously during the apocalypse, making him trustworthy. Relieved, a smile crept onto her face. "It's all right. I have a classmate coming over to hang out, which is why I ordered so much. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, the guard relaxed, realizing he had overreacted. "Just be careful, it's late. If you need anything, call the security booth." "Thank you," she replied, bidding farewell to the delivery personnel and the guard before finally sitting down to relish her meal, the day's fatigue melting away with each bite. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she frowned. It was the police station. A flicker of alertness crossed her eyes. "Hello?" she answered, her voice sweet and melodic, presenting an image of a dutiful young woman to the officer on the other end. "Hello, we're personnel from the A City Police Department. Mr. Lin Bin and Ms. Zhao Minqi have just reported an incident at the station, and you are currently implicated in a case of intentional harm. We request that you come to the station at your earliest convenience." Chapter 10. Confrontation at the police station. Intentional harm? A smirk played at the corners of Lin Ruo's mouth as a chill settled in her eyes. It was indeed them. This family was relentless, rushing to the police station in the dead of night. Little did they know, after leaving her home, the Lin family felt as if every joint in their bodies ached, leading them straight to the hospital for an injury assessment, only to find that no physical harm could be detected. Frustrated, they returned home, yet the pain persisted, serving as a constant reminder of Lin Ruo's abilities and their animosity toward her. As the primary target of Lin Ruo's retribution, Lin Bin felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing she truly wished for his demise. Haunted by dreams of Lin Ruo's icy, murderous gaze, he could no longer bear the anxiety of living in fear. After discussing it with his family, they decided to report the incident to the police, believing only law enforcement could protect them. Although the police were skeptical of their claims, how could a freshly graduated college girl be as ruthless as they described? The Lin family remained adamant, forcing the police to summon Lin Ruo to the station. When Lin Ruo arrived, she found the Lin family huddled together like frightened quail. A fleeting expression of scorn crossed her face as she quickly blinked back tears, rushing toward Lin Bin. "Uncle, aunt, what happened to you? Why do you look like this?" Her voice trembled, almost convincing enough to elicit genuine sympathy. "Stay away.
Don't kill me."
Lin Bin recoiled at the sight of Lin Ruo. Genuine fear etched on his face as memories of their previous encounter haunted him. Tears streamed down Lin Ruo's cheeks as she turned to the police officer beside her. "Officer,
What's going on?"
the officer, exasperated, recounted the family's account of the incident. Upon hearing their claims, Lin Ruo shook her head vehemently, tears falling as she looked down. "No, it's not true. I just didn't want to give them my parents' house and money. How could they falsely accuse me? They are my family." At that moment, a police officer returned from gathering evidence, whispering something to his colleague while occasionally glancing at the Lin family with disdain. "All neighbors of the suspect can testify," the officer reported, taking a deep breath. "Mr. Lin, based on insufficient evidence regarding your report, the station cannot proceed with your case." "Why not?" Lin Bin jumped up, his already fragile state cracking further. The police were his only lifeline, and now they were saying they couldn't take action. Zhao Minqi stood as well, trembling, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Ruo. "It was her who wanted to kill us. Why aren't you doing anything?" Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow, sensing that the two were not quite themselves, displaying signs of deep distress. Did they truly suffer from depression? She couldn't help but scoff internally. Such malevolence could hardly be genuine. Feigning concern, she shook her head. "Uncle, aunt, please calm down. I really didn't do anything. Don't wrongfully accuse me." Unbeknownst to her, she had never felt her acting skills so heightened, a testament to the trials faced during the apocalypse that had honed her abilities. "How dare you say that?" The young police officer, frustrated by the situation, slammed the table in front of Lin Bin. "We have gathered evidence. After the Lin couple's demise, those witnesses have already reported their observations to us. On the night in question, the neighbors stood outside their doors and saw you leave unscathed, without a single mark on you. We have also reviewed your medical records, which reveal that you were in perfect health. To acquire someone else's property, you have truly resorted to any means necessary. How shameful it is that you are a public servant." After a long night of fruitless interrogation, Lin Bin and his family exited the police station, their spirits dejected, while Lin Ruo trailed behind them with her head bowed. Once outside, Lin Ruo called out to Lin Bin, her eyes fixed on him with a gentle expression as she mouthed, "Uncle, wait for me." Without hesitation, she climbed into her car and drove away. Lin Bin's eyes widened in terror, a wave of dread washed over him. It was over. She would come looking for him again. Upon returning home, Lin Ruo swiftly took a shower and fell into a deep, dreamless slumber. The following day, she woke at 5 o'clock, rising to exercise for 3 hours, successfully shaking off her sleepiness. She then went downstairs to retrieve the steamed buns she had ordered from her boss the previous day. To show her appreciation, she ordered an additional 500 baskets to pick up later that evening. Back in her car, she savored her buns while driving to the warehouse, where she needed to collect goods for delivery. Today, 2 shipments were arriving. One consisted of fast food items, such as instant noodles, which were highly coveted in the post-apocalyptic world. Although the chance of her consuming them was slim, they could be used for trade, much like the antique jewelry she had acquired in her past life. The warehouse was filled to the brim with boxes of various sizes. After counting the items, she quickly settled the payment with the vendors before storing the goods in her space. The second shipment comprised 10,000 oil barrels, which also filled the warehouse. After inspecting the quality and quantity of the barrels, she paid without hesitation. Time flew by, and as Lin Ruo stored the last batch of barrels, it was already noon. She drove back and decided to dine at a home-style restaurant, where the dishes reminded her of her mother's cooking. She ordered an additional 300 meal sets to ensure she was well-fed. While waiting for her order, she wandered next door to a supermarket and filled 2 shopping carts with various essentials such as spices, fruits, vegetables, rice, and meat, all items to be stocked in her refrigerator at home. Once her meals were loaded into her car, she drove to a secluded spot to store everything in her space. Taking a moment to rest in her car, despite her improved stamina, the relentless pace of her day was exhausting. Once her breathing steadied, she dialed the number on her business card. Chapter 11. Retaliation against the Lin family. "Who is it?" came a gruff voice from the other end. "Hello. I'm calling on behalf of the owner of Jin Chung Electric. He mentioned you could procure diesel and gasoline." Lin Ruo got straight to the point, recognizing this individual as part of the black market who preferred not to waste words. "Old Jean? Come to South Alley Street number 12 tonight at midnight." There was a brief pause before the address was provided.
"All right."
After hanging up, She took another moment to rest before driving to the city's largest garment factory, which spanned over 100 acres and produced a vast array of clothing. Upon arriving, the security guard, seeing a stranger, did not open the gate but approached her quickly. Politely inquiring, "Miss, what brings you here?" With a smile, Lin Rua handed him a pack of cigarettes. "Sir, I'm here to place a clothing order, but I haven't made an appointment. Could you please contact the manager for me? I intend to order a substantial quantity." The guard noticed the premium brand of cigarettes and, without hesitation, made the call. "Manager Liu, we have a customer at the gate who wants to place a large clothing order. Can I let her in?" Manager Liu, concerned about the month's low sales, seized the opportunity. "Don't let her leave. I'll be right there." The guard returned to Lin Rua with a smile. "Please wait a moment. The manager will be here shortly." "Thank you, sir," she replied, offering him another pack of cigarettes, which made the guard beam with appreciation. Manager Liu arrived shortly, surprised to find a young woman waiting at the entrance. "Is this the customer?" he wondered, looking at the guard for confirmation. Without waiting for a response, Lin Rua stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, Manager Liu. I'm here to place a clothing order. If the quality meets my standards, quantity is not an issue." Liu scrutinized her for a moment before sighing. "It seems I might be wasting my time again, but since you're here, let us see what we can work out. Come in, let us discuss the details." Once in his office, Liu poured her a glass of water and asked, "What type of clothing are you looking to order?" Without touching the water, Lin Rua presented a sheet detailing the types, specifications, and quantities of clothing she needed, including men's garments tailored to Chinyu's measurements from her previous life. Liu's eyes widened as he scanned the list, which encompassed over 20 types of clothing, including down jackets, tactical jackets, thermal suits, tops, pants, specialized snow boots, and combat boots. "How many do you require?" Realizing she was making a substantial order, Lin Rua took a sip of water and replied calmly, "If the quality is satisfactory, I'll need 2,000 sets of each item, and 3,000 sets of the down jackets and thermal suits." "That many?" Liu exclaimed, astonished. Just the down jackets alone, given her specifications, would cost between 700 to 800 each, totaling nearly 4 million for that item alone, not to mention the other 20 or so items. "Let us discuss this in detail." As Lin Rua exited the garment factory, Liu beamed with satisfaction, having secured a $1 million order. He even gave the guard an approving nod, which made the guard feel pleased. With her clothing needs addressed, Lin Rua returned to the vicinity of her apartment, first retrieving the buns she had ordered from the shop owner, discreetly placing them into her space. She then carried the items she purchased from the supermarket back home. As soon as she closed her front door, she collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from a day even more taxing than the last, spinning like a top without a moment's respite. Given her constitution, the fatigue had sapped her appetite, demonstrating just how strenuous her day had been. As the water-based energy within her flowed, Lin Rua felt her weariness dissipate rapidly. After resting on the sofa for a short while and regaining her strength, she stood up to organize her supermarket purchases, categorizing them neatly in the refrigerator. By now, it was already 7 p.m., and she was ravenous, her stomach growling in protest. She took out the freshly purchased tomatoes and beef brisket, preparing for herself a pot of tomato beef noodle soup. The chewy, smooth noodles were generously topped with tender, stewed beef, and the delightful combination of the tomato sweet and sour flavor with the savory taste of the beef was utterly delicious without being overwhelming. Lin Rua devoured an entire pot with fervor. After finishing her meal, she felt completely revitalized. Changing into a black sports outfit, she picked up her car keys, ready to head out. After freshening up, it was already past 9 p.m. She grabbed her keys and stepped outside, for she had significant matters to attend to that night. Arriving outside Lin Bin's apartment complex, she hadn't initially intended to confront them so soon, but the incessant trouble they caused her compelled her to resolve the issue promptly. Tonight, as fate would have it, she had business to attend to in the dead of night, making it an opportune moment to address this matter. Finding a blind spot in the surveillance, Lin Rua nimbly slipped into the complex. Utilizing her water-based abilities, she adeptly sensed the locations of the cameras, moving stealthily like a shadow. Reaching the ground floor, she concentrated her mental energy, surrounding herself with moisture that formed a translucent water membrane. Light refracted oddly through the membrane, enveloping her figure, rendering her invisible. The stairwell of the building was laden with cameras. She had to remain concealed to execute her plan flawlessly. It was still early, and Lin Bin's family had yet to retire for the night. Lin Ruo expertly approached Lin Bin's door, placing her finger against the keyhole. A chilling shard of ice swiftly filled the lock, forming a key in moments. With a gentle turn, the door clicked open. She slipped inside, her movements as quick as lightning, and the door closed soundlessly behind her. Skirting past the foyer, she moved toward the living room, discovering it empty. Evidently, everyone was in their respective rooms. Familiar with the layout from previous visits, she made her way to the master bedroom, where Lin Bin lay in bed, clad in pajamas. Eyes closed, his brow furrowed in tension. With swift precision, she approached and delivered a quick strike to his neck, causing his hands, which rested on his abdomen, to drop. The sound of running water from the bathroom suggested Zhao Minqi was still bathing. A smirk crept onto Lin Ruo's lips as she quickly swung open the bathroom door. Startled by the sudden entrance, Zhao Minqi was about to call for Lin Bin to shut the door when Lin Ruo, with remarkable speed, rendered her unconscious. Next, Lin Ruo rushed into Lin Ye's bedroom, where he sat at his desk engrossed in a book. Before he could raise his head, she struck him down. She dragged the three of them, like lifeless burdens, to the living room, aligning them neatly. Producing a pair of scissors from her space, she carelessly snipped their hair into disarray. Then, retrieving a kitchen knife, she forced Lin Bin's hand to grasp it and viciously severed both his ears. Since he failed to comprehend her previous warnings, he no longer had need of them. Recalling their cruel treatment of her after they had occupied her home, Lin Ruo, with a stoic expression, seized Lin Bin's hand once more and plunged the knife deep into Zhao Minqi's thigh, blood gushing forth. The spray covered Lin Bin and Lin Yi entirely, while Lin Ruo, protected by her water shield, remained unscathed. Turning her gaze to Lin Yi, she remembered how he had once attempted to violate her during the apocalypse. They were blood relatives. Such barbarity warranted the disposal of the weapon that could inflict further harm. She thrust the knife down with force, sending blood again splattering, causing Lin Yi to grimace in pain, seemingly on the brink of consciousness. Though his condition was notably better than his parents'. Without hesitation, she struck Lin Yi once more, plunging him back into unconsciousness.
Releasing Lin Bin's hand,
she swiftly employed her water abilities to erase any trace of her presence. Having completed her task, Lin Ruo clapped her hands in satisfaction. The water membrane concealed her as she retraced her steps, departing effortlessly. Chapter 12. 5 years in the apocalypse. Lin Ruo settled into her car, the water membrane dissipating. A triumphant smile gracing her lips as she relished her vengeance. Suddenly recalling the time, she glanced at her wrist. It was already 10:30. Skillfully shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, her black sedan sped away. Arriving at 12 Nanxiang Street, she checked her watch. It was just 11 o'clock. Leaving her an hour until the scheduled meeting, she decided to remain in her car, commencing an online search for custom microshelters. After several comparisons, she finally selected a suitable provider. This particular shop was a flagship establishment, a leader in the industry. Lin Ruo had previously discussed the finest materials with them, ensuring they met her high standards. After contacting their manager, she inquired about further details and ultimately commissioned 5 custom microshelters. These bespoke shelters were constructed from the hardest materials known, robust and durable. The design, which Lin Ruo had sketched herself, featured a semi-enclosed extending style. With the press of a button, the entire interior would be enveloped seamlessly, the ceiling fortified with an additional 20 centimeters of thickness beyond the walls, offering a maximum space of 60 square meters, ample room for one person and a dog. Such customizations came at a steep price, each microshelter costing 20 million. Lin Ruo, having finally secured the deal, was determined to ensure that finances would not be an obstacle. She had endured 5 years in the apocalypse. She would never claim to fully understand it. The onset of the apocalypse was marked by 3 months of relentless torrential rain. Following this, a peculiar rain, dubbed energy rain by survivors, fell for half an hour, triggering mutations in plants and animals. The extent of these mutations depended on the inherent qualities of the organisms. Some with favorable traits mutated quickly and powerfully, while others, lacking in potential, transformed slowly and gained little ability. Some fortunate humans were also touched by this energy rain, emerging as ability wielders. Shortly after, an extreme cold swept across the globe, temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees Celsius. Many, unprepared with warm clothing, were frozen solid. As humanity struggled to devise a response, an even greater crisis emerged. The most populous creatures in the cities were not dogs or cats, but insects and rats. which not only thrived in numbers but had also evolved toxins. A single bite could lead to poisoning, making them a formidable threat. Swarms of insects and rats descended upon the remnants of civilization, claiming many surviving individuals in gruesome fashion, leaving them gnawed as if mere rags, with some not even leaving bone fragments behind. The extreme cold persisted for a year, and as people gradually adapted, a cataclysmic earthquake struck. The already frozen structures crumbled under the seismic assault, and the thick ice was marred by deep fissures. A careless misstep could lead to entombment beneath the ice. The earthquake lasted 3 days, and the bizarre temperature fluctuations saw the mercury soar from -70 to +70 degrees Celsius, evaporating the thick ice in mere days. Many perished silently from the heat, oblivious to the rising temperatures. The scorching heat transformed the earth into a colossal furnace. Without precautions, individuals venturing outside soon succumbed to heatstroke and dehydration. Even the soles of shoes melted upon contact with the ground. Coupled with the scarcity of water resources post-apocalypse, the number of deaths from the sweltering heat exceeded those from the cold by more than double, creating a dire struggle for survival that endured for 2 years. With the mutation of flora and fauna, many developed sentience, their appetites for flesh, be it that of their kind or humans, intensifying. Human survival became increasingly precarious, relegating them to the lowest tier of the food chain. The apocalypse steadily diminished the space available for human existence. The apocalypse appears to harbor great malice towards humanity, yet it is not devoid of glimmers of hope. Mutated flora and fauna, as well as individuals with extraordinary abilities, bear crystalline cores within their bodies. These cores serve as their sources of energy. Should humanity master the technique of absorption, they could awaken their latent powers and enhance them. The Cataclysm has wrought unexpected phenomena due to alterations in weather and terrain, such as ores harder than steel and mutated plants that yield energy fruits, which, when consumed, produce remarkable effects. After 2 scorching years, acid rain began to fall, possessing corrosive properties. An adult exposed to it for mere minutes would disintegrate into nothingness, while even steel could only slow the rate of corrosion. The sole material capable of shielding against this acid rain is a newly discovered ore from the apocalypse. In a previous life, the B-City base detected the impending acid rain and developed protective shields. With assistance from B-City, the A-City base acquired a supply of this ore, thus safeguarding a significant portion of its populace. The acid rain persisted for 5 days, after which a blizzard descended, plummeting temperatures and freezing many who could not find shelter. This blizzard continued for 2 years, transforming the world into a blanket of white, with thick snow covering the ground, instilling fear in the hearts of those who dared to venture outside, for no one knew if they might step into a snowdrift and be buried alive. Lin Ruo had survived for 5 years in this desolate world, only aware of the disasters that had befallen her during that time. She could not predict what calamities would follow the blizzard, which is why she felt compelled to prepare meticulously. The custom micro-dwelling she arranged was a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. If possible, she desired a measure of comfort. Lin Ruo did not intend to reside permanently in the city. Not only did the likelihood of a locust or rat plague increase in heavily populated areas, but the harrowing earthquake had also demonstrated that the towering skyscrapers left little room for refuge. Living alone would allow her to evade many dangers. In her past life, she had survived 5 years without resources. In this life, with an abundance of supplies, she was determined to endure until this cursed apocalypse reached its conclusion. However, she did not plan to stray too far from the B-City base, for in her previous life, it had detected the presence of acid rain and was likely to uncover other significant findings. It was far wiser to be prepared than to face calamity unarmed. Additionally, many of the potions developed by the B-City base in the later stages of her previous life had proven invaluable, effectively repelling mutated plants and insects. Alongside the creation of specialized heavy weaponry designed to combat individuals with extraordinary abilities, objects Lin Ruo coveted. Unfortunately, such treasures were exceedingly rare, and a city had none. Within an hour, Lin Ruo finalized the details with a micro-dwelling vendor, signed an electronic contract stipulating a construction period of 2 weeks, and paid a deposit after confirming additional specifics. She set her phone aside. The time was nigh, and the previously darkened lights of number 12 were now aglow. Chapter 13. South Alley Street number 12. The night had deepened, and the streets lay tranquil, save for the occasional sound of cicadas. The dim yellow light of No. 12 shone in the distance, resembling a monstrous beast poised to ensnare its prey. Lin Ruo scrutinized the entrance of number 12, noting the presence of 7 or 8 surveillance cameras. indicative of caution. Undeterred, she approached the door, and before she could knock, it swung open from within. A tall, muscular man emerged, exuding a rough demeanor and adorned with tattoos, suggesting a life steeped in hardship. He appraised Lin Ruo, momentarily taken aback by her familiarity. Though he could not place her, his gaze lingered, perplexed by the audacity of a seemingly delicate girl daring to arrive alone. Doubt crept into his mind, prompting him to glance behind her. Lin Ruo remained composed, allowing him to inspect her as if she were accustomed to such scrutiny. After a brief moment, the man, having found nothing amiss, stepped aside, permitting her entry into the courtyard. "Come in," he beckoned, leading the way. Without hesitation, Lin Ruo followed him inside. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld a two-story villa where a young man awaited at the entrance. "Come in," he instructed, leading her into the villa, where a middle-aged man sat in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper. He was of modest height and slender build, yet bore an air of refinement. "I hear old Jean sent you. Are you here to purchase oil?" he inquired. Lin Ruo nodded, settling onto the opposite sofa. "I require a substantial quantity."
Oh?
The man's eyes flickered with interest. "How much do you need?" 500 tons of gasoline and 500 tons of diesel. Lin Ruo calculated the number of oil barrels her space could accommodate, considering that after storing this 1,000 tons, she would still have ample capacity. "You want 1,000 tons? The man's astonishment was palpable. What could a restaurant owner possibly need with such a vast amount of fuel? A chill swept across Lin Ruo's expression as her aura of extraordinary power emanated, causing the moisture in the air to shift with an unsettling rhythm. The young man beside the man instinctively tensed, his hand moving towards his waist. "Is it appropriate to question the purpose of your request? Or are you contemplating a black market scheme?" Lin Ruo's piercing gaze bore into the man, a weighty pressure enveloping him like a mountain. Sweat began to bead on the man's brow as his complexion paled. Under her unwavering stare, he felt akin to prey before a predator. His instincts honed by years in the underbelly of society screamed danger, immense danger. "My apologies, I was merely curious," he stammered. Lin Ruo, sensing his unease, softened her demeanor, her expression shifting to one of innocence, akin to a neighborly girl. "It's not that I cannot disclose my intentions. Boss Jean should have informed you that I am opening a chain of restaurants, necessitating a significant fuel supply." The man discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression one of incredulity. He doubted her fabricated tale, which even she seemed reluctant to believe. "Since your order is substantial, I can offer you a discount, originally priced at 12 yuan per liter. How about 10? He thought to himself that if she sought to intimidate him, he would teach her a lesson in return. He anticipated watching her squirm in negotiations, yet to his surprise, Lin Ruo accepted the offer outright. "Very well. When can you deliver?" Aware that the other party stood to profit considerably, yet constrained by the singular source available, she felt fortunate to secure the deal. Moreover, the price remained within her acceptable range. The man blinked in disbelief. He had not expected such a straightforward response. "Given the volume you require, it will take some time to arrange the logistics, about 10 days. Lin Ruo nodded. The deal concluded, yet she refrained from paying a deposit. The black market was rife with dishonesty. She would not naively presume the man's integrity. As the earlier brood escorted Lin Ruo out, the young man behind the man furrowed his brow. "Are we truly selling to her? Such a large quantity requires considerable connections, should we not?" His gesture conveyed unspoken concerns. "No," the man interjected, recalling the sense of peril he had felt under Lin Ruo's gaze. Sighing, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Do you know who that woman is?" "Who?" the young man asked, puzzled. "The recently infamous plain-faced Raksha. I initially believed it was mere bluster, a girl of no consequence. But when she unleashed her aura just now, I realized she is no ordinary individual." The man rubbed his temples in resignation. "It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict with her. Besides, she seems astute. We stand to gain significantly from this transaction." The young man recalled the chilling sensation he had experienced moments before, and for the first time in a decade of being a killer, he had felt such trepidation. He had heard of the matter concerning the plain-faced demon, initially scoffing at it. After all, as an assassin who could not master the art of restraint. Yet, he found himself genuinely frightened just moments ago, a sentiment that could prove fatal for someone in his profession. He swallowed his words, tacitly acquiescing to the man's assertion. Meanwhile, Lin Ruo had long departed. As long as she was not provoked, she would not meddle. Upon returning home, She indulged in a refreshing bath before surrendering to slumber. The night passed in what felt like an instant. The following morning, Lin Rua adhered to her routine of exercising early, albeit this time incorporating additional equipment. With a 30-kilogram weighted ring on her hands, she trained for 2 hours, exhausting her stamina. Just after finishing breakfast, she received a call from the police station, informing her of yet another incident at Lin Bin's residence. His ear had been severed. Zhao Minqi had suffered a stab wound to her thigh from a fruit knife, and Lin Yi's reproductive organ had been injured. All three were currently hospitalized. However, forensic evidence indicated that the chaos had stemmed from Lin Bin's mental breakdown, which had led to self-harm and violence. Moreover, Lin Bin now appeared to be deranged, with both Zhao Minqi and Lin Yi exhibiting signs of mental instability, claiming that Lin Rua was responsible for their plight. Yet, the community surveillance cameras clearly showed no evidence of Lin Rua's presence. There were no blind spots in the building's elevators, stairwells, or corridors. Listening attentively, Lin Rua responded with her voice, as always, tinged with emotion. "Officer, I believe they would prefer not to see me, and I too wish to sever ties with them. Please handle this matter according to protocol." The officers understood her predicament. Life was already challenging for the young woman, and the burden of such troubles would only complicate her existence further. "Very well, we apologize for the disturbance." As she hung up, a smile graced her lips. This family matter had finally found resolution. However, her joy was fleeting, for the day's tasks were demanding, and time was of the essence. In the morning, she proceeded to the warehouse to receive her shipment, which consisted of over 100 tons of categorized fruits and vegetables, all neatly arranged in boxes within the warehouse, swiftly transferred into her space. In the afternoon, the elder sister from the breeding farm arrived to deliver livestock and poultry, along with freshly processed meat. The animals were confined within large iron cages, huddled together and anxiously gazing outside. Lin Rua transported them into her space, creating small hills for each type of animal and erected tall fences at the bases of these hills. Initially startled by their unfamiliar surroundings, the animals panicked and scattered. Yet, once they realized there was no danger and discovered the delectable grass, they gradually calmed down and began to graze leisurely. Lin Rua observed the animals closely, allowing herself to relax only once they acclimatized to their new environment, for their well-being would directly influence their growth rate, a matter of great significance. Thoughtfully, she constructed small ponds on each hill to facilitate their access to water. The ponds for the ducks and geese were slightly larger, given their affinity for water. After ensuring the animals could not escape, she established a tall fence around all the hills, demarcating the breeding area from the planting zone. She also scattered feed across each hill, and the animals wasted no time in devouring the unexpected bounty. In the black soil of her life space, she sowed a batch of pasture grass, ensuring that the cattle and sheep would have the freshest greens to nourish them and promote robust growth. Over the next 10 days, Lin Rua diligently received shipments every morning, storing them in her space, ordering copious lunches at noon, and stashing the leftovers. Each afternoon, she continued procuring supplies, leading a life brimming with purpose. Chapter 14. Progress of supplies. Rice, flour, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and pre-packaged meals were all categorized in one area, while daily necessities occupied another. Throughout these 10 days, the supplies within her stasis space grew at a visible pace. Lin Rua meticulously organized these provisions for ease of access. After her diligent efforts, nearly all the previously ordered supplies had been delivered, safely stored within her space. Upon closer inspection, she realized her stock was substantial. Lin Rua conducted another thorough check of her supplies, fearful of any omissions, and compared them against her prepared inventory list. Favorite snacks? Chips, beef jerky, chicken wings, duck necks, 200 boxes of each. Various frozen ingredients, shrimp, scallops, lobster tails, assorted frozen chicken, and a plethora of semi-prepared frozen dumplings, grilled sausages, fried foods, and various meatballs, 1,000 boxes of each. An array of delicate pastries, whipped cream, powdered milk, canned milk, fresh milk, and cheese, each item totaling 1,000 boxes. Various pickled vegetables. Pre-packaged meals, meat sausages, starch sausages, cola, Sprite, orange juice, and assorted beverages, each increased by another 1,000 boxes. Even fitness equipment, including treadmills, rowing machines, and stationary bikes, were all procured in sets of 10. For consumables like weighted belts and rings, she ordered 100 sets. Additionally, she secured 200 automatic feeders. Knowing that time in her space mirrored that of the outside world, she feared she might occasionally be unable to feed the animals in her life space. While they could graze on grass, the added feed would expedite their growth, making it essential. The automatic feeders were the optimal choice. She purchased high-powered, rechargeable models that cost over $5 million. Furthermore, she acquired 300 automatic sprinklers for the planting area, ensuring her crops would never suffer from lack of water, an investment exceeding $100,000. In addition, she procured numerous agricultural electric tools, including shellers and grinders, along with 20 top-performing laptops, 20 durable smartphones, and various high-capacity hard drives. Refrigerators, ovens, microwaves, and water heaters were all ordered in sets of 30. For bedding, she ordered 1,000 sets each of sheets and duvet covers, along with 2,000 bottles each of shampoo and body wash, and 10,000 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes. She also stocked up on warm electric blankets, various sleeping bags, heat packs, and thermoses, each item totaling 2,000 sets. Skincare products, being the most expensive, were selected from cost-effective brands, totaling 5,000 sets. Cookware, including pots and pans, were all of the highest quality 304 stainless steel, 2,000 sets in total. She stocked 2,000 tons each of smokeless coal, bamboo charcoal, wood charcoal, walnut charcoal, and olive charcoal, alongside 2,000 liquefied gas canisters. Outdoor supplies such as backpacks, tents, diving equipment, sleds, nets, flashlights, rechargeable batteries, climbing ropes, night vision goggles, binoculars, gas masks, helmets, and various tools, each totaling 1,000 sets, were also acquired, along with 50 kayaks. For consumables like flint and lighters, she ordered 20,000 of each. She even purchased the sturdiest anti-theft doors and locks, along with several sheets of bulletproof glass and commonly used construction materials for unforeseen circumstances. Considering her future plans to raise dogs, she prepared 10 tons of various treats. Although dog food was unnecessary, once transformed into a mutated beast, they could hunt other mutated animals for sustenance, consuming the energy within those creatures to aid in their evolution. Moreover, she stocked up on cat litter, recognizing the challenge of outdoor sanitation in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, she secured 100 tons to ensure a more comfortable existence. After reviewing her supplies, Lin Ruo felt a sense of relief, knowing the essentials for her lifestyle were nearly complete. In the evening, after Lin Ruo had practiced her extraordinary abilities, she lay in bed and glanced at the calendar. It had been half a month since her rebirth, and only half a month remained before the dreaded apocalypse would descend upon humanity. She needed to prepare urgently. Currently, she had clothing from a garment factory, as well as gasoline and diesel, while the solar panels she had ordered were yet to arrive. As night deepened, Lin Ruo finished her evening routine and lay in bed, pulling out her phone to search for ways to acquire medicines. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Both medicines and weapons were hard to come by. The former were strictly regulated by the Z country, preventing excessive trade. All she could do was gradually purchase some common medications online, such as anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, cold medicines, disinfectants, and bandages, while the rest would have to wait until the apocalypse when she could check hospitals. Unfortunately, her water-based abilities could only alleviate physical fatigue. If only she possessed healing powers, she wouldn't need to hoard medications. Her abilities would suffice. As for weapons, although she had some stockpiled in her spatial storage, she suffered from a severe fear of insufficient firepower, perpetually feeling that her arsenal was lacking. She had already devised a plan to acquire more weapons, but would only act after the situation in City A had stabilized. To procure supplies, Lin Ruo tirelessly traversed various wholesale markets, ensuring she also dedicated time to enhancing her physical fitness. She could not afford to be idle for even a moment. Within 2 days, all the items she had ordered from suppliers arrived, filling the small warehouse in the suburbs to the brim, which was then emptied each night with a single command. Once the computers, phones, and hard drives were delivered, Lin Ruo promptly began downloading a plethora of videos, movies, TV shows, music, variety shows, cooking tutorials, home appliance repairs, machinery maintenance, crop cultivation, and livestock raising, anything she could think of. Additionally, she downloaded an array of ebooks, including every official textbook available for download, covering every industry and subject matter. Finally, she categorized and stored these videos and books on different tablets and phones. When the number of devices fell short, she saved them onto hard drives, labeling each for easy retrieval. 2 days passed, and just as the warehouse was still bustling, the previously ordered items requiring production time began to arrive. Initially, she received a call from the black market. "Little boss, The items you requested are ready. When shall we deliver? Came the familiar voice of the middle-aged man from number 12, South Lane. After pondering for a moment, Lin Rua decided that since the warehouse would receive goods during the day, she could clear it out by night, making it the perfect time for the black market delivery. She straightforwardly provided the warehouse address, requesting delivery at midnight. Understood, he replied. After hanging up, Lin Rua blinked slightly, a smile playing on her lips. Wondering if these individuals would think of double-crossing her if they saw her alone to collect the goods, she felt a thrill of anticipation. Chapter 15. A duck ready to be plucked. Lin Rua mentally planned her day, realizing that apart from her exercise time, she would be occupied receiving goods at the warehouse all day. What a delightful burden this was. Closing her phone, she murmured to herself as she drifted into sleep. When the sun illuminated the earth, the next day arrived as expected. Like a diligent little bee, Lin Rua busied herself in and out of the warehouse, bustling with activity. Once the final batch of deliveries left, she stored the goods in her spatial realm and glanced at her wristwatch. It was already 7 in the evening. She had only eaten a couple of buns for lunch at the warehouse, and her stomach began to grumble. Hastily, Lin Rua drove home, took a quick battle shower, retrieved some barbecue and drinks from her space, devoured her meal, and finally lay down to catch her breath. Just after settling for a moment, she recalled that she hadn't practiced her abilities that day. With a sigh, she sat up, only to hear her phone ring. Checking the caller ID, she saw it was Zhao Li, her college roommate with whom she had a decent relationship. However, after graduation, Zhao Li returned to her hometown, and their last contact was during their graduation ceremony. Hello? Came a soft voice from the other end. Lin Rua, are you currently in City A? Lin Rua raised an eyebrow, her tone somewhat detached. Is there something you need? Zhao Li hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. I just wanted to ask if I could stay with you for a bit since our class is organizing a gathering. Lin Rua furrowed her brows. Everyone in the dorm knew of her parents' unfortunate passing, yet they had chosen to ignore it, offering not even a word of comfort. She could understand, as they had all graduated, and she could not force them to maintain contact. But to come to her home, where she had just lost both parents, merely for a class gathering seemed inconsiderate. I'm sorry, it's not a good time at home, Lin Rua replied, her voice turning cold, devoid of any inflection. She had no intention of accommodating a classmate's whims at her own expense. Zhao Li seemed to sense Lin Rua's mood, falling silent for a moment. She recognized that she might have overstepped, but her visit wasn't solely for the gathering. She genuinely wanted to see the class monitor, whom she had a crush on. Missing this opportunity would mean losing her chance forever. She had only Lin Rua to rely on in City A, hence her boldness in calling. That is all right. I'll just stay at a hotel, Zhao Li said, attempting to ease the tension and change the subject. Are you going to the gathering? Not going, Lin Rua's agitation intensified. Given the recent loss of her parents, how could she possibly attend a class reunion? She felt foolish for even answering the call and was about to hang up. I heard the class monitor and the top student will be there. Are you really not going? Zhao Li expressed her regret, but she understood that Lin Rua had her reasons. Lin Rua hesitated momentarily before hanging up, pondering the mention of the top student. Wasn't he that Lu Qi? He would be attending as well? Lu Qi? Zhao Li was briefly taken aback, surprised that Lin Rua remembered his name. Realizing Lin Rua might have feelings for him, she smiled teasingly. Yes, he will be there. Are you coming? A cold smile crept onto Lin Rua's lips. In her previous life, she had missed the gathering due to her parents' passing and had never seen Lu Qi. To think that this time, the opportunity to meet him would come so swiftly. Lu Qi, it's been so long, she thought, her smile deepening. All right, I'll go. When is the gathering? It's the night after tomorrow at 7. In Juhong Building. Assuming Lin Rua had feelings for Lu Qi, Zhao Li continued to fill her in. I heard Lu Qi stayed at school. Yes, really impressive. Plus, he just broke up with his girlfriend. Okay, I got it. See you at the gathering, Lin Rua interjected, hanging up before Zhao Li could finish. Not wanting to hear any more trivial gossip. She was already aware of Lu Qi's situation. She had simply been too busy since her rebirth to think about her former companions. Now that the chance to meet Lu Qi had presented itself, she could not afford to let it slip away. As she returned to her senses, realizing the delivery time was approaching, Lin Rua grabbed her car keys and drove back to the factory warehouse. After entering, she parked her vehicle inside and retrieved the oil drums she had prepared from her space, neatly stacking them together. Once ready, she turned back to the car. Channeling her abilities to adjust her state, her water-based powers coursed through her, elevating her to peak condition. Noticing the delivery had yet to arrive, she pulled out her phone and began playing a game, seizing the opportunity to enjoy online gaming while the internet was still available. Once the apocalypse struck, such pastimes would be a thing of the past. As Lin Rua immersed herself in the game, time slipped away swiftly. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the thunderous roar of a truck. Estimating the distance mentally, she deftly swiped her fingers across her phone. Just as the game was about to drag on, her extraordinary skills led to the swift downfall of the opponent's tower. Ignoring her teammates' requests to regroup, she exited the game. Just as the truck halted at the factory's warehouse entrance. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Rua was greeted by the sight of 29 massive oil tankers. A dozen individuals descended from the trucks, their stances firm, indicating their seasoned expertise. Each tanker boasted a capacity of approximately 35 tons, suggesting that unloading would take considerable time. However, if the opposing crew attempted any tricks, she would decisively eliminate them, claiming all 29 tankers without payment, an impeccable scenario. The man she had encountered earlier was also present, his eyes gleaming with apprehension as he observed Lin Rua's intense focus on the tankers. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Surely, this young lady did not intend to commandeer all those tankers. Perhaps it was merely his perception. But the aura of threat emanating from the girl felt exponentially stronger than it had 2 weeks prior. If Lin Rua were aware of the man's thoughts, she would surely commend his astuteness. After all, her rigorous training over the past fortnight was not in vain. Though her skills had yet to reach the heights of her previous life, a recovery of 30% was a certainty. The middle-aged man, sensing the urgency, gestured to the dozen individuals nearby to refrain from any rash actions while he meticulously orchestrated the unloading process. Lin Rua watched with a tinge of regret as the team began to unload with remarkable efficiency and minimal noise. Casting a sidelong glance at the man beside her, she mused on their apparent commitment to integrity. The man, feeling a sudden jolt of anxiety, wondered about the implications of her words. Was she indeed waiting for them to act dishonestly so she could eliminate them? Do not jest, little boss. We pride ourselves on our integrity. How else could we conduct business? Lin Rua sighed, candidly admitting, your adherence to integrity is commendable, but I fear we may not have further opportunities for collaboration. A stranger beside the man exhibited a flicker of menace in his eyes, reaching instinctively for his waist, only to be restrained by the older man. This youth was not the same as the previous encounter. He leaned casually against the wall, seemingly biding his time for the right moment to draw his weapon. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the moisture in the air around them thickened, reaching a point where it felt suffocating. Enveloped by the moisture, both men experienced a profound sense of asphyxiation, their faces visibly paling. Noticing their lack of further movement, Lin Rua shrugged in resignation, and with a mere flick of her fingers, the moisture returned to its ordinary state. The two men gasped for air, exchanging glances that revealed mutual fear. The little boss had not yet made any overt moves, yet the pressure she exuded was almost unbearable. The thought of her actually taking action sent shivers down their spines. The unloading process stretched on for hours, even with a dozen people working together. It took over 4 hours to complete. By the time Lin Rua and the man settled the payment, dawn had begun to break. Leaning against the door with her arms crossed, Lin Rua noted the swift departure of the crew, who seemed eager to leave without delay, and sighed inwardly. Chapter 16. The plan to city see a duck that had nearly landed had taken flight. She truly coveting those oil tankers, yet the opportunity had slipped away. However, upon turning to see the warehouse filled with barrels of oil, a smile crept onto her lips. This was the comforting essence of resources. She joyfully stored all the barrels into her space. Realizing it was time for her usual morning routine, Lin Rua decided against returning home. Instead, she began her training in the vacant warehouse. After 2 hours of foundational exercises, she retrieved a long knife made from a unique material from her space. The blade measured 1 meter and 1 centimeter in length, 3 fingers wide, and shimmered with a silver hue, forged from a special mineral. This mineral, exclusive to the apocalypse, was mined from deep mountains and refined through unique processes. Its density surpassed that of ordinary minerals, making it heavy and capable of easily slicing through the flesh of mutated creatures, sometimes even severing their bones. Previous experiments at Base A had demonstrated that many abilities users could attack with these knives without causing any damage to the blades, showcasing their remarkable defensive capabilities. However, such minerals were exceedingly rare, and the locations of the mines remained undisclosed. In her past life, Base A had only acquired 3 of these knives. Had it not been for Lin Rua's exceptional skills, Zhang Haochen would not have entrusted her with one. As she understood, this mineral had originated from Base B, and the knife was crafted there, part of her motivation to journey to Base B. In constructing her refuge's defense system, she aimed to live independently, inevitably facing conflicts with other ability users. Thus, employing this mineral for her defensive measures was the most fitting choice. As she withdrew the long knife, Lin Rua gently caressed its blade. In a swift motion, she unleashed the knife, sending an invisible gust of wind cascading forth, her form moving rapidly as she wielded the blade with vigor. After 2 hours of practice, drenched in sweat, Lin Rua secured the warehouse door and promptly set up a large tent within the empty space. After anchoring it swiftly, she entered the tent and retrieved an enormous bathtub. Resting her hand on the rim, the tub began to fill with water at an accelerated pace, reaching capacity within moments. With a flick of her spiritual energy, the water temperature rose, becoming suitable for a bath in mere seconds. Lin Rua leisurely enjoyed her bath within the tent, then stored the used tub back into her space. From her space, she brought out a table and chairs, placing several baskets of buns and steaming milk tea atop them, savoring a delightful breakfast. Noticing that time was still on her side, she dismantled the tent and returned to her vehicle, retrieving 2 crystal cores to commence her ability training. Another hour passed, and as the delivery time approached, Lin Rua finished her training, storing the empty crystal shells into her space. Today's delivery consisted of clothing she had ordered from the garment factory, and the unloading process was remarkably swift, completed in just 2 hours. Once the delivery crew departed, Lin Rua picked up a men's down jacket from the bag, her thoughts wandering. What was Qinyu doing at this moment? In her previous life, she had encountered him at Base A year into the apocalypse during the harshest winter. He had stumbled through the gates, utterly disheveled, and collapsed upon entry. In a world devoid of compassion, bystanders merely watched without intervening. Ultimately, Lin Rua had taken him home, providing him with rice soup until he regained consciousness. At that time, she had inquired about his background, and he merely stated that he was the captain of a special forces team who had escaped from City C, revealing little else. So now, was Qinyu still in City C? Reflecting on the atrocities prevalent in City C's base, she recalled the horrors she had witnessed during her missions there. Ordinary individuals were utterly stripped of their rights, mere playthings for the ability users. She had witnessed one such user command a mutated beast to gruesomely slay several people, relishing in the fear and despair of the victims. In that moment, she had yearned to intervene and save them, but Zhang Haochen had restrained her, warning, "You may save them for a moment, but you cannot save them for a lifetime. Remember, do not showcase your compassion in the apocalypse, or you may not even know how you met your end." Lin Rua recalled instances where her attempts to rescue others had led to complications, ultimately choosing to remain an observer. In City C, one could act with impunity if they possessed strength, while other bases exhibited similar tendencies. They did not do so as openly. City C, however, concealed nothing. The ruler of City C is the leader of the largest gang in the city, the Qinglin gang. Prior to the apocalypse, he ascended to power by exploiting advantages such as manpower, weaponry, and abundant resources. Those who were once official personnel either surrendered and became complicit in his tyranny or met a cruel fate, their bodies displayed at the entrance of the base as a grim warning to all. Contemplating this, Lin Rua had a sudden insight. In her previous life, the Qinglin gang had controlled the entirety of City C, indicating that their arsenal and stockpiles must be exceedingly vast. With this thought, her urgency to venture into City C intensified, for not only could she secure weapons, but she could also find Qinyu. Lin Rua had already resolved that in her past life, Qinyu had saved her, and in this life, she would assist him in stockpiling resources and extricating him from troubles, thus repaying her debt of gratitude. From that point onward, they would part ways amicably. Shaking her head, she dispelled her distracting thoughts and began to store the items in the warehouse into her spatial pocket. At noon, she retrieved the tent she had previously used, set up a dining table within it, and brought out an induction cooker, a battery, a dual pot, and the lamb and beef she had bought earlier, preparing to enjoy a hot pot. Before long, The tent was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of spicy and fragrant food, and Lin Ruo savored a bountiful hot pot meal with great satisfaction. In the afternoon, she was to receive delivery of the micro-shelters she had ordered. Due to their considerable size, the pickup location was not at the warehouse but rather in the outskirts, where it was largely desolate. Upon her arrival, she found that the delivery personnel had arranged 5 sets of micro-shelters using a massive crane, resembling a miniature community from a distance. The liaison officer, seeing Lin Ruo's arrival, rushed over with a smile and inquired, "Are you Miss Lin?" Nodding and shaking his hand, Lin Ruo replied, "I am." The liaison's smile broadened as he guided her forward. "Miss Lin, we have previously shown you the production process and materials via video. Now let me show you the hardware facilities inside, so you can verify the materials." As they walked, the liaison explained, "This time, we have chosen ultra-fine nanocrystalline diamond blocks for the materials, with a thickness of 200 millimeters and a hardness." Lin Ruo nodded, following closely, and ran her hand over the micro-shelter's exterior. The quality of the materials was indeed commendable. While it could not compare to her mineral blade, it was among the finest available today. Delivering a powerful punch to the wall, she found no dents formed, and she nodded in satisfaction. Given her current physical prowess, that punch must have had a force of at least 500 kilograms, and the wall remained undamaged. Lin Ruo was pleased. It would be more than sufficient for initial resistance against mutated insects and small mutated animals, though it would be inadequate against larger mutated creatures or ability users. However, she remained unconcerned, as there would be defensive structures to support her. The liaison's expression stiffened. Nobody had forewarned him that this client could be so formidable. That punch had certainly not been a figment of his imagination. Chapter 17. Stockpiling seeds. The liaison attempted to regain his composure and rephrase his words. Lin Ruo clapped her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. "It's all right. Your team has already explained the interior facilities through video. I am well aware of the micro-shelter's functions. I merely need to verify the materials, and they appear satisfactory. Now, let us discuss the final payment." The liaison's eyes lit up as he eagerly responded, "In that case, please follow me, Miss Lin." Lin Ruo did not linger in conversation with the liaison. Returning to her vehicle, she directly transferred the final payment to their company account. Upon receiving the call from the company, the liaison beamed with delight. This was a 100 million order, and the final payment had been settled so smoothly. "Then, Miss Lin, we shall not keep you any longer," the liaison said as he led a large group away. Once their vehicles disappeared from sight, Lin Ruo extended her spiritual sense to scan the area, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras before confidently storing the 5 micro-shelters into her spatial pocket. With the completion of this transaction, most of her ordered supplies had arrived. Save for the solar panels, she activated her navigation system. Currently, she was in the outskirts, and the nearest river was 2 kilometers west. The Hongze River, which runs through City A, is a vast river that can reach a width of 300 meters at its widest point, making it the broadest river in City A. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Hongze River and confirming that no one was around, Lin Ruo dipped her hand into the water, summoning the river's flow toward her. As a water manipulator, controlling the currents was effortless, and within minutes, she filled the large freshwater pond she had prepared. The river teemed with microorganisms, making it ideal for fish and shrimp, as well as for irrigating farmland. As for the other lake designated for seafood cultivation, it remained empty. City A was an inland city and did not have access to the sea. To gather seawater, she would have to travel to City C. Upon returning home, the night had already fallen. Having eaten a substantial lunch, Lin Ruo was not particularly hungry for dinner, so she decided to find a nearby bun shop. This one was different from the previous one. The buns were large, each the size of 2 adult fists, filled with savory pork. With each bite, the rich sauce enveloped her taste buds. Although not hungry, she relished 5 hefty buns before feeling satisfied. Gently patting her full belly, she raised her hand and called out to the shopkeeper, "I'll take another 500 buns to go."
Sure thing,
the shopkeeper replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, while Lin Ruo sat at the table, sipping her drink and perusing current events on her phone. She was particularly attentive to reports of recent natural disasters. After finishing the news, the buns were still not ready, so she took a moment to clear her mind. Reflecting on her former squad, Lu Qi and she were both from City A, while Li Ke and Fong Ling hailed from City D. In her past life, Lin Ruo encountered them during a mission when they were headed to City B and ran into trouble, prompting her to rescue them. To stay under Lin Ruo's protection, They abandoned their plan to go to the City B base and chose to settle at the City A base instead. As for Zhou Qing, she had originally been a researcher at the City B base, but was expelled for conducting human experiments and fled to City A, escorted by the future leader of the City A base, Jiang Haochen. Now, in City A, the only teammate Lin Ruo could interact with was Lu Qi. She shook her head wistfully, regretting that she could not resolve her other adversaries at this moment. Lost in thought, her order of buns was finally ready. After paying the shopkeeper, she carried home 500 freshly made pork buns. Once home, she hurriedly soaked in the bathtub before lying on her bed to contemplate her upcoming plans. With approximately 10 days until the apocalypse struck, she still needed to travel to City C, address matters concerning Qinyu, and resolve her weapon situation. While she possessed abilities that rendered ordinary weapons unnecessary, the psychological impact of firearms during the early stages of the apocalypse would undoubtedly outweigh other forms of intimidation, potentially sparing her considerable trouble. Tasks must be tackled one at a time, and it is prudent to act sooner rather than later. The following day, during her training, Lin Ruo added another set of weighted rings to her regimen. Each ring on her wrists and ankles now weighed 50 kilograms, and with her constant wear of these weights, her training efficiency soared. Lin Ruo had already booked her flight to City C for the next day. In the morning, she received the solar panels she had previously ordered. Once all these items were stored in her spatial pocket, her inventory of supplies was complete. In recent days, Lin Ruo had sensed a presence around the warehouse. Perhaps due to her conspicuous actions, they were now merely suspicious and had yet to take further action. As she prepared to depart from City A, Lin Ruo contemplated the impending apocalypse, realizing that once the end arrived, they would be lost to each other, uncertain if either would survive. She resolved to dismantle the surveillance system in the warehouse, as it would likely remain unused thereafter. Before leaving, she locked the main door, intent on visiting the market one last time to ensure that the warehouse's final day was utilized to the fullest. Determined, she glanced at the clock. Noting it was nearly noon, she drove to a nearby farmer's market, suddenly recalling an essential item she had yet to procure: seeds. As she drove, she sighed, reflecting on how each day seemed to slip away in a whirlwind of busyness, nearly causing her to forget such a vital necessity. Her planting area remained empty, a dreadful waste of potential. Upon arriving at the farmer's market, hunger struck her. In recent days, she had indulged in delicious meals, stockpiling numerous ready-to-eat dishes in her space. However, adhering to her principle of frugality, she decided against consuming any of her stored food today. For lunch, she chose a nearby northeastern restaurant, ordering several dishes along with a simple fried rice. The food was delectable, generously portioned, and to her delight, the fried rice contained whole shrimp, a testament to the restaurant's integrity. She ordered an impressive 300 servings to take away. While the restaurant prepared her fried rice, Lin Ruo ventured to a nearby supermarket, purchasing a variety of items. After loading everything into her car, including the 300 boxes of fried rice into her storage space, she realized over an hour had passed. The farmer's market buzzed with activity, though there were few shops selling seeds. With a clear objective, she made her way directly to the seed store, ordering 1 ton each of rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, peppers, soybeans, sesame, red beans, assorted vegetables, and fruits, along with 300 fruit trees. Many of these crops were capable of producing seeds, so she chose not to overpurchase. Lin Ruo also took care to buy numerous herbal seed varieties. Although she lacked knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, she had downloaded extensive resources on the subject and looked forward to dedicating time to study. Once she mastered traditional medicine, she planned to explore instruments or chemistry. After all, during the long stretch of the apocalypse, she needed to keep herself occupied. Wandering through the market, Lin Ruo noted the abundance of stores selling fertilizers and pesticides. After some consideration, she decided against purchasing any, as her mental prowess allowed her to control her stored items without pest issues. Moreover, fertilizers and pesticides could compromise the quality of her crops. Having finally acquired the means to cultivate her own food, she longed for pure, green, and safe sustenance. The farmer's market featured a vast seafood section, offering a plethora of fresh aquatic life. Lin Ruo carefully selected a variety of live freshwater fish, shrimp, and crabs, also purchasing several fish and shrimp fry. She inquired about their diet and bought fish food, seeking advice from the aquatic vendor on how to care for her new purchases. Although she had previously downloaded information on this topic, first-hand learning proved invaluable. The vendor, impressed by her substantial purchases, generously shared his knowledge and offered numerous tips. After completing her shopping, Lin Rua drove the delivery truck back to the warehouse, marveling at how full it had become once more. Once she stored the seeds and released the fish and shrimp into the prepared freshwater pond, following the vendor's feeding instructions and observing their revival, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 18. Punishing Lu Qi. Had she forgotten something? What could it be? Lin Rua pondered in her car for quite some time before finally retrieving her planner. Of course. Today marked the day of the class reunion. A moment to bid farewell to Lu Qi. Raising her arm, she glanced at her watch and realized it was already 6:30 in the evening. With only 30 minutes remaining until the gathering commenced, there was no time to return home. So Lin Rua hurriedly pulled a damp towel from her storage space to freshen up before heading straight to the venue. Ihua Building, 2nd floor. Imin residence. This university reunion had been well organized, with 30 individuals registered, of whom over 20 had already arrived. Zhao Li was among them, seated beside the class monitor, whispering to him with affectionate glances. The monitor, however, appeared somewhat distracted, frequently glancing toward the entrance as if awaiting someone. After noting the time, he casually inquired of those nearby, "Zhao Li, didn't you mention that Lin Rua would be attending today?"
Zhao Li smila faltarat.
Lin Rua had once been the belle of their school, a goddess to many during their time there. Initially, only a handful had signed up for the reunion. But upon announcing Lin Rua's attendance, a flood of interest ensued, even prompting the monitor to message her for updates about Lin Rua. She was no fool. Zhao Li understood the implications, bitterness rising within her. At that moment, she secretly hoped Lin Rua would not show up. She thought, she must be on her way. It's nearly 7 o'clock and she is never late. Zhao Li's smile stiffened as she replied to the monitor. Upon hearing her words, the monitor's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he glanced down at his attire, checking for any faults. Witnessing his preoccupation, Zhao Li felt a surge of resentment. She recalled her earlier conversation with Lin Rua, where she had learned that Lu Qi would also be present, prompting her to alter her plans to attend. A smile crept back onto her face. After all, she had come for Lu Qi. As she made this remark, many turned their attention to Lu Qi, who was surrounded by admirers, a hint of irritation in his demeanor, including the monitor. Zhao Li smirked, savoring her drink with a newfound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, the private room door swung open, revealing Lin Rua. Unlike her classmates, she had not gone to great lengths to dress up. Her unadorned face remained fair and delicate. With her short hair and casual attire of a simple t-shirt and long pants, she exuded an aura of aloofness, as if she were a breath of fresh air. Even more captivating than during their university days. Lin Rua has arrived. Come, take a seat. Upon her entrance, the crowd eagerly beckoned her to sit down. The monitor, harboring ulterior motives, had already saved a seat for her beside him. Lin Rua, indifferent to where she would sit, was aware that Lu Qi was well within the range of her abilities. He could not escape. Zhao Li's frustration boiled as she watched Lin Rua approach them.
How could she?
She thought. She clearly understands my admiration for the monitor. This must be a deliberate act. From the moment Lin Rua arrived, every male gaze in the room gravitated toward her. Previously, they had not recognized her unique charm, but now they perceived a captivating quality in her demeanor. As Lin Rua took her seat amidst the collective attention, she scanned the room, her gaze eventually landing on Lu Qi, a knowing smile playing on her lips.
Zhao Li.
Seizing the opportunity, chimed in, "See? I told you Lin Rua came here for Lu Qi." Lin Rua turned to Zhao Li, sensing the malice emanating from her. Yet, such veiled hostility hardly warranted her concern. She remained silent, neither confirming nor denying anything, while some classmates began to relish the unfolding drama. Across the table, Lu Qi paused his playful banter with a female classmate, his eyes sparkling as they met Lin Rua's. "So, Lin Rua has taken an interest in me?" he mused. During their senior year, he had intended to pursue her, but his girlfriend had adamantly refused to break up, causing him to miss his chance. Recently, he had heard of Lin Rua's parents' passing and the substantial inheritance she had received, which only fueled his ambition. The class monitor's face darkened as he cast a fierce glare at Zhao Li, who turned away with an expression of grievance. Lu Qi stood up, believing himself quite dashing, and approached Lin Rua to offer a greeting. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Rua's eyes. The sight of him became increasingly nauseating. Remaining any longer would surely spoil her appetite for dinner. With a slight movement of her mental energy, a flash of blue light flickered at her fingertips. As Lu Qi walked halfway, He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward.
Ah!
It hurts, he cried, collapsing to the ground. He hadn't even had the chance to assess his leg before a wave of tightness engulfed his chest, followed by a piercing pain. His complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat coated his face, and he gasped for air, clutching his chest before collapsing, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. What's wrong with Lu Qi? Panic erupted among the classmates. What's happening? He hasn't even had a drink yet. A sharp-eyed student noticed that one of Lu Qi's pant legs was strangely empty, contrasting sharply with the other. Another boy, curious, approached and rolled up Lu Qi's pant leg, revealing a completely shriveled leg.
Ah!
Call for an ambulance. Lin Ruo let out a soft chuckle, rising to leave, but was swiftly halted by Zhao Li, who grasped her wrist. Lin Ruo, Lu Qi is in trouble. Don't you care enough to stay and see? Lin Ruo turned to her with a smile, her fingers subtly twitching. Suddenly, Zhao Li felt a sting in her hand. Upon inspection, her palm was inexplicably cut, blood oozing out. What did you do? Zhao Li's eyes reflected confusion and fear as she looked at Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo raised her hands innocently. I haven't done anything. My hands are empty. Don't try to pin this on me. You. Zhao Li glanced around at her classmates, their disdainful gazes piercingly evident, particularly the monitor's disappointed stare, which ignited a fury within her that she could not express, reddening her face in anger. Lin Ruo stood there, arching an eyebrow at her. Isn't it repulsive? Who can't do it? In less than 10 minutes, the ambulance arrived with a wail. After a preliminary examination, the doctor concluded that Lu Qi likely had 3 blocked blood vessels in his heart and may require surgery. They swiftly took him away. The incident left the students too unsettled to continue their meal, and they dispersed. As the organizer of the gathering, the class monitor insisted on accompanying Lu Qi to the hospital and, before leaving, insisted on adding Lin Ruo on WeChat.
Noticing Zhao Li's gran espalló.
Lin Ruo smiled faintly and accepted. On the way home, despite her hunger from not eating, Lin Ruo felt quite pleased. She had drained all the moisture from Lu Qi's leg, and according to contemporary medical standards, he was likely facing amputation. 3 of his heart's blood vessels were obstructed. Even with advanced medical techniques available for open heart surgery, the impending apocalypse would render him unable to survive even the most basic recovery period. Imagining him struggling to survive in a world rife with cannibalism, burdened with a damaged body, filled Lin Ruo with satisfaction. Wasn't he the one who envied her high-level abilities? Didn't he claim that her spatial powers paled in comparison to fire abilities? Didn't he believe he was always superior? Without a healthy body, he would be unable to awaken any abilities. She was eager to witness how he would maintain his pride with a body inferior to even that of an ordinary person. May he continue to live with that arrogance. The light in Lin Ruo's eyes flickered as she exhaled deeply. The ordinary people in Bay City A were not someone she could despise. In this harsh world, they were inherently cold-hearted. Despite being the captain of an abilities team tasked with protecting them, she could convince herself that their abandonment was justified. The betrayal by Fong Ling and her 2 accomplices hurt her the most. They had shared 5 years together, weathering storms side by side, even saving their lives, only to push her to the brink in the end. How tragically ironic. Since she harbored hatred, she would seek revenge. Lu Qi was merely the first. Next would be Fong Ling, Li Ke, Zhou Qing, and the base leader Jiang Haochen. None would escape her grasp. Even if they were not physically present, she firmly believed she would encounter them again at Base City B. Chapter 19, Journey to City C. Upon returning home, Lin Ruo was indeed hungry. The first thing she did was put braised pork into the pot and start cooking rice. Afterward, she began to clean up and practiced her martial arts and sword techniques in the living room. While practicing with the sword, she strapped on weighted bands and added 50 kilograms of weight to her wrists, instilling a sense of heaviness. Drenched in sweat, Lin Ruo immersed herself in the profoundness of her martial arts and swordplay. Each practice session brought her new insights, leaving her entranced. Time swiftly passed, and before she knew it, it was already past 9 in the evening. Sensing the rich aroma of the braised pork, her stomach rumbled. She first took a refreshing shower. When she emerged, the pork was perfectly tender, and the rice was kept warm in the rice cooker. She promptly dug into her meal, savoring the melt-in-your-mouth pork, which was rich but not greasy, complemented by the perfectly cooked rice. She consumed nearly half the pot. With the remaining braised pork, She packed it into a container for later, ensuring nothing went to waste. After loading the dishes into the dishwasher, Lin Ruo lay down on her bed, letting out a contented sigh. There was no place like home. Taking her phone, she scrolled through the day's messages. The university class group was inundated with hundreds of unread messages discussing Lu Qi's collapse at the gathering. Do you all know why Lu Qi fainted? I know. I have relatives at that hospital. They say 3 blood vessels in his heart are blocked, and he needs a bypass. The monitor said his leg looks like a mummy's. The doctor diagnosed it as a rare disease that necessitates immediate amputation. His parents had to sign for the surgery right away.
What?
Lu Qi is only in his 20s, and now he is facing amputation and open-heart surgery? What will he do afterward? He'll be useless after losing a limb. Even with a bypass, how will he work? Isn't his future ruined? Well, who told him not to take care of his health? He keeps switching girlfriends, and his body has been depleted. Lin Ruo was in high spirits upon reading these messages, feeling delighted at Lu Qi's current predicament. She then exited the class group, ignoring the messages from the monitor and Zhao Li, and quickly fell asleep as she had an early flight the next morning. Early the next day, as she prepared to leave, Lin Ruo glanced around her home, a place where she had lived with her parents for over 20 years. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to store some cherished items in her space, as they held memories she could not bear to leave behind. She left behind only essential furniture and bedding, storing all appliances in her space. Even if Grandma Wu were to stay later, there would be no electricity to use them. The space was infinite. She could simply store whatever she wished. After tidying up, Lin Ruo's luggage consisted of just a single backpack. Finally, she retrieved a pre-purchased door from her space and replaced the home's door with a reinforced, theft-proof one. The commotion drew the attention of some neighbors. Little Ruo is even installing doors? She's quite the versatile one, chuckled an elderly lady from across the hall. While working, Lin Ruo smiled and replied, "What can I say? A few days ago, the police called to inform me that my uncle's family is not in a good mental state, advising me to ensure my safety. I thought a secure door would be wiser and save me some money by installing it myself." The neighbor sighed. What a world we live in. Who would dare to argue otherwise? Lin Ruo exhibited remarkable efficiency, completing her task in less than half an hour. Ultimately, she retrieved a colossal freezer from her space, along with a generator and a barrel of diesel. The freezer was stocked with various meats weighing dozens of pounds, an assortment of seasonings, and 2 boxes of prepared meals. Additionally, she set 10 bags of 20-pound rice and 5 barrels of cooking oil outside. She then handed the key to Grandma Wu downstairs, saying, "Grandma Wu, I will be away for a while. Could you kindly keep this key for me?" Grandma Wu accepted the key and, with a smile, inquired, "Where is little Ruo off to for fun?" Lin Ruo raised a folder in her hand, explaining, "I'm heading there for work. I've heard the seafood is exceptionally delicious. I'll bring some back when I return." Very well, Grandma Wu replied, assuming Lin Ruo's departure was merely for a change of scenery. "Work hard and don't overburden yourself. Take care of your health as well." As Lin Ruo descended the stairs, she turned back to say, "Grandma Wu, I've heard the weather hasn't been great lately. Your windows seem quite old. Please ask Uncle Wu to come back and replace them. If the windows are drafty and Lulu gets sick, what then? Besides, it's been a while since Uncle Wu saw Lulu. She must miss her father." Grandma Wu paused, glancing at her somewhat outdated iron windows. After a moment of silence, she acknowledged Lin Ruo's point. If this father and daughter never spent time together, how could they possibly develop any bond? What would happen to Lulu if she were to lose her one day? "All right, I will have Lulu's father come back." Lin Ruo nodded in reassurance and made her way downstairs with her backpack. At a city's airport, the crowd bustled with life. A throng of hurried passers-by, all engrossed in their daily pursuits. Lin Ruo sat in the waiting area, engrossed in a game on her phone, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as her opponent retreated in defeat. Victory! Just then, the boarding call for her flight echoed through the terminal. She promptly stowed her phone in her pocket and, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, made her way to security checkpoint 1. On board the aircraft, Lin Ruo occupied a window seat. As she turned to gaze out, she noted another plane nearby where passengers were still boarding. The wind swept through, rustling the clothing of those boarding, drifting toward the horizon. The plane soon began its taxi for takeoff. Bored, Lin Ruo retrieved her phone to connect to the in-flight Wi-Fi and resumed her game, her eyes wandering absently across the other passengers. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. A man seated 2 rows away appeared agitated, his face contorting between frowns and panic. A thief? Lin Rua averted her gaze, choosing to focus on the screen, dismissing the situation. Such occurrences were common on trains and planes, often involving gangs, too troublesome. As long as he didn't provoke her, she felt no need to intervene. Minutes later, the plane reached cruising altitude, and a flight attendant approached to inquire about refreshments. Having been engrossed in her game, Lin Rua had neglected to visit the restroom. She stood and headed toward it, only to find the door occupied. Opting to wait outside, she stood silently. Thanks to her enhanced hearing from her 5-level abilities, she could discern hushed voices beyond the soundproof door. 2 men were conversing. Quick, take out the gun. Understood, understood. No need to rush. Keep it down, you fool. Lin Rua blinked in surprise. Was she truly fortunate enough to encounter a hijacking on her first flight after her rebirth? Nonchalantly, she returned to her seat, casually flipping her phone in hand. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed. There were many matters to attend to in Sea City, and these men certainly knew how to choose their timing. She glanced at the high-definition cameras on the plane. A direct confrontation was unfeasible. She would likely have to provide a statement upon disembarking, explaining her involvement in any altercation, which would only waste her time. To resolve this situation quietly without drawing attention, she focused on the restroom's direction. Shortly thereafter, the 2 men emerged. Observing her surroundings, she noted 4 individuals who exchanged glances with them. With their numbers confirmed, she proceeded to the restroom, returning to her seat while activating her abilities, a glimmer of blue light flashing in her eyes. Manipulating the water molecules within their bodies, she formed a small membrane within their main blood vessels at the brainstem. In mere seconds, the men slumped into their seats, unconscious. Lin Rua had no intention of killing. She swiftly retracted her abilities, the membrane dissipating, allowing their breathing to resume, albeit still in a state of unconsciousness. With a smirk, Lin Rua picked up her phone and resumed her game, betraying no hint of the significant event she had just averted. The flight from a city to Sea City was brief, merely 2 hours. As passengers queued to disembark, the 4 men remained motionless. Lin Rua cast a fleeting glance their way before turning her attention elsewhere and exiting the aircraft. Initially, the flight attendant assumed the men were merely asleep and attempted to rouse them. However, when they remained unresponsive, panic ensued as it became clear they were unconscious. To their shock, the rescue team discovered firearms concealed on them. How had these individuals intended to hijack the plane? How had their weapons evaded security? And why had they suddenly lost consciousness? Upon examination, it was determined that they had merely experienced brief cerebral hypoxia, a condition that could occur with many passengers suffering from motion sickness. Had these 4 gone to such lengths to hijack a flight, only to succumb to motion sickness? It was utterly absurd. The authorities were incredulous. Under the influence of medication, the men soon regained consciousness, only to face relentless questioning and the cold reality of their confinement. Lin Rua paid no heed to their ensuing troubles, as long as they posed no hindrance to her. Chapter 20. Chinyu S. News. My legs. Where are my legs? Lying on the hospital bed with a complexion as pale as a ghost, Lu Qi could hardly fathom the words spilling from his mother's lips. How could this be? It's impossible. Just last night, he had attended a class reunion, basking in the admiration and envy of his peers. Yet, in the span of a single night, he awoke to the harrowing news that his legs were gone. The excruciating pain radiating from his lower body and abdomen forced him to confront the grim reality. His legs had been amputated. He had just undergone open-chest surgery. His life had been irrevocably altered. He would be rendered a mere shell of himself, stripped of his pride and dignity. He could not accept this. It must be those incompetent doctors. They made a terrible mistake.
Mom,
I want to sue them. How dare they take my legs from me? Tears streamed down Lu Qi's face as he gazed at his mother, his eyes devoid of focus. Lu's mother wept profusely, overwhelmed by the shocking turn of events regarding her once proud son. Yet, illness required treatment. There was no alternative. Chi-Chi, don't despair. We can still use prosthetics. It will be all right. Your father and I will always be by your side. No. Lu Qi's gaze sharpened, filled with hatred as he struggled to sit up, oblivious to the pain coursing through him. I don't want prosthetics. I want my legs. My legs. Before he could finish, Lu Qi fainted, the violent exertion reopening his surgical wound. Doctor. Doctor. Lu's mother cried out in a panic. Chaos ensued. Lin Ruo remained oblivious to Lu Qi's turmoil. Having already set foot on the soil of Sea City, she inhaled deeply. Memories of her last visit, steeped in bloodshed, lingered in her mind, making her perceive the air as thick with the scent of iron. Uncertain of Chen Yu's whereabouts, Lin Ruo stood outside the airport, her gaze flitting from side to side. She had previously undertaken missions in this area and was somewhat familiar with it. Thus, she needed to unravel the situation bit by bit. According to online guides, she had contacted an agency to inquire about the two largest gangs in City C, the Qinglin Gang and the Qinglong Association. Zhongyi Street was the territory of the Qinglin Gang, and with sufficient funds, one could rent a property without an ID, albeit at a steep price. For convenience, Lin Ruo rented a fairly large villa on Zhongyi Street in City C, complete with a vast courtyard and high walls, making it difficult for outsiders to glimpse inside. However, the rental fee was exorbitant, amounting to 50,000 per month. She promptly agreed to a 1-month lease and, while the agent prepared the contract, engaged in casual conversation with them. The presence of gangs in City C had become a norm, and some agents, having been in the business for a long time, possessed insider information, provided one was willing to pay. Lin Ruo spent 200,000 to pry some recent information about the Qinglin Gang from the middle-aged agent, yet there was no mention of Chen Yu. She dared not speak his name for fear of alarming the snakes in the grass, and resorted to seeking other information instead. Once the paperwork was completed, the agent escorted her to the rented villa. After bidding farewell to the agent, she meticulously examined the villa, which was spotless and evidently well-maintained, featuring vintage chandeliers and medieval-style decor, well worth the price she had paid. After confirming that no surveillance cameras were installed, she settled down and retrieved her laptop from her space. Following the agent's earlier instructions, she accessed the dark web and anonymously posted a bounty seeking a hacker, offering $1 million in reward, with the stipulation that only top-tier hackers could take the job. Perhaps due to the generous reward, within 2 hours, a top hacker accepted the task and contacted Lin Ruo. "Boss, what do you need to investigate? I am looking for someone named Chen Yu. I need to know his current location." "Okay, give me half an hour." As Lin Ruo read the reply on her phone, she marveled at how effective hackers had become prior to the apocalypse. Locating a person could be accomplished in just half an hour. With half an hour to spare, she accessed her space. Since setting it up, she had yet to plant crops in the land. Now that she had the time, she decided to fill the vacant fields, eager to compare the ordinary soil with the black earth of her jade bracelet space. As she concentrated on her space, seeds that had been dormant began to emerge, and neat little pits appeared in the life space's soil, with seeds autonomously landing in them, the surrounding earth covering them. Within mere minutes, all the land was sown. Then, with a mental command, streams of water from her freshwater pond flowed over the fields, watering them thoroughly. Once everything was in place, Lin Ruo set up automated feeders and sprinklers, programming them to ensure a refreshed spatial arrangement. She felt immense satisfaction as she withdrew her consciousness from the space. An hour had passed when her phone finally pinged with the hacker's message. "Boss, this task is quite challenging. I had to pull out all the stops to find this person. He is the captain of a special forces team, but recently seems to have had a conflict with the Qinglin Gang, and they are actively searching for him." Conflict? Lin Ruo realized why he had been in such dire straits. It appeared he had fled from the Qinglin Gang to City A. Her mind raced. If the Qinglin Gang was still pursuing him, it meant he had not yet been captured, which was fortunate. As long as she could help him navigate this crisis, his skills would surely allow him to thrive in the apocalypse. This person is well hidden. Even I couldn't track him down. Should I continue searching? No need. She refrained from further inquiries about Chen Yu's location. As long as he remained uncaptured by the Qinglin Gang, he was safe. Lin Ruo's mind turned. Once she initiated her plan, the Qinglin Gang's attention would shift, providing him with an opportunity to escape. "Can you identify which properties are owned by the Qinglin Gang?" "That can be found out, but it will cost extra. The previous job was already quite a bargain. Money is not an issue." Without hesitation, Lin Ruo transferred an additional 2 million to the hacker's account. Upon receiving the funds, the hacker's demeanor noticeably shifted. "Boss, you are generous. Watch what I can do." Following the hacker's investigation, Lin Ruo obtained a list of properties owned by the Qinglin Gang, which included several bars, a casino, for hotels, a car dealership, 3 large supermarkets, and 2 hospitals, among other vital locations of influential figures. As she surveyed the list of properties, a smirk tugged at her lips. Her space had ample room, and she could offer to safeguard their assets. When renting the villa, Lin Rua had disguised herself, using this persona while in City C. With her backpack, she strolled through the nearby pedestrian street, indulging in various delicacies: milk tea, ice cream, skewered meats, grilled dishes, stinky tofu, fried sausages, and fruit salads, all delivered to her small courtyard. Since the rental was not under her real name, even if someone discovered her, they would be unable to pin anything on her. She could always shed her disguise and flee at a moment's notice. That evening, after returning to her rented quarters and practicing with her crystal core for a while, she washed up and went to bed. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, she suddenly opened her eyes. Clad in black athletic wear, Lin Rua channeled her mental energy, her hands glowing with blue light as she manipulated the surrounding water molecules to form a transparent membrane. Utilizing the moonlight, she vanished from sight, employing her invisibility technique once more. Having used this tactic to ambush countless mutated beasts in her past life, she now relied on it to evade surveillance. With her invisibility, Lin Rua no longer feared being discovered. She sprinted through the night, as swift as a shadow. In less than 10 minutes, she reached the nearby beach. Now cloaked in darkness and devoid of any presence save for the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Under the cover of night, Lin Rua dipped her hands into the sea, drawing in vast quantities of seawater that created a whirlpool on the surface. After half an hour, she withdrew her hand, satisfied to have filled her space's water reservoir, ready to stockpile seafood for delivery to her small courtyard. By the time Lin Rua returned to her rented abode, it was already 4 o'clock. Feeling disinclined to sleep, she opted to begin her workout instead, having neglected her training the previous day in her rush to catch the flight. Strapped with a 50-kilogram weighted vest, she felt no resistance, her movements fluid and efficient. After 3 hours of intense physical training, she lay on the ground, her water-based abilities flowing through her, and after a moment, she opened her eyes. As dawn broke, Lin Rua concluded her workout, feeling invigorated, her demeanor concealing the fact that she had been out stealing seawater in the middle of the night. Chapter 21. Zero-cost shopping in City C. Miss Fong. The goods you ordered have arrived. Where should we place them? Lin Rua, donning a facial mask, stood in the courtyard, directing the delivery personnel to position the items in the corner. Just put them here. Once the delivery team departed, and she secured the courtyard gate, Lin Rua swiftly stored the goods in her space. Over the past few days, she had meandered through the Qinglin gang's various enterprises, utilizing her shopping as an opportunity to extend her mental reach, enabling her to effortlessly hear conversations from 100 meters away and even manipulate surrounding water molecules to survey the terrain. In other industries, although Lin Rua discovered a few mid-level members of the Qinglin gang, their conversations held no significant information. Lin Rua glanced at the list of industries, marking those she had visited, and annotating the information she gathered there. In the gaps of her investigation, she also noted her extravagant purchases of various seafood: fish, shrimp, crab, conch, scallops, squid, and octopus, all acquired in large quantities. Moreover, being by the seaside, she stumbled upon several shops selling diving gear, only to find that they also offered private boats and yachts. After some deliberation, she decided to purchase 2 fishing boats, each priced at 150,000, with ample storage at the stern, allowing her to take her dog along when needed. To facilitate her plans, she also arranged for a lavish banquet at a nearby hotel, booking 100 tables for 3 consecutive days at 5 different hotels. She instructed that all dishes be packaged in disposable containers and delivered to her villa daily. The villa's courtyard quickly became filled to the brim, with even the interior overflowing with goods, bringing her immense joy over the past few days. However, recently, she sensed that someone had begun to follow her. From their conversations, it was evident that these individuals were also from the Qinglin gang. Tailing her out of curiosity regarding her excessive purchases, Lin Rua feigned ignorance, continuing her routine, albeit with fewer acquisitions, pretending to have lost interest. In the evenings, she began frequenting bars and casinos, using her abilities to scan each venue she visited. Finally, 2 days later, while drinking at a bar named Rich, she released her water-based powers and discovered a massive underground structure. Judging by the shapes of the objects reflected in the moisture molecules, it appeared to be their underground armory. Simultaneously, she overheard a conversation among key members of the Qinglin gang. The Qinglong Club has been active lately. Be cautious, as this is the heart of our Qinglin gang. and we cannot afford any losses. Seventh brother, our armory is hidden so well that no one will discover it. Do not worry. Indeed. Who would suspect we would hide our weapons underground here? Just stay alert, and stop with the nonsense. Yes, seventh brother, we will be more vigilant. A smile crept across Lin Rua's lips as her eyes sparkled. The Qinglin gang had hidden their most crucial armory right beneath this bustling area, masking it with a lively bar above. Truly, the most dangerous places are often the safest. With a clear target, she ceased her probing, swiftly settled her bill, and returned home. That evening, she mapped out her plan. As the foremost gang in Sea City, any incident would prompt a lockdown throughout the city. With the apocalypse approaching, she intended to leave Sea City soon, making it the perfect opportunity to execute a grand scheme. The greater her actions, the more enmity she would attract, thereby ensuring Qinyu's safety. The following day, Lin Rua continued her shopping, though this time opting for snacks that required no delivery, carrying them home as she nibbled throughout the day. The hours passed swiftly. That night, heavily made up, she stepped out of the villa, with her pursuers quickly trailing behind her. She led them into a secluded alley, where she struck with a dagger, piercing the necks of both men, blood gushing forth. Utilizing her water manipulation abilities, she erased the traces of blood from both her and the ground, disposing of the bodies seamlessly into her spatial storage. When Lin Rua stood at the entrance of the bar, she noticed it had already begun operations. The venue was bustling with people, with couples mingling and women in revealing outfits leaning against walls, smoke curling from their cigarettes as men approached to flirt briefly before departing with them. Upon entering, the dazzling lights, pulsating music, and mingled scents of various perfumes caused Lin Rua, with her heightened senses, to frown slightly. She casually selected a seat and ordered a drink. The bartender, flashing a charming smile, crafted her drink with skill, placing it before her. "Cheers," she said with a slight smirk, holding the glass in her hand without drinking. Her gaze shifting toward the dance floor. Countless men and women moved rhythmically to the music, completely absorbed in the moment. Her heavy makeup softened the usual coldness of her features, enhancing her allure and drawing attention from many as soon as she entered. Within moments, 3 men approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. She shook her head in refusal, feigning annoyance, and headed directly to the restroom. Inside, several women stood before the mirrors,
touching up their makeup.
Lin Rua entered a stall, closed the door, and a flicker of blue light flashed in her eyes. The surrounding moisture silently gathered around her, forming a transparent water membrane that enveloped her body, causing her to vanish. She slipped off her high heels and silently leaped over the stall door, making no sound. The women remained oblivious, chatting about which men were the most handsome, as she stealthily passed by. Upon exiting the restroom, she moved toward the direction of the conversation she had overheard earlier. As she progressed, the crowd thinned, replaced by members of the Qinglin gang. Lin Rua's eyes shimmered with blue light as she maximized her abilities, closing her eyes to navigate the bar's layout through the surrounding moisture. When she opened her eyes again, she pinpointed the exact location of the underground armory and walked briskly toward it, encountering no obstacles along the way. At the entrance of the armory, she encountered 2 guards in black suits, standing vigilantly at the door. Her brow arched as she recalled the tragic fate of Sea City in her past life. She would show no mercy to the Qinglin gang members, whom she regarded as executioners. With a flick of her wrist, 2 transparent ice crystals, each the size of a soybean, appeared above her palm. She spun her fingers, and the crystals began to whirl at high speed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ice crystals shot towards the guards. Their bodies stiffened, eyes wide in shock as they fell backward, blood seeping from their foreheads and staining the ground beneath them. Without a second glance, Lin Rua approached the armory's electronic lock. Glancing at it, she recognized it as a state-of-the-art iris verification lock. But the necessary iris was surely not present here. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on it. Although the lock's exterior was waterproof, its interior was not a vacuum. As long as there was air, there was water. A blue glow flickered from her hand, and a droplet of water formed, precisely landing on the control chip. The advanced chip short-circuited immediately, and the lock clicked open. With her invisibility still in effect, she confidently stepped inside, casting a glance at the door's surveillance camera. The armory measured approximately 5,000 square feet, stocked with an extensive array of weapons, various cold weapons, handguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, shotguns, a multitude of ammunition, grenades, and smoke bombs. To Lin Rua's astonishment, she even discovered a rocket launcher. She had not anticipated such heavy weaponry within, an unexpected windfall. Collecting everything without leaving a single bullet behind, she swiftly traversed the armory. In just 2 minutes, the once full armory stood utterly emptied. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the Qinglin gang headquarters. They sensed something was amiss when the guards at the armory went silent, followed by the gradual disappearance of all the weapons. This is outrageous. Chapter 22. Sea City's zero-cost purchase, a complete takeover. Boss, something's gone terribly wrong. The armory's weapons had inexplicably vanished. The individual responsible for monitoring, drenched in sweat, called Luo Juanxiang, the leader of the Qinglin gang, to report the situation. The surveillance footage was pristine, showing no interruptions whatsoever. How had the door been opened? How had the weapons disappeared so suddenly?
What?
By the time the Qinglin gang members arrived, Lin Ruo had already exited the armory. With her arms crossed, she stood nearby, watching as they hurried into the armory to assess the situation. A smirk crept upon her lips. Without these weapons, who would wield power over the Sea City base? She sauntered away right under their noses. Seizing the moment of chaos within the Qinglin gang, she relied on the mental map in her mind and headed to the bar's warehouse. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of liquor assaulted her senses. The interior was dimly lit, yet Lin Ruo perceived everything with remarkable clarity. The shelves were stocked with a variety of alcoholic beverages: beer, red wine, white wine, spirits. Barrels and boxes of assorted drinks filled the expansive 300-square-meter warehouse. Lin Ruo wasted no time, her hands gliding over the bottles as she moved to store them in her space, leaving no container behind. It was so immaculate that even a mouse would weep upon entering. Satisfied, she brushed the dust from her hands. Although she had no fondness for alcohol, these rare supplies could be exchanged for other valuable items in the future. Time was of the essence, and after ensuring nothing was overlooked, she swiftly retraced her steps back to the restroom. The restroom was empty, and she nimbly climbed into a stall, carefully inspecting her attire before donning her high heels and removing the moisture barrier that concealed her figure. After lingering for a few moments, she finally pushed the door open and stepped out. A figure in a black uniform approached her, questioning, "Where have you just been?" Lin Ruo feigned panic, her voice trembling.
I
just went to the restroom." This act of distress alleviated their suspicions. Her small handbag lacked any incriminating evidence, allowing her to pass without further scrutiny. In a flurry, Lin Ruo settled her bill and exited the bar. Once outside, she hailed a taxi and arrived near a Qinglin gang-affiliated 4S dealership. This establishment featured thick bulletproof glass to showcase the vehicles within, allowing clear visibility from the outside. It was the largest 4S dealership in Sea City, covering 3,000 square meters, boasting an extensive inventory, including several high-end supercars. As she alighted from the taxi, the night was dark, with only a few streetlights casting a dim glow. The area around the dealership flickered with red lights, indicating the locations of surveillance cameras. Taking advantage of the shadows, Lin Ruo found a blind spot in the surveillance, enveloping herself in a familiar translucent moisture barrier that concealed her form. In the dead of night, the dealership was closed, and with no night staff on duty, Lin Ruo approached the glass display, peering at the sleek, vibrant supercars within. Surely, they were costly. Glancing at the rotating cameras, she flicked her fingertips, a blue light glimmering as a layer of frost enveloped the lenses, obscuring their view. In the next instant, a chilling wave emanated from her hand, spreading outward, causing the temperature to plummet. With her mastery over temperature at absolute zero, the bulletproof glass could not withstand the extreme cold. With a powerful punch against the now crackling glass, it shattered like ice under pressure, triggering the alarm system to blare loudly, a cacophony that pierced the stillness of the night. With a smirk, Lin Ruo bent slightly, moving with the grace of a cat as she leaped through the shattered remains. Without hesitation, she darted between the vehicles, each one she touched disappearing into her space. Sedans, SUVs, off-road vehicles, camper vans, all vanished. She certainly did not overlook the supercars. While such vehicles might hold little value in the apocalypse, they could serve to hinder the Qinglin gang. Half an hour later, Lin Ruo had thoroughly plundered the 4S dealership. Driving away in a newly acquired modified off-road vehicle, she boldly crashed through the dealership's front doors and sped off. Just as she departed, several vehicles approached quickly, members of the Qinglin gang. Although many of their elite had gone to the bar's armory to investigate, they remained alert upon noticing the malfunctioning surveillance at the dealership. Upon arrival, they discovered the place had been thoroughly ransacked.
Quick.
Notify the boss. Something is amiss. The leader of the black-clad individuals shouted to his companions. This is undoubtedly a premeditated assault. Who could be so capable? How did dozens of vehicles vanish? Lin Ruo drove to a large supermarket affiliated with the Qinglin gang. Despite the late hour, the supermarket was still bustling with customers. Near the supermarket, she found a concealed spot to park and slipped out of her vehicle. This time, her target was not the merchandise displayed on the shelves, but rather the supermarket's warehouse. In such a large establishment, the stock in the warehouse must be 5 times the amount of what was displayed to function normally. Closing her eyes, she summoned the surrounding water molecules, activating her level 5 water manipulation ability and extending her reach for miles. As she communicated with these molecules, a 3-dimensional map of the supermarket materialized in her mind, revealing the location of the warehouse, situated at the rear left of the supermarket. Within just 2 minutes, she stood outside the warehouse entrance. The structure towered 10 meters high, making Lin Ruo appear diminutive in comparison. It was late at night, and all staff had gone home. There were no guards at the entrance, but 3 cameras were positioned overhead. The warehouse door was made of solid steel, approximately 10 centimeters thick and heavy enough that it would require 2 or 3 grown men to push it open. A standard lock hung from it, not a smart lock. A sly smile graced Lin Ruo's lips as her fingertip touched the lock. Frost crept from her finger into the keyhole, forming a perfect replica of a key. A gentle twist, and the lock clicked open. Ever since awakening her water manipulation abilities, she had never encountered a lock she could not open. Not good. Brother Song. The warehouse door at Huai Supermarket on Huai Road just opened automatically.
Quick.
Send the nearby brothers over. She strode confidently into the warehouse, which was vast, over 100 meters deep, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters high, with neatly organized crates of all sizes. Lin Ruo grinned. What could be better than a zero-cost shopping spree? Why waste time and money when she could simply absorb everything into her space? The crates were sorted by category: food, fresh produce, daily necessities, home goods, baby products, imported items, containing hundreds of thousands of products. As Lin Ruo glided on her skateboard, she effortlessly reached out, collecting each item without leaving a single one behind. These supplies would become the foundation for the Qinglin gang's domination of the Sea City base. For the sake of rescuing the people of Sea City, she was willing to bear this sweet burden. The warehouse was so vast that even on her skateboard, it took her over 10 minutes to gather everything. As she exited through the main door, she spotted several business vehicles lining up rapidly approaching the warehouse. Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow, noting the swift movements of these individuals, how quickly they managed to catch up with her. Yet, what was the significance of their haste? Could they truly prevent her? She chuckled softly and departed silently, leaving the group in a state of exasperation. Brother Song. The warehouse at the supermarket has been emptied as well. Damn it. How on earth did they accomplish this? The time from when the warehouse door opened to their arrival was merely a matter of minutes. How could anyone possibly clear out such a large space in that brief interval? Quickly, search for any clues they may have left behind. Lin Ruo then drove to a hospital affiliated with the Qinglin gang, a tertiary hospital bustling with patients. To avoid drawing attention, she discreetly made her way to the hospital's warehouse, where she took 2/3 of every type of medication, leaving only 1/3 for emergencies. During this time, she encountered members of the Qinglin gang. Although they did not detect her presence, their arrival in the warehouse hindered her collection efforts. There was no other choice. Each of them received an ice bullet as a parting gift, destined to meet the Reaper. Throughout the night, Lin Ruo visited every establishment of the Qinglin gang, leaving their members in a state of disarray, yet she could not capture anyone, nor could she ascertain their appearances. It was not until dawn approached that Lin Ruo returned to her secluded courtyard, parked her car in a hidden spot, and released her mental energy to confirm that no one was surveilling the villa before she exited the vehicle, effortlessly storing it away in her space. After removing her invisibility, she retrieved a bottle of white liquor from her space, sprinkling some on herself until she could detect its strong scent. Only then did she return the remaining liquor to her space. She feigned drunkenness, staggering toward the villa, and even stopped by a nearby supermarket to purchase a bottle of water, ensuring that anyone who saw her would believe she was returning home inebriated. The supermarket owner, also an informant for the Qinglin gang, had grown accustomed to such sights and paid her no mind. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Ruo grimaced as she shed her clothes, Her keen sense of smell found the alcohol's odor torturous. After taking a shower, she lay down on her bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. The night had been exhilarating and perilous, but it was finally over. However, her powers had drained her mental energy and abilities significantly. She needed to recover. She grasped 2 crystal cores from her space and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Qinglin gang was in chaos. News of thefts spread like wildfire. Every stock gone missing. What on earth was happening? The surveillance footage revealed nothing. How had these items been removed? The underlings were too terrified to report the full extent of the situation, fearing the consequences that awaited them. The gang leader, Luo Juanxiang, was still preoccupied with resolving the issue of missing weapons, unaware that other warehouses had been completely cleared. Fools. A bunch of imbeciles. How could the weapons from the armory vanish into thin air? He glared at his subordinates, slamming his hand on the table. This is absurd. The monitors show nothing. How could those weapons have been transported away in such a short time? Seal all transport routes and conduct rigorous checks on incoming and outgoing vehicles. I want to know who dares disturb the status quo. Luo Juanxiang's voice was ominous. Contact foreign arms organizations and expedite the purchase of a new shipment. Yes, boss. His subordinates were too frightened to even breathe. Just then, a frantic knock echoed from the door. Luo Juanxiang looked up, his face devoid of expression. Enter. His trusted aide entered, visibly flustered. He had just received the news that all their enterprises had been raided, an event so unfathomable it left him speechless. Boss. We just tallied the numbers. Virtually all our properties have been stolen, none spared.
What?
Luo Juanxiang felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly choking on disbelief. Who could have done this? The aide was equally puzzled, as the surveillance indicated that the items had simply vanished, or perhaps someone possessed the ability to become invisible. Yet even with such power, how could they have transported so much? Not a single camera captured anything? Luo Juanxiang suppressed his chest pain, his expression darkening. The aide hung his head, unable to answer. Chapter 23. Arrival in B City. Luo Juanxiang's pupils dilated slightly as he inhaled deeply, his face darkening. What is the extent of our losses? Preliminary estimates suggest we've lost over 100 billion. Luo Juanxiang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, the vision before him blurred. He forced himself to swallow the bile rising in his throat. His entire operational fund barely amounted to 100 billion. This was a devastating blow. Immediately reallocate all idle funds to replenish stock. We must salvage those enterprises. As for the weapons, we shall wait until we recover. Devote all efforts to the investigation. I refuse to believe they could transport such quantities out of C City.
Yes.
Lin Ruo cultivated for 2 hours, regaining her peak state. During this period, she diligently practiced, consuming a substantial number of crystal cores. She finally detected signs of loosening in the threshold for upgrading her water abilities. With continued effort, it would not be long before she ascended to level 6. She retrieved a dozen buns from her space and hastily consumed them for breakfast. Then purchased a ticket for a flight to B City scheduled for 9 a.m. With the impending apocalypse, time was of the essence. She needed to expedite her preparations. After more than half an hour, Lin Ruo swaggered to the airport, her backpack slung over her shoulder. The airport was teeming with individuals dressed in black, who were particularly vigilant about groups with large luggage. However, a solitary woman like Lin Ruo, carrying only a backpack, barely garnered a glance. She chuckled softly, realizing her appearance was quite deceiving. While waiting for her flight, Lin Ruo received a message. A. Boss, did you orchestrate the Qinglin gang incident? You're truly impressive. B. What incident? A. Don't play dumb, I know it was you. To express my admiration, I'll share another piece of information. B. What is it? A. The person you're looking for, Chinyu, just left C City for B City. B. Thank you. Could you assist me with one more request? A. What is it? Boss. B. Please find a way to contact Chinyu. A. No problem. Soon. Lin Ruo received an anonymous message containing a phone number. After reviewing it several times to memorize it, she stored both the number and her phone in her space. Half an hour later, she successfully boarded the flight to B City, leaving C City behind. B City, the capital of Z country, had been prearranged for her stay while she was still in C City. To be cautious, she first went to her hotel, where she rested for an hour. With the apocalypse looming, she had yet to secure accommodation or procure a dog. Every moment was crucial. She took a taxi to a real estate agency in the city center, knowing that time was ample with only 2 days remaining before the end. Her requirements for a new home were simple: sturdy, high-rise, and ready for immediate occupancy. The agent quickly filtered through options that met Lin Rua's criteria and promptly took her to view the properties. The Longyuan community is renowned as a wealthy enclave in our district. The building boasts 25 floors, and I am showing you the penthouse of Building 3, which includes a small storage room. Each floor accommodates 2 households, and the corridors are quite spacious. Most importantly, the community was constructed to military-grade standards and has received official certification, making it a distinguished architectural benchmark in City B. The landscaping is also exceptionally well-maintained. As the young man walked through the community, he provided Lin Rua with an introduction. She observed discreetly as luxury cars entered and exited the premises. The community is elevated, with all necessary amenities nearby, including 3 large supermarkets and 2 shopping malls, along with various entertainment facilities. Although 2 of the supermarkets are situated at a lower elevation, this is not uncommon, as large supermarkets typically avoid high-rise locations for convenience in attracting customers. Lin Rua nodded in approval. This place is indeed remarkable. Accompanied by the young man, she viewed the apartment numbered 2501, which is fully renovated and spans 150 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room with an excellent layout. The apartment is well preserved, indicating the owner's deep appreciation for the space, with all necessary appliances included. Allowing for immediate move-in, Lin Rua signed the contract without hesitation, agreeing to a monthly rent of 30,000, committing to a 6-month lease with a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance, promptly transferring 120,000 to secure the keys. Additionally, she rented another smaller apartment located about 10 kilometers from her current residence. She first visited this new place to drop off supplies prepared for Chunyu, then descended to place the keys in the mailbox downstairs. This was for the provision she intended for Chunyu, though it wasn't yet time to inform him. Once organized, she arranged for a vehicle through the agency and hired a few cleaners to tidy up the apartment in Longyuan community. Meanwhile, she drove off to dine, choosing a high-end restaurant in the upscale neighborhood where Western cuisine is abundant. Feeling indulgent with her ample funds, she ordered 3 steaks, French escargot, creamy chicken and mushroom soup, and red wine braised beef. Upon tasting the first bite, Lin Rua was pleasantly surprised. The establishment certainly justified its prices with exquisite flavors, prompting her to order 50 additional portions for takeout. After over an hour at the restaurant, Lin Rua received a call from the agency informing her that the cleaning was complete and she could move in at her convenience. She stored the packed meals in her vehicle and did not return home immediately. Instead, she drove directly to the pet market. City B boasts 2 sizable pet markets, filled with all manner of pets, from birds and fish to cats, dogs, snakes, and pigs. Lin Rua had a clear intention. She had long adored the Czech wolf dog and the German shepherd, and initially aimed to choose one from these breeds. However, upon encountering a group of adorable puppies, her heart was captured instantly. She simply couldn't resist.
Oh,
They are so charming. Do you see this dog? This is a purebred Czech wolf dog. Just look at those teeth, those paws, that build, impeccable. A shopkeeper noticed Lin Rua squatting in front of the puppy enclosure, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and approached her with a smile, recognizing that those who appreciate such dogs are typically well off. Lin Rua nodded in acknowledgement, circling the market before settling on a particular puppy that caught her fancy among all the Czech wolf dogs. The small pup, entirely silver gray, remained calm in its cage, gazing at Lin Rua with its big, wet eyes, its tiny nose twitching adorably. The puppy's parents are both competition dogs of exceptional pedigree, ensuring a lineage of purity. Turning to the shopkeeper, Lin Rua inquired, "May I hold it?" The shopkeeper nodded affirmatively, unlocking the cage to hand over the puppy. Lin Rua cradled the pup carefully, who sniffed around her and licked her hand, seemingly attempting to familiarize itself with her scent, utterly endearing. Utilizing her abilities, Lin Rua examined the puppy's health, and the creature seemed to revel in the gentle flow of her energy, half closing its eyes and emitting soft whines of contentment. After her assessment, Lin Rua smiled. This puppy was robust and would be more likely to adapt to changes in a post-apocalyptic world. "How much for this dog?"
she asked.
The shopkeeper grinned broadly, revealing his enthusiasm. "This dog, with such a pure lineage, is 40,000. Lin Rua did not haggle, feeling fortunate to find such a companion. She happily paid and also arranged for a dog crate and other essentials, requesting delivery to Longyuan community. After placing the puppy in her pet backpack, she resumed her exploration of the market, now intent on acquiring a German Shepherd as well. Remembering a particularly intelligent guard dog she had seen before, she hoped to find one of similar caliber. Before long, she spotted a small German Shepherd puppy languidly lying in its cage, nudging a small toy ball with its nose in a display of boredom. Lin Rua chuckled. This little one surely possessed a keen intellect. Kneeling down, she gazed intently at the puppy, asking, "Would you like to come home with me?" The little creature, with its large eyes and quizzical head tilt, seemed puzzled by Lin Rua's words. However, as it caught a whiff of something delightful, its eyes lit up, and it stood to bark at her. Lin Rua laughed. Luck was on her side today, having encountered 2 high IQ pups. She turned to the shopkeeper. "May I take it out for a moment?" He nodded, attending to other customers, while Lin Rua opened the cage and cradled the puppy in her arms. It barked joyfully, its tail wagging enthusiastically as it reveled in the comfort of Lin Rua's embrace. After confirming the puppy's excellent health, Lin Rua looked up at the shopkeeper and asked, "How much is this one?" "This dog is 30,000. Its parents are competition dogs. Incredibly intelligent, and this is the lowest price I can offer," the shopkeeper explained, clearly pleased to finally have someone inquiring about the puppy. Though clever, the puppy had a bit of a temper. It had previously evaded several customers attempting to play with it, presenting an aloof demeanor that drove them away. Lin Rua looked down at the little dog, which seemed to sense its worth, and was nervously burrowing deeper into her arms, whimpering softly. With a gentle smile, Lin Rua realized this little one had quite the personality. After completing the purchase, she became the proud owner of 2 delightful companions, a Czech wolf dog nestled in her pet backpack and a German Shepherd in her arms. Upon returning home, she found that the shopkeeper had delivered all the necessary supplies, waiting downstairs. The community garden, not far from Building 3, was occupied by several mothers chatting while watching their children play, glancing curiously toward Lin Rua and her newly acquired pets. Chapter 24. A foo and a show. It appeared that the newcomers in Building 3 had brought along 2 pets. Lin Rua noticed the mothers sitting in the children's playground, engaged in conversation, while keeping an eye on their children. She paid them little mind. The items she purchased were not in large quantities and consisted solely of dog supplies, unlikely to attract undue attention. She instructed the delivery personnel to take the items to the 25th floor, only to encounter her neighbors waiting for the elevator, a couple with a boy around 7 years old. The man, dressed casually, bore the posture of a military man, while the woman exuded an air of elegance, her refined features complemented by a beige dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Upon seeing Lin Rua, she smiled and greeted her. "Hello, are you the tenant of 2501? We are from 2502. My name is Qian Li, and this is my husband Li Wei. As we will be neighbors from now on, please feel free to reach out to us if you need any assistance." With a hint of curiosity about their professions, Lin Rua smiled and nodded in response. "Hello, I am Lin Rua. I look forward to your kind support in the future." Before long, the elevator arrived, and just before Lin Rua stepped inside, she noticed a little boy gazing eagerly at the 2 pet backpacks she carried, his longing evident. Once the door closed, severing their line of sight, she released the 2 little creatures. Unfazed by their new surroundings, the 2 little ones began to sniff around and explore, seemingly acclimating to their environment. As they frolicked, they soon found each other, both wrinkling their little noses and emitting soft growls, as if disapproving of one another. The 2 little creatures engaged in playful scuffles, nipping at each other's behinds with their still-developing baby teeth. Though no blood was drawn, their playful bites elicited yelps. Lin Rua smiled gently, pleased that they understood not to bite each other's necks. She gathered them close, saying, "From now on, we are one family. You must learn to coexist harmoniously." The 2 little ones tilted their heads, blinking their big eyes at her, seemingly oblivious to her words. We must give you names. What shall they be?" Lin Rua pondered, biting her finger in contemplation. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and she turned to the shepherd dog, exclaiming, "You shall be called a show." The shepherd, with its round, expressive eyes, barked in protest, as if to say no, yet it could not articulate human speech. Lin Rua merely smiled and patted its fluffy little head, dismissing its objection. A show, she called with a twinkle in her eye, repeating the name several times. The little dog lay on the floor, offering a weak response, appearing most unwilling, with its head drooping in displeasure. Lin Rua then turned to the expectant wolf dog and declared, "You shall be named Afu." Afu obediently barked, seemingly pleased with its name. Afu, Afu, Lin Rua repeated, and Afu joyously circled around her, its large eyes fixated on her with delight. She lovingly patted their heads, her heart warm with the hope that they would both enjoy long and prosperous lives. After retrieving their toys and playing for a while, Lin Rua began to tidy up. Surveying the living room cluttered with dog supplies, she extracted only the dog bowls, dryer, shampoo, and dog bed, placing them on the balcony, while the rest were swiftly stored away. The two little creatures, puzzled by the sudden disappearance of their belongings, rushed over, sniffing around in search of what had vanished. Lin Rua gently patted their heads, guiding them into the storage space to help them familiarize themselves with their new environment. However, by a twist of fate, she inadvertently placed them into the breeding zone. Asho and Afu were momentarily bewildered, surrounded by unfamiliar sights. Initially apprehensive, their instincts soon kicked in, and they began to romp about the expansive space, reveling in the company of various animals. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the area were not pleased, while the larger animals like cows and sheep intimidated Asho and Afu, who instead chose to harass the poultry, barking incessantly as they circled their enclosures. The frightened birds scattered, seeking refuge far from the fence, disappearing into the hills. Unbeknownst to Lin Rua, who remained blissfully unaware of the chaos her future food source was enduring, she was in high spirits, eager to prepare a delightful meal for herself. Having retrieved a set of cookware from her storage, she organized her ingredients and then, with a sense of anticipation, immersed herself in the space to check on the crops she had previously sown. To her surprise, she witnessed a scene of chaos, with the poultry in a frenzy. Quickly, she released Asho and Afu from the storage and replenished the feed in the automatic feeder, adding fresh water from the lake to soothe them. Upon noticing a nest filled with numerous eggs they had laid, she collected them, sending only the edible ones to the storage while leaving the rest for natural incubation. The crops in her field thrived remarkably, the rich black soil yielding rapid growth, with some vegetables already reaching a height of 20 centimeters. The vegetable patch was lush and vibrant, with many greens ready for harvest, glistening with droplets from the automatic sprinkler, a sight that brought a refreshing comfort to the heart. After ensuring the sprinkler was functioning properly, she withdrew from the space. However, in just a few minutes, Asho and Afu had left paw prints all over the floor, toppling over a decorative vase in the process. Lin Rua surveyed the disarray with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Looking at the once adorable pups now covered in mud, she sighed in resignation. Gathering the scattered items back into storage and activating the cleaning robot to tidy up the muddy paw prints. With a sense of duty, she carried both little ones to the bathroom for a bath. The two were anything but compliant, splashing around in the tub and attempting to submerge one another, creating an uproar that left Lin Rua drenched. Once they were clean, she placed them in the dryer, giving each a small toy, finally exhaling in relief. Based on the day's events, it seemed that solitude would be a distant memory, as the antics of these two would keep her thoroughly engaged. After changing out of her wet clothes, she returned to the living room, where the space was now tidy, and Asho and Afu had dried off, lazily playing with their toys in the dryer. Lin Rua felt it was essential to impart some wisdom to them. The animals in our space will be our future sustenance. You must not bully or frighten them. If you scare them away, they won't grow strong, and we will go hungry. You must protect them, understand? The two little ones sat obediently, tilting their heads and wagging their tails, not comprehending her words, but eager to respond with their barks. Lin Rua shook her head in bemusement, aware of the communication barriers that still existed. Once she utilized the crystal core to enhance their bodies, she anticipated a smoother interaction with them in the future. Chapter 25. The first day in City B. Woof, woof. Asho was toppled by Afu, standing up to bark at him angrily. Woof, woof. Afu retorted, indignant, recalling how Asho had just bitten his behind. With their high-pitched voices, Lin Rua couldn't help but smile, allowing them to frolic in the living room while she retrieved a substantial piece of pork from the storage, along with a bag of rice, some seasonings, cooking oil, vermicelli, and a selection of vegetables. Pork with sauerkraut and vermicelli is a beloved home-cooked dish in the Northeast, where the tender meat is infused with the tangy flavor of the sauerkraut, creating a delightful harmony with the soft, fragrant rice. Lin Rua placed the meat in the pot to stew and stepped out of the kitchen, closing the door behind her as the evening had grown late and darkness enveloped the sky. Taking advantage of the simmering meat, she began to rearrange the living space. Although the cleaning lady had tidied up well, Lin Ruo felt the need to adjust the layout of the apartment. She first retrieved a set of anti-theft locks she had previously purchased from her storage, reinforcing the apartment door. Upon revisiting the living room, Lin Ruo observed that the previous owner had adorned it with numerous delicate ornaments, which not only occupied space, but were also quite fragile. With the presence of a show and a fu, two little destruction machines, these trinkets posed a significant risk. Thus, she decided to stow away the unnecessary cabinets and decor into her spatial realm, leaving only a modest coffee table and a sofa in the far corner, maximizing the open space of the living area. This arrangement would provide a more comfortable environment for a show and a fu once they mutated and grew in size. Having organized the living room, Lin Ruo proceeded to the master bedroom, which was spacious and boasted a small balcony. She made minimal alterations, merely replacing the pillows, bed linens, and blankets, and hung a few garments in the wardrobe. In contrast, the changes made to the secondary bedroom were quite substantial. She cleared out all items into her spatial realm and retrieved a set of exercise equipment, as she would be unable to venture outside during heavy rains and needed to stay active indoors. The apartment layout comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, each generously sized, which was one of the reasons Lin Ruo had chosen this place at first glance. After organizing everything, she made her way to the large balcony, which featured a sizable floor-to-ceiling window at its edge. Such glass would hardly withstand the apocalyptic downpour that was to come. It seemed she would need to reinforce all the windows with a layer of supernatural protection to ensure absolute safety. After inspecting the entire apartment, Lin Ruo turned to see what the 2 little creatures were up to. They were joyfully racing around the room, playfully tugging at their toys. One would nip at the other, while the other would pounce on the first, lost in their delightful frolic. Lin Ruo chuckled, relieved that she had acquired 2 companions for them to keep each other company. She settled onto the sofa with a tablet, diving into the Songs of Decoction, an introductory book on traditional Chinese medicine. Initially, she found herself furrowing her brow at the complex names and properties of the herbs, as well as the various intricate formulations. However, after an hour, she began to find herself captivated. Suddenly, a frantic barking broke her concentration, followed by scratching at the door. Lin Ruo snapped back to reality and looked up to find a show anxiously resting its front paws against the kitchen door, its expression filled with urgency. Blinking in surprise, she soon detected the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. It seemed the meat had finished cooking. The scent of the meat, enhanced by the addition of pickled vegetables, carried a delightful tang, tantalizing her 2 little companions with their sensitive noses. Outside the kitchen door, a show was eagerly pawing at the door, attempting to push it open to sneak a taste, while a fu patiently sat by, drooling with wide, expectant eyes. Amused, Lin Ruo rose, shaking her head as she approached the kitchen. "You 2 are only 3 months old. You're still too young to indulge in such food. Soon you'll have your milk." Woof woof. Upon seeing Lin Ruo finally stand, a show turned and barked urgently, seemingly urging her to serve them the delicious meat. Ignoring the plea, she picked up their feeding bowl and entered the kitchen to prepare their dinner. First, she mixed some goat milk with a small amount of dog food, letting it soak to soften. Then, she retrieved a large piece of chicken breast from her spatial realm, placing it in cold water and turning up the heat to boil. While the chicken cooked, Lin Ruo took out another pan to sauté some vegetables. The greens she had brought from her spatial realm were vibrantly fresh. After washing and chopping them, she heated the pan, adding a touch of oyster sauce, salt, sugar, and minced garlic, quickly stir-frying them to perfection.
Afu.
Noticing Lin Ruo's focus on the cooking, anxiously circled around her legs, softly whining. Once the vegetables were plated, Lin Ruo bent down to gently tap a show and a fu's damp little noses, instructing them to behave. "Your digestive systems are still developing and cannot handle these just yet. In a couple of days, I promise you can have some." Once they mutated and their overall capabilities enhanced, not only would they be able to enjoy cooked meat, but even raw meat and bones would pose no issue. "Just a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly," she assured them, squatting to ruffle their fur affectionately. After checking on the soaked dog food and the cooked chicken, she placed the chicken into a blender, combining it with the goat milk, filling their small bowl to the brim. Suddenly feeling something furry against her leg, she looked down to find a fu nudging her with its head, eliciting a warm smile. It was evident that they were both quite hungry. Presenting the bowl to them, filled with a delightful mix of meat and milk, They eagerly dug in, savoring every bite. Lin Rua smiled softly, feeling satisfied. After washing her hands, she returned to the pot where the meat had been simmering. Upon lifting the lid, an exquisite aroma filled the entire apartment. She served herself a generous portion of her meal, grabbed her tablet, and settled in to enjoy a television series while relishing the flavors of her dish. As she savored a piece of meat, the tender texture mingled with a hint of tanginess. Delicious. Her eyes closed in contentment. After a long day, she was indeed hungry. Although the Western meal she had for lunch was delightful, it could not compare to the comfort of this home-cooked meal. It seemed she was truly a person of Z country at heart. Having watched an episode of the series, Lin Rua finished 3 large bowls of rice, leaving only half of the pork and pickled vegetable stew and polishing off an entire plate of greens. After her meal, she gently patted her full belly, feeling quite pleased, and stored the leftovers in her spatial realm. Cleaning up was a breeze. She placed all the dishes in the dishwasher and wiped down the coffee table with a clean cloth. As for a Fu and a Shou's feeding bowl, with a flicker of blue light in her eyes, a water sphere the size of a soccer ball enveloped their bowl, the gentle flow of water inside continuously rinsing it. In no time, the bowl was spotless, with the dirty water flowing into the sink under Lin Rua's control. A Shou and a Fu had already finished their meal and were playfully wrestling nearby. When they noticed the floating water sphere, their curiosity piqued, and they began to chase it around, hopping excitedly on their little legs. Seeing their delight, Lin Rua raised an eyebrow, a playful thought crossing her mind. She conjured 2 small ice crystals, each the size of her fingers, swirling around the 2 little ones. They turned to grab at the crystals, but could never quite catch them, frequently tumbling over in their attempts, which sent Lin Rua into fits of laughter. Since her parents' passing, Lin Rua had seldom laughed like this. Too much sorrow and exhaustion had weighed heavily upon her. In this moment, she felt lighthearted and joyful, momentarily forgetting all her worries. Chapter 26. The day before the apocalypse, just as she was enjoying her playful moment, Lin Rua's phone chimed. She picked it up to see a notification from the property management inviting her to join the Longyuan community group for timely updates. This would allow her to stay informed about the neighborhood's real-time news, and without hesitation, she accepted the invitation. The group was bustling with activity, messages flying by quickly. Lin Rua glanced at the stream, filled with advertisements, job postings, and casual chatter, but lost interest after a few minutes. Perhaps it would only be useful once the apocalyptic rains began. Setting her phone down, she turned back to find that the ice crystals she had used to entertain a Shou and a Fu had already been devoured by them. The sound of crunching filling the air. Shaking her head in amusement, she realized it was getting late. After freshening up and applying a facial mask as a simple skincare routine, she settled down to sleep with her 2 little companions. After their bath, a Shou and a Fu smelled delightful, their fur soft and warm. Their little bed was right beside Lin Rua's, and she kissed them goodnight before finally drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Rua awoke early. She opened the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down at the bustling street below, filled with cars and pedestrians. September 18th, 2207. The day before the impending apocalypse. This vibrant scene would soon be overshadowed by the torrential rains. Woof woof. As Lin Rua gazed vacantly out the window, a Fu squatted beside her. The moment Lin Rua stirred in the morning, it awoke, sensing her discontent despite not understanding why she was lost in thought. It nudged her pant leg with its small head. Lin Rua looked down, chuckling softly, and bent to tap a Fu's damp little nose with her finger. Realizing that her little warm-hearted companion was quite affectionate. "I'm fine, go play," she encouraged. A Fu turned to glance at a Shou, who was sprawled on the bed, then back at Lin Rua, as if to say that a Shou was still asleep and had no playmate. It seemed this little warm boy was without a companion. A smile grew on Lin Rua's lips, a mischievous thought forming. "Come train with me, a Fu." Woof.
A Fu tail wagged joyfully.
2 hours later, a Fu lay sprawled on the ground, panting as if utterly exhausted. Lin Rua shook her head in resignation. It was a Fu who had insisted on using the treadmill. Yet it was now putting on such a pitiful show. "All right, take a break. I'll prepare breakfast for you both." As she walked, she retrieved chicken and lamb milk from her space to prepare a meal for her 2 little companions. By this time, a Shou had awakened, energetically wagging its tail and circling around the prostrate A Fu.
Woof.
A Shou called for a Fu to get up, but a Fu merely glanced at it. Ignoring the plea, Lin Rua shook her head, quickly preparing their breakfast. She took out yesterday's leftover rice, a few eggs, sausages, and some vegetables, planning to make herself fried rice. Leftover rice is ideal for frying, but unfortunately, it was still warm, lacking the distinct flavor of day-old rice. She first scrambled and cooked the eggs, setting them aside. In the pan, she added a bit of oil and sautéed some chopped green onions until fragrant, then tossed in the vegetables until just wilted. Lowering the heat, she added the rice, breaking it apart, seasoning it with a touch of chicken essence, oyster sauce, and salt. Once the aroma filled the air, she mixed in the eggs and sausages, stirring until well blended. Finally, she garnished the dish with more green onions, presenting a bowl of fragrant fried rice, visually and aromatically delightful. With breakfast ready, Lin Ruo headed for a shower, having worked up quite a sweat during her workout, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her. In the bathroom, she tossed her soiled clothes directly into the washing machine, quickly showered, brushed her teeth, and emerged feeling refreshed. "Time to eat," she called out. Instantly, the two little ones scampered from the guest room, their short legs seemingly propelling them with great urgency. Slow down, slow down. No need to rush." Lin Ruo placed their food bowls on the floor, watching as they devoured their meals voraciously, finishing everything within minutes. After they finished, she gently patted their bellies, relieved to find them pleasantly plump. She had initially worried they might not be satisfied. Lin Ruo savored her breakfast at a leisurely pace, tidied the dining table, and loaded the dishes into the dishwasher. She activated the vacuum cleaner and retrieved 2 dog leashes from her space, playfully waving them at a show and a foo with a smile, enticing them to go out for some fun.
Woof.
At the mention of an outing, a show was the first to respond, its tail wagging like a propeller, while a foo obediently approached, squatting in front of Lin Ruo. After just a day together, Lin Ruo had begun to understand their personalities. A foo was the calm, warm-hearted type, while a show was lively and energetic. Securing the leashes, Lin Ruo led them outside, encountering their neighbor Qianli, who was out with her child, seemingly also heading out. Lin Ruo remembered that today was Sunday, and the little boy had no school.
Wow.
"Mom, look at those 2 cute puppies," the boy exclaimed upon seeing a show and a foo, his eyes sparkling with delight, a typical reaction from children towards animals. "Yes, dogs are adorable, but you can't touch them. It might frighten them," Qianli gently advised, to which the boy nodded obediently, standing by to observe. Qianli then turned to Lin Ruo, smiling apologetically. "My child is quite curious." Lin Ruo shook her head with a smile. "It's all right. They enjoy the company of children as well." At that moment, the boy had crouched down, exchanging curious glances with a foo and a show. A show's tail wagged excitedly, its little nose twitching. Qianli chuckled, looking up at Lin Ruo. "Are you taking them out for a walk?" Lin Ruo, holding the leashes, prevented them from getting too close to the boy. "Yes, and I need to run to the supermarket to grab a few things. The supermarket across from our complex is quite good. It offers reasonable prices and a wide variety of items," Qianli suggested upon hearing Lin Ruo's shopping plans. "Thank you," Lin Ruo replied, accepting Qianli's kindness without enthusiasm. As they chatted, the elevator arrived at the basement level, and the little boy reluctantly allowed Qianli to lead him away. Lin Ruo took a show and a foo to her car. The two seemed to revel in the outside world, sniffing and exploring, making Lin Ruo smile. Once in the car, the obedient foo clamped down on a show's leash, ensuring it remained still and did not distract Lin Ruo while she drove. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Ruo gave a foo a thumbs up, praising it. "Great job, a foo. Make sure to keep a show in check and avoid trouble, alright?"
Woof.
A foo seemed to understand Lin Ruo's gesture, sitting down and wagging its tail joyfully. The supermarket was vast, and bringing pets meant ensuring they remained in the car without disturbing other customers. Lin Ruo pushed her cart, purchasing a good amount of essentials, rice, oil, meat, and eggs, along with some household items. As she was newly moved in, she needed to buy various supplies, though she did not intend to overstock. She also browsed the pet section, buying treats for a show and a foo before heading home. Even with a modest haul, Lin Ruo emerged from the supermarket carrying several hefty bags. A show raced ahead, its eyes wide with wonder, as if it had never seen the world before. If not for the leash, it would surely have dashed off. Meanwhile, a foo dutifully stayed by Lin Ruo's side, matching her pace and occasionally attempting to help carry the bags, though it was far too small to reach them. Chapter 27. The mutation begins upon returning home. Lin Ruo was drenched in sweat. She retrieved a glass of water from her space, drawn from the lake within her life space, and sighed contentedly as she drank. A Fu and a Shou watched, sitting on the floor, tongues lolling as they eyed Lin Rua's cup with longing. Lin Rua glanced at her cup, asking, "Do you want some of this?" She poured a bit into their bowl, and they eagerly began to drink, appearing thoroughly parched, finishing it in less than a minute. Lin Rua watched them anxiously, fearing any adverse reaction, but they proved to be perfectly fine, licking their bowl clean and making soft sounds as if still wanting more. Lin Rua looked at the water dispenser just under a meter away, chuckling softly. "You certainly know how to choose the good stuff. I was worried you might be too delicate to handle this, so I thought I'd wait until after your mutation. It seems I was overly cautious. If you want a drink, then this will be your water from now on." She replaced the water in their dispenser with water from her life space, and the two little ones began to circle around it excitedly. Satisfied that they were in good health, she turned to organize the groceries, placing fruits, vegetables, and meats into the refrigerator, while stowing the instant snacks in the cabinet and neatly categorizing other household items into her space. After about 10 minutes of tidying up, she settled onto the sofa for a brief rest, and a Shou jumped onto the couch, licking Lin Rua's hand affectionately. Lin Rua, feeling playful, swiftly and gently grasped a Shou's little tongue with her fingers. A Shou struggled to retract its tongue, whimpering in distress. A Fu, still drinking water, hurried over upon hearing the commotion, resting its front paws on the sofa to observe Lin Rua. Releasing her grip, a Shou barked twice at Lin Rua before beginning to lick her hand. Glancing outside, Lin Rua noted that it was still not yet noon. The previously bright sun was now obscured by ominous clouds, a clear harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Aware that the end of the world was approaching, she knew she had to expedite the mutation process for both a Shou and a Fu. With a flick of her wrist, a level 1 crystal nucleus appeared in her palm, translucent and no larger than half her hand. A Shou curiously sniffed but detected no scent, losing interest and turning to nip at Lin Rua's fingers instead. Sensing no immediate danger, a Fu lay down on the floor, closing its eyes to rest. Lin Rua cradled a Shou in her left arm, her right hand holding the crystal nucleus, which she pressed to a Shou's forehead. Her mental energy delved into the nucleus, guiding its energy to penetrate a Shou's mind. A Shou whimpered in pain and struggled, but Lin Rua held it tightly, knowing that the mutation process would indeed be painful as the energy transformed its cellular structure. Yet, the agony would ultimately yield boundless benefits.
A Fu, noticing a Shou's discomfort,
opened its eyes and anxiously pawed at the sofa, whining in an attempt to intervene. Lin Rua looked up at it with a gentle gaze, patiently explaining, "It's for a Shou's own good. I would never harm either of you." A Fu continued to whimper softly, but Lin Rua's soothing presence alleviated its anxiety, even as its eyes remained fixed on a Shou. Realizing that one crystal nucleus might not suffice, Lin Rua retrieved another and once again directed its energy into a Shou's body. After half an hour and the absorption of 7 crystal nuclei, a Shou succumbed to slumber. Lin Rua was astonished that a Shou's small body could absorb such a vast amount of energy when she assisted Fong Ling in awakening her abilities. Only 3 nuclei were needed. Lifting a Fu into her arms, she felt it trembling slightly. She comforted it by gently touching her forehead to its own, whispering, "It's all right. This will pass quickly. The mutations before the apocalypse will render you stronger afterward, allowing you to better protect yourselves. I do not wish for anything to happen to you." A Fu, sensing its owner's reassurance, ceased trembling and licked Lin Rua's face in a gesture of comfort. Lin Rua chuckled as she wiped the drool from her face and playfully tapped a Fu's forehead. She then retrieved another crystal nucleus from her space, guiding its energy into a Fu's body. The moment the energy entered, she felt a Fu's body begin to tremble violently.
How?
Lin Rua gasped, surprised that the crystal energy had awakened a Fu's wolf genes. No wonder a Fu seemed to suffer more than a Shou. It appeared that a Fu's mutation would be more successful. The mutation process for a Fu lasted an hour, during which it absorbed 9 crystal nuclei, and by the end, a Fu's body continued to convulse. Its fur transformed from a silver-black hue to a brilliant silver, and even its eyes turned silver. Lin Rua placed the 2 little creatures in their respective beds, knowing they would need several days of rest after this mutation. Once she ensured their comfort, she realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. The excessive consumption of mental energy had left her with a headache, extinguishing any desire to cook. Instead, she hastily retrieved a few boxed meals from her space to address her hunger. After her meal, Lin Rua took out 2 crystal nuclei to begin her own cultivation. aware that she must replenish her depleted mental energy. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she held a nucleus in each hand, her surroundings radiating alternating hues of white and blue. 2 hours later, Lin Ruo concluded her cultivation, stretching luxuriously and feeling rejuvenated. Her overexertion had inadvertently led to a slight increase in her mental capacity. Noticing the time was only 4 o'clock, she observed that although the sun was obscured by clouds, the air was growing increasingly stifling. Preferring to stay indoors, she nestled back on the couch, engrossed in her reading of Tang Tu Gu Ju, grateful for its annotations, which aided her comprehension. Time passed, and the light within the room dimmed. When she next looked up, darkness had enveloped the outside world, and glancing at her watch, she noted it was already 7 o'clock. She turned off her tablet, plugged it into charge, and then switched on the lights. First, she checked on a show and a foo in the bedroom. Both were soundly asleep. Using her mental energy, she delved into their bodies to ensure the mutation was progressing, feeling relieved as she retracted her focus. Turning to the kitchen, Lin Ruo planned to prepare a hearty meal to reward herself for her efforts throughout the afternoon. As her mental energy entered her space, she noted that the vegetables in her garden were thriving. She harvested what was ready to eat, contemplating her options. With garlic shoots ripe for picking, she decided to make stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, and with green beans also ready, she'd prepare dry-fried green beans as well. Adding some pork tenderloin for stir-fry would complete the menu perfectly. As for the staple, Lin Ruo pondered for a moment. She hadn't had pancakes in ages, so she decided to make some along with a pot of millet porridge, delicious and nutritious. After gathering all her ingredients, she busied herself in the kitchen. The outside world darkened long ago, yet her little haven radiated warmth and fulfillment. In just over half an hour, she completed her cooking. The golden stir-fried pork with a sweet and sour sauce was delectable, and biting into a freshly made crispy pancake was pure delight. The stir-fried garlic shoots, grown in the rich soil, were bursting with flavor, perfectly complementing the pork. The dry-fried green beans, with their spicy kick, refreshed her palate, enhancing her appetite even further. During the meal, Lin Ruo devoured 3 pancakes, polished off all 3 dishes, and drank 2 bowls of millet porridge. After finishing her meal, she tidied the table and cleaned the kitchen, placing all the dirty pots and dishes into the dishwasher. Reclining on the sofa, she sighed contentedly. It had been a truly satisfying feast. Checking the time, she saw it was already 9 o'clock. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the bright moon outside, no one could guess that tomorrow marked the beginning of the end of the world. She took out a new phone, inserted a fresh SIM card, and sent a text to Qinyu. I know your secret. If you wish to keep it from being disclosed to Luo Juanxiang of the Qinglin Gang, be at Building 2302, Number 5, Dawn Community by 3 p.m. tomorrow. The key is in the mailbox. Should you fail to appear, you will bear the consequences. After sending the message, she swiftly removed the SIM card. With current tracking capabilities, it was risky to remain connected for even a few moments. She couldn't allow her plans to be discovered. Disposing of the card and phone into her space, Lin Ruo lay back on the sofa, allowing her mind to drift. Given her understanding of Qinyu, she was certain he would respond to the message, and the apocalypse was set to commence at 3 p.m. As long as he showed up, he would be unable to leave. Meanwhile, when Qinyu received the message, he was lying in the military hospital in City B. Having narrowly escaped from City C the day before, he returned to City B only to be discovered by members of the Qinglin Gang during his escape and sustained a gunshot wound in the ensuing battle. Upon reading the message, Qinyu's already cold expression chilled further. Since being dispatched to City C for a mission, his information had been completely sealed. Even Luo Juanxiang, the leader of the Qinglin Gang, only knew his code name and could uncover nothing about his true identity. To protect him, the information blockade remained in place. Yet this individual had effortlessly discovered his identity and contact details. Who could this person be? Chapter 28. The Day of Reckoning. Who are you? Qinyu picked up his phone to reply, but half an hour passed without a response. He immediately dialed another number, and the call connected within seconds. What's wrong? Boss. Someone sent me a message. Please help me track their location. Qinyu's voice was steady, his handsome face etched with cold seriousness. Understood. Qinyu placed his phone back on the bedside table, and at that moment, his device began to flicker, various symbols illuminating the screen. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Qinyu answered, Hello. Boss, I've just checked. The other party is experienced. They sent the message and then disconnected the card. We can't trace them. I see. Although he had suspected this beforehand, Hearing his teammate's confirmation made Chinyu furrow his brow. Boss, you're still injured. Tomorrow, Baozi and I will accompany you. After a moment of contemplation, Chinyu acquiesced. This matter extended beyond just himself. All right, come to pick me up tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up, he rested his arm on his head, thoughts swirling in his mind. The recent incident involving the Qinglin gang was perplexing, according to intelligence. All properties under their name had been entirely emptied, with losses exceeding hundreds of billions. Few had managed to steal these assets from the Qinglin gang in Sea City and successfully transport them away. How had they accomplished this?
Who were they?
Had it not been for this group diverting the Qinglin gang's attention, he would not have had the opportunity to escape Sea City unnoticed. Though he had returned, numerous questions awaited answers, and this message served as a crucial breakthrough he did not intend to overlook. As night fell, some remained restless, while others slept peacefully. Yet, time would not pause for anyone, and dawn gradually broke. Lin Rua opened her eyes to a pitch-black room. Had she not glanced at the clock on the bedside table, she would have thought her biological clock was malfunctioning. Not a shred of light penetrated the curtains. She sat up, turned on the light, stretched, and glanced at the small bed beside her where a Shou and a Fu slept. These little creatures had grown significantly, once the size of 3-month-old puppies. They now measured half a meter long, their paws larger and thicker, resembling the formidable claws of lions or tigers. Lin Rua gently pinched a Shou's paw, sharp claws instantly protruding. It seemed they were thriving. She patted a Shou's head, ensuring they were both well before getting out of bed. A few steps took her to the window, where she pulled back the heavy curtains. It was still early, and the streets outside were mostly empty. The sky shrouded in a blanket of dark clouds, not a glimmer of light to be found. The streetlights in the neighborhood remained illuminated, and the air grew increasingly oppressive. Sensing the heat, Lin Rua's water-based abilities activated instinctively, and the discomfort dissipated swiftly. Observing a Fu and a Shou lying on the bed, she retrieved a stainless steel basin from her space, her palm moving slightly as water rapidly filled the basin and froze, causing the room's temperature to plummet until it stabilized around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. In such stifling weather, she, endowed with water-based powers, was unbothered by the heat. However, a Shou and a Fu, with their thick fur, would likely be panting if they were awake. Having adjusted the indoor temperature, she casually picked up her phone from the bedside and opened the browser to check the news, promptly spotting a weather warning at the top. Attention citizens. Experts predict a nationwide torrential rainstorm in the coming days. Please take care when traveling. Lin Rua lifted her gaze from her phone to the oppressive sky. A heavy feeling settling in her heart, akin to the weight of an impending storm. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she had endured apocalyptic scenarios before. There was no reason to feel burdened. She resolved to live her life well. In the living room, she drank a cup of lake water before briskly entering the second bedroom. She increased the weight of her weighted rings to 70 kilograms, then retrieved a speaker from her space, cranking the volume to maximum. With the music blaring, she commenced her day's workout: long-distance running, single-arm push-ups, sit-and-reach stretches, squats, and pull-ups, completing nearly every exercise until she was utterly exhausted. She sought to numb her anxious nerves through relentless training, refusing to stop. Once her water abilities alleviated her fatigue, she resumed practicing martial arts and knife techniques, repeating the motions until her arms could no longer lift. As the water energies flowed rapidly throughout her body, Lin Rua lay on the ground, breathing heavily, gradually attuning herself to the passage of time. By the time she managed to rise, it was already 2:30 p.m. Having skipped breakfast and missed lunch, her stomach felt as though it were twisting in knots from hunger. Rushing to the bathroom for a quick shower, she prepared to cook, seizing the opportunity to create a meal while resources were plentiful, hoping the enticing aroma would not attract unwanted attention. Although there was an abundance of instant food in her space, it would eventually run out. Lin Rua took out 3 large bowls, each filled with a generous amount of flour. She sprinkled yeast and sugar into warm water, blending it to form dough. Once the dough was ready, she placed the 10 bowls into her space to rise, while she retrieved homemade dishes and rice for herself. Thunder rumbled. Just as Lin Rua was eating, a massive clap of thunder echoed outside, followed by a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. Her eating paused momentarily as she turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling window. Plop, plop, plop. Rain the size of broad beans pelted against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Turning back to her meal, Lin Ruo felt her earlier heaviness vanish entirely as the torrential rain poured down. The ominous boot had finally dropped. While eating, she opened her phone. And the community group chat for Longyuan community was buzzing with activity, most discussing the deluge. 71002. This rain is relentless, rattling my windows. I'm worried the glass might shatter. 20101. Indeed. I saw on the news that this storm is global. It's raining everywhere. What kind of weather is this? 61702. I just hope it stops soon. My child is still at school. How can I fetch them in such downpour? 32001. I'm still at work. I brought an umbrella, but in this rain, it's like having none at all. Rest in peace, my suit. 80902. Tell me about it. It's impossible to get a taxi in this weather. Reading the discussions in the chat, Lin Ruo finished 3 boxes of rice, surprisingly delicious. Afterward, she sent a message in the group before rising to clear the table. 32501. This weather doesn't seem like it'll stop anytime soon. If you need to pick up your children or head home from work, you should hurry while the water on the roads isn't too deep. As soon as she sent that message, Qian Li from next door immediately replied. 32502. I'm going to pick up my child now. Is there anyone from Longyuan Primary School who wants to join me? Seeing someone responding in the group, Lin Ruo chose not to continue following the chat and muted notifications before exiting WeChat. Outside, the rain poured incessantly. Lin Ruo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and dialed Grandma Wu from City A. The phone rang once before being answered, and Grandma Wu's anxious voice came through. Xiao Ruo, how are you in C-City? Be careful in this heavy rain. Lin Ruo smiled faintly and spoke gently. Grandma Wu, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. A classmate of mine works in the meteorological department, and she informed me that this rain will not cease for at least a month. I have stocked up on food and drink at my home. Should you exhaust your supplies, feel free to come over. My house has a newly installed security door, so it is best to minimize your outings. Do not open the door for anyone. Sometimes, kindness can be the greatest cruelty to oneself. After a moment's pause, Grandma Wu sighed and replied, I understand your concern. Rest assured, I am well here in City C, with ample food and drink. You need not worry about me. Lin Ruo approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black sky, and said in a calm tone, I must thank you, Grandma. It was your advice that prompted me to stock up on provisions. I have also called Uncle Wu back. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to cope. Grandma Wu spoke sincerely, without Lin Ruo's assistance. She would have faced dire circumstances, struggling with her mobility and caring for her young granddaughter. I can only do so much. You must take care of yourself as well. Chapter 29. Port Zero Purchase. Where are you? What is all this in your house? Did you know about the impending storm? Lin Ruo reinserted her previous phone card. And as soon as it powered on, she received a text from Qinyu. After reading it, she pondered for a moment before choosing to reply. These are prepared for you. The apocalypse has begun. Take care of yourself. She then removed the phone card and discarded it in the trash, retrieving her powered-off phone back into her space. With that, her debts were settled, leaving only what she still needed to collect. There was no rush. Once the B-City base was established, those she missed would surely appear. The torrential rain continued unabated, and within 2 hours, several low-lying areas had turned into vast bodies of water, causing many vehicles to refrain from venturing out, as flooding would render them useless. However, the Longyuan community was situated on elevated ground, and its drainage system was exceptionally efficient, with water levels barely rising above the surface. Just then, those who had been at work or school returned home, and the community chat buzzed with excitement, as residents remarked on the unprecedented intensity of the rain. Fortunately, I picked up the kids early. Driving is impossible now. Have you seen the posts? The outside is a sea. I saw it. Our community is elevated and well-drained. We'll be fine. I never expected the rain would be this heavy. How many cars will be flooded this time? Best to avoid buying cars for the next few years. They'll all be waterlogged. Lin Ruo glanced at the messages, but quickly lost interest. Everyone remained unaware of the seriousness of the situation, still captivated by the novelty of it all, though that curiosity would likely not last long. The windows rattled violently from the force of the rain, and since Lin Ruo lived on a higher floor, she bore the brunt of the storm's fury. Approaching the window, she summoned her mental power, manifesting a blue glow in her hand as numerous water molecules surged towards the glass. Within seconds, A sheet of transparent ice rapidly formed 5 centimeters from the window, soon covering the entire pane and shielding it from the relentless downpour. Before long, Lin Ruo had encased all accessible windows in a layer of ice, a manifestation of her unique ability that would not melt upon contact with water and could be controlled at will, though it required periodic replenishment. After completing this task, she made her way to the kitchen, contemplating what delectable dish to prepare. Suddenly, inspiration struck: crispy roasted rabbit. Retrieving a freshly prepared rabbit from her space, she utilized her water manipulation abilities to cleanse it thoroughly. She tenderized the meat with a cooking mallet for several minutes to enhance the flavor absorption, seasoning it with salt, soy sauce, Sichuan pepper, star anise, ginger, and chicken essence, and then covered it to marinate for 3 hours. Once the rabbit was marinated, she retrieved dough from her space and began crafting buns and steamed bread, filling them with an array of ingredients: pork, lamb, beef, green beans with shrimp, 3 delicacies, savory meat, shiitake mushrooms with vegetables, and chives with eggs. Lin Ruo fetched a large iron pot and 5 substantial steamer trays, spending 3 hours steaming 5 large batches of buns, approximately 500 in total, along with over 300 steamed breads. Once the dough was fully utilized, the kitchen timer chimed, prompting Lin Ruo to wash her hands before returning to the kitchen. She preheated the oven to 180 degrees Celsius, wrapped the marinated rabbit in aluminum foil, and placed it inside to roast. After washing some vegetables, she opened the oven to turn the rabbit, allowing it to roast for a total of 30 minutes. After removing the foil, she brushed a light layer of honey water on the rabbit's surface, sprinkled cumin, sesame, and chili powder, and returned it to the oven for an additional 5 minutes. The crispy roasted rabbit was finally ready, filling the apartment with an irresistible aroma that made one's mouth water. Lin Ruo quickly sautéed some vegetables in garlic to balance the richness of the meat, presenting the roasted rabbit and the stir-fried greens on the dining table before turning to wash her hands. At that moment, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Sitting back at the table, she tore off a rabbit leg and began to chew, glancing at her phone. "I'm so hungry. It seems my neighbors are having hot pot. The hallway smells delicious, but with this downpour, deliveries are halted. When will I eat? Is there a kind soul willing to share a meal? I can pay. Only videos of eating shows to watch at home. I'll just make instant noodles to satisfy my cravings." You still have instant noodles? I don't even have that. I need to head to the supermarket now. The water level in the community is almost at knee height. Be careful out there. Many others in the chat lamented their situations. This was an upscale community where most residents were financially secure. However, few had sufficient supplies at home, often relying on takeout or dining out. With the heavy rain, deliveries were no longer an option, leaving many to face hunger. Lin Ruo took another bite of the savory roasted rabbit, thinking, this is merely the beginning. For now, they can still venture to the nearby supermarket. But once the water level rises and no one can leave, they will truly understand what it means to be hungry. After the meal, she settled cross-legged on the floor, adjusting herself to an optimal state before studying the map of B City. Tonight, she intended to embark on a zero-cost acquisition. The torrential rain would soon engulf the entire world, and many supplies would be ruined by flooding. Rather than letting them spoil, she would make use of them. In the dead of night, clad in black athletic wear that seamlessly blended with the darkness, she summoned her mental power, fully unleashing her water manipulation abilities. Sitting atop a floating waterboard, she propelled herself swiftly forward, her ultimate destination being the northern port of B City. As she passed gas stations along the way, she hesitated not for a moment, using her abilities to glide through without a sound. Her hand delved into the water, connecting with the underground oil tank through layers of concrete, and with a swift motion, the entire tank was drawn into her space. Every gas station she encountered was silently raided, while the staff inside remained oblivious, peering out through glass doors without a clue that the oil tanks had been pilfered. An hour later, Lin Ruo arrived at the largest northern port in B City, her space now containing 30 large oil tanks, each with a capacity of 50 cubic meters, roughly 40 tons, though none were completely full. Upon arriving at the northern port, which spans approximately 26 square kilometers, Lin Ruo observed that 60 of the area consisted of storage zones, teeming with towering stacks of containers. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, she detected the locations of surveillance cameras and swiftly glided across the water on her board, deftly evading detection. Enhanced by her powers, her speed was remarkable. Coupled with the aid of the current beneath her feet, she became a fleeting specter, weaving effortlessly between the containers. With each touch upon a container, its contents were drawn into her spatial realm. Seasonal fruits such as apples, peaches, watermelons, and grapes were meticulously stacked together. Additionally, she gathered essentials like rice, flour, automobiles, electronics, mobile phones, computers, fresh meats, seafood, clothing, cosmetics, gasoline, and diesel, each item beginning at a hefty 10 tons. Lin Rua's heart brimmed with joy as her spatial inventory burgeoned at an astonishing rate. She had no time to categorize the items. She simply piled them together, intending to sort them later at her convenience. In this singular storage area alone, nearly 1,000 containers were present. Although some were empty, the sheer volume of goods was staggering. As she prepared to depart, Lin Rua skillfully avoided the surveillance zones and discreetly retrieved over 20 metal containers, arranging them neatly within her space, a prudent measure for future needs, as she had only endured 5 years in this apocalyptic world, where such resources might prove invaluable. Realizing her haul was complete, she pivoted swiftly, redirecting her board towards the dock, situated at the northernmost edge of the port, approximately 25 kilometers away. Remarkably, she arrived in just 2 minutes. Before her lay a myriad of vessels, obscured by the distant rain. She selected 3 nearby yachts, 6 jet skis, and a small cargo ship to add to her collection. The sight of the towering cargo ship stirred a frenzy of desire within her. However, she knew that even if she could store it, its conspicuousness would render her a target. Nevertheless, enticed by the neatly arranged containers, she ascended the cargo ship and hastily collected all the containers without scrutinizing their contents. Within a mere 10 minutes, she utilized the downpour as cover and made her escape. Having spent over an hour at the northern port, the rising water levels began to quicken, signaling a potential collapse of the surrounding drainage systems. The vessels around her rocked perilously, foreshadowing the onset of waves. Lingering here was ill-advised. With a sense of urgency, Lin Rua turned and unleashed her water-based powers, propelling herself forward. As the scenery sped past her, she cast one last glance at the bustling dock, where numerous workers continued their tasks. With a fleeting expression of resolve, she melded into the rain and vanished from sight. On her return journey, Lin Rua deliberately chose a longer route through the city, where the number of gas stations had doubled. She seized the opportunity to siphon fuel from underground tanks into her space. Her oil reserves now totaled 4,000 tons. Ample for her needs, yet her anxiety over resource scarcity persisted. Silently returning to her apartment complex, she sought a shadowy spot to disembark her board. The terrain here was elevated, with the water level reaching just above her mid-thigh, approximately 70 to 80 centimeters deep. Stowing her board away, she waded swiftly into the supermarket, which was bustling with frantic shoppers. Observing the disarray on the shelves, she noted that many had anticipated the impending crisis. If these shoppers possessed sufficient foresight, they would stock up on rice and flour, though not particularly palatable. These staples provided sustenance. Rice and flour were consumed slowly. A 5 kilograms bag of rice could sustain a family of 3 for a week, especially when cooked as porridge, making it a practical choice amidst the chaos. In the latter stages of the downpour, as water level surged, the first and second floors of supermarkets would be submerged, marking the onset of a severe shortage. She quickly gathered an assortment of food and household items and queued at the checkout, where the normally short line had transformed into a lengthy snake. After finally completing her purchases, she hefted several large bags of supplies toward her apartment. With her physical capabilities, the knee-deep water posed little hindrance to her progress, and she swiftly returned home. Once inside, she was drenched, her ear-length hair dripping incessantly. Without hesitation, she deposited her supplies into the spatial realm and made her way to the bathroom. She swiftly discarded her soaked clothing into the washing machine and turned on the shower. As the warm water cascaded over her, Lin Rua exhaled a sigh of relief. Her mission had been successfully accomplished. Once clad in dry attire, she settled onto her bed, her mental energy activating to dry her hair instantly. A small water sphere materialized in her palm, which she promptly froze and placed into the ice basin in her bedroom, allowing her time to assess her evening's bounty. Diving into her spatial realm, she gazed in satisfaction at the abundance of items that had accumulated. The sensation of plenitude was exhilarating. She began methodically organizing her space, aware that her haphazard collection would lead to complications later. However, after only a few minutes, a headache struck. The excessive use of her abilities had drained her mental reserves. She retracted her energy, reclining on her bed and retrieving a crystal core to replenish her powers. Before she knew it, dawn had arrived. The ice in the basin, bolstered by her abilities, remained intact, and the room was comfortably warm, albeit slightly damp due to the storm outside. Once revitalized, Lin Rua opened her eyes, her mental energy instinctively expanding to envelop the entire apartment. With a subtle gesture, she summoned the moisture from the air, and in an instant, a sizable water sphere formed above her hands, its contents swirling and growing. After a few moments, sensing the humidity had reached an acceptable level, she cast the water sphere into her freshwater pool. Stretching luxuriously, her joints cracking, Lin Rua felt invigorated despite having foregone sleep the previous night. Her extended training had rejuvenated her spirit. Nearby, her two pets, a Shou and a Fu, slumbered peacefully. She crept over to nuzzle their soft fur, a warm feeling enveloping her. Every effort had been worthwhile. They had grown to around 50 centimeters in length, their rapid growth fueled by the energy from the crystal core, making their little bed increasingly cramped. Rubbing A Fu's fluffy head, she noted how he had begun to resemble a silver wolf, strikingly handsome. A Shou's fur had also undergone a transformation, shifting from a mix of black and brown to a solid black hue. Lin Rua pondered what genetic traits from the German Shepherd lineage might have influenced this change, and resolved to observe further. The room remained dim, and Lin Rua instinctively flicked on the lights, only to find them unresponsive. Blinking in surprise, she quickly realized there had been a power outage. Rising from her seat, she approached the window and drew back the curtains, revealing the complex submerged in a vast expanse of water. The lower structures were entirely obscured, with an estimated depth of about 1 meter. Surely, the first floor must have flooded. To prevent electrocution, it was no wonder the property management had cut the power supply. She closed the heavy curtains and retrieved a rechargeable lamp from her space, placing it on the table and turning it on. Rather than rushing into training, Lin Rua picked up her phone to browse the community group messages. The conversations in the group have diminished significantly due to the power outage in the community, leaving many with drained phones. Lin Rua scrolled up to examine the chat history. 20102. Oh my, water is flooding my house. Where is the property management? Hurry up. Attached was a video showing a man in pajamas attempting to block the door with a wooden board, yet it proved futile as water continued to seep in. A woman, also clad in sleepwear, was seen using a basin to scoop out water. Lin Rua exited the video and continued scrolling, discovering another video from the property management. Some individuals were blocking water in the garage, while others assisted residents in repairing shattered windows and removing water from first-floor apartments. Before long, the property management sent out a notification. Due to the high water level, in order to prevent electric shock incidents, a citywide power outage will be implemented. We appreciate your understanding. Lin Rua glanced at the time, noting it was 4 in the morning. After the power was cut, the group chat was filled with lamentations. The heavy rain had already created a stifling atmosphere, and the lack of electricity meant air conditioners and windows could not be used, making it unbearable. 41501. This is going to suffocate us. 80501. Exactly. With the rain, we couldn't open the windows, and now we can't use the air conditioning either. 91702. Everyone, bear with it. If someone gets electrocuted, it could be fatal. 11401. Right. Once the rescue team arrives, it will be better. I just tried calling the fire department, but it was constantly busy. 80902. The rain shows no sign of stopping. Is anyone going to the supermarket for supplies? 32502. I'm going. Wait for me. Lin Rua exited the WeChat interface, a smirk playing on her lips. Fire department? Rescue teams? The authorities were too preoccupied with salvaging grain depots, supply warehouses, and armories to attend to ordinary residents. Such resources were vital and could not suffer any loss. Furthermore, this was not a localized disaster. It was global in nature. Where would they even begin to provide aid? Individuals like 902 from Building 8 were quite astute. She had encountered many during her supermarket visit yesterday. Seizing the opportunity to stock up on supplies was indeed the prudent course of action. However, she and 2502 were still somewhat naive. When hunger became unbearable, people's first instinct would be to seek out those who had ventured to procure supplies, leading to countless complications. Lin Rua shook her head gently. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Rua glanced towards her apartment door. Had someone come to knock after just one day? She raised an eyebrow, stood up to check, and found it was the male resident from across the hall, presumably named Li Wei. Is something wrong? Li Wei stood straight, and upon seeing Lin Ruo open the door, directly conveyed his purpose. My wife sent me to ask if you needed any food brought back, as this rain seems unlikely to cease anytime soon. Lin Ruo blinked, surprised at the offer. With a light laugh, she declined, no need. I have enough to eat. Li Wei nodded, acknowledging her response. Understood. Sorry to bother you. He turned to leave. Recalling the kindness of Teacher Qian, she called out to Li Wei, wait a moment. Li Wei turned back. What is it?
Lin Ruo.
Resting her hand on the door handle, let her smile fade slightly, and spoke with a serious demeanor. It's safer to go shopping yourself. This heavy rain could continue for an indeterminate time. It's best to exercise caution. Lin Ruo's words were somewhat veiled, but Li Wei, being a soldier, was perceptive and quickly grasped her meaning. His gaze shifted to Lin Ruo, filled with curiosity. What did Miss Lin know? Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow, her seriousness vanishing in an instant. Just a casual remark. Whether you heed it or not is entirely up to you. With that, she turned and closed the door. Li Wei lingered in the hallway for a moment, glancing at the door before pulling out his phone to send a message in the group chat. 32502. I've remembered something and won't be going to the supermarket after all. 80902. You can go on your own. After sending the message, he returned home, where his wife Qian Li was tidying up. Upon seeing him, she was surprised. Aren't you supposed to be out buying supplies? I'll go later this evening. Li Wei stood by the window, watching several individuals wading through the water, leaving Building 3. His expression turned serious. The young woman from across the hall was right. The rain had persisted for so long, and many areas were severely flooded, with incidents occurring everywhere while the authorities had yet to initiate any rescue efforts. This was inherently unreasonable. If it was as he suspected, he turned to observe his busy wife and their son playing with toys. They had already been abandoned. He could not place them in harm's way. Meanwhile, after advising Li Wei, Lin Ruo set the matter aside and focused her mental energy, organizing the supplies she had retrieved from the port the previous day, by category. After over an hour, the items in her space were finally sorted. Lin Ruo sighed in relief, grateful for her strong mental fortitude. Had she been an ordinary person, it would have taken an eternity to organize all these supplies. She then methodically began her physical training and honing her abilities. By the time she emerged from the spare room, drenched in sweat, it was nearly noon. For lunch, she retrieved 2 boxes of fried rice and a portion of spicy shrimp from her space, enjoying a delightful meal. After finishing her meal, she promptly began preparing ready-to-eat foods, this time making pastries, flatbreads, and rice balls. Lin Ruo took out a power bank and 10 rice cookers, steaming a whole pot of rice in each cooker, which should suffice for a considerable number of rice balls. Once that was done, she turned to knead the dough, preparing 10 large bowls, just like last time. She retrieved a variety of vegetables and meats from her space to prepare stir-fried dishes. As long as natural gas was still being supplied, she could cook. In a few days, that would cease, forcing her to resort to a stove. The aroma of food began wafting through the apartment, the fragrance of rice, the scent of dough, and the enticing smell of various stir-fried dishes filled the air for a solid 6 hours. This time, her yield was substantial: 600 pastries, 80 flatbreads, and 500 rice balls. After preparing all the stir-fried dishes, she packaged them into food containers, portioned for each meal, totaling over 100 boxes. Just as she completed these tasks, it was dinner time. Lin Ruo took a bite of a freshly made pastry filled with pork and scallions. The outer crust was crispy, and the flavor of scallions combined with pork was deliciously fragrant without being greasy. She devoured 5 large pastries before feeling satisfied. After putting all the packed food into her still space, she retrieved a can of cola and took a hearty sip, letting out a satisfied burp. Noticing it was still early, she stretched her shoulders, settled onto the sofa, and began studying the Song of Soups. As time passed, 3 hours later, she stretched, having memorized all 308 formulas in the Song of Soups, thanks to her formidable mental strength. However, understanding the meanings of the formulas would require gradual exploration. She would need to study diligently. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted it was already 9 in the evening. Unbeknownst to her, so much time had elapsed. Prolonged mental exertion had made her feel a bit hungry again. Recalling the pastries from dinner, she reconsidered. It might be best to avoid starchy foods for a late-night snack. She delved into her space, searching the ready-to-eat section, finally selecting a portion of crayfish, a skewer of grilled meat, a fried chicken piece, and a cup of warm milk tea. Ah, Another day of caloric indulgence. Lin Ruo gleefully peeled a crayfish and popped it into her mouth, the spicy flavor enveloping her palate, causing her to squint with delight. This flavor deserved further exploration. Otherwise, once the supplies ran out, she would miss it dearly. After finishing her meal, she discarded all the takeout boxes into the trash bin and casually stood by the window to observe the current water level. It had already reached 1.5 meters, indicating that the first floor was likely uninhabitable. Taking another sip of her milk tea, savoring the chewy pearls within, she picked up her phone to catch up on the happenings in the community group. 10101. My home is uninhabitable. Is there any neighbor willing to take me in? 80102. Indeed, we are all neighbors. Is there a kind soul who could help? With such heavy rain outside, we cannot get to a hotel. We are willing to pay. Is that acceptable? 81702. Residents of Building 8 can come to my place. I live alone. Being a single man makes it more convenient. 32002. I also live alone. You may move in together, preferably women. 30101. Oh dear. You are such a good person. Before long, residents from various buildings began to offer shelter to those on the first floor, though their motivations were not entirely altruistic. Most were likely motivated by financial gain. Lin Ruo took another sip of her milk tea, realizing that soon these hosts would understand the adage inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is challenging. At that moment, the line between host and guest could become quite blurred. In her previous life, she had taken in the Lin family out of compassion, only to face dire consequences. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed those unpleasant memories from her mind, finished her milk tea, and tossed the cup into the trash before heading to the bathroom. Emerging from the bath, refreshed and dry, Lin Ruo suddenly pondered whether the bed for Ah Shou and Ah Fu was too small. They would undoubtedly grow significantly larger, and all would be cramped on that single bed. She began to search for an appropriate space, realizing that no bed size seemed suitable, ultimately deciding to replace the main bedroom with a thick carpet. This way, they could surround her bed, effectively sleeping together. When the main bedroom became too cramped, it would be time for them to leave Long Yuan. Before sleeping, she focused her mental energy into the space, harvesting the mature vegetables. Then took a stroll around the animal hillside. The little pigs, lambs, and calves had all grown considerably, and the sows, ewes, and cows were pregnant, filling Lin Ruo with joy as she tended to them with greater care. The poultry had also produced a number of chicks, ducklings, and goslings. With several eggs still in the nest, she routinely collected the eggs and stored them in her tranquil space. Most delightfully, the rabbits had multiplied. This batch, having arrived already pregnant, had given birth to numerous bunnies, creating nests all over their hillside. The rapid reproduction of rabbits suggested that they would soon become the primary food source for Ah Shou and Ah Fu. Lin Ruo envisioned the future with optimism as she withdrew her mental energy from the space and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 31. I said no in the stillness of the night. A sudden sound disturbed the room. Lin Ruo opened her eyes immediately and turned to the side, where she spotted Ah Shou's large face. A glance further revealed Ah Fu standing nearby, wagging its tail and gazing at her. They had finally awakened after 5 days.
Woof.
Ah Shou was overjoyed to see Lin Ruo and dashed toward her. In just 5 days, they had grown to a length of 1 meter and a height of 60 centimeters, significantly larger than most adult dogs. Although Lin Ruo had not weighed them, their muscular build suggested they were quite hefty. After its mutation, Ah Shou moved swiftly, but to Lin Ruo, it appeared to move in slow motion. She rolled aside effortlessly, dodging Ah Shou's eager advance while ignoring its pitiful gaze, playfully scolding, "Are you still under the impression that your weight is a mere trifle? That massive frame of yours could crush me." Understanding her words, Ah Shou lowered its head and realized its substantial growth, confusion evident in its eyes. Turning to Ah Fu, it discovered that Ah Fu had also grown. Ah Fu sensed Ah Shou's bewilderment and barked in response. Lin Ruo smiled knowingly, approaching them and wrapping her arms around their heads. "No need for confusion. You have absorbed special energy and undergone mutation. From now on, you will grow stronger and live longer, allowing us to be together for a long time, all right?" Ah Shou beamed with joy, eager to remain by Lin Ruo's side indefinitely. It extended its long tongue to lick her chin, its tail wagging furiously. Gurgle. Ah Shou's stomach growled, and its intended bark transformed into a whimper, nudging Lin Ruo with its large head. Lin Ruo chuckled at the sight. Despite their robust appearance, Their bellies were indeed empty, indicating they were genuinely hungry. I'll prepare some food for you. Standing up, she walked to the living room, where Ah Fu dutifully sat by the bedroom door, watching her movements, while Ah Shou followed closely, like a shadow. The entire house was enveloped in darkness, the living room curtains still drawn. She retrieved a lamp from her space, placing it on the dining table, and then produced 2 large bowls with a diameter of half a meter. The previous dog bowls would no longer suffice for their appetites. They would now require bowls for their meals. Next, she took out a raw pig leg weighing approximately 20 to 30 kilograms and, with a gentle wave of her hand, the space blade sliced the leg in half. The meat was placed into the 2 bowls, which she filled with half a bowl of sheep's milk and added several raw eggs and 5 large meat buns. Thus, breakfast was prepared. Ah Shou and Ah Fu had already begun to drool, but they remained seated patiently, awaiting her command. All right, it's time to eat. As soon as Lin Ruo set the bowls in the corner of the living room, Ah Shou and Ah Fu sprang into action. Despite the distance, Ah Fu's speed matched that of Ah Shou, and they began their meal almost simultaneously. They devoured the raw pig leg bones with remarkable ease, as if gnawing on fish bones. This revelation gave Lin Ruo insight into their current biting strength. Their abilities would surely continue to enhance, and given their initial mutation prowess, it was evident they possessed exceptional potential. The sound of their gnawing echoed throughout the room, and Lin Ruo shook her head in resignation. Glancing at her watch, it was already 4 a.m. There was no point in trying to sleep any longer. It would be more beneficial to rise and exercise. 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, with incessant heavy rain continuing to fall. The water level was merely half a meter away from reaching the 2nd floor. The community was not only experiencing power outages but also water shortages. However, the relentless rain outside meant that collecting some rainwater was the only means of survival. The property management had no solution. The water level was too high, and the ground pressure was too great for them to extract any water. The situation worsened as the continuous downpour had clogged the drainage system, leaving both clean and wastewater with nowhere to go. Using the restroom had become a challenge for many. Yet, official news was slow to arrive, with no signal or electricity, leaving them completely disconnected from the outside world. Many residents began to realize the severity of the situation. Some property staff and security personnel at Longyuan grew concerned for their families, but returning home was an incredibly daunting task. The water was too deep, making swimming back impractical, and although the current was gentle, it still posed significant risks. Anxiety spread among the residents as they desperately clung to their supplies, fearing theft. Meanwhile, the 2nd floor was on the verge of flooding, and its residents could no longer stay in their homes, resorting to seeking help from neighbors in the same building. Yet, in such circumstances, who would be willing to take in strangers? After finishing her workout, Lin Ruo, adhering to her routine from the past few days, began preparing the necessary ingredients, intending to make a larger batch of dumplings to store in her space. They would be convenient and delicious, requiring only boiling water for preparation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on her door. Lin Ruo, having just completed her training, paused and turned to the door. Ah Shou and Ah Fu had long finished their breakfast, lounging in the living room when the sound of knocking at the door interrupted their repose. Ah Fu dashed to the door, fixating intently on it, while Ah Shou hurried over, barking vociferously. The deep, resonant bark, tinged with a growl, suggested to any listener that a formidable dog resided within. The visitors outside paused, as the information indicated that the young lady owned only 2 small puppies. Was there a larger dog hidden away? Hello, I am the property manager. Could you please open the door? The persistent voice called out again, directed towards Lin Ruo's door. Fresh from training, Lin Ruo wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel draped casually around her neck and approached Ah Fu, giving him a gentle pat before ushering Ah Shou back inside. Many residents of the building had encountered Ah Shou and Ah Fu before, but the time was not yet ripe for them to be seen by the public. Ah Fu barked at Ah Shou, who cast a reluctant glance at the door before following Ah Fu back inside. Only then did Lin Ruo open the apartment door, revealing 2 men and a woman outside. The man at the forefront, donned in a property management uniform, brightened upon seeing Lin Ruo. Is there something you need? Casting a glance over her shoulder, Lin Ruo noted that the other man and woman each clutched large bags filled with uneaten food items like flour and rice, and she quickly surmised their intentions.
Zhao lui smiled professionally.
Miss Lin, the residents of apartment 201 on the 2nd floor are facing flooding, and they cannot stay there any longer. Would you mind? Absolutely not. Lin Ruo interjected firmly before he could finish. We are all neighbors, and they are merely temporary residents. Zhao Hui attempted to continue persuading her. As we understand. You live here alone. Lin Ruo furrowed her brow, her patience waning. I said no. Stepping back, she prepared to close the door. Were it not for the circumstances, she wouldn't have opened it at all. The woman behind them stepped forward to block the door, her hands gripping the frame, smiling obsequiously yet employing moral coercion. Dear, you live alone in such a large house. It's quite wasteful. We are neighbors and you can't just turn a blind eye. It's about mutual aid. We have nowhere else to go. Please, have some compassion for us. Lin Ruo lowered her gaze to the woman's hands on the doorframe, her expression growing colder. The woman, sensing Lin Ruo's silence, became flustered. How can you be so cold-hearted and selfish? What harm would it do to let us stay for a bit?
Besides,
It's not even your house. Before she could finish, she attempted to push her way inside, using her bulk to her advantage. Chapter 32, Intimidation with the Door Ajar. A middle-aged woman was attempting to squeeze through. Lin Ruo scoffed. Persuasion had failed, and now they resorted to force. She swiftly raised her right leg and delivered a kick to the woman's chest, sending her sprawling backward, crashing against the opposite wall and losing consciousness. The man from the second floor, who had been eager to join in, immediately recoiled. Lin Ruo's smile turned frostier. Did they truly think they could force their way in? The man and Zhao Hui gaped at the fallen woman, who was of considerable weight, yet had been sent flying with ease. The man, sensing Lin Ruo's fierce gaze, retreated behind Zhao Hui, seeking refuge in his presence. You'll be charged for assault, he shouted, emboldened by Zhao Hui's perceived protection. Once we're rescued, I will definitely report you. Lin Ruo chuckled coldly. I await your complaint. Just let us in, and I will overlook it, the man stammered. Trembling under Lin Ruo's icy stare, Lin Ruo dismissed him, turning her focus back to Zhao Hui. Do you think I am easy to bully simply because I am a young woman? No. Zhao Hui hastily shook his head, realizing he had underestimated her. We were just asking, if you don't wish to, we will leave. Having presumed that she would be timid and easily intimidated, they were shocked by her formidable strength. Lin Ruo's gaze remained steely, filled with lethal intent. Disturb me again, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Yes. Zhao Hui, feeling the chill of her glare,
quickly acquiesced.
Lin Ruo shot a glance at the other man, who hastily hid behind Zhao Hui, nodding vigorously. Only then did she close the apartment door. Leaning against it for a moment, she listened to the voices outside. I am the owner of Jiwei Construction. Once the water recedes, I will ensure this young lady pays for her insolence. Calm down, Mr. Song. The girl is simply naive. Help me get my wife down. Of course. But that won't do. My wife's injuries cannot be in vain. As the voices faded, Lin Ruo felt relieved. Afu, Ashu, come out, she called, moving towards the bathroom. Afu and Ashu emerged from the apartment, making their way to the doorway where Afu lay down and Ashu nestled close by, eyes closed. Seemingly intent on making this their home. Lin Ruo chuckled softly. Considering their ages, they were still youngsters, already assuming the role of her protectors. She paid them little mind, heading directly to the bathroom. After training, the clingy fabric of her clothes was uncomfortable. Once inside, she shed her garments and tossed them into the washing machine, then summoned her powers to fill the tub with water. Meanwhile, Li Wei was equally astonished. Having heard the knocking at 2501, he was about to offer assistance when he witnessed the unfolding scene through the peephole. He had not expected the young lady of 2501 to be so formidable. He began to ponder whether he could withstand such a kick. The answer was evident. He could not. The force behind it would likely break bones. It would be wiser to collaborate. After all, 2 fists could not fend off 4 hands. If the residents below united to cause trouble, none of them could withstand it. Just as Lin Ruo finished her bath, another knock echoed from the door, heralding her second visitor of the day. Li Wei. She opened the door, her expression one of surprise. What brings you here? Li Wei chose his words carefully. I believe we could collaborate. Collaborate? Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of collaboration? I witnessed everything that transpired in the hallway, Li Wei sighed. Forgive me for saying this, but I am a retired soldier with some knowledge of the authorities. There has been no news of rescue, and something feels amiss. If my suspicions are correct, today's events may repeat themselves.
And?
Lin Ruo began to grasp his intentions. While you possess formidable skills, you are but one person. And I am in the same boat. We can never know how many adversaries we may face. However, if we join forces, our chances improve.
Li veis puc sincereli?
Lin Ruo nodded, understanding his perspective. I see your point, but I must decline.
Why?
Li Wei was baffled by her refusal of what seemed a mutually beneficial proposition. Lin Ruo shifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Because I do not trust you. Li Wei paused, then accepted her reasoning. Indeed, in such a precarious environment, placing trust in others can be perilous. When you feel I am trustworthy, we can discuss it then. Agreed. Lin Ruo closed the door. As Li Wei returned to his home, she pressed her hand against the door, channeling her spiritual energy to envelop it in a layer of transparent ice. Though fortified with numerous locks, the additional barrier of her powers brought her peace of mind. In a world devoid of trustworthy individuals, Lin Ruo learned the hard way in her previous life the dangers of placing faith in others. After enduring countless disappointments, she finally grasped this vital truth. 10 days passed in relative calm, yet the relentless downpour outside continued unabated, with water levels rising steadily. The second floor had been entirely submerged, and the third floor was now taking on water. For safety's sake, the residents of the third floor had long since evacuated. Among the few supermarkets across from Longyuan community, only one remained, situated on the 10th floor of an office building, originally established for the convenience of those working within. Ironically, in these dire circumstances, it had become a beacon of hope for everyone. During the day, Lin Ruo placed her pets, a shou and a fu, into her spatial realm, allowing them to hone their hunting skills while also tending to her livestock. Meanwhile, she busied herself with vegetable gardening, physical training, practicing her supernatural abilities, and studying traditional Chinese medicine, leading a life filled to the brim with purpose. The only notable difference was the presence of a few individuals residing in the corridor of the 25th floor, where the ground was covered with blankets. These were the former residents of the 3rd floor, unwanted by others, forced to take refuge in the corridor. Given the sweltering heat, their situation was not as unbearable as it could have been. As a fortnight slipped by, the food supplies of Longyuan's residents, no matter how frugally consumed, were perilously dwindling. It became evident to everyone that they needed to procure essential supplies, yet the supermarket across the way offered little more than instant meals, with staples like flour and rice entirely absent. Some households had swimming gear, enabling them to navigate the waters with life rings or float boards to reach the only supermarket not submerged, thereby sustaining their livelihoods. Those without such resources had no choice but to seek assistance from the property management. Zhao Hui, trapped in Building 3, was approached by its residents, and he felt compelled to help. They dismantled some wooden furniture from the 3rd floor to construct a makeshift bamboo raft, allowing them to temporarily retrieve supplies from the supermarket. However, the provisions they brought back were not distributed evenly among the residents. Instead, they were sold at exorbitant prices. Even so, the items remained in short supply, prompting many to purchase additional stock, regardless of their existing reserves. Zhao Hui already had a few security guards under his command, and as others sought to ensure their survival, his ranks swelled, quietly forming a faction within Building 3. The average residents dared not provoke them, though they remained wary of overstepping the bounds of authority. With so many followers, Zhao Hui's mind began to sharpen. He recognized that although the supermarket was large, its resources were finite and would eventually be depleted, necessitating forays into the outside world, which could not be accomplished solely with bamboo rafts. He began searching for lifeboats or kayaks. Meanwhile, his cohorts grew increasingly arrogant, feeling superior and taking to bullying ordinary residents, setting prices based on their whims. Despite the apartment's excellent soundproofing, Lin Ruo occasionally heard distant cries of distress. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Lin Ruo ventured out once to procure supplies. Perhaps Zhao Hui had issued prior warnings, for they did not harass her. A week passed swiftly, and the residents found their cash reserves entirely exhausted. With no currency to rely on, they resorted to bartering, some even forced to vacate their homes, taking refuge in the corridor with their belongings, which made them vulnerable. The corridor often echoed with cries, and upon closer inspection, Lin Ruo discovered that many were victims of theft or robbery. The sound of knocking interrupted her meal. Lin Ruo was savoring the steamed buns she had prepared when she heard the door. The buns, freshly made, emitted warm steam and had a subtle taste that drew little attention. After hastily consuming a couple of buns and taking a few sips of mineral water, She rose to open the door. It was Li Wei once more, who had visited several times over the past week, only to be turned away each time. His persistence was surprising. You must have noticed that Zhao Hui's prices are skyrocketing, Li Wei remarked, glancing at the other residents in the corridor, who were indeed watching them closely. Our supplies are being monopolized, which is detrimental to us. While we can currently barter, there will come a time when our resources run out. Lin Ruo nodded in understanding. In just over half a month, Zhao Hui had gathered a small group of followers. Once this faction realized they were no longer bound by the law, calamity would surely befall the entire building. So, what do you propose? She asked, sensing that Li Wei had devised a plan. I have also constructed a raft. I can organize trips to fetch supplies from the supermarket every few days. But I have my concerns. Are you worried that Zhao Hui might sabotage your efforts? Lin Ruo surmised without hesitation. Indeed, I am not afraid for myself. I can handle him. My concern lies with my wife and child, he replied, casting a glance at the residents in the corridor, the unspoken words evident. I can ensure that every time I go out, I will bring back a bag of useful supplies for you. This isn't a cooperation. Consider it a form of employment. All I ask is that when conflicts arise between me and others, you help protect my wife and child. Lin Ruo contemplated for a moment. This arrangement would alleviate some of her burdens. Otherwise, she would have to venture out regularly to gather resources discreetly. Very well, she agreed with a nod. Li Wei's expression brightened. Among the residents of Building 3, he trusted Lin Ruo more than anyone else, aside from his family. He could not explain why, but he sensed that Lin Ruo was not a bad person. Though she preferred to avoid entanglements, she meant no harm. Furthermore, she appeared to be self-sufficient, as evidenced by her immaculate attire. Li Wei acted swiftly, reaching out to several households, primarily those residing in the corridor on the 25th floor. Only those who were not in dire need of supplies would refrain from resorting to desperate measures that could endanger his family. The following day, he set out with a few men to transport supplies. Each time they reached the supermarket, he would take a share and Lin Ruo's, while others claimed their own portions. On subsequent trips, he would alternate the group members, ensuring that everyone had access to the essentials for survival. However, this arrangement significantly reduced the number of customers buying from Zhao Hui, and he was acutely aware of this shift, growing increasingly dissatisfied. Yet, he hesitated to confront Li Wei, a former soldier, fearing repercussions once the waters receded. Moreover, Li Wei had engaged Lin Ruo's assistance, an association Zhao Hui could not dismiss. He still remembered how Lin Ruo had effortlessly incapacitated a woman, breaking 10 of her ribs with a seemingly gentle kick. That woman remained bedridden and unable to rise. In these times of scarce medical resources, injury was a terrifying prospect, not only exposing one to the threat of death, but also leaving one vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Thus, Zhao Hui chose to turn a blind eye. Chapter 33. Murder. An urgent announcement reverberated through the airwaves. Attention, esteemed residents. Due to widespread torrential rains across the nation, the situation is dire. The authorities are exerting every effort for rescue, yet the affected areas are vast, and their reach is limited. We implore the public to organize self-rescue efforts. Please prioritize your safety above material wealth. Another week passed, and the official notification echoed through the radio. Within the corridor of Building 3, a group of 20 or so men and women fell into a heavy silence as they listened to the broadcast. Despite the lofty rhetoric of the authorities, all understood the underlying message. The government was now incapable of aiding its citizens, and the social order had utterly collapsed. A month into this apocalypse, the authorities had completely abandoned their rescue efforts. How could this happen? We pay so many taxes each year. How can they justify not saving us? Oh heavens, what are we to do? All my food was stolen yesterday, and now the government has forsaken us. How will I survive? Who will come to our aid? What is happening? What did the authorities say? They told us to fend for ourselves. They abandoned us.
What?
This announcement spread like wildfire. And soon nearly everyone was aware that they had been forsaken by the government. The corridor of Building 3 erupted into chaos, filled with heated arguments, curses, and cries of despair. Lin Ruo sat silently on a cushion by the window, hugging her knees, beside a radio that broadcast the cacophony from outside. Beyond the glass, the water level had risen to the 5th floor, with rain cascading down like a waterfall, as if the heavens had been torn asunder. This announcement was akin to a death warrant for those who did not comprehend the art of rebellion, for the villains accustomed to the rules of this post-apocalyptic world. However, it was a welcome proclamation, liberating them from the constraints of order and allowing them to indulge their every whim. The news acted as a key, unlocking the darkness inherent in human nature. Whenever Zhao Hui or Li Wei led their entourage to the supermarket to procure supplies, they armed themselves with knives for protection. And conflicts with others became nearly inevitable. Bruises, fractured bones, and gashes from blades became the norm for these individuals. On one such day, Zhao Hui returned from the supermarket with 3 companions, 2 of whom bore injuries, one with a long gash on his arm and another with a broken thigh bone. Both grievous wounds in the current circumstances. They had clashed with residents from the neighboring Huting community, who not only outnumbered them but were also armed. Had it not been for Li Wei's agility, they might not have made it back. One uninjured member assisted the 2 wounded as they struggled to ascend from the 6th floor, while Li Wei dragged a raft laden with supplies behind him. Upon reaching the top, they found Zhao Hui and his men blocking the corridor. "Brotherly, it's been a while since we've gone out. We're terribly hungry. Could you spare us some provisions?" Zhao Hui grinned, yet his smile was devoid of any trepidation, brimming instead with malice. Li Wei tightened his grip on the bag he held. Surveying the scene, Zhao Hui had brought over a dozen men, all wielding knives. Although he could handle himself, he was unable to safeguard his companions and their supplies simultaneously. "What's the matter?" Zhao Hui smirked, spreading his arms wide. "The authorities have abandoned us. And yet you remain so selfless. Truly admirable. Surely, my brother would show us some compassion, wouldn't he?" As he spoke, his henchmen began to encircle Li Wei's group gradually. The men behind Li Wei shrank back, fearful of the knives. The pain of their injured comrades was fresh in their minds. They did not wish to meet their demise. Li Wei scoffed, "If you want to rob me, just say it outright. Spare me your brotherly affection. It's nauseating. Damn it. Unappreciative." One of Zhao Hui's men, a yellow-haired brute, cursed, swinging his machete toward Li Wei. As he moved, several others followed suit, their blades gleaming ominously as they lunged at Li Wei. Lin Ruo, leaning against the stair railing with her arms crossed, observed the unfolding conflict with no intention of intervening. She had only agreed to ensure Li Wei's family was safe. She had not promised to fight on his behalf. Initially, she had merely intended to assess the water level and retrieve supplies, leaving a Fu to guard Li Wei's door. To her surprise, she found herself witnessing this chaotic scene. Li Wei deftly sidestepped the yellow-haired man's strike, his hand rising with a precise motion to seize the man's wrist, blocking the incoming blade with his arm. The weapon cleaved through flesh, severing his arm, and blood sprayed across Li Wei's face.
"Ah!"
The wounded man screamed, staggering back before collapsing to the ground, clutching his severed limb in agony. Li Wei seized the knife from the fallen man's hand, in techniques which far surpassed the reckless brutality of his adversaries. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She noticed someone attempting to abscond with her supplies. In a flash, she moved with astonishing speed, snatching her belongings back and delivering a spinning kick that sent the would-be thief crashing into the water below. Her movements were fluid and swift, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. "What are you doing?" "Lao Zhou is one of us," a wounded man on the ground protested, also part of Li Wei's faction. Lin Ruo, clutching her supplies, glanced at him coldly. "He attempted to steal my provisions. I showed him mercy by not killing him." The drenched thief struggled to climb back to the 5th floor, coughing up water, too intimidated to meet Lin Ruo's or his companion's eyes. "I only wanted to help carry them. I was afraid of falling in." The man who had defended him shot him an angry glare, shifting away. Such treachery could lead to danger. It was wiser to keep a distance. Zhao Hui felt a chill at Lin Ruo's speed. Should she catch him off guard, he feared he might meet his end. He hastily called his men back. "Stop. Don't you see Sister Ruo is here?" His followers retreated, having heard of Lin Ruo's formidable reputation, rumored to surpass even Li Wei's prowess. When Zhao Hui turned to Lin Ruo, his smile morphed into a facade of cordiality. "Sister Ruo has come down today. I thought she wouldn't involve herself." He chuckled nervously. Lin Ruo met his gaze momentarily before returning to inspect her supplies. Zhao Hui frowned, perplexed by her intentions. Was she siding with Li Wei? He had already suffered 2 injuries, and further conflict would yield no advantage. He quickly ordered his men to retreat. A group of over 10 against a single Li Wei was already a stretch. With Lin Ruo added to the fray, they stood no chance. It must be said, Zhao Hui possessed some wit, unlike those eager for self-destruction. What is there to fear from a mere woman? Once I subdue her, everyone will see. One burly man in a tank top stepped forward, attempting an unexpected assault on Lin Ruo. Watch out! Li Wei shouted in warning. The man was mere feet from Lin Ruo, and his swift attack was nearly instantaneous. Lin Ruo raised her head, stepping back slightly as the blade whizzed past her face. In a split second, she grasped the man's wrist. Simultaneously, a sharp dagger appeared in her other hand, twirling gracefully before plunging into the man's neck with precision. With a powerful kick to his abdomen, she sent him sprawling, the dagger withdrawing as blood erupted forth, splattering the corridor walls and staining them crimson. The man dropped his weapon, eyes wide, desperately clutching his neck, but the blood flowed relentlessly. He collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. The surrounding onlookers gasped, instinctively retreating. As blood pooled beneath the fallen man, his body contorted unnaturally. The events had transpired in mere moments, yet the gravity of the situation settled heavily upon them. Though they engaged in brawls, none had ever crossed the line into murder. They had all hesitated to take a life. Little did they know. The first to do so in Building 3 was Lin Ruo. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lin Ruo crouched, wiping the blood from her dagger onto the dead man's clothing. Once she had cleaned it, she sheathed the blade at her side. Turning to glance at Li Wei, she lifted her supply bag, her tones still composed. My possessions have been taken. As she ascended the stairs, the others instinctively parted to create a path for her. Zhao Hui instinctively stepped back 2 paces as Lin Ruo walked past him. Murder itself was not terrifying. What truly unnerved him was her swift, decisive execution, followed by her unsettling calmness. What did this signify? It implied that this was surely not her first act of killing. With this thought, he involuntarily glanced at Li Wei. And in that fleeting moment of eye contact, both conjured the image of a professional assassin. Upon returning to the 25th floor, the inhabitants of the corridor huddled, their gaze fixated on Ah Fu like famished wolves, a mix of fear and longing in their eyes. How long had it been since they had tasted meat? The sight of the dog was simply irresistible. Ah Fu, indifferent to their stares, lay obediently by the door, fulfilling his master's task. As Lin Ruo ascended to the 25th floor, she called out to Ah Fu, "Come, let us go home." With a bark, Ah Fu rose. Now measuring a formidable 1.5 meters in length, standing 80 centimeters tall. Coupled with its increasingly wolf-like appearance, its long fangs gleamed ominously, and its massive paws revealed sharp claws, marking it as a true beast of prey. Seeing Lin Ruo return, the residents quickly averted their eyes, retreating into corners, fearful of drawing her attention. With a resounding bang, Lin Ruo closed her door, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those nearby. Even Xian Li from apartment 2502, who peeked through the peephole to see Lin Ruo leaving with the large dog, felt an immense sense of relief. Although she understood the dog was there to protect her and Dodo, she couldn't shake off her anxiety. That creature was far too large, resembling a wolf more than a dog. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that Lin Ruo had only 2 3-month-old puppies. How could one grow to such a size in just a month? Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when more commotion arose at the door. Peering through the peephole, she recognized Li Wei and hurriedly opened the door, only to find his face smeared with blood, which sent a shiver down her spine. "You're hurt. Let me see." Chapter 34. The consequences of being good in the dimly lit room. Qianli anxiously pulled Li Wei to the living room, urging him to sit on the sofa while she frantically searched for a first aid kit. Li Wei gently grasped her hand, his voice weary yet tender. "It's nothing. This blood belongs to someone else. If it weren't for Lin Ruo today, I might have been injured as well." "Lin Ruo saved you?" Qianli paused in her search, feeling a wave of reassurance upon hearing the blood was not his. Li Wei shook his head thoughtfully. Not exactly a rescue. It was merely that someone intended to seize her supplies, prompting her to intervene. "I saw Lin Ruo's dog today," Qianli remarked, handing Li Wei a towel. Swallowing hard before continuing, "It must be about 1.5 meters long now." "What?" Li Wei halted his wiping, turning to face Qianli. "Isn't her dog only supposed to be 4 months old?" "Yes, I too am perplexed. However, Lin Ruo did indeed have that dog guarding our door. It stands over 80 centimeters tall, only half a head shorter than Dodo." Qianli recalled Ah Fu's stature, which was indeed comparable to her child's height. Li Wei first expressed confusion, then glanced outside at the unrelenting downpour. If the rain could last this long, then anything was possible. This only suggested that Lin Ruo harbored secrets, which was beneficial for them, for at least it meant she bore them no ill will. If possible, let us try to draw closer to Lin Ruo. Knowing she is there to protect you while I'm out will bring me some peace of mind. Li Wei cleaned the blood from his body, enveloping Qian Li in his embrace, offering careful reassurances. Nestled in his warm arms, Qian Li nodded obediently. Aware that she could offer no real assistance, everything was now up to Li Wei to fight for and seek out. Her only role was to alleviate his worries about herself and their child. Upon returning home, Lin Ruo placed the supply bag aside. She had previously examined its contents: instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, a few chocolates, and several bags of chips. Selecting a pack of barbecue-flavored chips, she discarded the rest into her spatial storage. Opening the chips, she prepared to cozy up on the sofa with a traditional Chinese medicine book to pass the time. Such a life was quite satisfactory, with supplies being delivered regularly, alleviating her need to pretend to seek out resources, granting her ample time to pursue her interests. After a playful tussle, Ah Fu and Ah Shou made their way to the water dispenser, which was filled with water from the spatial lake, known to enhance their constitution. The current heat was too intense for these long-haired animals. Typically, Lin Ruo's water-based abilities kept the temperature comfortable, but Ah Fu had just been lying in the corridor, panting from the warmth. Noticing Ah Fu still seemed overheated, Lin Ruo summoned a small ice sphere, shimmering blue, and extended her hand. Ah Fu, intrigued, slowly licked the ice, finding some relief from the heat.
Woof, woof.
Seeing Ah Fu with a little ice ball, Ah Shou became disgruntled, wagging its tail and nuzzling against Lin Ruo's leg. It too wanted some of that delicious ice. Lin Ruo playfully nudged its large head, tapping its nose before preparing a piece for it as well. Watching them both gnaw on their ice, she resumed her focus, activating the smart vacuum to clean, immersing herself once more in her book. During this time, her spatial realm had yielded a new batch of crops. Even as a novice gardener, Lin Ruo noticed the stark contrast between the crops in ordinary soil and those in the fertile black soil of her space. The black soil not only proved more fertile, but also significantly reduced the growth time of the crops. Crops that typically took 34 months to mature in regular soil were ready in just over a month within the black soil, while those in ordinary land remained mere seedlings. Furthermore, the vegetables produced in the black soil had a flavor superior to those outside. Lin Ruo was thrilled and recalled the medicinal knowledge she had gleaned from her book. Realizing that some herbs required specific aging to become viable medicines, she decided to divide the black soil into 5 sections: one for staple crops like rice, corn, and soybeans, another for vegetables, which matured rapidly and required daily harvesting, a third for livestock fodder, enhancing the growth rate of her animals, a fourth for fruit trees, with the fruits being exceptionally delicious, even favored by Ah Shou and Ah Fu, and the final section dedicated to herbs, with the majority allocated for long-growing varieties, leaving a small portion for quicker maturing herbs. After organizing her planting zones, Lin Ruo tidied up the freshwater and saltwater areas, where the fish and shrimp thrived. Noticing many had become quite plump and were likely ready to spawn. In the animal section, the previous offspring had grown, and the pregnant animals were thriving, well-fed, and content. Observing their round bellies, Lin Ruo felt joy. This was her food reserve, necessitating additional feed. As she turned her gaze to the rabbits, Lin Ruo blinked in astonishment at their rapid proliferation within her space. Their small hill was teeming with them, and the grass planted there was being rapidly consumed. These little creatures multiplied swiftly and grew quickly, especially since she had purchased many. Practically every day, new bunnies were born, with a litter size averaging between 10 to 15. Thankfully, Ah Fu and Ah Shou helped manage the burgeoning population, or it would have become a crisis. Even so, Lin Ruo sought out a book on rabbit husbandry, preparing to implement a family planning policy for the rabbits, when Ah Fu and Ah Shou's diet changed. With a sigh, she added feed and thoughtfully provided ample hay, urging them to eat well and grow plump. After organizing her belongings in the space, Lin Ruo withdrew her mental energy and picked up the medical book she had been reading, eagerly anticipating the day she could concoct potions. Practical experience yields true knowledge. As for testing the potions, there would surely be many willing souls in this apocalypse if food were offered. While Lin Ruo prepared to study potion formulation, the residents of Building 3 were already abuzz with the rumors of the girl from Unit 2501 who had committed murder. None dared to speak, for they knew that none of them could kill without a change in expression. Let go of me. Help. Save me. I don't want to be sold. In the dead of night, a piercing scream pierced the stillness, followed by a cacophony of curses. Asho, stationed at the door, instantly rose, lowering his body to peer towards the entrance, resembling a black panther poised for the hunt in the shadows. Meanwhile, Afu in the master bedroom merely twitched his ears. Trusting Asho implicitly, since it was his watch, he knew any unresolved issue would rouse him. Lin Rua, too, opened her eyes alertly, her mental energy extending outward. Discovering it was the girl from the 20th floor, previously praised for her kindness, whose family not only seized her hard-won food but had also bartered her to a man in Zhao Hui's team for sustenance. Lin Rua retracted her mental energy and turned over to continue sleeping, reflecting that being kind in the apocalypse was a perilous endeavor, as good people seldom enjoyed long lives, and misfortune could linger for millennia. Yet, Lin Rua underestimated the situation. Just as she was about to drift off, a thunderous knock echoed at her apartment door. Help! Save me! I don't want to be sold. Please, you are my only hope. Lin Rua turned over with a frown, her impatience flaring at the interruption. Devoid of any sympathy, this scene bore a striking resemblance to Fong Ling from her past life. Having learned her lesson once, she would not permit a repeat. Outside, the girl was still caught by the man, desperately shouting at Lin Rua's door. Help! Please save me. I will do anything you ask. Having heard of the feared woman on the 25th floor, she believed that as a fellow woman, Lin Rua would not stand idly by in her time of need. Get off me, you filthy hag. Just wait until I get you back. The man, yanking the girl's hair, cast a wary glance toward Lin Rua's door, fearing she might actually emerge. Let go of me. I didn't take your food. Go after them. Please. The woman, struggling against her captor, cried out in agony. A click resonated as the door swung open, and the woman's eyes lit up, only to find not Lin Rua, but Li Wei from Unit 2502. What are you doing? Li Wei's tone was brusque. He was reluctant to intervene, but due to Qian Li's insistence, he had no choice but to step out. The man holding the woman glared at Li Wei. She is mine, purchased with food. Mind your own business. I did not take his food.
Please save me.
The woman pleaded, her face gaunt from prolonged malnutrition, streaked with tears as she wept pitifully. Find the one who took your food and confront them. Li Wei's expression darkened further. While everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, he had never encountered such shamelessness before. Do you really want to meddle in this? The man released his grip on the woman's hair, fixing a deep gaze on Li Wei. What else? A man ought to retrieve his own food. What kind of man finds satisfaction in tormenting a woman? Li Wei's words were blunt, and the man understood he was no match for him. Moreover, he feared the wrath of Lin Rua from Unit 2501. Should she truly be roused, he would find it impossible to escape. Damn it, this is bad luck. Just you wait. The man ultimately conceded, casting a furious glare at the woman before storming down the stairs. The woman sank to the ground, sobbing, repeatedly bowing to Li Wei in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Li Wei glanced at her and turned back home. The woman, feeling the weight of the stairs from those around her, shrank into a dark corner, hugging herself, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Had it not been for this brother's intervention, she dared not imagine what fate awaited her. Chapter 35. Mental exhaustion and training. The hallway finally fell silent, darkness once again enveloping the building. Lin Rua, within her room, closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Let go of me. Is anyone there to help? Help. Two cars were parked side by side, creating a narrow path, where a young girl lay pinned beneath a muscular man, her cries barely audible. Surrounding them were 3 or 4 men, laughing raucously as they adjusted their clothing. This woman is quite a catch. Let us take her along for some entertainment. It's about time we had some fun on this journey, right?
Ha ha ha.
The girl's eyes reflected despair and emptiness. Lin Rua swiftly approached from a corner, and before the men could react, she fired several precise shots, each bullet finding its mark. And the men collapsed to the ground. The last man, still moving, barely had time to turn before Lin Rua shot him in the forehead, and he fell lifeless atop the girl. She was drenched in blood, half dead from torment, and unable to push the man off her. Finally, Lin Rua delivered a swift kick, dislodging him. The naked girl instinctively clutched her chest, attempting to conceal her shame. With a sigh, Lin Rua removed her own clothing and draped it over the girl. The girl, weak and trembling, fell into Lin Rua's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you for saving me.
Thank you.
What is your name, sister? I am Fong Ling. The scene shifted, and Lin Ruo observed herself beside Fong Ling, who practiced combat diligently, though her movements were often imperfect. Each time this occurred, Lin Ruo stepped in to correct her form. Thank you for teaching me to fight, Jia Jia. I will repay you. Fong Ling smiled adorably. The image transformed again, revealing Lin Ruo, bloodied, standing before Fong Ling, holding a transparent crystal core. Fong Ling's eyes sparkled with joy as she accepted it. Jia Jia, you are so wonderful. I can finally awaken my powers. The scene shifted once more. Under the cloak of night, rain pouring down, as Fong Ling knelt before the weakened Lin Ruo. Her face etched with guilt, but her determination unmistakable. I'm sorry, Jia Jia, but I cannot live without Qinghua. He is my life. Suddenly, Lin Ruo awoke, her familiar ornate ceiling greeting her. It had all been a dream, triggered by the girl from the previous day who reminded her of Fong Ling from the past. She covered her eyes with her hand, and after a long pause, a soft chuckle escaped her lips as she murmured, Am I foolish? A gentle licking sensation on the back of her hand drew her attention. Lin Ruo moved her hand to find Ah Fu standing at her bedside, concern and affection in his eyes. Sitting up, she embraced Ah Fu's large head, burying her face in his long silver fur. Ah Fu, was I foolish in my past? A low whine escaped Ah Fu, remaining still as Lin Ruo held him close. With a laugh, Lin Ruo released Ah Fu, planting a kiss on his handsome face. It's all right now. She lifted her gaze to the window, where the sky remained overcast and dim, her smile deepening as her eyes took on an abyssal depth. She wondered how Fong Ling would fare without her assistance in this life. The prospect of seeing her again filled her with excitement. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at her watch. It was 5 a.m. She rose from her bed, gently patting Afu's head. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare breakfast for you.
Woof.
Ashu dashed over, stopping before Lin Ruo like a gust of wind, as if reminding her not to forget his meal. I understand. Yesterday, our Ashu worked hard, so today I shall add an extra egg for you. Lin Ruo smiled, extending a finger. Ashu understood, turning to proudly glance at Afu. As if to boast, look, I have one more egg than you. Aren't you envious? The response from Afu was a disdainful roll of his eyes. Silly dog. Lin Ruo made her way to the kitchen, retrieving their large feeding bowl. She filled it with a whole peeled rabbit, half a basin of goat's milk, and 5 prepared meat patties. Indeed, Ashu's bowl contained one more egg than Afu's, yet the goat's milk in Afu's bowl was slightly more. Both Ashu and Afu obediently sat on the floor, awaiting their meal as Lin Ruo brought the bowl to them. It's time to eat. Go ahead. Only after Lin Ruo's words were spoken did they begin to eat, adhering to the rules. Lin Ruo then went to the bathroom to change the cat litter. During this period, she had relied on this for her physiological needs, while Ashu and Afu resolved theirs in the space every morning. She then proceeded to the guest room to commence her workout, donning a 70-kilogram weighted ring on her wrist, which felt somewhat light for her now. She needed to add more challenging movements to deplete her stamina quickly. A tablet before her displayed a workout video, and she earnestly followed the actions of the instructor, doing 100 sets while the instructor did only 10. Completing all the movements took exactly half an hour. After her foundational training, she began practicing her boxing and knife techniques. The boxing and knife skills that Chunyu had taught her were now second nature, having developed a reflexive response in her body. She intended to try a different boxing style, and after a thorough search through the downloaded videos, she finally found a tutorial on Bajiquan. This form of boxing was straightforward, fierce, and powerful, qualities that Lin Ruo adored. Practicing the boxing techniques for 2 hours drained her energy once again. She sat cross-legged on the floor, her water-based abilities circulating swiftly throughout her body, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Lying on the ground, her mental energy surged, and a massive water sphere slowly materialized in her hands, morphing into the likeness of Ashu and Afu, standing, lying, running, or sitting, each form vividly alive. Such training rapidly consumed her mental energy, completing any one form equated to her exerting her abilities to the fullest. Thus, in just over an hour, her mental energy was entirely depleted, leaving her somewhat overextended. Since Ashu and Afu had successfully mutated, every time she trained her abilities, she would exhaust her mental energy. Although the resulting headaches were unbearable, this method of training led to swift improvements in her mental acuity. At that moment, she endured the intense headache, retrieving 2 level 3 crystal cores she had prepared prior to her training. With her mental energy exhausted, she could not access the space. Holding the crystal cores, a chill spread through her, and Lin Ruo gritted her teeth, squeezing out the last vestiges of her mental energy to connect with the energy within the cores. The energy surged into her own cores, nourishing her mental energy while her abilities rapidly operated, voraciously absorbing this energy. An hour later, dozens of depleted crystal shells lay before her. She opened her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within, and exhaled forcefully. The headache from her mental exhaustion was almost intolerable. However, the results of this training were remarkable. After a month of relentless practice, her water-based abilities were finally on the verge of upgrading. Should other ability users learn of her training methods, they would undoubtedly label her a madwoman. Their bodies, altered by abilities, had enhanced physiques and increased pain tolerance.
But this did not extend to the mental realm.
Any involvement of mental energy brought pain 100-fold greater than physical discomfort. Yet Lin Ruo endured such pain daily. Was she not mad? Standing up, she stretched widely, her bones cracking satisfyingly. She felt her blood flowing freely, her entire being restored to its peak condition. As she opened the door to the guest room, Ashu lay obediently at the entrance. As he and Afu took turns guarding Lin Ruo during her training, fearful of any unforeseen accidents, Lin Ruo squatted down, affectionately ruffling Ashu's fluffy head. Good boy. How about I reward you with a few buns later?
Woof.
Ashu's eyes sparkled. He adored his owner's delicious creations, finding them far superior to raw meat, though she seldom provided him with many. Lin Ruo entered the bathroom, shedding her sweat-soaked clothing and tossing them into the washing machine in the space. She retrieved a set of clothes that had been sun-dried, placing them aside before manipulating her water abilities to wash herself quickly. After changing into the fresh attire, she connected the hairdryer to the power source, turning it on. Her hair had grown considerably. What was once a short bob now cascaded past her ears. She picked up scissors and began trimming her hair. When Lin Ruo emerged from the bathroom, she exuded an air of efficiency and confidence. From her space, she retrieved 20 buns, each one large enough to rival a grown man's fist. Given her appetite, she could manage only 5. The remainder was for Ashu and Afu. But upon dividing them, she discovered only 1 remained, and both Ashu and Afu were fixated on it. Suddenly, she recalled the saying, when children are at odds, it often stems from the elder's lack of virtue. Rubbing her nose, she felt a twinge of this very crisis of virtue and quickly retrieved another bun from her space to ensure a fair distribution. She squatted to the side, observing the two as they devoured 2 buns in one bite, and couldn't help but click her tongue. If they continued to eat like this, she might as well do nothing else all day but cook. Shaking her head, she dismissed the terrifying thought and walked to the window, replenishing her ice abilities outside. Then, she picked up binoculars to gaze at the nearby supermarkets, bustling with activity despite the rising floodwaters. After a brief glance, she set the binoculars down and proceeded to replenish the energy in the other windows of her home. While the ice would not melt under the torrential rain, she needed to replenish her abilities periodically, typically once a week. Chapter 36. The night intruder. Knock, knock, knock. Afu dashed to the door, barking loudly, causing the knocking to cease momentarily before it resumed. Lin Ruo approached the door, peering through the peephole to see Qianli. She raised an eyebrow, sensing that Qianli was somewhat apprehensive of Afu and Ashu. Why had she come alone today? Not dwelling on the thought, she opened the door and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Qianli stood outside, tightly clutching a plastic bag from which steam emanated, likely containing food. "Miss Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. These are the buns I steamed. Thank you for helping my husband yesterday." Lin Ruo glanced at the bag in her hands, then met Qianli's gaze. "I did not assist him out of kindness. I acted merely because someone attempted to steal my supplies, and I had to defend myself. It was that simple." Feeling the weight of pressure increase, Qianli glanced around the 25th floor corridor, where many people were watching her, eyeing the bag as if they might rush forward to snatch it. "Please accept it. Regardless of the reason, you did indeed help him yesterday." She thrust the bag toward Lin Ruo. Sensing Qianli's anxiety, Lin Ruo crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, scanning the surrounding individuals, who quickly averted their eyes, no longer daring to look. "There's no need. I only take what is rightfully mine. I do not owe anyone anything that I cannot repay." But once Lin Ruo had spoken, Qianli found herself caught in an awkward position, neither able to accept nor refuse. She felt that if Lin Ruo closed the door, she would be robbed in the next instant. You should return first. Lin Ruo leaned casually against the door, nonchalantly drawing a dagger from her waist, the blade twisting gracefully between her fingers, as if it were a living entity. A Fu stood by her feet, declaring, "I'll wait for you." This single proclamation effectively dispelled the predatory gazes lurking in the shadows, and the 25th floor hallway fell into an eerie silence. Qianli cast a grateful glance at Lin Ruo before turning to head home, swiftly opening and then closing the door behind her. Lin Ruo straightened her posture only after Qianli had secured her door, then she too returned home, slamming her door shut with a resounding thud. The onlookers in the corridor swallowed hard. The air still carried the lingering aroma of steamed buns, and they could scarcely remember the last time they had savored a hot meal. A longing for food washed over them as they cast envious glances at Qianli's door. The woman rescued the previous night lowered her head, feeling the weight of their hungry stares. Lin Ruo dismissed the incident, returning to her own pursuits. Still engrossed in the numerous traditional Chinese medicine texts she had yet to peruse. That evening, weary of dumplings and pies, she retrieved a pan-seared steak from her space, a delicacy she had brought back from a Western restaurant in B City. The sudden indulgence in this rare cuisine was delightful. She devoured 3 pieces in quick succession. But unable to resist the pitiful gaze of a show, she shared 2 pieces with both a show and a Fu for them to relish. After her meal, Lin Ruo resumed her activities, her tablet charging as it connected to the living room's power bank, which had been operational for 10 days and still held a substantial 30 charge. Secluded in her abode, she enjoyed her life, while Li Wei had not sought her out since the day she had taken a life. Daily, the building echoed with screams and pleas. "Return my food." A middle-aged woman clung desperately to a man's leg. "We were once married. You are driving me to my doom. Get lost. All this food was exchanged by me." The man seized her hair with a grip so fierce it threatened to rip her scalp away.
Ah!
The woman, in a frenzy, writhed in agony, her face smeared with mud and tears, a grotesque tableau of despair. "Let go of me, you beast. Let go." In another corner of the hallway, a young woman was being assaulted by a man. She fought valiantly, yet her prolonged starvation left her too weak to resist. "Help me. Please, save me. I am with child," she pleaded, her tear-streaked face searching for assistance from the others in the corridor, but they had grown accustomed to such horrors, feigning ignorance, with some men even watching with morbid fascination, contemplating their own turn once the man was finished. When the men finally left, satisfied, the woman lay there with vacant eyes, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, her form drenched in blood, her unborn child already claimed by these brutes.
Please stop.
"I have so little food left. My wife and child are depending on it. I beg you, quit the nonsense. Hand over the food, or we'll beat you to death." On the other side, a man was being pummeled by several others, each punch and kick landing with brutal force as he clung desperately to the food he had scavenged for his family. He would never relinquish it. Yet, outnumbered, and before he could deliver the hard-won provisions to his wife and child, he was viciously beaten to death, his body discarded from the building, swept away by the flood outside. Since the authorities had abandoned the populace, Dragon Garden had become a stage for such tragedies, where some fought for mere sustenance, others for survival, and yet others merely for amusement, indifferent to life and death, acting with reckless abandon. This was the apocalypse, where no one cared for life. Self-preservation and personal pleasure eclipsed all else. Lin Ruo occasionally utilized her abilities to survey the outside world or peered through binoculars to observe the situation across the way. She remained unmoved by the tragic events unfolding, having witnessed far worse in her past life. Each day, she remained ensconced in her home, contentedly pursuing her own endeavors. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered one night when Lin Ruo awoke with a start. A Fu, stationed at the door, suddenly stood up, howling and barking. Lin Ruo quickly sat up, swiftly dressing before striding to the door, just in time to hear someone attempting to force it open. Yet, her lock had long been frozen, rendering any intrusion futile. Those outside, perhaps driven to desperation, resorted to violently battering the door.
Come out.
"Let us in. You have food. Why one to you share? Get out here." A show joined in, barking at the door. The sounds of a show's barking only intensified the battering from outside, as the intruders lusted after the prospect of dog meat. Lin Ruo furrowed her brow. If she allowed this to pass, her sanctuary would be forever compromised. She had hoped that by eliminating the previous threats, she could find peace, but it became clear that in the face of hunger, all efforts were in vain. Thus, she resolved to free herself from any restraint. She retrieved a set of night vision goggles and a Glock 17 from her space. The sleek black firearm felt perfectly balanced in her smaller hands. After checking the magazine, she noted it held 17 rounds, casting a steely gaze at the door being battered. Wondering how many intruders awaited her on the other side, she placed her hand on the door, melting the ice from the lock, and swiftly opened it. The first assailant, still mid-swing in his assault, stumbled forward as the door swung wide. A foo, a show, no need for mercy. Eliminate them all. With this command, Lin Ruo delivered a powerful kick to the foremost man, sending him crashing into those behind him. Without hesitation, she fired her Glock.
Bang!
Chapter 37. The Symphony of Blood Bang. The gunfire pierced the air with a sharpness that seemed to penetrate the eardrums of everyone on the 25th floor, instilling a primal fear within them. The shot found its mark, striking the man who had been kicked back squarely between the eyes, a spray of crimson erupting as he slumped against the wall, lifeless. She has a gun.
Run.
With her eyesight enhanced by her abilities, Lin Ruo perceived everything in the dark. In this realm of shadows, she thrived. She observed 9 individuals frantically fleeing towards the stairwell, their bravado evaporating in the face of gunfire. With a sardonic smile, she took her time, her right hand steady as she fired off precise shots.
Bang! Bang!
Each crack of the gun was followed by a body collapsing to the ground, merging the dull thud of flesh hitting the floor with the gunfire into a hauntingly beautiful symphony. Lin Ruo reveled in this tragic melody, harvesting life after life within its haunting refrain. Upon hearing Lin Ruo's command, a foo and a show sprang into action, each overpowering an adversary and sinking their teeth into the opponent's neck. Their sharp fangs pierced flesh, and with a violent shake, they tore the neck apart, blood gushing forth in torrents. The sounds of their victims' throats being ripped apart echoed in the air, silencing them in mere seconds. The entire confrontation lasted less than 2 minutes. With all 9 adversaries dispatched, Lin Ruo claimed 7, while a foo and a show each claimed 1. The men had barely touched the stairwell door handle before they met their end. The 25th floor hallway was thick with the smell of blood, strewn with 9 lifeless bodies, the ground awash in crimson. Those who resided on the 25th floor never imagined they would one day confront such a hellish scene. Blood seeped towards their feet, starkly reminding them of the grim reality unfolding before them. Murder. So much blood. She has killed so many. They cried out in desperation. Help. Don't kill us.
Please.
Though they could not see clearly in the darkness, they could faintly discern the outlines on the ground and detect the pungent smell of blood, while the glimmering eyes of a foo and a show pierced through the shadows, intensifying their fear. Suddenly, the door of apartment 2502 creaked open, and Li Wei stepped out, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn about. He glanced at Lin Ruo, who held a gun, yet remained silent. The others, witnessing Li Wei's emergence, felt a flicker of reassurance. Perhaps they believed Li Wei to possess a moral compass stronger than Lin Ruo's. What they did not realize was that Li Wei, too, was engulfed in turmoil. He had stood inside, unable to see, yet he had heard the gunfire and the anguished cries from outside. Initially, he had thought to rush out and assist should anyone invade Lin Ruo's home, but he had underestimated her resolve. She had a gun. Lin Ruo surveyed the corpses on the floor with an expression of ease. This was the long-awaited apocalypse. Killing in such a world was as mundane as daily chores. When has there ever been a day without death? She mused, finding comfort in the chaos. Her mindset had adapted to this new reality, and the month prior to the apocalypse had felt constrictive in comparison. This is much better, liberating. She holstered her gun at her waist, humming a tune as she grasped 2 corpses, their blood staining her pale hands, yet she paid it no mind as she made her way to the stairwell window. The individuals huddled near the window instinctively stepped aside, their actions purely reflexive. She flung open the window, and large raindrops pelted her face, instantly soaking her shirt. Great. Now I'm wet again, she muttered to herself, glancing down at her damp clothing. Without hesitation, she effortlessly tossed the 2 heavy corpses out the window. They fell with a resounding splash into the stagnant water below, sending up a tremendous spray. Listening to the sound, she resumed her humming, only to turn around and find Li Wei approaching, also carrying 2 corpses, seemingly assisting her in the grim task. Lin Ruo welcomed his help. It spared her considerable effort. After discarding all the bodies, she frowned at the extensive bloodstains on the floor. She could not utilize her water abilities for cleaning, as she preferred not to use her hands. I will help you clean it up. A woman with long hair stood up from the shadows, her frail figure clad in filthy garments. The voice seemed familiar. A moment later, she recognized her as the good girl. Since someone was willing to clean, Lin Ruo was more than willing to oblige, yet she remarked, I'll give you a loaf of bread once you finish. The woman's eyes sparkled with surprise, a hint of emotion choking her voice. Yes, I will clean it thoroughly. Lin Ruo nodded, dismissing her further. Once you are done, knock on my door. Okay. The woman eagerly nodded in response. The others in the corridor glared at her enviously. How could they not resent her for seizing such a fortunate opportunity? Yet, they dared not act, having reached a consensus that on the 25th floor, one must not stir trouble. If chaos erupted, they would all be doomed. This shared understanding kept the number of residents on the 25th floor consistently high, as they regarded it as the safest haven. Lin Ruo turned to Li Wei, who remained standing, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for helping me dispose of the bodies. Would you like a loaf of bread?
Li Wei agitata.
Recalling what Qian Li had previously mentioned, understanding that Lin Ruo was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, he shook his head. No. I simply dislike having corpses in the corridor. Lin Ruo regarded him. He was quite perceptive. Then, I shall take my leave. Both turned to head back home, leaving the others in the corridor exchanging glances, bewildered by the calmness of their conversation. Discussing corpses as casually as one might discuss the day's meals was indeed chilling. Upon returning home, Lin Ruo's first task was to place a fu and a shou into her space, where she utilized her water abilities to bathe them. Their dense fur, stained with blood, required immediate attention. Otherwise, it would dry and become more difficult to clean. I'll have to make you both fitted raincoats. She mused while controlling the water, so you won't splatter blood when you kill. It's hard to wash off. A fu sat quietly, waiting for his bath, while a shou, unable to remain still, paced around the expanding water sphere, occasionally attempting to nip at it. Wrapping them in a large water sphere, only their heads remained exposed. The gentle stream of water worked through their fur, washing away the blood. Within mere minutes, a fu and a shou emerged spotless. Lin Ruo then used her powers to dry them off, and as they exited the space, they were transformed into two clean, fragrant dogs. She planted a hearty kiss on their foreheads. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ruo retrieved a loaf of bread from her space and approached the door. The woman stood awkwardly outside. Hello, I've finished cleaning the corridor. Lin Ruo peered out, noting the corridor was spotless, every corner meticulously attended to, the pungent scent of blood dissipated. She nodded in approval and handed the loaf of bread to the woman. The woman's face lit up with joy as she accepted it, but she glanced anxiously at the others in the corridor. Lin Ruo noticed her tension and surveyed the onlookers before advising, sit at my doorstep to eat, and leave once you're done. The woman's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she realized Lin Ruo was not the cold-hearted individual she had initially perceived. Thank you. I am so grateful. Lin Ruo shook her head. This is your reward for your labor. With that, she closed the door. The woman, with tears in her eyes, sat at Lin Ruo's doorstep, leaning against the door as she began to eat the bread. The others could only swallow hard, shooting envious glares at her. Some even attempting to guilt-trip her. Miss, look at my grandson. He hasn't eaten in days. Could you spare a little? Yes, beautiful. We haven't troubled you. Could you share a bit with everyone? Sister, I am so hungry. Could you give me some? The woman pretended not to hear. She had previously fallen victim to her own kindness, leading her to this predicament. She would not make the same mistake again. The onlookers dared not approach, knowing full well what Lin Ruo's words implied. Whoever dared to seize would meet their demise. The apocalyptic rain poured relentlessly, submerging the world in a deluge. The drainage systems of cities had long since failed. Water levels rose alarmingly, causing widespread flooding. Many low-lying areas had already been engulfed, and fragile structures began to collapse. A multitude of residents were forced to evacuate, though many perished in the raging waters during the exodus. Longyuan community, due to its elevated terrain and sturdy construction, became a refuge for many. Thus, Lin Ruo believed that after this incident, no one would dare knock on her door again, granting her a period of tranquility. However, merely a week had passed when another knocking echoed through the 25th floor, but this time it was not at her door. It was at apartment 2502 across the hall. A show and a Fu stood guard at the entrance, ever vigilant since the last conflict, lying at the door during the night, wary of any sudden intrusions. The persistent knocking continued, and Lin Ruo discerned that it was not a single person knocking. Wong Wong. A show barked fiercely at the door, while a Fu readied itself, poised for combat. Outside the door, the sound of barking dogs echoed, accompanied by the incessant thuds of knocking, as if to rouse the terrifying spirit of room 2501. The anxious crowd longed for the door of room 2502 to swing open, granting them entry. When their efforts to force the door failed, they resorted to desperate cries, lamenting their plight. "Miss Qian, my grandson cannot endure this any longer. I implore you, spare some food. I am eternally grateful for your kindness.
Please.
I have not eaten in nearly a week. I beg you for something to eat. Li Go, it's me, old Zhou. My child is suffering terribly. Please. I need your assistance." The knocking intensified once more. "Miss Qian, I beseech you to open the door. You are a mother too. Can you stand by idly while a child perishes? Have you the heart to witness such suffering without offering help?" The pleas continued unabated, and Lin Ruo, stirred from her slumber, furrowed her brow at the cacophony. "Ah Shou, Ah Fu, cease your barking," she called to the dogs. Instantly, the barking ceased. They had only been attempting to deter the intruders. With their master's command, they lay down again on the blanket at the door, shutting their eyes in feigned slumber. Lin Ruo, listening to the persistent knocking, retrieved a pair of headphones from her space, finally able to isolate herself from the disquieting clamor.
Soon,
she drifted back into a dreamless sleep. The following morning, Lin Ruo awoke at 5 o'clock, removing the headphones to find the knocking had ceased. Stretching luxuriously, she got out of bed and drew back the curtains. Over a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the sky outside appeared less foreboding than before. Looking down from the 25th floor, she noticed someone struggling with a large wooden plank, attempting to paddle their way toward Longyuan. Lin Ruo took out her binoculars to survey the situation in the other buildings. Though obscured by a veil of rain, she could discern that the hallways of each building were increasingly crowded, resembling a can of sardines tightly packed together. In recent days, she had observed a significant influx of people migrating to Longyuan, as many lower floors had already been submerged. The surge in population at Longyuan likely meant that the supplies in the supermarket would soon dwindle. Once food became scarce and life was threatened, the plight of ordinary people would only worsen. With this thought, Lin Ruo found herself curious about how her neighbors had managed to drive away the persistent knockers. Had they resorted to violence? Preparing breakfast for Ah Shou and Ah Fu, she then donned a black tracksuit and secured a desert eagle at her waist. "You two guard the house well. I am going out to investigate." A woof. Ah Fu raised his head from his food bowl in response. Lin Ruo chuckled softly and opened the door. Upon exiting, she noticed the door of the Li family's apartment ajar. Li Wei was engrossed in some task at the entrance. When he caught sight of Lin Ruo, he merely glanced at her before returning to his work. Lin Ruo turned her attention to the crowded hallway on the 25th floor. It appeared even more populated than before. The residents shrank back, creating a path for Lin Ruo as they noticed the firearm tucked at her waist. What is happening here? Chapter 38. A robbery. Lin Ruo's curiosity piqued. With Li Wei's skills and vigilance, those intruders should not have succeeded. Why, then, was he repairing the door so early in the morning? Hearing her question, Li Wei paused, his actions momentarily halted. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Those people broke into our home yesterday and stole all our food."
Ah?
Lin Ruo was genuinely surprised, squatting down to look at him in confusion. "Did you not change the locks?" At this, Li Wei glanced toward his apartment. Following his gaze, Lin Ruo saw Qianli seated on the sofa, cradling her child. Her head was bandaged, and she hung it low, silent, while the child continued to whimper softly. In an instant, Lin Ruo comprehended the situation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Qianli had been well protected by Li Wei and had yet to witness the brutality of the world outside. Perhaps, in her desperation, she had considered opening the door to discreetly provide some food, only to be overwhelmed by the intruders who seized everything. Now, understanding the circumstances, Lin Ruo felt her curiosity satisfied. She touched her nose and shifted the topic. "I notice many people have been moving toward Building 3. Has the population increased significantly?" Li Wei finished tightening a final screw and stood up. "Yes, many have come to Longyuan recently. With their arrival, our already scarce food supply seems even more inadequate." Lin Ruo, feigning solemnity, replied, "Does that mean the supplies in the supermarket are running low as well?"
Li vein da graveli.
"The resources in the nearby supermarkets are dwindling. What do you plan to do then?" Lin Rua shot a glance at a man not far away. This individual, believing himself to be discreet, was inching closer through the crowd, his intentions clear. Upon noticing Lin Rua's gaze, he froze, hastily retreating to blend in with the others. Lin Rua smirked ironically. Some people only learn the gravity of their actions when faced with dire consequences. Li Wei also observed the men with a glint of hostility in his eyes. The previous night had been too dark for him to identify the thieves who had taken their belongings. But it was evident that some among the crowd had participated in the robbery. "Ultimately, we may need to venture outside and see if we can find food," he sighed. "But our makeshift raft is far too rudimentary, and the swift currents make it unfit for prolonged travel." "Indeed," Lin Rua nodded. "It seems we still need to devise a plan. I will head down to take a look." With that, Lin Rua nodded to Li Wei and descended the stairs. The entire hallway of Building 3 was teeming with people, most of whom were newcomers from outside, many unfamiliar to her. As she walked down, the residents, seeing her clean appearance, began to regard her with covetous eyes, suspecting she lacked for nothing. Lin Rua cast a glance at them, her pace unyielding as she continued downward. Suddenly, a man in a tank top stood up, his clothes soiled and bearing dried bloodstains. As he moved, several others followed suit. The man smiled at Lin Rua, extending his hand. "Sister, where are you headed?" Lin Rua halted, turning to face them, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. Just then, a figure darted out from the side, swiftly delivering a kick to the man who had attempted to accost Lin Rua. "How dare you speak to her?" It was none other than Zhao Hui. Hearing his subordinates mention they had spotted Lin Rua in the hallway had sent a chill down his spine. He feared one of his men might provoke this formidable woman. He was not afraid of her wrath, but rather of the repercussions that would follow. Upon his arrival, he found a newcomer attempting to harass Lin Rua and promptly intervened, saving the man from potential harm. This woman was not only skilled and fierce but also armed, accompanied by 2 fierce dogs. She was a force to be reckoned with in Building 3, and he dared not provoke her. Brother Hui, I truly did not recognize her as Sister Rua." The man on the ground was drenched in cold sweat. Though he had recently arrived at Longyuan, he had heard of Lin Rua's reputation and could hardly believe that this fair-skinned girl was the infamous living Yama. Had it not been for Zhao Hui's timely intervention, he might have met a far worse fate. Lin Rua's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Brother Hui, you seem to have a moment to spare today. Where are you going, Sister Rua?" Zhao Hui inquired, a smile plastered on his face, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the desert eagle resting at Lin Rua's waist. It seemed she possessed more than one firearm. "Are you here for something specific?" Lin Rua glanced down, replying, "I heard there are many new faces in Building 3. So I came to take a look." "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Hui thought to himself, wondering why she needed to carry a gun just to observe. Nevertheless, he accepted her explanation. "I won't disturb you. Please continue." He signaled to someone nearby, and immediately, an individual dashed down the stairs. Lin Rua, not being a bloodthirsty maniac, found the need for a warning unnecessary. Abruptly losing interest in her stroll, she nodded to Zhao Hui and turned to ascend the stairs. Zhao Hui mentally congratulated himself, realizing that he might need Lin Rua's assistance in the future and couldn't afford to offend her. He had pondered gathering a group to seize Lin Rua and Li Wei, but the watchful eyes of the nearby buildings deterred him. Eliminating these 2 formidable individuals would leave him vulnerable in future conflicts. As a leader, foresight was essential. Time passed swiftly. 2 months into the apocalypse, the water had entirely inundated the 9th floor.
Bang!
Lin Rua stood at the entrance, her expression impassive as she gazed at the bodies sprawled in pools of blood. Her inner turmoil was quelled. She seized one of the corpses and expertly hurled it from the corridor window. 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, newcomers to Longyuan, had come to her door seeking refuge. At that moment, only Lin Rua's home on the 3rd floor remained intact. The trio, having surveyed the area, deemed her residence the safest and knocked, hoping to be taken in. However, they failed to perceive the pitying glances cast upon them by others in the corridor. Why choose to knock on the door of this notorious figure? Little did they know they would not be leaving today. Their lifeless forms lying in the blood confirmed the assumptions of those who had observed. "I'll clean up," one woman exclaimed eagerly. "I used to work in cleaning. I'm quite efficient. Have some dignity. You were a boiler operator." Voices clamored in the 25th floor corridor, each vying for a piece of bread as a reward. Lin Ruo, ever the benevolent soul, chose her. The woman stood up, beaming, and began to clean, having become adept at the task after her 10th time in half a month. At times, she even wished for more visitors, as that would mean more bread for her. Once the woman finished cleaning, Lin Ruo routinely handed her a loaf and allowed her to enjoy it at the door. Returning home, Lin Ruo discarded her blood-stained clothing into the space washing machine, rinsed herself off, and changed into fresh attire. The supplies from the supermarket outside had finally run out, and Lin Ruo could sense the growing madness among the people. Many, fully aware that they would gain nothing from her, still ventured to try their luck, revealing their desperation. The lock on apartment 2502 had been pried open several times. Had it not been for the numerous security locks installed by Li Wei, these individuals would have stormed in. She recalled their frustration each time they had pried open the lock, only to find the door secured from within. Their ugly, malicious expressions were utterly revolting.
Now.
Every time Li Wei returned home, he bore a knife, his hands stained with more blood than Lin Ruo's. Both he and Qian Li had hardened their hearts against the outside world. That night, another visitor arrived at Lin Ruo's home. Knock, knock, knock. A show and a Fu lifted their heads from their food bowls, standing tall. They had grown to 2 meters in height, with shoulders exceeding 1 meter. Weighing approximately 350 pounds, rivaling the size of a Siberian tiger. Lin Ruo, in the midst of her meal, sighed. Hadn't she just dispatched a group? The frequency of troublemakers was becoming unbearable, even interrupting her meals. Quickly finishing her bun, she grabbed her gun from the table and proceeded to the door. Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to see Li Wei and Zhao Hui outside. Weren't these two at odds with each other? How curious that they both stood at her door. Despite her confusion, she opened the door. As the door swung open, the enticing aroma of freshly steamed buns wafted out, causing both men to swallow hard. They hadn't expected to find food here. Just as they were about to exchange pleasantries, they noticed the firearm Lin Ruo held. The situation had grown increasingly dire, with dwindling supplies and rising tensions, necessitating that even Lin Ruo brandish a weapon when opening her door. You two actually came together? Is there something you need? Zhao Hui glanced awkwardly at Li Wei before speaking. Sister Ruo, the supermarket outside was cleared out a few days ago. Lin Ruo nodded, recognizing the significance of the dwindling supplies that had sustained the surrounding populace for over 2 months, especially considering some had been washed away by the flood. And then? Zhao Hui hesitated, turning to Li Wei, sensing that Lin Ruo's tone reflected a lack of concern. I had a few skilled swimmers retrieve the backup kayaks from the property management. However, I haven't disclosed this until now, as the situation has become critical, and it's time to utilize them. That said, venturing out to gather supplies entails considerable risk. Li Wei chimed in. He approached me for assistance in managing the boat. The items we find will be ours, plus an additional 20% for us. Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the proposition. She had contemplated venturing out herself, but accessing the kayaks from her space had proven inconvenient. Now the timing was perfect. All right, when do we depart?
Zhao Hui's face brightened.
He hadn't anticipated Lin Ruo's swift agreement. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Does that work for you, Sister Ruo? Lin Ruo calculated her training time and found it ample, nodding in affirmation. Yes, I will be ready. Then it's settled. We'll meet on the 8th floor at 10 tomorrow. With the arrangement made, Zhao Hui and Li Wei didn't linger, drawn back by the enticing aroma of the buns. Chapter 39. Sacrifice for gain in apartment 2302 of Building 3. Zhao Hui unlocked the door, revealing 5 individuals seated or standing within. These were his most trusted companions. Having followed him since the onset of the storm, all would accompany him on this expedition for supplies. Brother Zhao, how did it go? Did they agree? Lu Hao rose promptly to ask as Zhao Hui entered. His robust physique strained against his ordinary-sized clothing, a remnant of his former life as a fitness instructor before the storm. Zhao Hui, feeling fatigued, sank into the sofa, gulping down half a glass of water before responding. Everyone agreed. We depart tomorrow. Boss, are we giving them too much in supplies? Miao Wei inquired, settling beside Zhao Hui on the sofa. Given the risks of this outing, we should retain more supplies for ourselves. Distributing 40% leaves us with too little. Zhao Hui shot him a sidelong glance, his tone sharpening. Do you understand the world we live in now? Don't mistake the strength of our community for invincibility. There are many stronger than us out there. If we encounter danger, can you guarantee all your supplies will return with you? Miao Wei fell silent, aware that surviving the journey back was a feat in itself. Seeing that Miaowei had heeded his words, Zhao Hui softened his tone, continuing, "In this apocalypse, remember that one must give to gain, or you may not survive longer than others." Miaowei nodded, recalling that there were indeed formidable individuals out there, especially Lin Ruo, who wielded a gun. Zhao Hui rose and moved to the window, where the heavy rain left streaks of water on the glass, obscuring the view. "This time, as we venture out with the kayak, we may very well be the pioneers. Even if we manage to retrieve supplies, future troubles await. As I've heard that formidable characters from other buildings are also on the move, I fear that even if we bring back resources, we may not be able to safeguard them. Will Lin Ruo assist us?" Lu Hao furrowed his brow, aware that the residents of Buildings 8 and 9 are currently facing dire straits and have begun to migrate towards Building 3. Even if she chooses not to intervene on our behalf, she certainly wouldn't neglect the boat. Moreover, do you truly believe that those individuals would only target us? The supplies we managed to recover will scarcely suffice for all of us. What of Lin Ruo and Li Wei? They too will not escape the attention of those individuals. Once they seize the supplies, boarding the boat will be but the first step, and disembarking will prove challenging. A smile graced Zhao Hui's face as he calculated the potential gains in his mind. Having expended so many resources, they must yield significant returns. It seems the leader has indeed considered every angle. Meanwhile, Li Wei returned home to find his wife teaching their child to complete homework, his heart swelling with affection. Upon hearing the door, Qianli and Dodo looked up, their faces alight with genuine joy. "Daddy!" Dodo rushed over to embrace Li Wei's leg. "I just learned so many new characters with Mama. Soon I can read stories to you." Li Wei patted Dodo's head, lifting him into his arms while pinching his increasingly gaunt cheek. "Well done, Dodo." Qianli approached with a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. "How did your meeting go?" Li Wei set Dodo down and took a hearty bite of the bread. "Lin Ruo has agreed. Tomorrow we will venture out together to gather supplies." "She agreed?" Qianli exclaimed, somewhat surprised, as she had presumed that the somewhat aloof girl would refuse. "Yes." Li Wei nodded while chewing. "Perhaps the remaining supplies are dwindling." Qianli sighed. "Indeed, in these times, whose resources are ever sufficient. You must be cautious tomorrow," she said, her eyes filled with concern. Following the incident of the robbery, she had come to understand the perilous nature of their world, where theft and violence had become commonplace. And seeking supplies was fraught with danger. After finishing the bread and draining the water, Li Wei reminded her, "Once I leave tomorrow, ensure that all the locks are secured. And double-lock the doors, understood?" Remembering the madness they had faced, Qianli nodded, her heart racing. She wished to avoid a repeat of such an ordeal. They were uncertain whether they would find useful supplies this time. It was said that the leader intended to take them to the Xingxing Mall, which is situated at a higher elevation, with the supermarket on the 13th floor, presumably untouched by flooding. Certainly, others would have the same thought, and one could only imagine how many had already scoured that supermarket, leaving little behind. Yet it was still better than their current predicament. Any small find would be a boon. Lin Ruo, clad in black athletic wear and carrying a massive backpack, encased in a black raincoat, descended the stairs and overheard the animated chatter on the 8th floor. From their conversation, she gleaned their destination for the day, Xingxing Mall. This mall is a renowned establishment in City B, boasting 24 floors filled with an array of goods, making Zhao Hui's choice of it as their initial target entirely justifiable. "Sister Ruo." "Good morning, Sister Ruo." Upon her arrival, the 5 individuals on the 8th floor sprang to attention, greeting her with respect. Not out of reverence, but rather out of fear for the weapon in her possession. Lin Ruo nodded in acknowledgement and settled on the stairs. It was 9:40 a.m., still a while before 10. At that moment, Zhao Hui descended with a group, carrying 2 inflatable kayaks. Lin Ruo stood to clear the way, assessing the kayaks, which appeared to be of medium size, each accommodating approximately 4 individuals. It seemed they were counting on around 8 people for this venture. As Zhao Hui approached, he greeted Lin Ruo with a smile. "Sister Ruo, you arrived early." Lin Ruo nodded silently. Zhao Hui, unfazed by her reticence, understood that both she and Li Wei were inherently cautious, speaking only when topics piqued their interest. After years in property management, he had developed a keen sense for reading people. With the group assembled, he instructed them to swiftly lower the kayaks into the water. As the kayaks touched the surface, those on the list for this operation instinctively boarded. Lin Ruo and Li Wei each took a kayak, with Zhao Hui opting for Lin Ruo's. likely placing greater trust in her capabilities. The water was flowing rapidly, and given the lengthy journey ahead, 2 of the 4 individuals aboard the kayak would need to paddle to maintain stability, while the remaining 2 would be tasked with bailing out the accumulating water. Lin Rua's kayak led the way, with Lu Hao and Miao Wei in charge of paddling. They had not gone hungry since the onset of the deluge, and Lu Hao, being a fitness coach, possessed considerable strength, allowing their kayak to surge forward. The relentless rain continued to fall, quickly accumulating within the kayak. As they navigated, water splashed into the vessel, soon submerging their feet. Zhao Hui grabbed a nearby stainless steel basin, wiped the rain from his face, and began to bail out the water. Lin Rua followed suit, using her own basin. Despite their raincoats, the downpour formed puddles on the kayak, ensuring that their clothes were soaked through. Zhao Hui's kayak sped ahead, while Li Wei's group struggled considerably. Aside from Li Wei's exceptional stamina, the others were not accustomed to regular exercise. And it was not long before they could no longer continue paddling and needed to switch. Their group glided across the water, drawing attention as they passed through narrow streets adjacent to residential buildings. Many opened their windows, pleading for assistance, hoping to board their kayak and escape. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, the once innocent and kind-hearted had been harshly educated by reality. None aboard the kayak responded to their cries for help. Those on the outside either resorted to moral coercion or hurled insults, and some even resorted to throwing objects in an attempt to sink their kayak. Lin Rua sat at the stern, disregarding the vitriol hurled at them, continuing her task of bailing water. In this new world, such curses were as commonplace as birdsong. These individuals, selfish and petty, sought to tear down others' umbrellas while standing in the rain themselves. Whatever fate awaited them, they had brought it upon themselves and could blame no one else. In truth, their kayak was a good 10 meters from the buildings, and throwing objects solely by arm strength could not reach them, yet they persisted, shouting and throwing. Zhao Hui and the others had grown accustomed to such behavior. After 2 months of chaos, they had witnessed the depths of human nature, far worse than murder, robbery, or assault. Is this your first time out since the heavy rain, Sister Rua? Zhao Hui initiated a conversation with Lin Rua. She kept her head down, her bailing motion unwavering. Yes.
Sigh.
Look at what this predatory world has turned people into. They've all become monsters, Zhao Hui lamented, setting down the basin. At Building 3, he endeavored to restrain those following him from being overly coercive, but he could not control the voluntary exchanges. Excessive interference would yield no benefit for him. He was aware of the violence and robbery committed by outsiders at Building 3, yet as long as those individuals did not target his group, he preferred to remain an observer. One must prioritize their own well-being. Meddling too much could lead to casualties within his ranks, ultimately resulting in his own loss. The past 2 months have truly exposed him to a plethora of dramatic spectacles, couples turning against each other, fathers and sons at odds, and brothers becoming foes. It was impossible to look away. Lin Rua lifted her gaze to the frenzied individuals above, acknowledging that all they could do was refrain from succumbing to such madness themselves. Zhao Hui nodded in agreement, affirming that one must retain a semblance of rationality, as those upstairs had completely lost their sanity. Before long, their vessel reached its intended destination. Despite the short distance of merely 2 streets, it took them nearly an hour to arrive. The Xingxing shopping mall was bustling with people coming and going. Some relied on makeshift flotation devices, others constructed simple rafts, while many, like themselves, utilized kayaks. A massive circular opening had been forcefully created in the mall's wall, allowing for the influx and egress of patrons. As Lin Rua and her companions entered the mall, they collided with various flotsam along the way, eventually halting near the staircase. Despite this, their arrival in the mall attracted considerable attention, with many casting furtive glances their way, an observation that did not escape Zhao Hui's notice. Feeling a headache coming on, he realized that conflict was inevitable that day. He prided himself on being a civilized individual, unwilling to resort to violence. After securing the boat to the stair railing, the 2 individuals began tying the ropes while Zhao Hui disembarked to direct the operation. Let us divide into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, each consisting of 4 members. Group A will procure supplies, while Group B guards the boat. We shall switch roles after an hour. Does that sound agreeable? He looked to Li Wei and Lin Rua for their input. Exchanging glances, Li Wei and Lin Rua found the arrangement to be quite reasonable, nodding in assent. Naturally, they could not be in the same group. However, Li Wei's group included 2 men who had shared the boat with Lin Ruo, along with Zhao Hui.
Ensuring a balanced combat capability.
Li Wei's team was designated as Group A, while Lin Ruo's was Group B. Once the groups were established, Li Wei surveyed the crowded mall and cautioned, "Be careful." Without engaging in further pleasantries, the 4 members of Group B swiftly dashed into the mall. Its vastness necessitated a rapid collection of supplies. Lin Ruo, wearing a 100-kilogram weighted vest that she had grown accustomed to over the past few days, maintained a steady pace. Neither too fast nor too slow, to avoid drawing attention. Even so, many gazes lingered on her with curiosity. A woman matching a man's speed indicated her exceptional capabilities. Few women ventured to gather supplies, yet those who did were undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 40. A chance encounter with an old friend. The Xingxing shopping mall stood as the most renowned shopping destination in City B. The 15th floor featured a variety of restaurants, offering both Chinese and Western cuisines, while the 6th floor boasted an array of luxury boutiques, from jewelry to clothing and accessories. The 13th floor housed an expansive supermarket filled with diverse goods, and the top floor provided various entertainment facilities, including cinemas, KTV, bars, gyms, and hotels. Rather than heading directly to the supermarket on the 13th floor, Lin Ruo decided to scour the 10th floor first. Expanding her mental awareness, she confirmed that the area was devoid of others before beginning her collection of supplies. She judiciously gathered sturdy clothing, footwear, and some storage cabinets and hangers. Afterward, she perused the jewelry store, where the display cases had been smashed open, nearly all valuables stripped away. Undeterred, Lin Ruo discreetly gathered the remaining items. For even the smallest morsel was worth taking, and she harbored no disdain for free offerings. Ascending through the floors, she noticed that the crowd thickened closer to the 13th floor as numerous individuals scoured for useful items to take. Upon sighting others, Lin Ruo refrained from lingering and made her way directly to the supermarket area on the 13th floor. Inside, the grain and oil section was nearly depleted, with limited stock of beverages and the vegetarian items completely cleared out. The meat section, however, remained untouched, as the products had long spoiled, exuding a foul stench. Clearly, the Xingxing shopping mall had already been visited by others. She opened her backpack and began filling it with supplies, opting for hot pot bases, cooking seasonings, snacks, and daily necessities, quickly packing it to the brim. "This is what I've collected. You can gather your own." Just as Lin Ruo reached the grain and oil section, she spotted a group encircling a frail man who clutched large bags of food, an object of their predatory desires. Despite the availability of food on the shelves, they chose to target the man, reveling in the cruelty of their actions. "Whether it's yours or not is irrelevant. I want what you have. Will you relinquish it or not?" A man in the center brandished a cleaver, advancing ominously toward the man. Wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements, Lin Ruo turned to leave. As she maneuvered to the other side, she spotted Kong Wenhao, a member of her Group B. He was burdened with 2 10-kilogram bags of rice in one hand, a massive backpack overflowing on his back, a bulging sack hanging from his chest, and 2 filled shopping bags dangling from his fingers, along with a case of bottled water in his arms, a veritable testament to his resourcefulness.
Roya.
Kong Wenhao, still shaken by the nearby robbery, brightened upon seeing Lin Ruo. Feeling as though a flower had bloomed, his savior had arrived. Lin Ruo nodded, passing by him while grabbing a bag of rice and flour from the nearby shelf with her left hand. With her right, she drew a dagger from her sheath at her waist and turned to Kong Wenhao, inquiring, "I'm heading back. What about you?" Filled with joy, Kong Wenhao promptly replied, "I have gathered my supplies as well. Ruo Jia, I'll accompany you." Lin Ruo nodded, opting not to search for the other 2 members of their group. If fate allowed their paths to cross, she would assist them, but otherwise, she would leave it to chance. As they exited, they witnessed the group overpowering the frail man, his blood staining the ground, and the bag of supplies he clutched. "Well, this girl is quite attractive, and she looks pristine," the man wielding the cleaver remarked, his eyes glinting with a predatory interest as he surveyed Lin Ruo, his blade still stained with the man's blood. Kong Wenhao swallowed nervously, but Lin Ruo maintained her composure, refusing to acknowledge him as she continued walking. The man, incensed by her dismissal, raised his hand to seize her shoulder. However, Lin Ruo deftly sidestepped to the right, swiftly raising her dagger. With a cry, the man's left hand was severed cleanly, blood spraying forth and splattering Kong Wenhao's face. The cleaver fell to the ground as the man clutched his wrist, gritting his teeth against the pain, his eyes narrowing with malevolence as he glared at Lin Ruo.
Kill her.
He bellowed, turning to rally his remaining companions, grasping the cleaver once more to strike at Lin Ruo. Unfazed, Lin Ruo resolved to eliminate the threat. Having established enmity, she intended to eradicate them completely, leaving no room for mercy, would secure her own safety. She tossed the rice and flour to Kong Wenhao,
Who steadied them with his leg.
With speed, she lunged at the man's throat with her dagger, and as he froze in shock, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lin Ruo moved swiftly, reaching the group of individuals in mere strides. Each of them wielded knives, striking towards her, yet their movements appeared sluggish to her. She merely leaned slightly to the side to evade their attacks, advancing forward while deftly wielding her dagger, each slash leaving a trail of crimson. Each strike was lethal,
Targeting the neck and chest.
Within less than 2 minutes, 5 adversaries lay dead, while the remaining 3, paralyzed by fear, abandoned their fallen comrades and supplies, fleeing in haste. Lin Ruo, however, did not pursue them. Instead, she crouched down to wipe her dagger clean on the fabric of the fallen, cutting a piece of cloth to use for her hands. Despite her efforts to avoid it, blood had splattered onto her raincoat, and some even marred her face. She frowned slightly and turned to look at Kong Wenhao, who, upon meeting her gaze, felt a jolt of realization. Sister Ruo, I am one of your own. Lin Ruo regarded him with silent exasperation, fully aware of his allegiance. Taking her supplies from Kong Wenhao, she said, I understand. Let us go. Without hesitation, he swiftly fell into step beside her. The onlookers retained Lin Ruo's visage etched in their minds, recognizing that such skill was not to be trifled with. Upon returning to the disembarkation point, Li Wei and his companions bore their own bloodstains, while the other 2 members of Group B had returned unscathed. You all go ahead, Lin Ruo instructed, placing her belongings on the ground. The supplies in the grain and oil area are nearly depleted. We must hurry. Understood. Li Wei responded as he and the other 3 quickly ascended the stairs. Lin Ruo found a spot by the water's edge. Sitting cross-legged as she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space, concealing it beneath her hiking bag. She also took out a clean cloth, dampening it with water before covering it again and placing it back into her backpack. Using the reflection in the puddle, she began to wipe the splattered blood from her face, finding the sensation of dried blood unpleasant. Next time she ventured out, she would remember to wear a mask. It would certainly make killing much more convenient. Kong Wenhao and the other 2 animatedly recounted their recent encounter, and soon admiration flickered in the eyes of his companions as they regarded Lin Ruo. Initially, they believed her ability to kill so many was solely due to her firearm, but it became evident that she wielded a dagger with equal prowess. Just as they were lost in thought, a group approached them, 6 bodyguards clad in suits surrounding a man and a woman. The man's arm was draped around the woman's slender waist, and she nestled against him, her gaze filled with tenderness. If one were to overlook the surrounding context, they appeared to share a romantic moment. Coupled with the imposing bodyguards, they resembled a domineering CEO taking his delicate wife out for a shopping spree. Noticing their approach, Lin Ruo lifted her head, her eyes narrowing momentarily before breaking into a genuine smile. Fate had brought her face to face with none other than director Zhou Qing. Inside the dimly lit shopping mall, amidst the clamor of the stairwell, a vision of beauty approached Lin Ruo. Zhou Qing remained as radiant and delicate as ever, yet beneath her stunning facade lay an ugly, selfish heart. Lin Ruo had intended to seek out Zhou Qing and Jiang Haochen when the harsh winter arrived, but encountering her here today was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Those who commit wrongful acts inevitably meet their demise. Even the heavens could not overlook such transgressions, seemingly aiding Lin Ruo. As the group drew nearer, the light in Lin Ruo's eyes intensified, her smile widening. Kong Wenhao glanced at her, sensing the shift in her demeanor, instinctively taking a step back. Realizing her expression bordered on unsettling, the entourage of 8 soon stood before Lin Ruo and her companions, with the man at the center directing his gaze toward Kong Wenhao, the most imposing figure among them, brandishing a bloodied knife. Is this your kayak? He inquired. Kong Wenhao turned to Lin Ruo. Sister Ruo, what do you think? The man regarded the woman seated by the water, clutching a tattered piece of cloth, incredulous that a woman led this team. You're their captain? He asked, his brow arching slightly. A woman at the helm, flanked by 3 seemingly feeble companions. The man's eyes flickered with disdain, realizing he had underestimated them. Lin Ruo rose, not deigning to glance at the man, her gaze fixed on Zhou Qing. Clad in a striking red strapless gown, Zhou Qing's figure appeared alluring, her fair skin exuding a hint of innocence, a stark contrast to the powerful persona she would embody 5 years hence. Contemplating the scene from before her death, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Ruo's eyes, transforming her fervent gaze into one of icy resolve. Sensing the shift, Zhou Qing instinctively sought refuge behind the man, clinging to his arm as she feigned vulnerability. Hao Xian, I feel frightened. Li Hao Xian patted Zhou Qing's hand resting on his arm, then turned to his bodyguards with irritation. Go retrieve those 2 boats. The bodyguards, robust and armed, surged forward. Despite their imposing presence, they did not perceive Lin Ruo's group as a worthy opponent. Rather than feeling intimidated, Lin Ruo felt a surge of excitement. Since her rebirth, she had relentlessly trained but had yet to engage in a full-fledged battle. Today presented an opportunity to gauge her combat prowess without relying on her abilities. However, before indulging in the thrill, she needed to ensure Zhou Qing did not escape. She had finally found her. With a flash of determination in her eyes, her psychic energy surged forth, directing her water-based powers toward Zhou Qing. Initially hidden behind Li Haoxian, Zhou Qing regarded Lin Ruo with contempt, anticipating her impending misfortune. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a sharp pain radiated through her thigh.
Bang!
My leg! Zhou Qing collapsed, her complexion draining of color as her thigh was obliterated, leaving behind a gruesome sight of shredded flesh and bone fragments. It hurts. Haoxian, it hurts. Li Haoxian, too, found himself splattered with remnants of Zhou Qing's injury. Taken aback, he grimaced in disgust, instinctively scanning the area for threats. The bodyguards, now encircling Li Haoxian, formed an impenetrable barrier around him. A minute passed in tense silence, during which Li Haoxian squinted, shouting, "Who dares to strike from the shadows? Step forward and face me." The onlookers, recognizing the danger, retreated from the staircase, leaving only the sound of flowing water in the stillness. I've lost so much blood. Haoxian, please save me. I don't want to die. Help me. Zhou Qing, now outside the protective circle, clawed her way toward Li Haoxian, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. It hurts. It really hurts. Having been pampered her entire life, excelling in studies and blessed with beauty, Zhou Qing had always been the center of attention. Even during the apocalypse, Li Haoxian had lavished her with affection. She had never experienced such torment. All she wanted was for Li Haoxian to save her. She did not wish to perish. Though a researcher, she was no healer. The pain consumed her thoughts as the relentless flow of blood signaled death was closing in. Observing Zhou Qing's desperate plight, a smile slowly spread across Lin Ruo's face, brightening her expression. Such fragility. She had merely manipulated her water-based powers to create 2 small water bullets within Zhou Qing's thigh. With a resounding bang, Zhou Qing could no longer flee. Lin Ruo's gaze shifted to the retreating Li Haoxian and his companions. Once she dealt with this group, she could leisurely reminisce with Zhou Qing. Hey, weren't you going to seize our boat? Lin Ruo inquired seriously, gesturing towards the nearby kayak. It's right here. Come and take it. Calm Wenhao and his 2 teammates pondered the implications of provoking her, especially since they were armed. Onlookers gasped, good heavens. This woman is audacious. Don't those bodyguards look formidable? Feeling the provocation, Li Haoxian's face turned ashen. How dare a woman mock him? It was tantamount to courting death. Open fire. Eliminate her.
Comanda Li Haoxian.
His bodyguard swiftly drew his weapon, but Lin Ruo moved like lightning, swiftly gripping the safety of the gun before the man could draw it fully. Despite his efforts, his hand remained immobile. In retaliation, he attempted a knee strike to her chest, but Lin Ruo narrowed her eyes, exerting more force, and with a crack, he broke his wrist, the gun falling into her grasp. Simultaneously, she blocked his leg with her other hand, and with another crack, his leg bone shattered. The bodyguard emitted a muffled groan, feeling as if he had kicked a stone. Seizing the moment, he pulled out a military dagger and aimed it at Lin Ruo's neck, shouting for his teammates to fire. With a smirk, Lin Ruo seized his wrist, applying pressure that crushed his other wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. With both hands incapacitated and one leg broken, the bodyguard collapsed, agony manifesting as cold sweat on his brow. With a swift motion, She spun the gun in her hand and fired a single shot into the downed bodyguard's head. At this juncture, the remaining bodyguards had already drawn their weapons, aiming at Lin Ruo. Witnessing her prowess, Li Haoxuan began to panic. He had not brought many men for safety and needed to retreat quickly. Lin Ruo swiftly grabbed the fallen bodyguard's corpse, using it as a shield against incoming bullets. The sickening thuds of bullets embedding into flesh echoed around her. With a corpse as her cover, she advanced rapidly towards the remaining bodyguards who attempted to reposition themselves to shoot past the body. However, Lin Ruo's speed was unparalleled. Despite their retreat, the distance between them dwindled rapidly. Counting the gunfire, she timed their reloading and from behind the corpse, shot down 2 more bodyguards purely by sound. In moments, she closed the distance to within 5 meters, throwing the corpse before the remaining 3 bodyguards. They attempted to dodge, but the corpse came at them with such velocity and force that they stumbled. Using the distraction, Lin Ruo darted forward, executing a mid-air kick that snapped the neck of the closest bodyguard. An elbow strike to another's chest left him collapsed and unconscious. Within moments, 2 of the 3 adversaries lay defeated. The last, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee but was shot in the chest and again in the back of the head, falling into the water. As the chaos reached its zenith, Lin Ruo spotted Li Haoxuan retreating several meters away. She raised her gun, squinting her eyes, and fired twice. The bullet struck Li Haoxuan's thigh, causing him to tumble to the ground, blood gushing from his leg, staining his pristine trousers. Lin Ruo approached the unconscious bodyguard with a shattered ribcage and delivered a brutal kick to his chest, driving his fractured ribs into his organs, resulting in a few spurts of blood before he succumbed. "You can't kill me," Li Haoxuan pleaded, clutching his bleeding thigh, dragging himself backwards, tears and snot streaming down his face. "If you kill me, my father won't let you go. He's a major general." Lin Ruo's lips curled into a cruel smile, the remnants of battle staining her fair cheeks. This sinister grin was enough to terrify Li Haoxuan. "Precisely why you must die today," she emphasized her final words, raising her gun towards him. Li Haoxuan, drenched in sweat and trembling, stammered, "No.
No. Bang.
His expression froze, a new hole appearing on his forehead, blood gushing forth, quickly staining his handsome face. The corridor on the 8th floor was drenched in blood. The battle had concluded in an instant. Of the 8 adversaries, only 1 woman remained, leaving the onlookers in shock. Is this the combat power of a normal person? She's not a woman. She's a living demon. In an instant, the crowd recoiled, afraid to approach. Lin Ruo collected the discarded handgun and dagger, placing them in her backpack, and kicked the corpses into the water before turning to Zhou Qing, who had crawled some distance away, gasping for breath. Zhou Qing's severed leg continued to bleed, the ground beneath her soaked crimson. Blood trickled down the stairs, mingling with the water, while remnants of her flesh marked her path, resembling a hellish scene. The significant loss of blood rendered Zhou Qing faint, shivering from the cold as darkness enveloped her. In that void, she heard footsteps approaching. "How does this feel?" Lin Ruo crouched, lifting Zhou Qing's chin with her gun. Zhou Qing's face was pale, her eyes vacant, lips trembling as she barely whispered, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Save me."
Save you? Ha ha ha.
Lin Ruo laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming from her eyes. After several seconds, her laughter subsided. She pushed the gun forward, her voice thick with mockery. "You are truly naive. To kill you, I have stirred up great trouble. Why would I save you? To kill me?"
Why?
Zhou Qing struggled to open her eyes, though her vision had faded. She could not fathom why, as strangers without enmity, Lin Ruo would wish her harm.
Why?
Lin Ruo's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling hatred. "Perhaps it is simply because I find you distasteful." Standing tall, Lin Ruo fired a single shot, ending Zhou Qing's life, then discharged several more bullets into her head and heart, ensuring her demise was absolute. Calm Wenhao and his teammates gaped in disbelief, questioning the depth of animosity required to waste so many bullets on a single victim. After slaying Zhou Qing, Lin Ruo took a deep breath, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. With this person gone, the abhorrent experiment that had plagued her would vanish as well, never to resurface. Chapter 42. Compounding medicinal materials after dispatching her foes. Lin Ruo sat by the water's edge, washing her face with a bottle of mineral water. A vacuum of space surrounded them, with everyone keeping a cautious distance of 10 meters, fearful of provoking the living demon. Kong Wenhao considered distancing himself from Lin Ruo but dared not, instead huddling with his two teammates to minimize their presence. Lin Ruo had finally managed to clean the blood off her face, having wasted an entire bottle of mineral water in the process. Killing was indeed troublesome. While it was exhilarating in the moment, it left a gruesome mess that was decidedly unsanitary. Li Wei and the others soon returned, their expressions grim as they beheld the extensive bloodstains in the stairwell, the metallic scent of blood thick in the air. How could there be so much blood? This, however, was not an appropriate place for conversation, and the group swiftly boarded the boat, wrapping all their supplies in raincoats to prevent them from getting wet. On the boat, it was supposed to be Lin Ruo and Zhao Hui rowing back, but Kong Wenhao spoke up first. "Let me help Sister Ruo with the rowing." Zhao Hui shot him a surprised glance. He had never thought of this lad as particularly perceptive. Lin Ruo also regarded him with a look, tossing the oar to Kong Wenhao, eager to conserve her energy. The two kayaks swiftly departed from the Stellar Mall, and once they were a safe distance away, the remaining group dared to gather and discuss the earlier events. Moreover, that luxurious yacht, the so-called living king of hell, had not been taken away. The mall had witnessed yet another bloody battle for that extravagant yacht, and later, it was rumored that the water flowing from the Stellar Mall that day was tinted red. As Zhao Hui rowed, he discreetly gestured to Kong Wenhao, quietly inquiring what happened. "Why are you so eager all of a sudden?"
Kong Wenhao glanced at Lin Ruo,
who was scooping out water, without even lifting her eyelids, seemingly indifferent. He then recounted the earlier events to Zhao Hui without embellishment, causing Zhao Hui to gasp in astonishment. He turned to Lin Ruo, incredulous that all 6 adversaries had been armed and had been wiped out within mere minutes, not even leaving her injured. What kind of prowess was this? On another boat, Li Wei was also privy to the entire tale and fell into a contemplative silence. He had previously formed estimates and speculations about her abilities, yet Lin Ruo continually shattered his assumptions. If what they said was true, then Lin Ruo's skills were on par with those of a world-class assassin. The return journey took them an hour. And while fewer people threw things at them along the way, upon arriving at Longyuan Community, Zhao Hui and Li Wei visibly tensed. Especially as they passed by buildings 8 and 9, where heads peered out with unfriendly gazes, Zhao Hui felt a jolt in his brow. This group, upon seeing the 2 kayaks, would certainly become restless. Lin Ruo glanced up but paid it no mind. The greatest gain from their outing had been Zhou Qing. It seemed that next time they ventured out for supplies, she should accompany them, as they might just encounter Jiang Haochen. As for that Li Haoxuan, with a father who was a lieutenant general, it indicated that the high officials of B City had not yet evacuated the urban area, and the B City base had not yet begun its construction. Upon reaching Building 3, Zhao Hui took charge of distributing the supplies. Everything Lin Ruo claimed belonged solely to her, in addition to which she received 2 bags of 10 kilograms of rice, 2 boxes of mineral water, and 3 large bags of instant food, filled with biscuits and noodles. "Sister Ruo, you need to be especially cautious in the next couple of days." Zhao Hui cautioned her in a low voice as she prepared to ascend the stairs with her belongings. She turned to glance at him, slightly nodding. She understood what Zhao Hui was implying. Though she seldom ventured out, she was well aware of the happenings across the various buildings in Longyuan. Those individuals knew they possessed valuable goods and would naturally come to snatch them. Upon reaching the 25th floor, Lin Ruo keenly sensed the furtive glances directed at her from the crowd in the corridor. She looked towards her apartment door. The icy lock remained intact, although it bore several new scratches and dents, clearly the marks of a forceful impact. Scanning the faces of those present, she noted their shrinking figures, attempting to diminish their presence. The kind soul who often helped her clean up the blood dared not meet her gaze, slowly averting his eyes. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Ruo's lips, a knowing laugh escaping her. It was to be expected. Their adaptation was swift. She returned her gaze to her door, placing her hand upon it. In an instant, the icy barrier dissipated, permitting her to unlock it effortlessly. The onlookers outside gaped in astonishment as they witnessed the door that had eluded them all day swing open with such ease. Back inside her home, she added another layer of ice to both the door and the lock, retrieved a large power storage unit from her space, connected it to the door, and then set her supplies down on the floor. Having spent 4 to 5 hours in this state, her wet clothes had begun to feel as if they would peel off her skin, prompting her to hastily discard them into her space for cleaning. Within her space lay a considerable number of garments, freshly washed, from which she selected a set to wear. A show and a foo continued to frolic within the space. Wholly unaware that Lin Ruo had returned home. Utilizing her water abilities, she prepared a warm bath, sinking into the soothing water with a sigh of relief. Finally, comfort enveloped her. However, she did not linger too long in the tub, for she feared she might prune. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and a show and a foo had not eaten. They must have been quite hungry by now. She quickly tidied the bathroom, using her water abilities to dry her hair. And as she prepared to activate the smart vacuum, she noticed the power storage unit's electronic display indicating only 25 battery remaining. She placed the unit back in her space, connected it to the generator to recharge, and retrieved another power storage unit to plug into the vacuum, setting it to work. Once all tasks were completed, Lin Ruo released a show and a foo from her space, instructing them to stay away from the door before she began preparing their overdue lunch. Each received a large steel bowl containing 2 10-pound live rabbits, 5 large meat buns, and either 5 raw chicken or duck eggs, along with half a basin of goat's milk, filling the bowl to the brim. A show and a foo did not rush to eat but lingered around Lin Ruo for a while before finally dashing off to their meal. Lin Ruo herself took a portion of the previously prepared braised pork, a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork, 3 boxes of rice, and a cup of milk tea for a quick lunch. It was evident a show and a foo were famished. After finishing their meal, they licked their bowls clean. Still yearning for more, Lin Ruo then fetched a large watermelon weighing 7 or 8 pounds, slicing a small piece for herself while distributing the rest to a foo and a show. Although the apartment was kept cool by Lin Ruo's efforts, it still felt warm for the long-haired a foo and a show, who particularly relished the fruit, devouring it eagerly. After finishing the watermelon, Lin Ruo helped them brush their teeth and wipe the blood from around their mouths before allowing them to play freely. Using her water abilities, she cleaned their bowls and disposed of the containers in the trash. Lin Ruo then focused her mental energy into her space, heading over to collect eggs. This time, the small hill of chickens, ducks, and geese had increased in number, with fertilized eggs hatching into a new batch, bringing her great joy as her food reserves grew once more. She replenished their automatic feeding machine with feed, adding in some chopped grass grown on the black soil, hoping they would grow quickly. The crops on the black soil had matured again. Lin Ruo set aside the harvested stalks, storing half of the pure grains in her still space and grinding the other half along with the stalks, some oil, peanuts, fish meal, and eggshells into feed, which she air-dried using her water abilities before storing it in her still space. Having completed these tasks, she proceeded to her vegetable garden, where the vegetables were ripe for picking and needed to be harvested quickly, lest they wither and only be suitable for feeding the animals in her space. With a mental command, she uprooted the vegetables and sent them into her still space. She then checked on the fruit trees. While they had grown considerably taller, it would still be a long time before the fruits would be ready for consumption. Upon arriving at the medicinal herb garden, already ripened, Lin Ruo, with determination, began to extract them from the spatial realm, eager to attempt the preparation methods detailed in her books. Over the past 2 months, she had diligently studied traditional Chinese medicine, memorizing various theories, but now, at last, she had the opportunity to put them into practice. The preparation of medicinal herbs required numerous components. She meticulously followed the knowledge in her mind step by step, yet still wasted a considerable amount of herbs. The appearance of the prepared herbs did not quite match the descriptions in her texts. However, she reassured herself that she had plenty of herbs to practice with, and after several attempts, she finally succeeded in creating a concoction that aligned with the written descriptions. The process of preparing the herbs was exceedingly time-consuming, and before she realized it, 5 hours had passed, only halting when Lin Ruo felt hunger pangs. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she gazed at the neatly categorized herbs with a satisfied smile. With a flicker of her mental energy, the herbs were stored back into her spatial realm. Meanwhile, Asho could not comprehend Lin Ruo's sense of accomplishment. It only felt that its stomach was about to implode from hunger. Having observed Lin Ruo's serious preparations, it had refrained from interrupting her, patiently waiting by her side. At last, seeing her pause, it quickly nudged her thigh with its head, whining for food. As Lin Ruo playfully pushed Asho's large head away, she glanced at her watch and realized it was already 8 p.m. "I will go prepare dinner for you," she announced. Today, due to the hatching of numerous chicks, she decided to treat Asho and Afu to chicken. She retrieved 2 steel bowls for them, placing a whole chicken in each, along with some washed fruits and a few freeze-dried treats that dogs love. Once everything was set, Asho dashed off eagerly to feast, while Afu leisurely licked Lin Ruo's hand before beginning to eat. With her companions occupied, Lin Ruo finally had time to prepare her own meal. Serving herself 2 portions of fried rice, a serving of fried chicken, and washing a basin full of strawberries.
Dinner was soon ready.
She connected a projector to her tablet and selected a comedy film to enjoy while eating. The fried rice was still steaming when she served it, and the fried chicken had a crispy exterior, concealing juicy, tender meat, delicious beyond words. The strawberries were large and sweet, yet having indulged too much earlier, she found herself with half of them remaining. However, the comedy film failed to amuse her. Halfway through her meal, she had yet to chuckle. Perhaps I'll opt for a horror film next time, she decided. Switching to a romantic movie she had heard was sweetly portrayed, she finished her meal.
Ashu?
Noticing she had finished, scampered over, drooling over the leftover strawberries. Amused and slightly exasperated by its eager expression, Lin Ruo shared the remaining strawberries with both Ah Shou and Ah Fu. As the film continued to play, the cozy atmosphere enveloped the room, but suddenly, a horrifying scream pierced the air from outside. Chapter 43. Chaos Don't Kill Me.
Ah.
Lin Ruo, still engrossed in the film, found the screams and violence outside rendered the romantic plot even more unbearable. She clicked her tongue, shut off the projector, and stretched her limbs. Next time, I must remember to find a zombie film for the occasion. Ah Fu and Ah Shou had already dashed to the door, recalling their master's warning against approaching it. Their ears perked up, attentive to the escalating chaos outside. The screams grew louder, approaching with alarming clarity. Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. It seems this group is slaughtering their way up from below? How ruthless. She pondered briefly, shaking her head lightly. If such brutality existed in Building 3, Zhao Hui would not allow it to continue. The only remaining possibility was that it stemmed from the other buildings. Approaching the balcony, she gently lifted a corner of the curtain and grabbed a pair of binoculars to look down. Indeed, near Building 3, there were rafts tethered, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. This group was quite substantial.
Ah.
Damn it. This door is electrified. Where did the power come from? The electricity has been out. They must have a generator. Such a valuable asset. Be careful. Once inside, we will ensure that this vile wench experiences the taste of electricity. There's nothing on room 2502. Hurry. Open this door. Lin Ruo raised an eyebrow at the sounds outside, which left no room for doubt. Their intentions were clear. If they had come, they would not leave easily. She bypassed the desert eagle on the table, instead retrieving a finely crafted long knife from her spatial realm. Weighing 3 kilograms, the blade was sleek, featuring deep blood grooves along its sides. With a gentle flick, it vibrated slightly, emitting a pleasing hum. It was a splendid weapon. Her delicate fingers caressed the blade. For her, the thrill of killing was far superior with cold weapons, relishing the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh. Ah Fu and Ah Shou, upon seeing Lin Ruo draw the long knife, turned towards the door, crouching low, their fur bristling in a state of readiness. With the long knife in hand, Lin Ruo approached the door, collecting the power supply and electrical clips into her spatial realm. She grasped the door handle. Smiling down at Ah Fu and Ah Shou, "Let us go. Today, we shall kill to our heart's content." With that, she flung the door open. Without hesitation, Ah Fu and Ah Shou sprang forward, their sharp claws easily sinking into an intruder's shoulder, bringing him crashing down. They opened their jaws wide, sinking their teeth into his neck and tearing it violently away, his head rolling to the ground without so much as a scream. In that instant, Lin Ruo swiftly closed the door behind her. One of the men, recovering from the shock, swung his long knife at her. With a deft motion, Lin Ruo raised her own blade, severing his shoulder cleanly. The man's arm, along with the knife, flew away, spraying blood across the faces of those nearby.
Ah!
He cried, clutching his shoulder in agony. Unlike ordinary individuals, these men were ruthless enough to wield knives, yet they lacked the training to endure such intense pain. Amidst the beautiful cacophony of screams, Lin Ruo thrust her long knife into the man's chest, twisting her wrist gently, and his heart was instantly obliterated, silencing his cries. Where Zhao Hui and his men had arrived, battling fiercely against these intruders, each identifiable by a red ribbon tied around their wrists. Li Wei had also emerged. Wielding a knife and already surrounded by several corpses, his body and face drenched in blood. Clearly, he was in a frenzy. Ah Fu and Ah Shou worked in perfect harmony, alternating between offense and defense, making it impossible for their attackers to lay a finger on them. In mere moments, 4 or 5 of the assailants lay dead. The 25th floor corridor was filled with chaos, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Rua's smile deepened. Her knife moved without pause, as though possessing a will of its own. This was the reflex she had honed through extensive training. When an assailant attempted to sneak up on her from behind, she deftly flicked her knife backward, the tip piercing his chest with precision. With a swift withdrawal, she executed a flourish, severing the head of the man in front of her. Killing happened in an instant. 2 bodies collapsed simultaneously. Damn it!
Charge.
The opposing party, blinded by rage, brandished a cleaver and lunged at the ferocious A Fu, believing that even if the strike did not slay the beast, it would surely inflict harm. However, after A Fu had claimed a life, it merely cast a glance at the attacker, recoiling slightly. Suddenly, a massive figure sprang forth from the shadows, sinking its teeth into the assailant's arm. With a sickening crunch, A Shou tore the entire limb away. The man, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, collapsed to the ground, only to be met with a swift slash from Lin Rua's blade, which carved a delicate line across his neck, causing blood to pour forth. With a thud, he fell backward. The carnage on the 25th floor escalated, bodies piling up until there was scarcely room to tread. Combatants had to step over the fallen to advance. Realizing the futility of their situation, the enemies recognized that their losses were mounting, with their own numbers dwindling while only a few from the opposing side had perished. The 2 formidable fighters, 1 male and 1 female, along with their 2 fierce dogs, instilled a sense of trepidation among the remaining attackers, who yearned for escape. For no one wishes to meet their demise. Retreat. Split into 2 groups, they ordered, hastily dividing into 2 factions, one racing towards the staircase, leading downward, while the other fled to the rooftop, hoping to leap to safety into the depths below, where they would be caught by those on the raft. Zhao Hui guarded the stairwell down, while Li Wei held the ascent. With Zhao Hui's numbers overwhelming, Lin Rua unhesitatingly moved to aid Li Wei.
A Fu, A Shou.
You head the other way. At this command, A Fu perked up, swiftly severing the neck of the nearest foe before bounding toward Zhao Hui. Meanwhile, A Shou swung its head, sending several attackers flying as it darted after A Fu. Just then, an enemy lunged at A Shou, and A Fu, sensing the danger, leapt to intercept, landing a 3-meter horizontal jump in front of A Shou. The blade struck A Fu's back, but due to their mutated evolution, the creature's hide was remarkably resilient, leaving only a 20-centimeter gash. Unfazed by the injury, A Fu's powerful healing capabilities rendered the minor wound inconsequential. It retaliated by sinking its jaws into the assailant's throat, tearing away the head along with the shoulder. With A Fu injured, A Shou became frenzied, rampaging through the 25th floor corridor, leaving behind a trail of dismembered limbs and broken bodies, none intact. Lin Rua, witnessing A Fu's plight, narrowed her eyes. Her blade gleamed ominously in the darkness as she swiftly abandoned her support for Li Wei, launching an aggressive onslaught. Each strike of her blade was fluid and lethal, as she stepped over the corpses, advancing with relentless determination, turning the vicinity into a grotesque tableau of carnage. Faced with such overwhelming might, not a single enemy managed to escape. They were all annihilated on the 25th floor. This battle had transformed the corridor into a crimson slaughterhouse, every corner stained with the vivid hue of blood. When the chaos subsided, corpses lay piled 4 layers deep, and the ground had turned into a river of blood, cascading down the staircase. Zhao Hui's group was reduced to a mere 4 or 5 survivors, the rest either dead or grievously injured. An injury in this dire situation was tantamount to a death sentence. Li Wei, blood-soaked and panting against the crimson wall of the stairwell, clutched a blood-red bone knife. Lin Rua stood nearby, her entire form drenched in blood, save for her eyes, which sparkled with fierce resolve, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Both A Fu and A Shou were similarly stained, panting heavily, their fur matted.
Damn.
What a thrill! Zhao Hui exclaimed, collapsing onto a corpse beneath him. Overwhelmed by the madness of the ordeal, 70 to 80 individuals had been decimated. Without Lin Rua and Li Wei, they would have surely perished as well. He glanced at Lin Rua and her 2 ferocious dogs, realizing that a staggering 70% of the enemy had fallen to her and her beasts. Their tactical prowess rendered them virtually unstoppable. How did you train these dogs, Ruo Jia? Teach me. When we get out of here, I must have two of my own.
Zhao Vigested, Ponting Evili.
Lin Ruo shot him a cold glance, her tone indifferent. You wouldn't be able to. Li Wei chuckled softly, the tension of earlier dissipating. Zhao Hui was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her sharp retort. He turned his gaze toward the bloody dogs, their fierce, glinting eyes unnerving him. Perhaps he truly could not raise such beasts. These creatures, with their savage instincts, would likely have never tasted cooked food and were accustomed to the scent of blood, possibly having even savored human flesh. With a chilling thought, he looked at Fu and Asho with a hint of fear, quickly rising to his feet and forcing a strained smile toward Lin Ruo. Ruo Jia, you must be tired too. Let us handle the cleanup outside while you rest. Lin Ruo surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the floor, having no desire to engage in the laborious task of clearing them away. She nodded in agreement, leading Fu and Asho home. Once the door closed behind her, Zhao Hui approached Li Wei, whispering, Li Go. What do you think Ruo Jia feeds those dogs to make them so fierce? Li Wei lowered his gaze, amusement dancing in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, people struggle to find enough to eat. What could they possibly consume? But that is not for us to ponder. His tone carried a subtle warning. Zhao Hui rolled his eyes. I understand that.
I am merely curious.
Curiosity killed the cat, you know?
Li Wei remarca.
Lifting two corpses as he made his way toward the window. Got it, got it. Zhao Hui and his remaining comrades dragged the bodies toward the edge. With a splashing sound, the corpses were discarded from the 25th floor, creating a significant splash in the water below. The residents of the surrounding buildings observed the carnage unfold, realizing that the third building had emerged victorious. They had lost so many, and yet the third building had triumphed. Any future endeavors would require careful consideration of the third building's strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui and his group counted the fallen, 94 bodies in total, and by the end, they were so exhausted that they could barely lift their arms, requiring assistance from the residents of the third building to dispose of the corpses. Damn it! If they provoke me further, I'll go straight to their lair. Zhao Hui lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained, his frustration palpable. Li Wei regarded him quietly, saying nothing more, and turned to head home. It would ultimately depend on Lin Ruo's willingness to engage in further confrontations, with just their small group. Could they truly mount an offensive? Back at home, Lin Ruo first inspected Fu's injury, relieved to find it superficial. However, treating it would require a bath. Her eyes shimmered with a blue glow as she conjured two large water orbs. After a brief span of time, the bloody dogs emerged clean and refreshed. Lin Ruo then carefully shaved the fur around Fu's wound, applying medication and bandaging it while Asho patiently waited nearby. After tending to Fu, Lin Ruo let out a sigh of relief, patting both dogs on the head. You two play for a bit, I'm going to take a shower. She directed the bloodied water out the window and encased the door in a layer of frost before heading to the bathroom, knowing she would need to cleanse herself thoroughly. After over half an hour, Lin Ruo emerged from the bathroom, restored to her usual pristine appearance. After Lin Ruo finished her bath, Fu and Asho approached her, seeking affection. However, Lin Ruo insisted they accompany her to the bathroom to brush their teeth. Though they had bathed, remnants of meat lingered in their mouths, which needed thorough cleansing. Only after brushing their teeth 3 times did Lin Ruo feel reassured that they were clean. You must understand, the blood of those people is foul and inedible, she admonished. While she accepted that Fu and Asho could consume mutated beasts, she could not tolerate them eating humans, hence she scrubbed their mouths with extra care. Fu and Asho nodded in agreement, finding the taste of human flesh far less appealing than the lamb from their spatial realm. Lin Ruo patted their large heads, praising them for their obedience. Chapter 44. The upgrading of water abilities. What? Young master has been out on the yacht and has yet to return? In the top office of the washing building in City B, a middle-aged man in military uniform slammed his palm on the desk, glaring furiously at the bodyguard with his head bowed. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself before recounting the situation.
Yes.
The bodyguard finally dared to lift his head, speaking in a steady tone. Sir, the young master only mentioned taking Miss Zhou out for some leisure. He did not specify a destination. At that time, Kun also sent 5 men to accompany the young master. Zhou Qing again. I always said she was trouble. Li Weiguo felt a headache coming on. Li Haoshuan was a late-born son whom he had spoiled somewhat. For the past few days, He had been preoccupied with military construction matters, neglecting him. And now the boy had gone missing. Find him. You must locate the young master.
Yes.
The bodyguard accepted the command and exited the office. Li Weigua stood up, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. The torrential rain pounded against the glass, creating a cacophony of sounds. This unexpected downpour had caught everyone off guard. Government officials hastily evacuated, and soon after, various parties scrambled to gather resources, becoming exceedingly busy. As the second-in-command of the military in City B, he was well aware of the external situation. With over 2 months of relentless rain, the order of the outside world had already collapsed. To venture out on a yacht during such turmoil was akin to a monk wandering into a den of monsters, oblivious to the number of people plotting against him.
Now.
With power and network outages, even satellites were rendered useless by an inexplicable electromagnetic wave, making the search for anyone akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Standing before the window, hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the inky darkness outside, fervently hoping for the boy's safe return. After a long while, he returned to his desk, picking up the meticulously designed blueprints for the military base, the construction site of which had yet to be determined. As everything awaited the end of the storm, a flicker of ambition gleamed in his eyes. Perhaps this societal collapse could present an opportunity for him. The next morning, Lin Ruo remained blissfully unaware that searches were underway for Li Haoxuan. She was engrossed in a critical moment of her own. During her routine training, she had pushed her mental energy to the limit, and while attempting to recover with the crystal cores, an opportunity for upgrading her water abilities suddenly arose. Lin Ruo quickly retrieved a pile of crystal cores from her spatial realm, positioning herself amidst them. The energy from the cores surged towards her. Guided by her overflowing mental power, she felt as if she were submerged in a 100-meter deep ocean, with currents swirling around her. The waters rushed into her body, accumulating within her, growing more abundant and overwhelming. Just as she felt she might burst, the water began to spread throughout her body, cleansing her in an extraordinarily pleasant manner. And she soon became thoroughly immersed in the experience. As time ticked away, Lin Ruo sat cross-legged in her bedroom, encased in a massive block of ice. The ice was frigid, keeping even Ah Fu and Ah Shou at bay as they anxiously paced outside the 3-meter radius. Knock, knock, knock. A loud knocking sounded at the door. Ah Shou, brimming with agitation, barked loudly at the door. The knocking ceased immediately, after yesterday's skirmish. Ah Fu and Ah Shou had become quite notorious in Building 3. Initially, some had coveted their flesh, but now, upon seeing them, people would have gladly dug a hole to hide in, eager to distance themselves as much as possible. Upon hearing Ah Shou's barking, the person outside ceased knocking and hurried away. The icy prison surrounding Lin Ruo persisted for a full day before slowly cracking open. At that moment, all the crystal cores around her had been reduced to empty shells, their energy completely absorbed. As the ice melted, an unbearable stench filled the room. Lin Ruo wrinkled her nose and opened her eyes. One eye shimmered with white light while the other glowed blue, but the brilliance was fleeting. The energies of the spatial and water systems within her finally reached equilibrium once more. Sighing in relief, Lin Ruo felt elated, only to notice Ah Fu and Ah Shou standing at a distance, causing her to wonder what's wrong. Don't you recognize me? Just then, an overpowering odor assaulted her senses, prompting her to exclaim, "Did you two defecate in here? Didn't I tell you to use the bathroom?" Woof, woof. Ah Shou barked twice at her before turning its back. Ah Fu also howled softly, remaining turned away, which was the greatest display of affection it could muster. Lin Ruo soon realized the source of the foul stench was emanating from her own body. Looking down, she saw that her clothes had become soaked with a substance resembling black oil, and the odor was rising from it. In a panic, Lin Ruo dashed into the bathroom. But upon reaching the door, she sensed something amiss. Glancing back at the distance she had covered, she was astonished at her newfound speed. Just as she reached to pull the door handle, it came off in her hand. Lin Ruo? She stared in disbelief at the detached handle, having barely exerted any force. With no time to ponder, she slowly closed the door, bracing herself against the bathtub to fill it with warm water. Suddenly, with a crack, she stumbled forward as a piece of the bathtub edge broke off where she had supported herself. Extending her hands before her, she pondered, has my strength increased? How did it grow so much, so suddenly? Realizing the black substance on her body might be the cause, Lin Ruo blinked. Cautiously, she filled the tub with warm water. shedding her soiled clothes and disdainfully tossing them into a trash bag, layering it in 3 more bags before placing it in her spatial realm, intending to dispose of it later, when she could. After a thorough wash that lasted nearly an hour, Lin Ruo felt the revolting odor finally dissipate, while also acclimating to her unexpected surge in strength. Exiting the bathroom clad in her pajamas, she flicked her eyes and a blue light flashed, instantly drying her hair. At that moment, Ah Shou bounded over, nuzzling its large head against her leg before scampering off to retrieve its food bowl, placing it before Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo chuckled softly, gently patting its head. "You were just snubbing me, and now that you're hungry you know to come to me?" Ah Shou eagerly circled around her, wagging its tail, stretching its large paw as if to rest it on Lin Ruo, nearly bursting with anticipation. Ah Fu approached slowly, squatting on the ground, its head now towering above Lin Ruo's chest. It called out softly to her, seemingly concerned for her well-being.
Lin Ruo understood Ah Fu's intent perfectly.
She gently tugged at its large face, assuring, "Don't worry, I'm fine now. It's a good sign. My abilities have upgraded."
Instantly, Ah Fu's spirit soared.
And it leaped up, howling joyfully away. "All right, I know you're happy," Lin Ruo said, her smile unwavering as she patted Ah Fu. "Now go fetch your bowl. I'll prepare something for you both." Ah Fu remained still while Ah Shou bolted away, eagerly volunteering to fetch the food bowl for Ah Fu. This rascal Ah Fu certainly knew how to put on an act. Who didn't know that? Even mealtime was burdened by his antics. His lack of enthusiasm for food indicated a troubling mindset. Ah Fu rolled his eyes at Ah Shou, who was only ever focused on eating. What a foolish dog. Lin Ruo's smile deepened. Her abilities had finally leveled up today, and she felt a surge of joy that called for a celebration. From her space, she retrieved half a sheep, weighing approximately 80 pounds, and swiftly divided it, placing the portions into their respective bowls. Today, it was exclusively meat. Ah Fu and Ah Shou relished lamb. Yet due to the slow growth of the lambs in her space, Lin Ruo typically monitored their intake. Now they could finally indulge. Ah Shou's eyes were glued to the bowl, saliva already dripping, while Ah Fu, who adored lamb even more than Ah Shou, wasted no time. Recognizing their hunger, Lin Ruo urged them to eat. They immediately bowed their heads, devouring the meat, filling the room with the rich aroma and sanguine scent of lamb. The bones were akin to crispy biscuits for Ah Fu and Ah Shou, crunching delightfully with each bite. Observing their earnestness, Lin Ruo turned her attention inward, gently probing the crystal core in her mind, eager to discover the abilities her recent upgrade had bestowed upon her. In the darkened space, a white light and a blue light intertwined in a dance reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol, illuminating the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, each beam harbored a crystalline nucleus, the 2 nuclei slowly revolving around one another. Lin Ruo's mental energy reached into her consciousness, making contact with the water-type nucleus. In an instant, she was enveloped by visions of a boundless azure ocean, water molecules swirling around her, whispering their joy. A wave of emotion surged within her. She had never previously experienced such a vast sensation from the water-type nucleus. Could it be that the leap from level 5 to 6 represented a threshold, a transition from quantitative to qualitative change? This led her to theorize that level 5 powers marked a watershed moment. Crossing this threshold allowed glimpses into a broader core. With her eyes closed, she immersed herself in this newfound understanding, feeling her insights gradually deepen. After a considerable time, Lin Ruo finally opened her eyes, astonished by the multitude of benefits this upgrade had conferred. Her water abilities not only significantly enhanced her physical prowess, speed, strength, and defense alike, but also purified her body of impurities, making future training far more efficient. To her delight, she had acquired a new ability. Previously, her level 5 water powers merely alleviated fatigue. Now, this ability had transformed into healing. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger materialized in her palm, and she lightly drew it across her other hand, crimson blood gushing forth. A woof! Ah Fu suddenly looked up, having caught the scent of Lin Ruo's blood. Ah Shou, still gnawing on a bone, lifted his head, eyes filled with concern. Lin Ruo smiled reassuringly at them. "It's all right. I'm just conducting an experiment. You continue eating." Ah Shou tilted his head, then returned to his meal, while Ah Fu cautiously scanned the area, ensuring Lin Ruo was unharmed before resuming his feast. Feeling the concern of Ah Fu, and Ah Shou warmed her heart. She turned back to her bleeding hand, and with a flash of blue light in her eyes, a gentle stream of water flowed towards her wound. As it passed, She felt a warmth and itch, and moments later, the water disappeared, leaving her palm perfectly healed, without even a scar. The healing ability was astonishing. Lin Ruo was truly elated. In her past life, she had encountered many awakened healers, yet most could only mend wounds, leaving scars in their wake. She never expected her own healing power to leave no trace whatsoever. With this ability, she would no longer need to worry about injuries to herself or to Afu and Asho. Previously in City C, she had acquired numerous medical supplies. But she was no doctor. Even with medicine, one must not act recklessly when ill. Thus, she began studying traditional Chinese medicine as a precaution against emergencies. The unexpected joy her power upgrade had brought was beyond her expectations. However, considering the sudden surge in her strength and speed, Lin Ruo felt puzzled. Such phenomena had not occurred during her previous upgrades of space abilities, though she had gained a life space then. It seemed that after every upgrade of a power, she acquired a new ability. Perhaps all abilities followed this pattern. Just then, a grumble from her stomach snapped Lin Ruo back to reality, awakening her intense hunger.
Well,
this power is a gift of the apocalypse, and as the highest-ranked ability user known, I have no way to verify it. Overthinking is futile. The immediate priority was to eat. After an upgrade, energy replenishment was essential, and she had already delayed for too long. Lin Ruo brought forth a serving of garlic ribs, honey-glazed chicken legs, and stuffed gluten, placing them on the coffee table, along with 5 large buns and a bottle of cola. As the aroma filled the room, Asho, having not yet finished the meat in his bowl, lifted his head to gaze longingly at the table. Lin Ruo shot him a playful glance. Knowing his gluttonous nature was undeniable. "Don't worry, I'll save you some." Wong Wong. Hearing Lin Ruo as promised, Asho resumed his meal contentedly. Before she began to eat, Lin Ruo retrieved a tablet from her space and chose an animated movie to watch while dining. Halfway through the film, having finished her meal, she picked up the cola and gave it a slight shake. The room temperature beverage instantly chilled, perfect for the sultry weather. She took a sip, feeling refreshed. The table still held ample food, while the buns had all been devoured by Lin Ruo, with Afu and Asho lying beside her, their heights now surpassing her calves. Glancing at their bowls, Lin Ruo noted there was still lamb remaining. She decided to store it in her space, as it would spoil if left out for too long. She poured the leftover dishes into their bowls, thoughtfully adding a bowl of rice for each. Afu and Asho quickly dashed over, devouring the food with gusto. Lin Ruo chuckled, observing how they, despite being full, treated the familiar dishes as if they were snacks that could accommodate just a bit more. Shaking her head, she sank back into the sofa to continue watching the movie, enjoying the impressive special effects and character models. As Afu and Asho finished and returned, Lin Ruo pulled Afu closer, placing her hand over his injury and activating her water powers. A gentle stream flowed over the wound, which had already begun to heal, closing rapidly. In mere seconds, the flesh was entirely restored. Even the fur that had been shaved off regrew. A woof. Afu sprang up, turning to inspect his healed wound. Licking Lin Ruo's hand in gratitude, while Ashu approached to witness the miraculous recovery, nuzzling Lin Ruo's shoulder. Wong Wong. Lin Ruo laughed, gently pushing them away. Now we need not fear injuries anymore, be good. After healing Afu, she used her water powers to tidy up the remnants of their meal and even cleaned their mouths. Afu lounged lazily beside Lin Ruo, while Asho kept watch by the door. Lin Ruo reclined comfortably atop Afu's belly, continuing to enjoy the movie. Knock, knock, knock. Asho immediately perked up, barking toward the door. Outside, Li Wei called out urgently, "Lin Ruo." "It's me, Li Wei." Lin Ruo frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already past 9 in the evening. What could he want at this hour? He seemed quite anxious. "Lin Ruo, are you in there?" Lin Ruo considered the nearly finished movie. Li Wei was not one to lack awareness. Her refusal to open the door was a clear indication of her intent. Yet, he continued to shout, "Let it be." With Li Wei's persistence, even if she does not open the door, he will continue to knock. Rising to her feet, Lin Ruo picked up the gun resting on the nearby table and tucked it into the small of her back. Although they had fought valiantly together the previous day, it did not preclude the possibility of an attack today. Better to remain vigilant. When Lin Ruo finally opened the door, Li Wei stepped forward anxiously. "Lin Ruo, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I came by earlier today, but you didn't answer." As Lin Ruo stepped outside, she noticed the corridor on the 25th floor was unusually deserted. The individuals who had previously loitered there had vanished. Where could they have gone? She quickly surmised that the previous day's bloody conflict had frightened them away. With a scoff, she thought to herself how some individuals are like ungrateful wolves, feasting at the table, yet cursing when the meal is over. After a brief moment of distraction, she turned to Li Wei and inquired, "What's wrong?" "My child, Do, has a fever," he replied, urgency lacing his voice. "I've tried various methods to bring it down, but nothing works. Do you have any antipyretics?" Li Wei only had a first aid kit at home, and the fever medicine had been exhausted. He had asked Zhao Hui, but to no avail.
Now.
He could only hope Lin Ruo might have some. A fever? Lin Ruo observed the worry etched on Li Wei's face and, recalling her own father, her tone softened slightly. "Let me see what I can find."
Thank you.
Li Wei's expression visibly relaxed. In this apocalyptic world, even a simple illness could be life-threatening, especially for a child. If Lin Ruo didn't have any, he would have considered borrowing a kayak from Zhao Hui to take his child to the nearest hospital in hopes of some luck. Few antipyretic tablets wrapped in tissue. One at a time, with at least 6 hours in between, she instructed. Li Wei solemnly took the medication and bowed deeply to Lin Ruo, expressing his gratitude profusely. A man of iron, unyielding in the face of weapons, lowered his head for the sake of a child's safety. Lin Ruo waved her hand dismissively, saying nothing as she closed the door. Leaning against it, she was suddenly reminded of her childhood. She recalled a time when she had a fever during a heavy rain, and her father had wrapped her in a raincoat, carrying her 2 whole streets just to see a doctor. Although the raincoat was damp, she felt her father's embrace was wide and warm, providing her with an overwhelming sense of safety, allowing her to worry about nothing. But as she grew older, she realized her father would age too, those once strong arms would eventually weaken. She had thought she could be her father's support, but a tragic accident had taken her loved one away. As these memories flooded back, Lin Ruo felt her eyes welling with tears. She hurried a few steps to embrace the approaching Afu. "Afu, I no longer have a father."
Afu whimpered softly,
nudging Lin Ruo's face with its wet nose, offering silent comfort. A show soon joined, lowering its head to nuzzle Lin Ruo's hand. All right, Lin Ruo's emotions, intense yet fleeting, subsided with the comfort of Afu and a show. She tugged at a show's large ears, saying, "Even though I no longer have my father's embrace." Lin Ruo's eyes lit up. With Afu and a show now at her chest, surely a show could carry her without issue. "Can you manage it, a show? I wouldn't want to weigh you down." Wong. A show, eager to reassure, nearly tugged at Lin Ruo's clothing, while Afu gently nudged her from behind, encouraging her to mount a show.
All right.
With a slight jump and a twist of her body, she settled onto a show's back. Once up there, she realized how much a show had grown. It was more than capable of supporting her. A show carried her steadily around the living room for 3 laps, while Afu lay on the ground, watching the playful duo. With their antics, all traces of Lin Ruo's earlier sorrow vanished. She leaped off a show and showered Afu and a show with affectionate kisses. "You two are the best." Chapter 46. Deworming medicine since the chaotic battle. Lin Ruo had genuinely enjoyed a few peaceful days at home. The entire Longyuan community had become aware of the formidable reputation of Li Wei and Lin Ruo, and no one dared to trouble them anymore. She spent her days gardening, researching pharmaceuticals, reading, and training, relishing the joy of companionship with a Fu and a show. After the corridor on the 25th floor had cleared, Li Wei had taken the initiative to add several locks to the door and had placed a heavy iron cabinet in front of it. With the threat of the previous occupants eliminated, Qianli and Do dared to venture into the corridor. However, Lin Ruo found it rather bothersome that Qianli and Do frequently knocked on her door, as if after receiving the antipyretics, they considered themselves allies. Lin Ruo was indifferent to their perceptions. She knew the truth, and that was enough. They might knock 10 times, but she would only open the door twice. Yet they remained undeterred. After more than half a month of experimentation, Lin Ruo finally succeeded in creating a deworming powder. Looking at the white powder in the glass cup, she smiled with satisfaction. Hard work pays off, and despite wasting so many materials, she had ultimately triumphed. However, the efficacy of the powder still needed testing. She extended her mental energy and found several cockroaches in the sewer below. Retrieving a few glass jars from her space, she melted them down into small containers with holes, readying her experimental apparatus. Lin Ruo placed the cockroaches into the jars, adding varying doses of the deworming powder. She intended to observe them over time, but within mere seconds, the cockroaches in the jars turned completely white. Lin Ruo stared in astonishment at the glass cup in her hand, then at the jar with the smallest dose. She had only added a tiny amount. The books hadn't indicated such potency for the powder. Blinking, she continued to peruse her medical texts, seeking to identify where she had gone astray. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ruo didn't even lift her head, assuming it was Qian Li and Dodo again. No need to respond to them, she muttered to herself.
Ruoye.
It's Zhao Hui. We're going out tomorrow to search for supplies. Will you join us? Over the past month, Zhao Hui had improved his relationship with Li Wei and had heard about the events on the 25th floor. Knowing that if he remained silent, the door wouldn't open, he decided to call out loudly from outside. Lin Ruo felt annoyed. However, recalling her previous encounter with Zhou Qing, she considered the possibility of meeting familiar faces again. After all, Zhang Haochen had yet to appear. Moreover, with her enhanced abilities, she might compare her physical capabilities against others in potential confrontations. She stored the deworming powder and the glass jars with cockroaches into her space, stood up, and opened the door to find Zhao Hui outside, grinning ingratiatingly. I'm going. Zhao Hui was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ruo's expression, sensing a hint of excitement. While others were frowning at the prospect of searching for supplies, she seemed rather pleased. Did she have some ulterior motive? He cautiously said, Ruo Jia, you don't have to force yourself. This time, people from buildings 5 and 6 will accompany us, so we have enough manpower. Lin Ruo shook her head, envisioning the possibility of encountering Zhang Haochen, a smile gracing her lips. No worries, I could use a little fresh air as well. Zhao Hui couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Yet he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past month, they had received numerous requests for collaboration from other buildings, but he had refrained from agreeing, fearing either treachery or Lin Ruo's discontent. Now, observing her reaction, he realized he had been overly cautious. Lin Ruo was not concerned about such matters at all. The water level has now risen to the 12th floor. The stellar mall we visited earlier might still have some supplies, but I suspect it is nearly depleted. We may need to search elsewhere. We should set off early tomorrow, gathering at 9 on the 13th floor. Zhao Hui stood before Lin Ruo, speaking with fervor, while Li Wei leaned against the doorframe, watching Dodo play with toys in the hallway. Lin Ruo nodded. All right, I'll arrive early. After seeing Zhao Hui off, just as she was about to close the door, Dodo dashed in front of her, blinking with innocent eyes. Sister, are a Fu and a Shou here? I want to play with them. Lin Ruo glanced inside and saw a Fu and a Shou lying peacefully by the door, clearly having heard Dodo's words yet remaining immobile, signaling their reluctance to entertain the child. She chuckled softly and bent down at Dodo. I have some tasks for them, so they might not be able to play with you. Besides, they are too big for you and could be dangerous, do you understand? Dodo's little head drooped as he responded with a soft "oh." Lin Ruo exchanged a glance with Li Wei before returning home and closing the door.
Li Wei,
Peering through the crack of Lin Ruo's door, noticed that a Fu and a Shou seemed even larger, validating Lin Ruo's concerns. If they were to play roughly, Dodo could be at risk. With this thought, Li Wei crouched down to the visibly dejected Dodo and said, Dodo, I've told you before. Things are different now. There are many dangerous people or things that could hurt you or worse, so we must be extra cautious, do you understand? Dodo looked up into his father's eyes, nodding in a somewhat confused manner. Upon returning home, Lin Ruo eagerly retrieved the experimental powder and cockroaches from her storage, meticulously studying them on her tablet. The dosage of the formula was correct, and the manufacturing process was flawless. The final product matched the description in the book perfectly. So where was the problem? In the midst of her contemplation, a Shou approached, tapping her thigh with paws as large as Lin Ruo's hands. She looked up, puzzled. What is it? Woof woof. A Shou lowly pleaded, craving some delicious chilled fruit. Lin Ruo sighed. Just as she planned to pull out the watermelon she had previously bought, she remembered that she had harvested a batch of watermelons from her recent planting. Why not let a Shou enjoy this instead? She produced a hefty 10-kilogram watermelon, its surface shimmering with a blue glow, emanating a coolness. She halved the watermelon and placed it in their food bowls. Enjoy. A Fu and a Shou buried their heads into the bowls, devouring half in one bite. Lin Ruo smiled, noting that this was a product of black soil, far tastier than ordinary watermelons. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The medicinal herbs were also grown in black soil. Could this mean the potency was significantly greater than described in the book? Did this powder only affect insects, or would it also work on creatures like mice? With newfound direction, she resumed her research, while a Fu and a Shou, munching on watermelon, looked on in confusion. Sensing that whenever their owner picked up that square red device, she transformed into someone quite unusual. Chapter 47. Safety in your company. The sky was overcast, dark and foreboding, with rain pouring down heavily. Lin Rua opened her eyes promptly at 5 o'clock, still feeling a bit dazed. She recalled that she was to accompany Li Wei and the others today. With a swift motion, she sat up in bed and went to the bathroom for a quick wash. After a brief workout that lasted only an hour, she noted that her weighted rings still bore a load of 100 kilograms. It wasn't that she didn't wish to increase the weight. It simply couldn't be done, as the rings added up cumulatively. Adding more volume would hinder her movement instead. After her physical training, she began to cultivate her abilities using the crystal core. The upgraded abilities demanded greater energy. Although her cultivation speed had improved due to the elimination of bodily impurities, the progression of her powers had slowed considerably compared to before. There was no choice. This was a natural process, and she could only persist in her daily practice, accumulating small gains to achieve a larger transformation. After finishing her training, she checked the time and realized it was already 8:30 in the morning. She began preparing breakfast for the three of them. A Fu and a Shou's breakfast consisted of a pig's hind leg, split in half, accompanied by 5 raw eggs each and half a watermelon, which she had chilled with her powers to whet their appetites. Upon seeing their breakfast, a Fu and a Shou rushed over, and at Lin Rua's command, they immediately began to feast. Ever since the watermelons from the black soil had ripened, they had been consuming half a watermelon with every meal, combined with the water from the spatial lake they had been drinking since childhood. In the past month, they had grown remarkably fast. Their current length had reached 2 meters. With a shoulder height of 13 meters, if one included their large heads, they stood at an impressive 18 meters, towering over Lin Rua by 10 centimeters. Lin Rua prepared herself a breakfast of soy milk and oil-fried dough sticks. It had been ages since she last had oil-fried dough sticks, and the first bite was particularly delightful, especially after soaking them in soy milk, making them soft and fragrant with a rich bean aroma. She devoured a dozen before feeling satisfied. After finishing breakfast, she stored them away in her space and strapped on a gun holster and a sheath for a dagger. The gun holster contained a Desert Eagle, which, while having a shorter magazine of only 9 bullets, was more powerful at comparable ranges. For her, this was not a disadvantage, given her spatial abilities. The sheath held a triangular military dagger, designed to cause swift and severe injury with its 3-edged blade and blood grooves. The prolonged torrential rain had led to a severe shortage of food. With most people struggling to find enough to eat, chaos was bound to ensue outside, and the chances of confrontation would likely be high. More importantly, she had brought along a black hat and mask, waterproof and sweat-resistant, to prevent blood splatter on her face while maintaining visibility and breathability, extremely practical. Standing tall and clad in black athletic wear, enveloped in a voluminous black raincoat that obscured her figure, it became impossible to discern her gender. When she arrived on the 13th floor, no one recognized her.
Who are you?
Niawe scrutinized her before inquiring, "Are you from building 5 or 6? How did you get down from there?" Lin Rua lifted her gaze, her eyes peeking out from beneath the mask, and introduced herself, Lin Rua. Niawe's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Rua's appearance was so androgynous that even he had not recognized her, mistaking her for a stranger. "Sister Rua, your outfit is truly impressive." Kong Wenhao chimed in, giving her a thumbs up and showering her with praise. He was determined to stick close to Lin Rua, feeling safer in her presence. Lin Rua glanced at him but said nothing, choosing instead to sit on the steps and watch the water slowly rise below. Zhao Hui approached and sat nearby, whispering to Lin Rua, "Sister Rua, can I sit with you? I can paddle for you." Lin Rua turned to him, her expression perplexed.
Why?
Zhao Hui rubbed his nose, unfazed by the reproachful looks from the others, and boldly stated, "It's safer together with you." Lin Rua turned away, indifferent as long as there were no ulterior motives. Li Wei, leaning against the railing, chuckled softly. Ever since the last chaotic encounter, Zhao Hui's attitude toward him and Lin Rua had changed significantly, making him less irritating. Before long, the people from buildings 5 and 6 arrived, 4 of them, having somehow procured an inflatable fishing boat capable of accommodating up to 34 individuals. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hui began directing everyone to board the boat, ultimately giving himself preferential treatment by arranging for Lin Ruo and Li Wei to be on his boat as well. No way. Boss, it's fine for you to sit with Sister Ruo, but why include Brotherly? Lu Hao protested, recognizing the unfairness of the arrangement. Miao Wei echoed, exactly. Why not let us have Sister Ruo as well?
Zhao Hui scoffed. What do you understand?
With my slender arms and legs. I must find two sturdy legs to cling to. Silence, all of you. You brutes only know how to compete with me. Lu Hao and Miao Wei, utterly shameless, were truly unbeatable. Taking advantage of their quarrel, Kong Wenhao quietly sat beside Lin Ruo, whispering, Sister Ruo, we are sitting together again. When we go to gather supplies, take me along, I'll help you carry things. Lin Ruo and Li Wei laughed heartily. These individuals were indeed amusing, almost like they were showing off. But putting aside everything else, sitting next to Lin Ruo felt genuinely secure. If only a Fu and a Shou could join, that sense of security would be overwhelming. The group jested and teased one another. Some were responsible for rowing, while others fetched water. Lin Ruo, not needing to row, picked up a basin to collect water, only for Zhao Hui to snatch it away. Sister Ruo, leave that to me. You need to conserve your energy for the upcoming fight. Lin Ruo stood drenched in the torrential rain, large raindrops pummeling her, creating a cacophony of sound. After a moment of pause, she sighed softly and withdrew her hand. It was just one morning. She could endure. To those observing from buildings 5 and 6, it seemed as if the residents of building 3 were extraordinarily close-knit. No wonder they could withstand previous assaults from so many adversaries. It appeared that upon their return, they too would need to foster unity among their ranks to confront external threats. This journey was markedly different from their last. This time, not only were there individuals seeking their assistance, throwing items at them, but some even leaped into the water, swimming towards their boat. A few weaker individuals were swiftly swept away by the current, while some robust ones persevered in their approach. This sight made those on the boat frown. It was as if these people had gone mad, prompting them to row faster. As Lin Ruo observed those drawing near, she silently reached for her waist. Should anyone come within 5 meters of the boat, she would fire. After all, their direct approach was shorter than their diagonal distance. Indeed, 2 individuals were nearing their vessel. Lin Ruo swiftly drew her gun from its holster and fired twice, sending them to their demise. Those still in the water, upon realizing Lin Ruo's group possessed firearms, immediately began to swim back. Zhao Hui, feeling a chill run down his spine, glanced back at those persistently swimming towards them. After spending the last half-month in Building 3, he had nearly forgotten how deranged these people outside could be. However, when they returned with supplies, the boat would undoubtedly be much heavier. With only 1 gun and limited ammunition, would they still be fortunate enough to escape then? Lin Ruo's keen eyes surveyed her surroundings, and upon turning, she caught sight of Zhao Hui's worried expression. Are you afraid?
She teased.
Zhao Hui, detecting the mockery in her tone, straightened his neck defiantly, attempting to project an air of fearlessness, but his words lacked conviction. Who is afraid? We can always take another route. Li Wei scoffed, rowing leisurely as he remarked. I thought you would suggest we eliminate them all, but you opted for a different path instead, and claimed you weren't scared. Zhao Hui shot Li Wei an exasperated look, turning away to continue fetching water. The principle of not striking the face or exposing vulnerabilities seemed lost on him, as he incessantly pricked at Zhao Hui's heart. Truly annoying. Chapter 48. Portrait and the search for people. The waters surged violently, and amidst the murky flood, 3 small boats navigated forward against the torrential rain. This group was none other than Lin Ruo and her companions. They arrived safely at the Star Shopping Mall, spotting numerous small boats and rafts scattered outside, indicating an influx of individuals seeking supplies. Upon entering the mall, Lin Ruo's gaze fell upon a yacht parked nearby, where 2 guards armed with rifles stood watch. At the entrance of the mall, a massive portrait was plastered on the wall. Lin Ruo's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing it. Although the likeness was not exact, anyone familiar with her would immediately recognize her. Next to the portrait was a bounty poster, listing items that could be exchanged for the woman depicted. It stated that she must be found alive or dead. A smirk crept onto Lin Ruo's lips. It seemed the trouble from their last visit had finally caught up with her. Yet the method of revenge was rather lackluster, sending only 2 guards to stand watch when previously there had been 6. The others from Building 3 recognized her as well, but they remained silent. If Lin Ruo were to be identified, they would surely face the same fate, likely sent to their demise. No matter how valuable the supplies, one must still be alive to utilize them. Zhao Hui cautiously surveyed the individuals from buildings 5 and 6 behind them, wary of any potential leaks. However, those individuals seemed oblivious, merely glancing at them before turning away. He suddenly recalled Lin Ruo's disguise. These people had never seen her true appearance, which eased his mind somewhat. The guards at the entrance scanned their 3 boats and, seeing no women aboard, did not attempt to stop them. Miao Wei silently commended Lin Ruo for her foresight in disguise. Once inside the mall, Zhao Hui leaned closer to Lin Ruo and whispered, "Sister Ruo, rest assured, we will not betray you." Lin Ruo turned to him, her gaze deep and penetrating, as if capable of drawing one into an abyss. Zhao Hui did not believe her words. They were merely an uneasy alliance formed under duress. Now that better choices existed, betrayal could yield greater gains. Yet, Lin Ruo remained unconcerned about the truth of his statement. With less than 10 days until the rain ceased and the bitter cold arrived, she would leave Longyuan, making it impossible for anyone to find her. Even if discovered, with her abilities, what was there to fear? Those who should be afraid would be others. Perhaps she had gazed at Zhao Hui for too long, as he instinctively stepped back, a cold sweat forming. Lin Ruo had been overly kind in recent days, and he nearly forgot that this person beside him was a harbinger of death, capable of eliminating dozens without breaking a sweat. What was there to fear? The true danger lay with him. If this killing machine desired silence, their group of 11 would not last even 10 minutes. As they spoke, the boat docked, and the others disembarked in an orderly manner. Lin Ruo glanced at the yacht at the entrance, her lips curling in excitement beneath her mask. Should she test the strength of her enhanced body against these individuals? Li Wei noticed Lin Ruo's unwavering gaze fixed on the 2 guards and, knowing her well, was not convinced she was merely worried. Having witnessed their lethal capabilities, he recognized the similarity in her current demeanor. Fear was the last thing on her mind. He approached her, whispering a warning, "Don't cause trouble, there are too many people here." Lin Ruo silently withdrew her gaze, imperceptibly nodding. The group, much like before, divided into teams of 4. One team would guard the boat while the other 2 groups would explore the upper floors for supplies. Lin Ruo teamed up with Zhao Hui, Calm Wenhao, and Miao Wei to search for provisions. The boat docked at the 13th floor. The 4 swiftly entered through the safety passage, leading to a supermarket. However, the state of the supermarket was even more desolate than during their previous visit, with toppled shelves and discarded goods strewn across the floor, none of which were useful. Upon entering the supermarket, the 8 individuals split up. Lin Ruo headed for the grain and oil section, only to find it completely bare, devoid of even bulk rice or flour. There was no need to check the instant food section. It was surely the same. She turned and dashed to the beverage aisle, only to find it similarly stripped bare, with even the spice section emptied. The lack of spices was infuriating. The previous scavengers had left nothing for others. How could such a vast supermarket, spanning 3 floors, be left with not a single morsel? It was evident they would not return to this mall. It had nothing left to offer. As the search for supermarkets continues, Lin Ruo finds herself exasperated by the seemingly endless ordeal. 2 individuals pass by her, engrossed in conversation, oblivious to her presence behind the shelves, evidently having already scoured the upper 2 floors. Standing by the window on the 13th floor, Lin Ruo gazes out at the torrential downpour. The murky waters below are littered with debris, and occasionally, a corpse drifts by, mere meters from her. The oppressive water pressure and hazy vision weighing heavily upon her. With no food to be found here, she resolves to cease her search, instead collecting a few toys from the pet section that her companions, a Fu and a Shou, might enjoy, and prepares to descend. However, just as she steps out, she notices a group of individuals rushing towards her with alarming intent. Raising an eyebrow, she contemplates their motives. Are they here to rob her, or have they discovered her identity and come to seize her for supplies? The group halts before her, effectively blocking her path, their greedy, envious, and somewhat pitying gazes fixated on her backpack. A smirk tugs at the corners of Lin Ruo's mouth. It seems they believe she has uncovered something valuable worth stealing. "Hand over what's in your backpack, or we will kill you," commands a man clad in filthy athletic wear, brandishing a switchblade menacingly. In that instant, Lin Ruo blinks, recognizing the inevitability of violence in this encounter. She quickens her pace, her military dagger unsheathing with a swift motion. In a heartbeat, she charges toward the man. Taken aback by her audacity, he instinctively swings his knife. But Lin Rua is already upon him. With a fierce upward slash of her dagger, she severs his wrist, blood spraying forth before he can let out a scream. Without hesitation, she plunges the dagger into his chest, rendering him motionless. With a flick of her wrist, she twists the dagger within his heart, then delivers a powerful kick, sending his lifeless form crashing into several others behind him. The impact causes a cacophony of cries as they fall, some sustaining broken bones from the force of the collision. "Look, he is food." A voice cries out from the crowd, igniting a frenzy as more than a dozen individuals rush toward her, driven mad by hunger and desperation. Without even confirming what Lin Rua possesses, they hurl themselves at her in a frenzied assault. Unyielding, she retaliates with ruthless precision, targeting vital points with her dagger. Her movements blindingly swift, and within moments, several assailants lie sprawled on the ground, while not a hair on Lin Rua's head is harmed. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining attackers instinctively draw back, holding their weapons aloft in a tense standoff. Unhurried, Lin Rua picks up a scrap of cloth to wipe the blood from her dagger. Having exerted only 50% of her speed, she muses that had she unleashed her full potential, the outcome would have been far graver for them. "Hand over your backpack. Even if you're skilled, our numbers will prevail." A handsome man at the forefront of the throng bellows, his once charming demeanor now twisted with menace. Brandishing a bone knife. With every utterance, he inches closer, while the others close in around her, determined not to let her escape with whatever provisions she harbors. Lin Rua raises an eyebrow. Their words are sweet, yet if she complies, it will only lead to mutual destruction. "Drop your backpack, and we will let you go." "Brother, times are tough. If you have found food, why not share? We could divide it among us," they plead. "Give us the food. We are starving." Another voice chimes in. "Stop talking, and just take it." The throng encircles her, their voices overlapping in a chaotic clamor, inching closer with every word. "Very well, then come and take it." Lin Rua replies, her tone laced with excitement as she brandishes her freshly cleaned dagger, inciting the ire of those who covet her belongings. "Everyone, attack." With her backpack secured in front of her, she performs a swift spin kick, striking the first assailant in the chest with all her might. The sickening sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh fills the air as the unfortunate man is sent flying, colliding with others and rendering them motionless. Blood gushes from the gaping wound in his chest, and Lin Rua stands momentarily stunned, staring at the crimson stains on the ground, astonished at the sheer force of her strike. Is this power not a tad excessive? The sheer brutality of her blow sends a shiver through the crowd, who now recoil in terror, pondering what kind of strength could accomplish such a feat. Food. A whole backpack of food. The onlookers fixate on her pack, their mouths parched with longing, their hunger reaching a fever pitch. "Fear not. She is but one person. We outnumber her," someone shouts, reigniting the frenzy within the crowd. "Indeed. She is but one. She cannot guard against us all." As they surge forward once more, weapons brandished, Lin Rua deftly sidesteps an incoming strike, pivoting aside as the blade whiffs past. Seizing the opportunity, she delivers a powerful elbow strike to the assailant's temple with 50% of her strength, resulting in another sickening crack as he crumples to the ground. More adversaries rush at her, but her speed allows her to navigate through the masses effortlessly, constantly calibrating her power and velocity. What force is sufficient to incapacitate without spilling blood? The number of fallen foes multiplies, yet they press on, as if driven by an unseen force, their singular focus on her backpack. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a young man bursts into the fray, shoving aside an attacker poised to strike Lin Rua, shielding her from harm. "How can so many of you bully one person?" Lin Rua raises an eyebrow, delivering a swift kick to another would-be thief, sending him hurtling to the ground, bloodied and groaning. In this apocalyptic world, how surprising it is to encounter someone so eager to intervene. Yet the crowd pays him no mind. Their focus remains on Lin Rua, intent on eliminating any obstacles in their path. Amidst the chaos, the young man, while fending off attacks, turns to Lin Rua with urgency. "What did you do? Why are they all after you?" Silently, Lin Rua accelerates her movements, intent on swiftly concluding the conflict. As the young man watches in disbelief at her efficiency, he realizes the petite figure is a formidable force, dispatching attackers before they can even reach her. "Give us the backpack. We will kill you. If we kill you, the backpack will be ours." The crowd continues to advance, their chants echoing, revealing the circumstances that led to this confrontation. Furrowing his brow, The young man acknowledges the gravity of the situation. Though he recognizes the fault lies with the mob, Lin Rua's ferocity is alarming. A stark reminder of the value of human life in these dire times.
Hey.
They are driven to madness solely by hunger. There is no necessity for you to annihilate them all. Merely incapacitating them would suffice. Lin Rua could not help but scoff. Not only was he meddlesome, but he also possessed a savior complex. It was these individuals who initially attacked her, yet she was expected to refrain from retaliating? Chapter 49. A farewell to estrangement. At this moment, the corridor of the 13th floor of the Stellar Mall was crowded with people, treading upon the blood-splattered ground, brandishing weapons, and desperately swinging them toward the encircled area. Within that circle stood two individuals, Lin Rua and the man with the savior complex. Seeing Lin Rua adeptly dodge 3 long blades aimed at her, the savior quickly pivoted, his military dagger dancing menacingly among the crowd, poised to claim yet another life. He attempted to intercept, but Lin Rua cast a sidelong glance at him, shifted her shoulder, pivoted on her toes, and seamlessly changed her position, thrusting her trident dagger at an exceedingly sharp angle into the neck of her target. You, the savior, witnessing his failure to prevent Lin Rua from taking a life, gazed at the man clutching his neck as he slowly crumpled to the ground, a glint of malevolence in his eyes. In an instant, he redirected his focus and attempted to snatch the dagger from Lin Rua's grasp. Lin Rua let out a cold laugh. Indeed, he was a true savior. Neglecting the danger behind him to seize her weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, she deftly evaded his grab, driving her dagger firmly into the chest of the man behind her. Using the force of this action, she sprang into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at the savior's neck. Having experienced Lin Rua's strength before, the savior dared not confront the kick directly and swiftly recoiled, narrowly avoiding the blow. Unfortunately, the kick struck another man beside him, shattering his cervical vertebrae and causing him to drop lifelessly to the ground. As Lin Rua landed, she extracted her dagger from the fallen body, flicking it upward just in time to sever the hand of another man swinging a blade towards her, sending both hand and weapon flying. With a swift kick, she sent the disarmed man sprawling while pivoting, her dagger slicing through the air once again toward the savior. You insufferable fool! I was just assisting you, and yet you seek to slay me. The savior barked in frustration. Having just evaded a strike from behind, he now faced Lin Rua's dagger with no means of escape, forced to block with his elbow. Crack! The sound of his elbow fracturing echoed. Such immense force! The savior staggered back, clutching his injured joint to absorb the remnants of Lin Rua's strength. A smirk played at the corner of Lin Rua's mouth. She had only exerted 30% of her power, yet it merely fractured his elbow. As she retreated, she narrowly avoided 2 blades aimed at her, finding herself momentarily trapped between them. Her dagger twirled gracefully, delivering a series of precise thrusts into the vital organs of the 2 assailants, who collapsed to the ground. With a nimble leap, Lin Rua charged once more at the savior. His skills were commendable, as he narrowly evaded her blade, though she managed to leave a gash upon his face. Unfazed, she spun around for a roundhouse kick aimed directly at the savior's chest. A solid connection would spell his doom.
Bang!
However, just then, an individual surged forward, crossing his arms to block the blow, causing Lin Rua to rebound and execute a backflip, landing amidst the throng once again, where her dagger swiftly claimed more lives. Boss, you finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, you would have missed me. The savior plummeted to the ground, having been inadvertently knocked over by the man who had dared to absorb Lin Rua's kick. Yet, the man was left with a shattered arm. What have you done to provoke such a formidable foe? We must flee, the man urged, pulling the savior to his feet while glancing back at the crowd. By now, Lin Rua had once again broken through the melee, her dagger lunging toward him. The man, wary, met her blade with his own, the clash of weapons echoing as his hands were torn by the impact. How could her strength be so formidable? Lin Rua raised an eyebrow, assessing the masked man across from her. Impressive. This time, she had indeed put forth additional effort. He was undoubtedly skilled. She seized his wrist, driving her knee upward. The man, cautious, absorbed Lin Rua's strike, but then countered with a downward elbow aimed at her legs. In a fluid motion, Lin Rua twisted her waist and unleashed a spinning kick toward his chest, forcing him to release her and evade. In a mere second, they exchanged numerous blows, and Lin Rua's excitement grew. This was the first time she had encountered a worthy opponent. She launched an elbow strike towards him, and he, emboldened, met her challenge directly. His voice low and intense. Are you a disciple of Bajiquin? Lin Ruo faltered momentarily, then softened the force of her elbow, crashing it against his fist. As he leaped to evade, she swiftly redirected her dagger toward a man attacking from the side, plunging it into his neck.
Ah!
The man recoiled, drawing a gun from his waistband and firing a shot into the ceiling. The sound echoed ominously, halting all movement. The bloodthirsty individuals were jolted awake by the gunfire, retreating in fear. In a span of mere minutes, the ground around them was strewn with bodies, blood flowing like a river, saturating the earth in crimson, enveloping the vicinity in a chilling silence. The man, eyes narrowed beneath his mask, threatened sternly, "Cease at once. If you do not comply, I shall fire. So many have perished. What has become of me? Why do I harbor thoughts of murder? All I sought was a morsel of food." The once armed assailants, as if awakening from a nightmare, gazed at the lifeless corpses scattered about, their faces etched with shock, fleeing in terror. Lin Ruo's eyes brimmed with derision. These individuals always adorned their malice with a veneer of righteousness. Murder is murder. There is no need for such pretense. Blood still dripped from her dagger, and her raincoat was stained crimson, a testament to the lives she had taken. The man, gun trained on Lin Ruo, turned to check on the seated savior. "Baozi, are you all right?" "Just a fracture. I'll be fine." "It's a mere scratch," Baozi gasped, shaking his head slightly, pointing at Lin Ruo. "Do not kill him. It was those people who sought to rob him, and he only killed in self-defense." Lin Ruo scoffed. "Fool. He sought to kill me moments ago, and now that he is at a disadvantage, he expects me to walk away. Then you can still fight." The man's voice was laced with frustration. "What have you done to attract such a master? We need to leave." Baozi lowered his head. The injuries he sustained seemed to be self-inflicted, and he had inadvertently caused harm to his leader as well. Only then did Lin Ruo turn her gaze toward the man. Unexpectedly, she encountered him here. After a year apart, she found Qinyu in such a dire situation. The imagery of his being overwhelmed by mutated beasts lingered vividly in her mind. But the memory of their fierce battle for Baozi was even clearer. Finally catching his breath, Baozi looked at the seemingly unperturbed Lin Ruo. This person was truly inhuman. Having killed so many and engaged them in such a lengthy altercation, she appeared utterly unfazed. Qinyu then regarded Lin Ruo with a scrutinizing gaze. During their confrontation, he sensed that she had shown restraint. "Why? Are you a disciple of Bajiquin? From the Wu family?" Qinyu, having grown up in a martial arts family in B City, had never heard of such a talent emerging from any clan. Lin Ruo lowered her head, her voice dropped to a low, almost hoarse whisper. "Mind your own business." With that, she swiftly turned and vanished from their sight. Neither Qinyu nor Baozi attempted to stop her. Pursuing her would surely spell their doom, as even their combined efforts could not match her strength. After a prolonged silence, Baozi suddenly rose from the ground, his face a picture of astonishment as he gazed at Qinyu. "No, I finally understand what felt amiss just now." Qinyu paid him no heed, merely stowing his firearm into its case. The area was littered with corpses, making it unwise to linger. They needed to depart promptly. Seeing Qinyu's indifference, Baozi's eyes brimmed with lamentation. "Boss, didn't you say your martial arts are a family heirloom, not meant for public dissemination?" Qinyu, perplexed, shot him a glance. "Indeed. What of it? The man earlier employed the same fighting style as you. It's as though he was cast from the same mold. He only resorted to Baji Quan afterward." Baozi was utterly convinced. Having been bested by Qinyu countless times, he would recognize that style anywhere. "I mentioned it fell off." "What?" Qinyu exclaimed, incredulous. "Are you certain?" Baozi nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. Let us pursue him." Qinyu grasped Baozi's arm and they hurried downstairs. However, by the time they reached the ground floor, Lin Ruo and the others had already departed by boat. Sitting on the vessel, Lin Ruo meticulously polished the military dagger in her hand. Zhao Hui tilted his head, observing her for a moment before returning to his task of bailing water. They had long since realized that the entire Xingxing shopping mall was devoid of food, so they had returned to the boat early to await Lin Ruo. Yet she had not appeared, and upon hearing the shouts and clashes from within the mall, they assumed she was merely spectating, unaware that she was the main actor in the unfolding drama. When Lin Ruo burst forth from the building, drenched in blood, demanding they leave immediately, Zhao Hui initially thought she was fleeing from an overwhelming foe, hastily organizing everyone to board the vessel. However, observing her demeanor now, it hardly seemed like fear. A smile graced Lin Rua's lips as she chuckled at her own instinctive restraint. The unfamiliarity in Qin Yu's gaze towards her today was palpable. He was no longer the man willing to lay down his life for her. He remained oblivious to her past acts of salvation, for they had not shared the trials of life and death together. The Lin Rua of the previous life had been brave, kind-hearted, and resilient, which had compelled Qin Yu to assist her due to their similarities. Yet the present Lin Rua had transformed, becoming cold, selfish, and self-serving, capable of bending or acting as required, leaving no trace of their former likeness. Thus, even if fate granted them a second chance, Qin Yu would never revert to who he once was. Time changes all, and so do people. Lin Rua had long come to terms with this. Varied life experiences shape different selves. The Lin Rua of her past and the one she was today were but fleeting shadows of time. Should the occasion arise for conflict upon their next encounter, she would no longer hesitate. Chapter 50. Do you not wish to change boats? A torrential flood surged, with numerous boats adrift in search of supplies, each navigating the waters in varying directions. Zhao Hui had anticipated the previous situation before embarking, so he had marked several supermarket locations on the map. After exiting the Xingxing shopping mall, he led the team to search several large supermarkets, but they found most either submerged or stripped clean by others. The crew aboard the vessel visibly began to fret, prompting Zhao Hui to smile reassuringly. Do not worry. I know of a great place. It's bound to have supplies. I assure you. Kong Wenhao's expression shifted, excitement igniting his curiosity. Where? You'll see when we get there. Just turn right at the next intersection, quickly. Zhao Hui strained to discern their path through the heavy downpour. 3 boats struggled against the floodwaters, the journey proving lengthy. Kong Wenhao, fatigued, could no longer endure. Lin Rua patted his shoulder. Hand me the oar, you bail water. Acknowledging his limits, Kong Wenhao relinquished the oar to her. Thus, the rowing duties fell to Lin Rua and Li Wei, their combined strength propelling the boat forward at such speed that the 2 trailing vessels nearly fell behind.
Slow down.
We can't keep up, shouted Miao Wei from the rear. Exchanging glances, Lin Rua and Li Wei eased their pace, allowing the other 2 boats to catch up. Zhao Hui guided them to a large chain supermarket located in a relatively secluded commercial office area, situated on the 15th floor, with only 2 boats moored outside. Due to delays on their journey, Zhao Hui altered their strategy to hasten their efforts, instructing Lin Rua to guard the boat while the remaining 11 ventured to gather supplies. Sister Rua, you stay with the boat. We'll handle the supplies. I'll fetch your share, Zhao Hui instructed. Lin Rua nodded in agreement. Those from buildings 5 and 6 harbored reservations about leaving Lin Rua alone with the boat, as it was a crucial resource that must not be compromised. However, Zhao Hui's words alleviated their concerns. Are we not capable of handling it with her here? Upon reflection, they recognized that if one person could not secure the vessel, their presence would be futile. Thus, the 4 from buildings 5 and 6 decided to accompany the group in retrieving supplies. Having grown weary of killing, Lin Rua opted to avoid further conflict, grasping the desert eagle that hung at her waist. Those guarding the boat lowered their heads, attentively listening.
Satisfied.
Lin Rua acknowledged that in these early days of the apocalypse, the fear of firearms remained strong, as people began to awaken their abilities. The dread surrounding such weapons would diminish. Given the challenges in procuring supplies this time, they resolved to gather as much as possible while the opportunity remained. Lin Rua remained at the boat's edge, while the 11 others made multiple trips back and forth. This time, they succeeded in gathering a comprehensive assortment of provisions: rice, flour, instant meals, and even snacks that Lin Rua adored, leaving her astonished. While one area lacked a grain of rice, here they had ample supplies. This location was part of an office complex, devoid of residential areas, and few would conceive of a supermarket existing here. Many who had visited lacked the means of transportation to return, which accounted for the abundance of supplies. Observing Lin Rua's astonishment, Zhao Hui quietly explained that he had stumbled upon this large supermarket during a prior visit. Lin Rua nodded, noting the flow of people continuously entering and exiting. They likely shared a situation akin to Zhao Hui's. Although supplies were presently scarce, it was due to many being submerged beneath the water's surface, rendering them inaccessible. Once the floodwaters receded, those submerged supermarkets and granaries would be revealed, increasing the availability of food and alleviating the populace's sustenance concerns. Yet, This would be accompanied by the onset of frigid weather, raising the question of whether individuals could survive the cold. Eventually, the boat reached its capacity, and further retrieval would leave no room for passengers. The kayak's waterline had dipped significantly, prompting Zhao Hui and the others to cease their efforts. On their return, excitement mingled with tension. They were thrilled at the prospect of provisions sufficient for 2 months, yet apprehensive about potential robberies along the way. With the boat laden with increased weight, the rowing task intensified, slowing their progress considerably. Fortunately, Lin Ruo and Li Wei were strong, alternating turns to avoid overexertion. Zhao Hui sat aboard, murmuring to himself as he plotted the safest route, one that was wide and distanced from various neighborhoods, minimizing the risk of robbery. Despite these precautions, they soon encountered a fishing boat carrying 6 individuals, each wielding a knife, their burly physiques betraying a life unacquainted with hunger. Spotting the considerable supplies aboard their vessel, they hastily approached, intent on plundering. Panic erupted within Zhao Hui's group. The fishermen were aboard a robust metal fishing boat, while they were on a fragile inflatable lifeboat, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Zhao Hui swiftly turned to Lin Ruo, who was rowing. Sister Ruo, do you have a plan? Our vessel is rather inadequate, excessively flimsy. Lin Ruo glanced at the fishing boat across from them, remaining silent. What are we to do? Although she knew Lin Ruo was capable and armed, the opposing crew had cover. As long as they remained concealed, it would be futile for Lin Ruo to attempt to strike. The provocation intensified as the adversary gestured rudely, and she noticed Zhao Hui and the others were in a state of utter disarray. Is there no desire to switch to another boat?
Li Wei,
Having overheard Lin Ruo's words, looked at her in astonishment. Did she have a plan? Zhao Hui, struggling to close his gaping mouth, pointed towards the enemy vessel. Is that it? Lin Ruo nodded, casting another glance at the boat, which appeared to be powered by a diesel generator, just in time, as they were becoming weary from rowing. Of course, they wanted to. What was there to ponder? To deliberate for even a second would be a profound disrespect to the vessel. A smirk crept upon Lin Ruo's lips as the enemy boat drew nearer, its occupants increasingly brazen, as if they were merely prey awaiting slaughter. Yet, as the distance shrank to 50 meters, Lin Ruo swiftly drew her Desert Eagle from her waist and fired without hesitation. 6 shots rang out in rapid succession, with intervals of merely 0.5 seconds between each, totaling no more than 3 seconds, and before the 5 adversaries could react, they were all struck down, each shot finding its mark in their foreheads. Only the helmsman remained, momentarily shielded by the glass in front of him, leaving him paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. Yet instinct took over, and he attempted to flee. Lin Ruo narrowed her eyes, took aim, and fired 2 more shots, both striking precisely where the glass had shattered, effectively eliminating him. Li Wei stared at Lin Ruo in astonishment. Her speed and accuracy surpassed even the best sharpshooters from their previous team. During his time in the military, their team's marksmen could not match such a high level of precision within such a brief interval, with every shot hitting its target. Sister, you are indeed my true sister, Zhao Hui exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy. After shouting to Lin Ruo, he dove into the water, swimming towards the fishing boat like a child who had just received a new toy. The return journey was remarkably effortless. Zhao Hui piloted the fishing boat, towing a rope that was secured to a lifeboat, creating a chain reminiscent of candied hawthorn. Lin Ruo, seated cross-legged at the bow of the fishing boat amidst pouring rain, rested her head on one hand, observing the ripples created by their passage through the water. Although they were drenched, everyone aboard the boat felt an unprecedented sense of relief and joy. Li Wei approached, sitting beside Lin Ruo, wiping the rain from his face, and said, Zhao Hui just whispered to me that he intends to increase your share of supplies by 10% as rental for this boat. He claims it belongs to you. Lin Ruo glanced at him, noticing no trace of discontent on his face, and nodded lightly in acknowledgement. It often feels as though we are living in an apocalyptic world, while you appear to be here on vacation. Li Wei chuckled softly, continuing, what seems insurmountable to us is trivial for you, and you handle it with remarkable ease. The ease you perceive is a result of the countless efforts I have exerted. Lin Ruo did not return her gaze to Li Wei, but recounted this matter with a calm demeanor. Whether in this life or the previous, her efforts had always surpassed those of others to become who she is now. The path ahead demands even greater diligence. Lin Ruo looked towards the distant water surface, her tone resolute and unwavering. No one understands the terrors of the apocalypse better than she does. And only through relentless effort and progress can one survive in such dire circumstances. Her words sent a shiver through Li Wei. If someone as formidable as Lin Ruo continued to strive for improvement, what had he been doing during this time? Perhaps he too must change to better adapt to this predatory world. With the aid of the fishing boat, their journey was exceedingly smooth, and within half an hour, they returned to Longyuan. The residents, alerted by the sound of the gasoline engine, peeked out from their windows to witness a stunning sight: a fishing boat towing 3 others, each draped in various raincoats, bulging with supplies that were easy to infer. Lin Ruo sat at the bow, and upon reaching Building 3, Zhao Hui excitedly began distributing the provisions. The supplies gathered from Buildings 5 and 6 were to be partially surrendered to Building 3, while the remainder was theirs to keep. The bounty in Building 3 was abundant. Lin Ruo selected 3 bags of 10-kilogram rice, 2 bags of 10-kilogram flour, 5 barrels of 5 liters of purified water, 2 large boxes of instant noodles, 2 barrels of cooking oil, a large bag of daily necessities, and a big bag of assorted snacks, taking no more than that. This stock would suffice for her sustenance over the next 2 months, after which she planned to depart and live independently in the extreme cold, utilizing her spatial supplies without restraint. Kang Wenhao and Miao Wei assisted Lin Ruo in transporting these items to the 25th floor, depositing them at her door before heading back downstairs. Upon opening the door, Qianli, with a smile in her eyes, greeted Lin Ruo. "You've returned. Was the expedition successful?" As Lin Ruo pressed her hand against the door, the ice within rapidly melted. She replied, "Yes, quite smoothly. Li Wei is still below distributing supplies. You may wait a moment longer." After unlocking the door, Qianli beamed with delight. "Good, you should rest." Chapter 51. Solar power generation. The recent excursion yielded a considerable haul of supplies. Lin Ruo made 3 trips just to bring them inside. Qianli had already been instructed by Li Wei not to covet others' provisions, so she had closed the door as Lin Ruo began unloading. Once all the supplies were secured indoors, Lin Ruo exhaled in relief. Despite her abilities and heavy weaponry, each outing still left her on edge. Accidents often occurred when one's guard was lowered, necessitating constant vigilance. Now back in her sanctuary, her tension finally dissipated. Soaked to the bone after more than 5 hours outside, despite her resilience to illness, the sensation of damp clothing clinging to her skin was far from pleasant, and she yearned for a hot shower. A fu and a show remained in her space. It was now 3:30 p.m., and they had yet to eat lunch. Likely starving by now, Lin Ruo hurried into the bathroom, skillfully preparing a warm bath to indulge in. She tossed her drenched clothes into the washing machine within her space, which was conveniently connected to the power storage unit. As she scanned the display on the power unit, a red indicator flashed, signaling low battery. She promptly replaced it with a fully charged one before activating the washing machine to commence cleaning. Then she recalled that the various machines in her space utilized the power units at a similar rate as the washing machine. It was time to inspect the battery levels. Upon checking, she discovered that many machines were nearly out of power, leading her to swiftly replace those depleted units and take them to the generator for recharging. Observing the 8 or 9 replaced power units, Lin Ruo couldn't help but feel grateful for the ample supply of power units in her space. Otherwise, she would struggle to meet the demands of these machines. After refilling the generator with diesel, she noted that it consumed nearly 80 liters of diesel for each hour of operation. Although her reserves were substantial, the journey ahead was long, and she needed to conserve her resources. Suddenly, she recalled the solar panels. However, with the sky overcast, there was no sunlight to harness. Nevertheless, she focused her mind and directed her attention to the upper part of her space. Although she could not see the sun, she could sense its presence. Could the solar panels also generate power within her space? Lin Ruo slapped her forehead, realizing that she had only now considered this crucial matter. She hurriedly retrieved the solar panels and accompanying equipment from her stasis space and connected them according to the instructions. Utilizing the previously acquired shelves, she skillfully melded them within the space into appropriately sized racks, placing the assembled solar panels atop them. With a flick of the switch, her gaze eagerly turned towards the electronic display, which illuminated the words indicating normal operation. Lin Ruo was elated. Did this signify that she would no longer have to fret over electricity issues in the future? In her excitement, she suddenly remembered her beloved pets, a fu and a show, and quickly extended her mental energy to locate them. She found the 2 joyfully swimming in the freshwater pool, merrily catching and devouring fish as they swam. A wave of relief washed over Lin Ruo. Perhaps she had been overly concerned.
With so many animals in this space.
They were certainly not in danger of starvation. Since they were enjoying themselves, she decided to let them play a little longer. As her mental energy swept across the freshwater pool, she noted that the fish and shrimp had grown significantly over the past 2 months, with many weighing over 10 pounds. Feeding the two would pose no problem. Withdrawing her mental energy from the space, Lin Ruo utilized her water-based abilities to dry her hair, which had grown somewhat long and needed a trim. She then began organizing the supplies she had brought back. Although there was a substantial amount of provisions, a small portion of the food she had prepared during the apocalypse remained, not to mention the considerable stockpile of cooked food in the space that had yet to be utilized. She decided to keep only a bag of snacks, categorizing and storing the rest of the supplies in the still space. After tidying up, it was nearly 4 p.m., and her stomach had begun to protest with audible grumbles. She retrieved a portion of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, along with Beijing-style shredded pork, a few pre-prepared pancakes, and a bottle of beverage from the space. Grabbing a tablet loaded with variety shows, she casually selected one and began to enjoy her lunch. The thin, chewy pancakes paired with the shredded potatoes and pork created a delightful fusion of savory and tangy flavors. Exquisite. After consuming over 20 pieces, she finally felt satiated and could eat no more. The episode on the tablet had concluded, leaving only a few remnants on the table. As she let out a satisfied burp, she began to clear the table. Her mental energy ventured back into the space, and she found a Fu and a Shou had finally tired from their play, resting on the shore. She released them, placing a cooling basin in the living room to protect them from the heat. A Fu and a Shou were accustomed to such sudden changes in environment, but upon returning, a Shou sniffed the enticing aroma of the Beijing-style shredded pork and became indignant. How could their owner indulge in such a feast without them? It hurriedly scampered over, lying down and making pitiful sounds, conveying a sense of injustice. A Fu, though equally hungry, was less brazen than a Shou, turning away in feigned ignorance, yet occasionally casting hopeful glances towards Lin Ruo's legs. Amused, Lin Ruo tugged at a Shou's large ears, reminding them that they had already consumed plenty of fish in the space, and questioned their desire for cooked food. A Shou softly protested, claiming they had not eaten much. Just a few fish. Ultimately, unable to resist their persistent entreaties, Lin Ruo relented and offered them 2 servings of Beijing-style shredded pork, fearing it might be too salty. She also provided them with several fragrant steamed buns, which finally brought them some peace. Shaking her head, Lin Ruo resumed her reading on the tablet. Having thoroughly studied the deworming medicine, the medication was exceptionally potent, effective against not only insects but also rats. However, she remained uncertain about its efficacy against mutated insects and rodents. If it proved similarly effective, it could also pose a threat to a Fu and a Shou, and she could not allow them to encounter it. The successful formulation of the deworming medicine instilled her with great confidence, prompting her to begin the development of another remedy, this time targeting a powder to repel mosquitoes and flies. In this apocalyptic world, all creatures had undergone mutations, and mosquitoes and flies were no exception. Though their presence might not have been overt during the extreme cold, they became rampant during the sweltering heat, their toxicity heightened, and their numbers overwhelming. Many individuals suffered from large, pus-filled welts from their bites, a truly terrifying prospect. Lin Ruo's aim was to create a solution that would not only repel these mutated mosquitoes and flies but also remain harmless to a Fu and a Shou. Outside, the rain relentlessly battered the windows, while inside, Lin Ruo, a Fu, and a Shou huddled around the cooling basin. A Fu closed its eyes in a light slumber, while a Shou, feeling bored, nibbled on the toy Lin Ruo had just provided, cautious not to repeat its earlier mistake of destroying it. Time seemed to slip away swiftly as Lin Ruo diligently studied her medical texts. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. When she felt a Fu tugging at her pant leg, she lifted her head, inquiring what was the matter. A Fu turned its gaze towards the window, and following its line of sight, Lin Ruo realized that night had fallen. Glancing at the tablet in her hand, she noted it was already 9 p.m. under normal circumstances. She would have been preparing for bed by this hour. Recognizing the late hour, she set the tablet aside, stood up, and stretched luxuriously. Feeling the stagnant blood from sitting for so long flow freely once again, even the temples of her head pulsing with renewed vigor. What should she eat? A Shou sat on the floor, wagging its tail enthusiastically, its big eyes blinking adorably at her. A Fu rolled its eyes, thinking, silly dog. Lin Ruo chuckled, playfully squeezing a Fu's face, reminding it that it was now grown up and should refrain from acting cute. Couldn't they communicate like adults? A show, feeling disheartened, lay on the ground with its head tilted to one side, refusing to acknowledge Lin Rua, convinced that its owner no longer loved it. Then let us have seafood. Lin Rua exclaimed loudly to a show, hoping to capture its attention. Today, they had brought back a substantial amount of instant noodles and hot pot supplies, and the strong flavors would surely mask the scent of their steamed seafood. Instantly, a show perked up, its spirits revived. Chapter 52. The arrival of extreme cold. The sky darkened, heavy clouds gathering, with only a faint light piercing through the layers. Time flew by, and suddenly, 8 days had elapsed. A week ago, a Fu and a show had begun to exhibit signs of excessive sleepiness, sometimes even refusing to eat. Initially startled, Lin Rua feared they were ill, but her healing abilities yielded no results, causing her great distress. She contemplated administering medication but was uncertain of the nature of their ailment. If not for their alertness during waking moments, seemingly without pain or discomfort, she might have resorted to abducting a veterinarian for their treatment. After observing them for 2 days, she noted that not only were they lethargic, but their growth rate had accelerated, with noticeable changes occurring almost daily. Initially, she assumed their rapid growth was a result of overindulgence in the fruits of the space. However, she stumbled upon several motionless rats within the pipes. Not dead, but merely asleep. This revelation prompted her to investigate further with her mental energy, uncovering numerous similar cases in the vicinity. A sudden realization struck her. Animal mutations had commenced long before humanity had anticipated, occurring outside the perceived timeline or scope, merely varying in intensity, with some remaining undetected. Perhaps the energy rain merely intensified their mutations rather than serving as the source. Regaining her focus, she glanced at her wristwatch and noted that the energy rain would soon arrive in half an hour. She needed to take a Fu and a show to the rooftop in advance. A Fu, a show. Let us head to the rooftop. Having just awakened and filled their bellies, they were not particularly tired. They assumed Lin Rua was finally taking them out for an adventure, bounding with joy. While they could frolic in the space, they longed to accompany Lin Rua outdoors. The noise of Lin Rua exiting was minimal, the 25th floor was tranquil, and a Fu and a show tread lightly. As the door to apartment 2502 creaked open, a small head peeked out. It was Dodo. Upon seeing a Fu and a show, Dodo's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked Lin Rua, "Are you taking them out?" Lin Rua glanced into apartment 2502 and casually replied, "They're feeling cooped up at home, so I'm taking them to the rooftop for a while." "Can I come?" Dodo asked excitedly. Lin Rua glanced at the door opposite, fully aware that Qianli was just behind it, able to hear her breath. She pondered whether to consult her mother about taking Dodo out to experience the energy rain, should Qianli agree. After all, awakening special abilities would enhance a child's chances of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, if they declined, she would not insist. It was ultimately their decision. "Mother, may I play on the rooftop for a while? With Sister Rua and Ah Fu and Ah Shou?" Dodo's excitement was palpable. Each time he wished to play with Ah Fu and Ah Shou, his sister would deter him, and he did not want to miss this golden opportunity.
Qianli,
Initially concealed behind the door, could no longer hide upon hearing his words. She stepped out, offering Lin Rua an apologetic glance before turning her attention to Dodo. "Dodo, dear, you had a fever a few days ago. We have limited medical supplies, and even a minor illness could be perilous. It's still raining on the rooftop. Let us not go, shall we?" Reluctantly, Dodo complied. He was a well-behaved child and remembered how worried his parents were during his last fever. He did not wish to burden them further, thus relinquishing his desire to play. "All right," he mumbled softly, then turned to Lin Rua. "Sister must wear a raincoat too, to avoid catching a cold." Lin Rua nodded in silence. This was their choice. Sometimes, risks must be taken to reap rewards. Remaining stagnant would yield nothing. Time was slipping away, so she hurriedly led Ah Fu and Ah Shou upstairs, disappearing around the staircase corner. Dodo watched their retreating figures, feeling dejected as he followed his mother home. Upon reaching the rooftop, Ah Fu and Ah Shou curiously surveyed their surroundings, sniffing the air with their exceptionally keen noses, puzzled about what amusement this vast space could offer. As time ticked away, Lin Rua, braving the rain, gazed skyward. Soon, the torrential downpour began to ease. She swiftly retrieved a dozen buckets and basins she had prepared earlier, placing them on the ground. At this moment, the rain had dwindled to a mere drizzle. As the droplets warmed her skin, she knew the energy rain had commenced. Ah Fu and Ah Shou, oblivious to the implications, reveled in the rain, feeling its refreshing touch as they frolicked on the rooftop. Lin Ruo, seated amidst the rain, harnessed her water-based powers to absorb the cascading energy rain, which swiftly transformed into a potent energy coursing through her body, ultimately converging in her two energy cores. She sensed the energy within her cores rapidly escalating, her physical condition reaching its zenith. Even her mental acuity seemed to sharpen under the nurturing of the energy rain. The energy rain persisted for merely half an hour. As it ceased, Lin Ruo rose, pouring the harvested rainwater into a single bucket. Though she had only managed to collect one bucket, she thought, better to have something than nothing at all. She refrained from directly storing the rainwater in her spatial pocket, aware that the rooftop was exposed, and any onlookers could lead to complications, something she detested. Carrying the bucket and tools, she and Ah Fu and Ah Shou approached the stairwell. The moment they entered, she instinctively glanced back and spotted a man in black swiftly vanishing from sight. Lin Ruo furrowed her brow. Upon reflection, she realized she had not acted inappropriately. So she turned and stepped into the stairwell, moving around the corner to ensure she was out of view before stowing her belongings in her spatial pocket. At that moment, she heard a chorus of jubilant cheers. The rain has stopped. We are saved. Oh, if only it had ceased earlier, my husband would still be alive. The retribution for those villains is upon us. I can finally go home. People emerged from their windows, eager to stretch out their hands and confirm the rain's cessation. Lin Ruo observed them, understanding their joy, for she had once been among them. Alas, her past disappointments foreshadowed theirs. Only those who had suffered oppression could express such elation. Those who had transgressed rules and harmed others during this tumultuous time must now be anxious, fearing the return to a regulated existence. Upon returning home with Ah Fu and Ah Shou, the rainwater on them had nearly dried. The energy rain was not ordinary precipitation but a form of energy. Thus, Lin Ruo did not rush them to bathe. She herself did not bother to wipe off either. The remnants of the energy rain were precious, and she intended to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ah Fu and Ah Shou, having expended their limited energy playing for over half an hour and experiencing the energy rain, soon began to yawn, signaling their need for rest.
Wait.
Let us have something to eat before you sleep. Who knows how long you'll be out? Lin Ruo specially prepared an entire lamb, dividing it in half for them to enjoy. Ah Fu and Ah Shou barely managed to consume half each before succumbing to exhaustion, with Ah Shou burying its head in the basin. Lin Ruo nudged it awake, guiding it to the bedroom for a proper rest. As they lay in the bedroom, Ah Fu and Ah Shou nestled against Lin Ruo, quickly drifting into slumber. Watching their plump bellies, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ensuring ample food during their mutation was crucial for optimal transformation. Observing their 2-meter-long bodies sprawled in peaceful repose, Lin Ruo smiled, knowing their growth would accelerate astonishingly after this. Gazing at the jubilant crowd outside, she contemplated how many more lives might endure with the presence of these mutated creatures. Look! The water level is dropping. Lin Ruo sat by the window, hearing the exclamations outside, calmly turning a page of her ebook. The torrential rain had ceased, and the previously high water levels began to recede. Within a single night, the water level had plummeted from the 15th floor to the mid-11s, dropping nearly 10 meters. This brought even more joy to the people. At this rate, the accumulated water would vanish within 3 days, restoring normalcy. Many had migrated from lower neighborhoods to Longyuan for refuge, and upon witnessing the drastic drop in water levels overnight, they eagerly jumped into the water to swim home. Lin Ruo remained by the window, reading while observing the continuous flow of people leaping into the water, her heart tranquil. With only a day and a half until the extreme cold arrived, she hoped these individuals would not be disappointed upon returning home. Lin Ruo's method of passing the time was rather monotonous. Aside from reading, she practiced her abilities. The energy within her was rapidly increasing, yet she had not fully digested it. Nonetheless, she could distinctly sense her powers enhancing. Indeed, the energy rain was a boon. Lin Ruo recalled the energy rain she had collected in her spatial pocket, contemplating briefly before deciding to share it with Ah Fu and Ah Shou. Her abilities had already reached level 6. Even if she absorbed all the energy rain, it might not elevate her further. So, it would be wiser to establish a solid foundation for them. Another day passed, and the water level had lowered to the mid-4th floor. The population in Longyuan dwindled, as many had returned to their homes. Even Zhao Hui visited to discuss matters with Li Wei and Lin Ruo, expressing his concerns. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, he had blood on his hands, and a return to the previous societal conditions could spell danger for him. Lin Ruo chose not to participate, showing little interest in Li Wei and Zhao Hui's plans. They were merely transient figures in her life, not worth her attention. Throughout the day and a half, Ah Fu and Ah Shou had not awakened, and Lin Ruo had not insisted they eat, allowing them to complete their transformation in peace. As she gazed at the bright sunshine outside, it was midday, and in 12 hours, the extreme cold would arrive. She retrieved her down jacket, soft-shell jacket, thermal clothing, cashmere pants, down hat, cold-resistant mask, and matching gloves from her space, pairing them with a pair of polar cold-resistant boots, thus completing her outdoor ensemble. Continuing to rummage through her space, she produced a down comforter, electric blanket, electric heater, and a charcoal stove in preparation for the evening. Knowing that although her water-based abilities could regulate her temperature and shield her from the frigid weather, she feared that if her powers faltered during deep sleep, she could find herself in dire straits. Therefore, she would not neglect any measures necessary for warmth during the night. Having gathered these items, Lin Ruo focused on the traditional Chinese medicine book in her hands, which detailed the preparation method for mosquito-repellent powder. This remedy was simpler than that for insect powder, yet she still lacked some of the required herbs. She had planted a few in the black soil and awaited their maturity to commence her preparations. For dinner, she took out a portion of clam-stuffed meat, a serving of lamb chops, several plump buns, and a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup from her space. To enhance her dining experience, she found a zombie movie, set up a projector, and displayed it on the wall. As she savored her meal, she watched the film Zombies Feast Upon Humans, relishing her dinner. After finishing her meal, with more than an hour left in the movie, she retrieved a cushion from the sofa, leaned back, and embraced it while observing the desperate struggles of the human characters. Ultimately, the formidable zombie king was vanquished by a relatively unknown protagonist, leaving Lin Ruo clicking her tongue in disbelief as she sipped her orange juice. Such a poorly crafted film, utterly unrealistic. Indeed, the orange juice extracted from the lake in her space was delightful. No wonder Ah Shou always asked her for some. As the movie concluded, Lin Ruo glanced at the wall clock. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, leaving 2 hours until the extreme cold arrived. She had prepared a cozy nest for Ah Fu and Ah Shou in her space and subsequently brought them inside, as the icy weather was too harsh. The comfort of her space was preferable. Then, she directed her mental energy to the breeding area, where new life had arrived, 2 litters of piglets, with one sow giving birth to 10 and the other to 12. Watching the pink piglets nursing from their mothers was endearing, and she anticipated their growth to eventually fill her stomach. She provided the sows with ample carrots and apples from her space to ensure they produced plenty of milk. Meanwhile, some vegetables in the planting area had matured, and she skillfully harvested them with her mental energy before stowing them away in her still space. When she withdrew her mental energy, half an hour had passed in the outside world, and Lin Ruo settled in her bedroom to read. The hour hand inched closer to midnight, ticking softly. Suddenly, the alarm she had set earlier rang, indicating that there were just 5 minutes until the extreme cold would begin. She rose to plug in the electric blanket and heater in her room. Then, she lit the stove, igniting the bamboo charcoal within. Once the charcoal was ablaze, she placed the lid on the stove. Although the bamboo charcoal produced no smoke, she still opened a crack in the bedroom window to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. After completing these tasks, the once stuffy main bedroom turned sweltering. Lin Ruo glanced at the clock. Only a minute remained. She took out a specially designed polar thermometer from her space, which displayed a temperature of 40 degrees. She sat and waited, her gaze fixed on the thermometer. Soon, she noticed the mercury level rapidly plummeting, and she felt a hint of chill in the previously sweltering air. The extreme cold had commenced. Chapter 53. Departure from Longyuan, 10 degrees below zero. 15 degrees below zero. Lin Ruo observed the thermometer's reading continually descending, while a layer of moisture condensed on the main bedroom window, gradually transforming into frost. Her water-based abilities had already activated, rendering her impervious to the cold. She placed the thermometer outside the main bedroom door and retrieved another identical one from her space, placing it on the bedside table before donning her previously removed inner thermal wear and cashmere garments. Once dressed, she felt a touch warm. Her water-based abilities adjusted once more to maintain a comfortable temperature. It took her barely a minute to put on her warm clothing, Yet the thermometer in the main bedroom had already dropped to minus 18 degrees, and the temperature continued to decline. Lin Rua opened the main bedroom door to check the thermometer outside, but as soon as she cracked it open, a gust of icy air rushed in, causing her to shiver intensely. Her water-based abilities activated again, regulating her temperature. Once the chill subsided, she stepped outside to check the thermometer, only to discover the reading had plummeted to minus 40 degrees and was still rapidly falling. In mere minutes, the temperature had plunged from approximately 28 degrees above zero to now minus 40 degrees, a staggering difference of nearly 70 degrees. How could an ordinary person withstand such a drop? She wondered how many would succumb to the cold today. After placing the thermometer securely, she hurried back inside, diving under the warm down comforter. Feeling the warmth envelop her as her water-based abilities began to work their magic, ensuring she remained at the most suitable temperature. Outside the comforter, her face and hands were exposed, and despite the electric heater and stove, her face felt icy. She turned her gaze back to the thermometer on the desk, which now indicated minus 20 degrees. The rate of decline had considerably slowed, suggesting that the main bedroom's temperature was stabilizing due to her insulation efforts. However, the external temperature continued its relentless descent, and Lin Rua noticed a thin layer of frost gradually forming on the main bedroom door, slowly expanding. The outside temperature was still dropping, and the extreme cold had not yet reached its limit. Lin Rua had experienced such conditions before, knowing that extreme cold typically lingered below minus 60 degrees. Yet, these concerns were not her priority. With her face pressed against the warm comforter and the warmth of the electric blanket beneath her, drowsiness overtook her. It had been ages since she had stayed up so late, and she was utterly exhausted. She buried half her face in the cozy down comforter and quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin Rua awoke promptly at 5 o'clock. Her face was already flushed from the cold, and the bamboo charcoal in the stove had burned out overnight, extinguishing the fire. Lying in bed, she turned to check the thermometer, which confirmed the temperature was minus 28 degrees. Activating her water-based abilities to regulate her temperature, she quickly dressed in her down jacket and pants, then commenced her morning routine. First, she ignited the stove before checking the power consumption of the battery storage, discovering that the two electric heaters combined had used only a modest amount of power, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as the solar panels in her space could fully support it. The bamboo charcoal in the stove crackled merrily, while a kettle on top emitted a gentle steam. Two electric heaters quietly radiated warmth, maintaining the indoor temperature around minus 10 degrees. The glass by the window was adorned with beautiful frost patterns, and the ice layer on the main bedroom door had not yet melted, while outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall once more. Inside the main bedroom, Lin Rua donned only a single layer of snug thermal wear, wielding a knife as she swiftly maneuvered around the room, her blade dancing with vigor. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Rua, came the voice of Li Wei from outside. Lin Rua executed a powerful strike with her knife, freezing it midair before she sheathed it, grabbing a towel from beside the stove to wipe the sweat from her brow. She quickly dressed in her clothing, donning a hat and mask before turning to open the door. The bedroom door had become frozen shut with a thin layer of ice. When Ling Rua exerted a slight force to pull it open, stepping into the main bedroom felt akin to entering a world of ice and snow. Everything within the room was adorned with a layer of crystalline ice, some surfaces even draped with icicles. Despite her thick attire, a chill still gripped her as she emerged. Her water-based powers activated once more, dispersing the cold. She swiftly closed the main bedroom door, determined to prevent the frigid air from seeping inside. In those fleeting seconds, Lin Rua noticed white mist forming in the air of the main bedroom. In this very apartment, the door separated two realms where the temperature differed by several degrees, a testament to the extreme cold. Even with two stoves and two electric heaters, only the main bedroom felt warm. The areas beyond remained frigid. Lin Rua, are you still alive? Outside, Li Wei's knocks grew louder, and upon closer listening, one could detect a tremor in his voice. This tremor was not born from fear for Lin Rua's safety, but rather from the bone-chilling cold outside. Clad in multiple layers of sweaters, a thick down jacket, a hat, and a mask, his voice still quivered from the chill. This weather is dreadful. It is so cold it seems to seep into one's bones. He knocked in concern, fearing Lin Rua might not have recognized the rapid drop in temperature. In mere minutes, the temperature had plummeted dramatically, and anyone who failed to notice could easily succumb to frostbite. With a creak, Lin Rua managed to pry open the front door. which had been sealed by a thick layer of ice. She was greeted by the sight of Li Wei, tightly bundled against the cold, revealing only his eyes. Upon seeing him, she spoke, exhaling white breath. She was still alive. Li Wei rubbed his nearly numb hands, even with gloves. He felt as though he would lose all sensation. It seemed he needed to layer on more gloves. He rubbed his nose, feeling the icy air invade his nostrils, causing discomfort. He tucked his hands into the pockets of his down jacket and looked up at Lin Ruo, relieved. I'm glad you're okay. The sudden drop in temperature has frozen the water downstairs. This morning, I went door to door with Zhao Hui and discovered that several people in Building 3 had frozen to death, their bodies resembling ice sculptures. Lin Ruo closed the door and approached the window in the stairwell, peering down. The floodwater below had risen high enough to submerge a floor, over 3 meters deep. Now frozen solid, many people walked cautiously on its surface, bundled in heavy clothing, moving with great care. A thin layer of white mist surrounded them, the result of the warm air from their bodies meeting the frigid atmosphere, creating delicate ice crystals, evidence that they were far warmer than the surrounding air. I can't believe the temperature dropped so quickly, Li Wei observed, noticing Lin Ruo's intense focus on the scene outside. After the torrential rain, the floodwaters submerged many shops. Now that the water has receded, it's the perfect time to scavenge for supplies. Zhang Hui and I are planning to head out shortly. Would you like to join us? Lin Ruo, watching the throngs of people venturing outside, shook her head. I still have plenty of supplies from my last outing. I'll sit this one out. You go ahead. Li Wei opened his mouth to persuade her, but knowing her temperament, he swallowed his words. With her abilities, she could seek supplies whenever she wished. After exchanging a few more words with Li Wei, Lin Ruo returned home, standing at the entrance, contemplating. She gathered all her belongings into her spatial storage, leaving not a single thread behind. What was once a cozy apartment now resembled a stark display model. After confirming she had forgotten nothing, she donned her tactical jacket, layered on a thermal mask that concealed her eyes, wore thick gloves, and slung a disguise backpack over her shoulders before stepping outside. Lin Ruo, are you going out? Qian Li, also clad in heavy down, approached, placing a garbage bag at the door. Although she was bundled up, she still felt the cold, rubbing her gloved hands over her face and ears as she spoke. Yes, I'm just going for a walk, Lin Ruo replied, choosing not to divulge her plans to leave. After taking a few steps, she turned back to Qian Li, who was about to enter, reflecting on their harmonious 3 months together. Before departing, she decided to present them with a farewell gift. Pretending to retrieve an item from her backpack, she handed Qian Li a small box. When Li Wei returns, give this to him and tell him that there may be more than one type of crisis. Confused but accepting, Qian Li took the box without opening it and nodded. And what about you? Lin Ruo shook her head, waved goodbye, and turned away. The stairwell was adorned with ice, with long, sharp icicles hanging ominously, threatening to fall. The second-floor windows had been forcefully opened, creating a stark contrast in temperature between the outside and the hallway. Countless tiny white ice crystals hung in the air, resembling a delicate mist. Walking through the corridor felt akin to traversing a mystical realm shrouded in ethereal fog. In Building 3, many ventured in and out, all heavily clothed, hats pulled low and faces obscured. No one could recognize each other. Everyone was preoccupied with the search for supplies, breathing out puffs of vapor. Some, inadequately dressed, hugged their arms tightly, bravely pressing forward. Lin Ruo merely glanced at them, knowing that such individuals would likely not return. Extreme cold is unlike an ordinary winter. Exposed skin can freeze within minutes, leading to rapid frostbite, loss of sensation, and potential necrosis. Prolonged exposure to such conditions can cause severe respiratory issues as the cold air freezes the mucous membranes, leading to violent coughing, difficulty breathing, and even suffocation. The agony of becoming frozen is profound, with the initial stages involving tissue necrosis, nerve damage, and organ failure, culminating in total immobility. Many have perished in the extreme cold, their faces twisted in expressions of pain. In such bitter conditions, even a moment's carelessness can lead to frostbite or death. These individuals hurriedly sought supplies to stave off hunger, neglecting the most perilous factor, the extreme cold. As Lin Ruo moved among them, she observed the desperate souls racing to the police station and fire station, hoping to find assistance. Yet, without exception, those places had long been abandoned, their weapons and equipment gone. What more was there to understand? Everything had been evacuated in advance. People wept at the police station's entrance, tears and snot soaking their masks, unaware that their skin would soon freeze and decay. Why endure such suffering? As Lin Ruo walked, she took in the scene, acutely aware that the arrival of extreme cold shattered many illusions. They were keenly aware that society could never revert to its former trajectory. No longer sheltered, they had to strive for survival. Their hearts brimmed with despair and urgency, yet these emotions bore no fruit. Survival remained paramount. Slowly, Lin Ruo exited Longyuan, her figure wrapped tightly in layers, with only her eyes visible, rendering her unrecognizable. Finding a secluded spot, she discreetly removed a pair of ice skates from her bag. In the absence of reliable transportation, this mode of travel was far swifter. Once equipped, Lin Ruo glided through the city, realizing she had never truly explored B City. As Li Wei had mentioned, with the water receded, numerous resources lay exposed, ripe for the taking. She didn't seek other supplies, focusing solely on the gas stations. Each station bustled with people entering and exiting, some attempting to procure gasoline or diesel, yet everything remained frozen solid, the ice impenetrable even to the sharpest tools. But for Lin Ruo, this was a trivial challenge. With her water-based powers, ice was but an extension of her will. She swiftly glided past, crouching down briefly to place her hand on the thick layer of ice. A spark ignited in her eyes as her water-based and spatial abilities activated simultaneously, drawing the underground oil tanks into her space. As she navigated various routes, she encountered numerous survivors and collected dozens of oil tanks. The prolonged gliding began to wear her out, and the temperature dropped even further. With a twist of her waist, she came to a halt, deciding to postpone the collection of the remaining tanks for another time. Chapter 54. Arrival at Yanshan, B City. She turned and glided towards the outskirts. Having previously studied the map of B City, the suburbs were home to several mountains, and her destination was Yanshan in the southern suburbs, where the B City base had been established in her past life. The underground ore she had coveted was first discovered at the B City base. So to locate these ores, she needed to begin her search at Yanshan. On the icy surface, she deftly avoided obstacles, racing forward, while those scavenging along the roadside caught only a fleeting glimpse of a figure speeding past.
Goodness.
How fast can that person be going? Are they flying? Are you blind? She's wearing ice skates. If you wore them, you'd be fast too. Come on, ice skates are swift, but you can't walk on flat ground in them. Once you hit the ground, you have to change shoes. What a hassle. Didn't you feel how fast skating was during the Olympics on TV? As she reached a less populated area, Lin Ruo accelerated again, her speed soaring to around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Yet, it still took her over 2 hours to arrive at the foot of Yanshan. Covered in snowflakes, her mask was encrusted with frost, and she gasped, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. The temperature had dropped even more, and thankfully, her water-based ability allowed her to regulate her body temperature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to skate over. Even if she survived the cold, her respiratory system would not have held up. Standing at the foot of Yanshan, she gazed up at the towering mountain, which had donned a silvery coat from the overnight snowfall, completely concealing the debris left by the flood beneath. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, rustling the withered branches, producing a mournful sound that seemed to echo the mountain's sorrow. Lin Ruo recalled the information she had memorized about this mountain. It stood at an elevation of 500 to 1,500 meters, covering an area of 42 square kilometers. In her past life, the B City base had been constructed halfway up this mountain. The primary materials for the base's construction had come from the mountain stones and the steel refined from its iron ore. It was this very mountain that had once uplifted humanity in B City. How magnificent! Lin Ruo planned to temporarily establish her shelter on this mountain, first searching for any underground ores. Simultaneously, she could keep a close watch on the B City base, coveting the weapons crafted there in her past life. She crouched slightly to remove her ice skates, storing them in her space, and replaced them with thick, anti-slip boots. With a leap, she soared several meters high and landed firmly on a large rock, quickly ascending the mountain. The mountain was strewn with stones, many still coated with ice and snow. Even in her anti-slip boots, Lin Ruo nearly slipped. A blue glimmer flashed in her eyes as frost enveloped the soles of her boots, and numerous tiny spikes, as hard as iron, sprouted from beneath the ice, ensuring she would not slip again. With her footing secured, Lin Ruo let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the snow-covered forest ahead, swiftly maneuvering through the withered trees. Upon reaching the mountainside, The traces of flooding had vanished, revealing many large trees that still bore a hint of green beneath the ice and snow. Observing these resilient trees that thrived in such extreme cold, she surmised they had likely mutated. Once these plants fully mutated and grew, navigating through such forests would require her utmost caution and undeniable danger. She traversed the mountainside in search of a suitable place to settle. Remaining vigilant, she projected her mental energy outward, quickly discovering traces of human activity. The sheer number led her to wonder if it was a military force. Activating her water-based ability, she rendered herself invisible and began to stealthily track the source of the traces. Be careful. Cut down all these trees and stack them over there. Let's build some simple shelters first, then expand gradually. Understood. A man clad in military attire wielded a chainsaw, directing his soldiers as they worked. Lin Rua stood on a nearby tree, calculating the number of individuals. There were several thousand, likely 2 battalions, the advanced construction team of the base. These individuals exhibited organization, discipline, and division of labor as trees fell one by one. Others wielded drills to extract tree stumps from the frozen ground, while yet more were responsible for filling in the holes. These individuals appeared invigorated, not showing signs of starvation. It seemed her earlier assumptions were correct. The authorities had salvaged a significant amount of supplies in record time. Were the mines located just beneath them? Silently, she extended her mental energy, probing deeper into the earth. Her awareness penetrated over 200 meters below the surface and extended a kilometer away. Yet she found no trace of the spatial or, with the base's location established, her own shelter site was essentially determined. It needed to be neither too far nor too close. Departing quietly, she withdrew her water membrane only after she was a safe distance away. She retrieved the B-City map she had previously acquired from her space. The B-City base had chosen the mid-slope of the highest peak on the northern side of Yanshan, a location that received ample sunlight and was better suited for human habitation. Thus, she opted for the northern side of the same peak. Selecting a spot on the southern summit, which was shaded and had nearly a 10-degree temperature difference from the sunny side, making it rarely visited and easier to conceal. The direct distance to the B-City base was over 30 kilometers, and even by car, it would take more than half an hour. Furthermore, the dense woods would hinder the entry of standard military vehicles. She chose a relatively gentle depression in the terrain, sheltered from the wind and minimal invisibility. Using her water-based ability, she camouflaged it, making it difficult for anyone to notice. Having selected the location, she began to utilize her abilities. For tasks such as cutting stone, the spatial blades were far more efficient and sharper than ice blades. Standing atop a large rock, she summoned radiant white energy to her hands, and with precision, she guided spatial blades to carve into the mountainside. The resounding booms echoed as the rock face was sliced apart, larger stones tumbling down to be swiftly collected by Lin Rua into her space. Simultaneously, she gathered the fallen debris and crushed plants into her still space, knowing they might prove useful in the future. Before long, a vast cutting surface platform emerged before her, approximately 500 square meters in size. To keep this area hidden, she needed to ensure it was not too large, as excessive consumption of energy would be unsustainable. Next, she employed delicate ice blades to meticulously refine the ground. After several minutes, the surface was smoothed to perfection by Lin Rua's spatial blades. Satisfied with her work, she walked upon the platform, feeling no discomfort beneath her feet. She then retrieved 2 micro-dwellings from her space, placing them closest to the mountainside. Adjusting the angles slightly, one was designated for her, while the other was prepared for a foo and a show. Their current size was too large. By allowing them to inhabit a micro-dwelling, they would have a more spacious living arrangement. Within her space, Lin Rua crushed, melted, and reformed the extracted stones into a massive 3-meter-thick semicircular lid. The lid featured numerous holes of varying sizes, some with diameters exceeding 10 centimeters, while others were only a few centimeters wide. Finally, she left an opening at the bottom for her entry and exit, cleverly concealed in the shadows. Lin Rua moved the enormous lid out of the space and placed it on the platform she had prepared. A resounding boom echoed as she then retrieved some soil and grass from the space to cover it. By tonight, when the snow falls again, this place will be indistinguishable from the surroundings. After completing this task, Lin Rua stepped inside, taking a moment to appreciate the freshness of the air beneath the lid. Finding it quite satisfactory, with sufficient light streaming in through the opening. Once these preparations were finished, she entered the modest abode on the left, which was entirely crafted in an apartment style, even equipped with a large fireplace, as per her request. From the space, Lin Rua extracted freshly chopped timber, pressed her hand against it, and swiftly extracted the moisture within, placing it into the fireplace. She then poured a bit of diesel on top and ignited it with a lighter, the diesel gradually igniting the wood below. With the fireplace now ablaze, the temperature in the modest abode began to rise slowly. Lin Rua connected a high-capacity power storage unit to the water and electricity interface, ensuring all the sockets in the abode were functional. Additionally, she set up a large clean water tank and a sewage tank, resolving the bathroom waste issue. Lin Rua was finally free from using cat litter, as this sewage tank only required cleaning every 2 months, a remarkable convenience. With all these tasks complete, the modest abode was now ready for use. She returned to the bedroom and took out the items from her previous apartment, setting them up in the new space. She also brought in 2 electric heaters and hung a specially designed thermometer on the wall. Due to the modest size of the abode, the temperature rose rapidly. The other modest abode remained unprepared, but she could address it later after a Fu and a show completed their transformation. For now, she needed to eat quickly. In less than half an hour, the indoor temperature had already reached above freezing. Lin Rua shed her outer jacket and down coat, added more wood to the fireplace, and finally settled onto the sofa to rest. She surveyed her surroundings and realized that she had accomplished most of what needed to be done, allowing her to exhale deeply. At last, she was temporarily settled. Chapter 55. Are the cockroaches in the north that large? The snow-covered mountains stood solemn and sacred, silent and serene, accompanied only by the gentle sound of falling snow. Lin Rua stood outside the circular protective shield, clad in thick clothing, cradling a hot water bottle in her hands. Gazing into the distance, far removed from the crowd, she finally felt free. She could eat whatever she desired without worrying about others coveting her food due to its strong aroma. And she could do as she pleased without the fear of being discovered. As the snowfall intensified outside, she returned inside the protective shield after a brief moment. Setting down the hot water bottle, she retrieved more wood from the space and ignited a large bonfire on the platform, its flames roaring and warming the surrounding area. Feeling quite hungry, she placed a triangular grill over the fire, suspending a pot above it. Then, with a flash of blue light in her eyes, the surrounding water molecules began to gather into the pot, filling it halfway within moments. Her mental energy entered the space, and she first checked on a Fu and a Shou, who were still asleep, their bodies growing rapidly, now reaching 25 meters in length. At this growth rate, it would likely take another day for them to awaken. While running around Yanshan earlier, Lin Rua had also observed numerous slumbering animals, their sizes significantly larger than before their mutations, with noticeable changes in their physical forms, longer and sharper teeth, thicker fur, and larger claws. These creatures appeared drastically different from their former selves. In a few days, once their mutations were complete, they would awaken, in dire need of energy, and begin to seek out food, their diets having shifted to solely consuming flesh and blood. In the city, where the population was dense, mutated animals would resort to hunting humans when they could not find other sources of nourishment. Humans would plummet from the apex of the food chain to the very bottom, facing extreme cold, food scarcity, and the constant threat of mutated creatures' attacks, significantly reducing their chances of survival. This was the true apocalypse. For Lin Rua, encountering these animals felt like a divine gift, each one receiving a free bullet embedded in its forehead, sparing them from the struggles of this new world. These mutated creatures now lay obediently in her still space, awaiting a Fu and a Shou to awaken and provide them with sustenance. Not dwelling on this further, she retrieved a block of hot pot base from the space, placing it in the pot, which began to bubble and emit a spicy aroma. Feeling ravenous, Lin Rua took out a pound of lamb meat. Holding it in her left hand, the meat rapidly froze, while her right hand drew out a cleaver from the space, swiftly slicing the lamb into thin, delicate pieces that fell into a prepared bowl. She then took out a piece of beef, slicing it in the same manner and setting it aside. After preparing the lamb and beef, Lin Rua fished out a plate of fresh shrimp from the freshwater pool, meticulously peeling the shells, removing the veins, mashing them into a paste, and forming meatballs. She also gathered tofu, potatoes, mushrooms, and various vegetables, washing them one by one. Once all the ingredients were arranged and the broth in the pot had boiled, Lin Rua sat on a chair, popping open a bottle of cola, ready to enjoy her hot pot, alternating between greens, meat, shrimp balls, and sips of cola, spicy and fragrant, a true delight she had longed for. While Lin Ruo savored her hot pot, Li Wei and Zhao Hui returned from their quest for supplies at Longyuan Building 3, dragging a door panel scavenged from who knows where, piled high with various materials. After sorting the supplies, Li Wei carried a large batch back to the 25th floor. Upon opening the door to room 2502, a wave of cold air rushed in as he dragged the supplies inside. In room 2502, an iron rack held a large iron basin, within which burnt remnants of chopped wood smoldered. Qianli and Dodo sat near the fire, having moved their beds close to it. Apart from the 2-meter radius around the fire, the rest of the room was as frigid as an ice cellar, with ice layers forming in the farthest corners, a testament to the extreme cold. Dodo, sitting on the bed, had a flushed face from the chill, wearing earmuffs, a thick down coat, and a heavy blanket, clutching a cup of hot water to warm his hands. Seeing Li Wei return, Qianli approached to help him unload the supplies and offered him a cup of hot water. Li Wei warmed his hands and face with the water, taking a moment to catch his breath. The outside temperature was dropping rapidly. He estimated it to be around -50 to 60 degrees. The remaining stagnant water had completely frozen, with all manner of debris on the ice, including unwashed corpses. Qianli, sitting nearby, added more wood to the fire and sighed, reflecting on how they had thought that once the torrential rain passed, better days would follow, only to face this bitter cold and snow. However, there was a silver lining. Food was no longer a concern. Some shops that had been submerged were now exposed, revealing sealed plastic bags of flour and rice that had remained dry and edible. Li Wei extended his hands closer to the fire, noticing frostbite forming overnight, causing an itching sensation as the warmth from the fire began to penetrate. He absent-mindedly scratched at them before continuing, mentioning the grain storage in the city, which he suspected had not been affected by the water. He planned to check it out with Zhao Hui and the others in a few days. Thinking of Zhao Hui, Qianli recalled the box Lin Ruo had given her earlier. She turned and retrieved it from the nearby cabinet, handing it to Li Wei. Mistaking it for a gift from Qianli, Li Wei's expression softened, and with a teasing tone, he asked, "What is this? A present for me?" Qianli Hong blushed and cast him a sidelong glance before shaking her head, her gaze falling upon the box in his hands. With a serious tone, she remarked, "This is from Lin Ruo, and she instructed me to tell you that there are multiple types of apocalyptic crises. I am uncertain of her meaning." Upon hearing that it was a gift from Lin Ruo, Li Wei's expression turned considerably more solemn, for Lin Ruo never spoke without reason. "Where is she?" he inquired. "She went out and hasn't returned yet," Qianli replied. Ever since she received the box, she had been observing Lin Ruo's movements through the peephole. Lin Ruo had not come back, and the 2 large dogs had not appeared either. Only then did Li Wei furrow his brows and open the box, revealing several motionless cockroaches within. Qianli instantly recoiled several meters. She had an intense aversion to these insects. Cockroaches. However, the frigid air several meters away compelled her to inch closer to the fire, albeit keeping a cautious distance from Li Wei. Yet he did not approach to comfort her. Instead, he gazed gravely at the box before him. It was evident to him that the cockroaches were not dead. Their legs were still twitching slightly. But why were they lying still? Moreover, were these cockroaches larger than usual? Were there such sizable cockroaches in the north? As he pondered this, the cockroaches in the box began to change, their exoskeletons elongated slightly. Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just imagined it? Did he witness the cockroaches grow? Qianli, observing the scene, also widened her eyes in astonishment. Do cockroaches grow this quickly? She thought. Are there indeed multiple apocalyptic crises? Li Wei hastily closed the lid and turned to find Zhao Hui, leaving only a terse command, "Watch the children at home and lock the door. I will return shortly." Zhao Hui was busy distributing supplies to the brothers, the room filled with men, laughter, card games, and smoke, while some sat in silence, lost in thought, crowding the living room. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, drawing the attention of everyone present. The atmosphere shifted, tension tightening their muscles. Zhao Hui exchanged a wary glance with Lu Hao. The knock came right after they had procured the supplies, raising suspicions. Lu Hao nodded silently, rising to retrieve a machete from the side, raising it above his head as the others discreetly armed themselves. Zhao Hui stepped forward and slowly opened the door. Upon opening, he saw Li Wei standing outside, anxious and without a mask. Zhao Hui sighed in relief. "Brotherly, we just parted ways. Is there an issue with the supplies?" As he spoke, He gestured for Lu how to lower the machete, allowing the tension to dissipate and laughter to resume. As if the earlier moment of unease was merely an illusion. Li Wei clutched the box tightly and whispered, "Let's discuss this inside." Zhao Hui, puzzled by Li Wei's tension, glanced behind him but saw no one else. He stepped aside to let Li Wei enter. "What's the matter?" Zhao Hui quickly shut the door and turned to Li Wei, who handed him the box. "This is from Lin Rua. Take a look."
Huh?
Zhao Hui's mind struggled to comprehend, yet he accepted the box, opening it to find the cockroaches inside. He chuckled, "Brotherly, are you trying to scare me with a few cockroaches?" Sister Ro wouldn't have that much time on her hands. He examined the cockroaches more closely, his smile faltering. "But these cockroaches are rather large." Li Wei discerned his disbelief and sighed. Lin Rua left another message. "There are multiple types of apocalyptic crises. What are our current crises?"
Zhao Hui.
The extreme cold, scarcity of supplies, and possibly species mutations.
What?
Zhao Hui exclaimed, his expression turning grave. "Brotherly, this is no laughing matter." Li Wei gazed at Zhao Hui with utmost seriousness. "I witnessed these cockroaches grow a millimeter in just 1 second. Do you think I just?"
Zhao Hui gasped,
staring at the box. Indeed, how could there be such large cockroaches in the north? This must signify mutation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Hui's thoughts raced. These cockroaches would not remain dormant forever. They would awaken and seek sustenance, which could very well include human flesh. Contemplating their reproductive capabilities sent a shiver down his spine. "We must act quickly," Li Wei urged, inhaling deeply. Lin Rua likely discovered this and has already left. Left?
Zhao Hui exclaimed,
his eyes widening as he looked at Li Wei. "We haven't seen her 2 large dogs." "The dogs," Zhao Hui murmured. "What could cause them to grow so large?" "It seems they too have mutated." Li Wei nodded, and Zhao Hui connected the dots. The 2 dogs accompanying Lin Rua were likely mutated, which explained her foresight. "I suspect that if not for the torrential rain, she would have left this place long ago."
"Goodness.
"She has concealed a significant threat."
Zhao Hui reflected,
feeling a sense of dread. "Not just cockroaches. I fear that animals have also undergone mutations." Considering the size of Lin Rua's 2 dogs, it seems likely that these creatures may one day prey upon humans, drastically reducing our living space. "We should deliberate on a plan," Zhao Hui said, rubbing his aching temples. Why must survival be so arduous? Alas, Lin Rua remained unaware that Li Wei was piecing together her motives for remaining in Longyuan. After enjoying a hot pot meal, she began organizing her supplies. She placed the workout equipment from her apartment's secondary bedroom onto the platform. She had sealed the outside with layers of ice for insulation, while a large bonfire blazed within, gradually raising the temperature. Although it remained below freezing, it was significantly warmer than the outside. Lin Rua could exercise under these conditions without fear of mishaps. Having arranged everything, she resolved to venture out to locate mineral deposits, as the lid above could only serve as a cover. In the event of an encounter with large mutated creatures, the lid would shatter upon impact. Though the materials used for her shelter were excellent, the space was simply too cramped for long-term habitation. Furthermore, such a refuge was far too rudimentary. She desired to construct something more aesthetically pleasing and less conspicuous. Dressing appropriately, she donned a pair of spiked shoes, suitable for the mountainous terrain. Once prepared, she exited and blocked the entrance with thick ice. "Captain, did you hear the rumbling from the mountains just now?" Jiang Yu inquired. Seated on a large stone beside a roaring bonfire, nibbling on a bun that had been warmed by the flames, glancing over at Yilin,
Yilin,
indulging in a similar meal, looked up towards the mountain's peak. Given the severe weather, he did not believe the loud noise to be man-made. Perhaps it was a landslide caused by the extreme conditions. This location was selected by experts, so even if a landslide occurs, we should remain unaffected. Jiang Yu nodded, taking another bite of his bun. "We must finish eating quickly before it freezes again. It seems we will need more than just our team to establish a base here. Has anyone from higher up been dispatched? The manpower is insufficient. Our 4th Army Group is stationed in a scattered manner, and currently, only a few units can be contacted. We also need to disperse to collect supplies, rescue vital documents, and scientific personnel." Yilin sighed. His family was far away in City F, and he had no idea how they were faring. He could only wonder when this damned natural disaster would come to an end. "Captain, do not worry. Sister-in-law and Yaya will certainly be fine." Once the base is established, I will accompany you back to take a look, Jiang Yu reassured. Jiang Yu had no relatives left at home, but he understood the significance of Yi Lin's wife and children in Yi Lin's heart. Yi Lin nodded silently, as a soldier. He must obey orders. Now was a critical time for City B, and he could not leave. However, how could his heart remain calm? After all, he was human too. Chapter 56. The mutated willow tree amidst the snow-covered mountains and forests, surrounded by countless trees. Some appeared strangely vibrant and lush. Lin Ruo explored the woods, directing her mental power underground, yet after 2 hours of searching, she had found nothing. Meanwhile, her mask had become damp from her breath, freezing against her face.
Suddenly,
Lin Ruo became alert as a several-meter-long branch lunged toward her. She swiftly sidestepped, twisting her waist to evade the branch. However, 3 more branches lunged at her simultaneously. Lin Ruo squinted, focusing on the enormous willow tree in the center. This tree had lived for decades, its trunk thick enough for a person to struggle to embrace. Towering over 10 meters, it had the stature of a giant. Yet, the tree had mutated so quickly, even a Fu and a Shou had not completed their transformations. Did this imply that this tree possessed greater potential than both? This time, she chose not to evade. Dodging 3 willow shoots would only lead to 5 or 7 more endlessly. The most effective strategy was to launch an attack. With one hand, she swiftly grasped a willow branch, feeling its edges lined with sharp thorns. A layer of thin ice formed on her hand, successfully preventing the thorns from piercing her skin. Then, blue light flickered from her palm, and branches and leaves began to wither and fall from the willow tree. In her other hand, she quickly condensed a glob of green sap, which flowed rapidly, expanding with each pulse. This essence was the life-giving moisture of the mutated willow. Ordinary water-type abilities could only slash or burst against these mutated plants, while Lin Ruo's approach was straightforward and fierce. Regardless of its prowess, once drained of moisture, the tree would be reduced to a withered branch, devoid of life. The mutated willow's essence rapidly withered, and the branch in Lin Ruo's grip began to retract. Unfortunately, her strength proved overwhelming, and the willow had no choice but to sever its own branches to survive. Lin Ruo watched as the willow tree swiftly shrank to the size of a forearm, hastily burrowing into the ground as if attempting to escape. Raising an eyebrow, she was surprised by the tree's newly acquired ability to escape. Did this mean she could take it with her? If she planted it at her doorstep, wouldn't that provide an additional layer of protection? With a flicker of blue light in her eyes, she lightly stomped her foot, and an extreme cold rapidly spread from her position. The surrounding soil quickly froze, turning the already hardened ground into solid stone. The chilling ice soon encased the area around the willow, trapping it without causing harm, rendering it immobile. Lin Ruo slowly approached the willow's position, crouching down, and with a gentle tug, lifted a 50-centimeter square block of ice, the willow tree encased within. The tree, having lost a significant amount of its essence, now found itself half-frozen and unable to muster any resistance against Lin Ruo. With a light laugh, she touched the ice block, causing it to melt, revealing the willow's branches, which had faded to a dull yellow. "Do you still wish to consume me?" she inquired. Upon hearing this, the willow branches stiffened instantly. It had just awakened and was seeking a living creature to satiate its hunger, only to encounter this person. It was fortunate enough not to be devoured. "Do you still wish to consume me?" Lin Ruo's tone was gentle, her gaze soft, though her face remained hidden beneath the mask. Nevertheless, she exuded an aura of innocence. The willow branches trembled. This woman was terrifying. Having just faced her formidable combat prowess, now she threatened with such a gentle demeanor. It regretted its previous choices. It shouldn't have been so indiscriminate. The branches immediately shook like a tambourine, decisively expressing their thoughts. Having just mutated, it was not ready to face death. Lin Ruo's smile faded, her eyes now filled with coldness. She pointed again at the half-melted ice block, and the ice in her grasp melted rapidly, forming an icy flower pot, perfectly suited for the willow tree. Even though the willow was granted freedom, it dared not move, obediently settling into the pot, its branches brushing against Lin Ruo's fingers in a submissive manner. Lin Ruo placed her finger on the willow branches, allowing a trickle of water to flow from her fingertip, water drawn from the spatial lake. The willow sensed the extraordinary nature of this water. Upon absorbing it, its withered leaves regained their lush green hue, standing out vibrantly against the icy backdrop. "Will you come with me?" Lin Ruo gently caressed the willow branches. The branches entwined around her finger. If it had initially capitulated due to Lin Ruo's overwhelming strength after savoring the lake water, it was reluctant to leave. This water was a potent tonic for mutated plants. Watching the branches twining around her finger, Lin Ruo smiled, realizing the effectiveness of her approach, offering a reward after a show of strength. Cradling the willow, she dashed through the woods toward her sanctuary. She did not store the willow in her spatial realm. She had only just subdued it and did not fully trust it. Although she could let it know of the spatial existence, placing it within could lead to disastrous consequences if it began preying on the creatures inside. Half an hour later, Lin Ruo returned to her sanctuary, using an ice shovel to dig a hole near the entrance, planting the willow tree within. From now on, this will be your home. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall treat you well. The willow had never felt so secure being planted in the earth. Upon hearing Lin Ruo's words, it eagerly nodded, realizing it could not afford to offend her again. After all, she had drained all the essence it had accumulated over decades. Another offense could lead to its uprooting and incineration. Lin Ruo nodded in satisfaction but, noticing the small tree only a few dozen centimeters tall, felt it lacked a certain grandeur. After some contemplation, she snapped her fingers, her hands glowing blue, and the essence previously drawn from the willow reappeared. The once swaying willow immediately straightened its posture, its branches extending upwards, brushing against Lin Ruo's calf, resembling a devoted companion. Lin Ruo chuckled, "Since you choose to follow me, I shall not treat you poorly. Here is the essence from your trunk, returned to you." The willow eagerly nodded, desperate to reclaim the essence from Lin Ruo's hands. Yet, it understood that merely seizing it would not suffice for a complete recovery. It required Lin Ruo's water abilities to restore its former vitality. Lin Ruo acknowledged this, her hands glowing blue once more, as the gathered green sap flowed rapidly, like a fine thread, into the roots of the small tree. The willow felt the energy reinvigorating it, its trunk growing rapidly, the number of branches multiplying, each slender branch dancing in the wind. Returning the liquid along the path it was extracted, Lin Ruo gazed up at the towering willow tree, now restored to its full height. "From now on, you shall be named a Lu," she declared. "Stay here and guard this place, ensuring that no mutated animals or plants approach." The willow branches swayed rapidly, producing a rustling sound around them. Lin Ruo nodded in satisfaction. A Lu was quite perceptive, indeed. To show her appreciation, she retrieved a live chicken from her spatial realm and tossed it to a Lu. The willow's intelligence was not particularly high. It did not ponder the origins of the chicken, but instead reveled in its newfound delight. Although the strange water had already provided it with the necessary energy, it preferred the vitality of living flesh. Eagerly, it brushed its branches against Lin Ruo's arm in a show of affection. But soon it could no longer resist the temptation of the chicken. With its branches ensnaring the creature, the sharp thorns pierced into the chicken's body, and moments later, all that remained were feathers and a layer of skin scattered on the ground. Chapter 57. Harmonious Coexistence. In the early morning, the small hill in the spatial cultivation area was lush with verdant trees, and the planted pasture thrived abundantly. Numerous animals had already awakened, gathering near the feeding stations for nourishment and water. The cultivation area was also filled with vibrant green crops, which had grown tall and were nearing maturity. Wong Wong. A Fu and a Shou stirred in the spatial realm, their bodies now measuring 3 meters in length. They were initially puzzled by their sudden growth after a single slumber. However, joy quickly followed. Both were intelligent enough to understand that only by becoming larger and stronger could they better protect their master. They dashed and leaped across the open land, practicing their hunting skills with one another. When Lin Ruo entered the space that morning, she was greeted by the sight of the 2 dogs tumbling about, sending dust swirling into the air. Fortunately, this area was far from the breeding zone. Otherwise, the timid chickens, ducks, and rabbits would have been sent into a frenzy. With a gentle sigh, she restrained a Fu and a Shou, lifting their massive bodies into the air before conjuring a water sphere to give them a bath. The 2 dogs did not struggle. They recognized their master's presence as they ascended. Lin Ruo meticulously washed them for 20 minutes, the water turning completely black with mud. Since she had not used any shampoo this time, she simply tossed the soiled water onto the cultivation area to nourish the soil. Then, with her water abilities, she dried their fur before releasing them from the spatial realm. As a Fu and a Shou were placed onto the outdoor platform, they initially felt disoriented. "This is not our home," Lin Ruo reassured them, stroking their now sleek fur. "We will no longer reside there. This is our temporary home." Overjoyed, a Fu and a Shou explored their unfamiliar surroundings, sniffing to familiarize themselves with the new environment. Before long, they began to chase each other playfully on the platform, preferring this open space over their previous cramped quarters in Longyuan. After several days of further mutations, a Fu and a Shou had grown even larger, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Their mouths bore sharp fangs, the longest canine tooth exceeding the length of a standard dagger, adorned with intricate grooves. Previously, they had to bite the neck to claim a life. Now, every bite could result in significant blood loss and death. Lin Ruo did not linger on them, instead quickly igniting a campfire on the platform to prepare breakfast, knowing they required energy to stabilize their mutations. Unsure of their appetites post-mutation, she opted for larger food bowls, placing 2 of the mutated rabbits she had previously gathered into each bowl. Each rabbit measured 70 to 80 centimeters and weighed approximately 30 to 40 kilograms, enough to feed a Fu and a Shou for a meal. In addition to the rabbits, she included 10 eggs and 10 large meat buns. Upon hearing Lin Ruo's command, a Fu and a Shou eagerly buried their heads into the bowls, devouring their meal with delight. They had been hungry for some time, but had refrained from disturbing the animals in the space, as per their master's instructions. Lin Ruo watched in astonishment as they consumed half a rabbit in just a few bites. If they were to rely solely on her spatial rabbits for sustenance, it would be unsustainable. Although the rabbits grew quickly and reproduced rapidly, a Fu and a Shou would continue to grow, thereby increasing their appetite. Fortunately, the animals had begun to mutate as well, allowing her to take them hunting. Otherwise, their voracious appetites could easily deplete her resources. As a Fu and a Shou enjoyed their breakfast, a slender willow branch slowly extended from outside, attempting to snatch food from their bowls. A Fu swiftly pinned the branch down with a paw, causing sharp thorns to protrude in an attempt to stab a Fu's paw and escape. However, after 2 mutations, a Fu's skin had become tough, and the thorns failed to penetrate. Although they did not break the skin, a Fu still felt the pain, biting down on the branch and tearing it away with force, leaving behind a few drops of green liquid. At that moment, a Shou lifted its head, seeing the severed willow branch attempting to flee. It whimpered, eager to chase after it. A Shou, that is a Lu, our mutated willow tree outside. "It will be our companion. We must learn to coexist harmoniously," Lin Ruo advised as she stepped outside. As she spoke, she retrieved a mutated wild chicken from her spatial realm and tossed it to a Lu. A Lu happily ensnared the wild chicken with its branches, which instantly sharpened, piercing into the chicken's body to drain its blood and flesh, causing it to wither away in moments. The protective barrier Lin Ruo had created was too small for a Shou to exit, leaving it to peer through the small openings at the towering willow tree outside. Wong wong. The branches of the willow swayed, greeting a Fu and a Shou. A Fu glanced at a Lu and responded with a howl, acknowledging the new companion. A Fu and a Shou resumed their breakfast, while Lin Ruo began her training for the day. She stepped onto the platform, shedding her heavy clothing. As soon as she unfastened her garments, a chill swept over her, causing a slight shiver. Activating her water abilities, the cold dissipated instantly. The weight rings she wore had adjusted to her body. Previously cumbersome in Longyuan, she now added an additional 30 kilograms, bringing her total to 130 kilograms. Initially, she felt a bit unaccustomed, as the 100-kilogram weight rings had become a part of her routine. After 2 hours of weight training focusing on her martial arts and sword techniques, she had reached her physical limits, supporting herself with a mineral blade as sweat poured from her. The campfire on the platform continued to burn, keeping the temperature manageable enough to prevent her sweat from freezing. Regaining some energy, she sat cross-legged on the prepared mat, allowing her water abilities to circulate rapidly within her. The upgraded healing properties of her abilities accelerated her recovery, and in mere seconds, Lin Ruo returned to peak physical condition. With a Fu and a Shou now awake, she could resume her mental training. Sitting on the mat beside the still feasting a Fu and a Shou, she sculpted their likenesses in ice using her water abilities, including the newly added Lu. Each ice sculpture was vivid and lifelike, causing a Fu and a Shou to dart around her, playfully biting their crafted ice figures. A Lu, still exploring its newfound intelligence, extended its branches through the protective barrier to roll up its own ice sculpture, shaking it in the air with curiosity. After an hour and a half, her mental strength finally waned, and a sharp pain began to throb in Lin Ruo's head, her complexion having long turned ashen. Enduring the intense headache, She reluctantly grasped the crystal core beside her, striving to replenish her mental energy. Observing her plight, Alu's branches halted midair, swiftly patting a Fu and a Shou, gesturing for them to assist Lin Ruo. However, a Fu and a Shou remained indifferent, silently guarding her perimeter, preventing anything from encroaching. Alu, bewildered, twisted in agitation, its branches nearly contorting into a twist of fate. They maintained this vigil for half an hour. By the time Lin Ruo completed her meditation, the clock struck 9 in the morning. As she opened her eyes, Alu suddenly surged forward, leading her to believe it was about to attack. She instinctively summoned her powers, yet Alu merely gently entwined itself around her wrist, giving a slight shake. Lin Ruo was taken aback. What did this mean? Alu, still shaken, had feared it was on the brink of losing the very master it had just found. This master was quite amiable, providing delightful meals and that invigorating water. Its attachment was undeniable. Lin Ruo patted Alu's branches, prompting it to release her. It's all right. This is my daily meditation routine. Enduring through the process is the key. Alu appeared to grasp at least part of her words, its branches tilting in contemplation. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Ruo merely pinched Alu's branches before setting off to prepare breakfast. Recently, a cow in her spatial realm had just given birth, providing fresh milk. She filled a bucket with some, intending to boil it for drinking later. She retrieved a milk pot, a bargain from the supermarket, and filled it to the brim with milk, bringing it to a boil. After having a cup herself and devouring 3 pancakes purchased from a breakfast stall, she felt satiated. There was still plenty of milk left, so she filled 2 disposable cups with energy rain from the barrel, mixing them into the remaining milk for a Fu and a Shou, who eagerly lapped it up. Dressed and ready, Lin Ruo stepped outside the protective barrier, pouring a small cup of energy rain onto Alu, which, surprisingly, did not freeze upon reaching its roots. Watching Alu wave its branches joyfully, she smiled, realizing that if she had decided to include Alu, fairness was paramount. The energy rain was highly beneficial for all. After bestowing the energy rain, Alu's branches fell still, seemingly drifting into slumber. Lin Ruo turned her gaze to the exterior of the protective shield, noticing that after a night of heavy snowfall, a considerable accumulation blanketed the energy shield, blending it seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Upon re-entering the protective barrier, she found a Fu and a Shou, having finished their milk, curled up by the fire, asleep. Lin Ruo added more dry firewood, the flames roaring brightly, casting warmth around. Watching the peacefully sleeping of Fu and a Shou, a rare tranquility enveloped her. The modest amount of energy rain they had received would not allow for an extended slumber. She tidied up the utensils, placing them in the dishwasher for cleaning, and then washed a Fu and a Shou's feeding bowls before settling beside the fire with a tablet to read. As she read, she activated her water-based powers, familiarizing herself with human anatomy and meridians as described in the book. Occasionally, she would check her pulse, comparing it with the illustrations in the text. The wood in the fire crackled, and silence enveloped the surroundings, with snowflakes continuing to fall outside through the openings in the protective barrier. Wrapped in a blanket by the fire, Lin Ruo felt a Fu and a Shou dozing beside her. 3 hours slipped by in this manner, and as a Fu and a Shou opened their eyes, they had digested the energy rain, stretching lazily before trotting over to nuzzle Lin Ruo. Noticing their awakening, Lin Ruo set aside her tablet, smiling as she stroked a Fu's silvery fur. Are you hungry? Woof woof. A Shou also nudged her hand, vying for attention, only to be swatted aside by a Fu. A Shou bared its teeth at a Fu, but Lin Ruo gently cradled its head with her other hand. What shall we have for lunch? Woof woof. A Shou immediately forgot about a Fu, barking loudly as if to announce its cravings, while Alu's branches once again reached in, swaying slightly. It seemed Alu was also a foodie, eager to join a Shou in its quest for sustenance. Alu stirred awake, and Lin Ruo playfully poked at the tender leaves on its branches, causing Alu to retract slightly, though it persisted in wrapping around her ankle.
Afu stood nearby,
emitting a soft howl, signaling that it was open to any meal. After thoughtful deliberation, Lin Ruo concluded that she craved roasted lamb. The rich flavor was something she had long missed. However, as the marination process needed time, she would have to wait until evening to indulge. Rising, she headed toward the micro-dwelling, with a Shou and Alu trailing behind her like excited tails. Though Alu could not enter, it could manipulate its branches to grow rapidly, effectively allowing it to see through them, making the distinction between its branches and its own presence negligible. Upon arriving at the micro-dwelling, Lin Ruo began her preparations. To create the roasted lamb, she needed to marinate it in advance for enhanced flavor. She retrieved a freshly slaughtered lamb from her spatial realm, cleansing it with her water powers, then placed it into a baby bathtub. Next, she prepared a sauce, evenly applying it over the lamb's surface before sealing it with cling film and puncturing a few holes for ventilation. After accomplishing this in half an hour, she turned to usher the drooling Asho and Alu outside. Then she prepared lunch for a Fu and Asho, this time featuring mutated hedgehogs. These creatures were significantly smaller than mutated rabbits, each weighing nearly a few dozen pounds, yet their spines were much sharper, resembling those of a porcupine. And their skin had thickened, making it nearly impossible to cut with a regular knife. Ultimately, Lin Ruo had to resort to her powers to strip away the hedgehog's hide. She placed 4 hedgehogs in each bowl, accompanied by half a watermelon from her spatial garden, along with some eggs and milk. As a Fu and Asho began their meal, Lin Ruo also served Alu its share of 4 hedgehogs, which happily dug in. Lin Ruo herself retrieved a serving of mapo tofu, spicy stir-fried meat, and a shrimp and loofah soup, paired with some pancakes, perfectly satisfying her lunch cravings. After cleaning up the utensils, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. A Fu and Asho, well-fed, lay basking by the fire. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ruo glanced outside, noting that the snowfall seemed to have lessened. Perhaps it was time to venture out, familiarizing a Fu and Asho with the nearby environment, allowing them some playtime. Considering their waking hours, it was likely that mutated animals had completed their transformations, and many would be roaming outside, providing ample opportunities for a Fu and Asho to hunt. This would not only allow them to practice their hunting skills but also teach them to avoid humans. It was a win-win situation.
A Fu, Asho.
Let's go out and play.
What?
A Fu was the first to respond, eager to explore, as it lacked confidence in unfamiliar places and needed to confirm safety by surveying the area. Woof woof. Asho joyfully twirled around, eager to escape. But the exit was too small for its bulk. Lin Ruo returned to the micro-dwelling, donned her gear, and armed herself thoroughly. Approaching a Fu and Asho, she removed her gloves to stroke their thick, dense fur, marveling at how, even if water were poured over them, it would not touch their skin. She couldn't help but marvel at how the mutated flora and fauna had become the darlings of this post-apocalyptic world. While countless humans succumbed to the extreme cold, the animals, with their thick fur sprouting from the onset of mutation, were well-equipped to withstand the harsh climate. Lin Ruo collected her thoughts, summoned a Fu and Asho into her space, donned her gloves once more, and exited the cave. Upon releasing a Fu and Asho, she turned back to seal the entrance with ice. Guard the house well. I'll bring you back some delicious treats, she said, patting the trunk of the nearby willow tree. The leaves rustled softly, and a willow branch reached out to tap her, as if in response to her words. Asho, upon emerging, felt no chill and immediately scampered off with joy. In the depths of the mountains, only a small black remained in motion. A Fu stood alertly in front of Lin Ruo, keenly observing the surroundings, his nose twitching as he discerned the scents in the air. After waiting for Lin Ruo to finish her tasks at home, he gently nudged her back with his cool, large nose, signaling her to climb onto his back. Lin Ruo glanced at the now distant Asho, a smile curving her lips. She made no effort to call him back, allowing him to frolic freely. With her hand resting on a Fu's back, she slightly bent her legs and leaped onto his broad spine. A Fu, let us chase after Asho,
she exclaimed.
A Fu, with his substantial frame, surged forward like a gust of wind, sprinting across the snow with remarkable speed, seemingly unfazed by the slippery ice beneath. Chapter 58, Tactical Coordination. Woof. A Fu carried Lin Ruo with unwavering speed, and with Asho waiting in place, they soon reached his side. As they approached, Lin Ruo realized that Asho was not merely waiting for them. Rather, he was digging vigorously, his large claws working through the frozen earth. Although the ground was solidly frozen, Asho's sharp claws and immense strength propelled the brown soil into the air, gradually forming a small mound behind him. A Fu joined in, sniffing the soil before digging alongside Asho. Lin Ruo blinked, puzzled, as she jumped down from a Fu's back to observe the duo's rapid excavation. Before long, a massive pit appeared. What on earth lies beneath that warrants such fervent digging? She wondered, crouching down to inspect the depth of the hole. Woof! Covered in dirt, Asho paused to respond to Lin Ruo's inquiry. A Fu also lifted his head, his once pristine silver fur now muddied, and with a howl, resumed digging. Lin Ruo could not comprehend their exchange, but she watched as the pit deepened until, at approximately 2 meters, she suddenly spotted a gray hue. What could that be? A Fu began to extract the sleeping creatures from the pit, neatly arranging them on the ground. Lin Ruo's eyes widened as she recognized the nest of mutated rabbits, significantly smarter than those she had encountered before, having the sense to hide away in their burrow. Among the rabbits were 2 large ones and 8 smaller ones, the latter measuring only about 20 centimeters in length. Even buried so deep. You cannot escape your keen sense of smell, Lin Ruo remarked, tapping a show's dirt-covered nose. These rabbits must not have fully mutated yet, making them perfect for your next meal. While both a show and a Fu were digging, a show was covered in dirt, his once black fur now brown, whereas a Fu only had a light dusting of soil, still revealing his silver sheen. Lin Ruo sighed, knowing she would have to bathe them upon their return. Fortunately, she possessed water manipulation abilities and spatial powers. Otherwise, washing them by hand would be a daunting task. A Fu, with a low growl, bit down on the male rabbit's neck. A show swiftly followed suit, snapping the female's neck with a crunch. All the rabbits lay lifeless. And Lin Ruo collected the mutated creatures into her space, setting them aside for later consumption. Given their filthy state, Lin Ruo chose not to ride on their backs but instead fashioned a pair of makeshift skis beneath her feet, quickening her pace to keep alongside them. With their enhanced physical capabilities, a Fu and a show's sense of smell was remarkably acute, allowing them to detect not only the rabbits buried 2 meters deep but also the deer lurking in a cave 10 meters away. Lin Ruo trailed behind as they worked in tandem, locating animals that had yet to fully mutate and were still in slumber. A Fu and a show were responsible for dispatching them, while Lin Ruo gathered the spoils. Their collaboration yielded a bountiful supply of provisions, and as Lin Ruo explored the subterranean terrain, she found no sign of any ore deposits.
Roar.
While Lin Ruo was busy stowing away a squirrel the size of a rabbit, she heard a deep, resonant roar emanating from a show's direction. A Fu's ears perked up instantly, and he darted towards the sound. Lin Ruo quickened her pace, her form flickering like a shadow as she raced ahead. That roar was no ordinary animal. It belonged to a mutated beast, one that a show could not handle alone.
A woof.
Woof. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, Lin Ruo beheld a Fu and a show engaging a massive black shadow. Her eyes narrowed. It was a mutated black bear, towering and muscular. The bear stood 6 meters tall on its hind legs, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Its claws were razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly shattering tree trunks, and traces of blood still stained its muzzle, indicative of a recent meal. Though a Fu and a show had initially coordinated well, their inexperience against such a formidable forest predator led them to suffer several blows from the bear's mighty claws, leaving them bloodied. The black bear, though colossal and powerful, lacked agility, and after a few encounters, a Fu quickly discerned this weakness.
A what?
With a howl, a Fu signaled a change in strategy.
A Fu.
Being stronger than a show, took the lead to divert the bear's attention, while a show, relying on his incredible speed, executed guerrilla tactics to strike at the bear's vulnerable spots. Lin Ruo, initially anxious about their confrontation with the bear, had several ice arrows poised and ready to launch. As she observed their tactical effectiveness, her concerns eased. This was an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills, though she remained vigilant, prepared to unleash her ice arrows at a moment's notice. A show, reaching his peak speed under a Fu's guidance, relentlessly targeted the bear's defenseless areas, inflicting numerous wounds that bled profusely onto the pristine white snow, resembling exquisite plum blossoms blooming in winter, a striking spectacle. Finally, the bear, overwhelmed by a show's persistent assaults, abandoned its focus on a Fu and turned its wrath towards a show. Seizing the moment, a Fu agilely leaped onto the bear's back, his sharp claws plunging downward to blind the beast with a single strike. Enraged, the bear retaliated, its claws sinking deep into a Fu's abdomen, flinging him aside. A Fu's silver fur quickly became stained with crimson, yet he executed a graceful flip in midair, landing deftly on his feet, albeit collapsing onto the snowy ground, which soon became soaked with blood. Lin Ruo disregarded everything else, racing to a Fu's side, her hand pressed against his bleeding wound, channeling her water manipulation abilities with reckless abandon.
Woof.
Witnessing a Fu's grave injury, a show's ferocity erupted as he circled back, leaping onto the bear's back and sinking his teeth into the creature's neck. The immense biting force failed to shatter the remarkably resilient throat bones of the black bear. As the bear's claws lunged once more, it pivoted and, utilizing the momentum of its leap, tore fiercely before retreating to stand guard beside Lin Rua and Afu. Keeping a watchful eye on the frenzied bear, the bear's neck was rent open, its eyes gouged out, blood gushing forth in torrents. It staggered a few steps in the open space before collapsing with a thud, lifeless. At that moment, Lin Rua's water-based ability enveloped Afu in a brilliant blue light, initiating a gentle flow of water over his wounds, gradually easing his injuries. Afu, typically exuberant, now stood quietly to one side, his gaze fixed anxiously on Afu, his concern almost palpable. Lin Rua channeled her water ability with full force, rapidly mending Afu's damaged organs beneath the soothing current. Torn flesh swiftly reconstituted and healed, transforming into scars that eventually faded, allowing silver fur to grow back quickly. As the blue glow dissipated, Afu rose and affectionately licked Lin Rua's face, seemingly assuring her that he was all right. Afu scampered over, sniffing curiously around Afu, who remained still, indulging the playful antics. Once Afu confirmed Afu's well-being, he leapt onto him, nuzzling affectionately against Afu's neck. Afu reciprocated with gentle nudges before playfully pushing Afu towards Lin Rua, letting out a playful howl. Observing the endearing interaction between the two, Lin Rua chuckled softly, noting how Afu, so concerned for Afu's injuries, had entirely forgotten his own wounds until Afu reminded him. Afu, come here, let me treat you. Afu obediently lay down, and Lin Rua placed her hand upon him, initiating her water ability once more. The blue light flared again as warm water enveloped his wounds, swiftly healing them to their original state. All done. Lin Rua stood and clapped her hands, relieved that her water ability possessed healing properties. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to let them engage in such fights. You must be cautious in the future and avoid unnecessary injuries. I want to always be by your side when you hunt, and I cannot promise quick treatment, understand? Afu lowered himself, nudging Lin Rua's palm with his damp nose, nodding in comprehension. He too recognized the urgency of the day. Had they maintained their initial strategy, defeating the black bear would have merely been a matter of time. Chapter 59. Planning the route. Seeing Afu acknowledge his mistake, Lin Rua chuckled and stepped towards the bear's carcass. Retrieving a mineral knife from her space, she approached and plunged it into the bear's skull, releasing a mixture of red and white fluids. With a deft twist of the blade, she extracted a glimmering object, summoning a small orb of water that enveloped it as the blue light flickered. Moments later, the water receded, revealing a sparkling crystal core nestled in her palm. Lin Rua examined the core, noting it was a level 1 crystal, shaped like a crystal ball and about the size of a fist, exquisitely beautiful. In the early stages of mutation, only powerful flora and fauna bore such cores, while later on, nearly all mutated species would produce them, often of considerable quality. Afu dashed over, circling around the crystal core in Lin Rua's hand, quickly losing interest upon realizing it was neither edible nor aromatic. Instead pivoting towards the bear's corpse with drool pooling at its mouth. A smile brightened Lin Rua's face. Mutated animals could not directly absorb the energy from the crystal core, but they could draw strength from the flesh and blood of their mutated counterparts. The flesh of higher-level mutated creatures was particularly enticing, explaining Afu's voracious interest. I'll prepare a special feast for you when we return home. Would you like some bear paw? Lin Rua asked, giving a gentle pat to the slowly approaching Afu.
Afu nodded eagerly.
Lin Rua glanced at her wristwatch. Noting it was already 5 in the afternoon, it was time to return for roasted meat. She stored the bear's carcass in her space and, with a flourish of her arm, proclaimed, "Let us go home and enjoy some roasted meat." Woof woof. Afu leaped up in excitement at the mention of roasted meat. Lin Rua led the way, swiftly gliding on her snowboards towards the shelter, with Afu and Afu closely trailing behind. Half an hour later, they finally returned to the shelter, where the large willow tree waved its branches in greeting. Well done, Alu. Here's a little reward for you. Lin Rua pulled a mutated rabbit from her space and tossed it to Alu, who joyfully swayed its branches, binding the rabbit with them and eagerly beginning to feast. After stowing Afu and Afu in her space, she entered the protective dome and released them. The first order of business was to bathe the 2 muddy dogs. Otherwise, the platform would be left in disarray. Once they were clean, Afu and Afu sprawled lazily on the ground, closing their eyes to rest. Only then did Lin Rua return to her modest abode to prepare materials for roasting a whole lamb. She retrieved a massive roasting rack from her space, skewering the previously marinated lamb onto it. The bonfire on the platform had burned out, so she reignited it and placed the whole lamb over the flames, commencing the roasting process. Roasting a whole lamb required careful attention to ensure even cooking, constant rotation, and the application of oil and spices. Since Afu and Ashu could not tolerate spicy food, she refrained from adding chili powder. After 3 hours of roasting, Afu and Ashu, having caught the delightful aroma, sat eagerly in front of the bonfire, their eyes fixated on the meat sizzling on the rack. It was no wonder they were so eager. The scent was simply irresistible. Beginning the roasting at 6 in the evening, Lin Rua too felt hunger pangs, her mouth watering at the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. By 9 o'clock, the lamb was finally ready. Lin Rua divided it in half, giving one portion to Afu and Ashu, while she intended to share the other half with Alu. However, after Alu took a bite, it shook its branches, indicating it was not particularly fond of the taste, leaving Lin Rua with half a roasted lamb to herself. Lin Rua also retrieved the black bear they had captured from her still space. The bear weighed approximately 600 kilograms. Using her space blade, she skillfully removed the bear's skin, which, once tanned, would serve as one of the finest windproof and cold-resistant materials. After skinning, the bear appeared to shrink slightly. Its large paws, measuring 40 centimeters across, were neatly cut off, each weighing about 25 kilograms. Lin Rua placed the severed bear paws alongside the roasted lamb in a basin, allowing Afu and Ashu to indulge in their meal. Compared to domesticated sheep, they preferred the flesh of mutated animals, devouring the bear paws first with satisfying crunches. Lin Rua had only a foreleg of the lamb and then retrieved a watermelon grown in black soil from her space, slicing it into quarters. She offered one piece of watermelon to Alu, who stretched its branches into the protective dome, while she took a spoon to savor her portion. The watermelon was truly sweet, crisp, and juicy, erasing any lingering greasiness from the roasted lamb with just a few bites. Alu relished it as well. After finishing, its branches reached toward Lin Rua once more, gently nudging her fingers with the tender willow twigs. Lin Rua smiled, realizing that among her 3 companions, Alu was the most adept at seeking affection. Ashu, on the other hand, was a bit too boisterous in his attempts at endearment, nearly toppling her each time. In contrast, Alu was delicate and charming, as if it were playfully tickling her heart. Ashu, noticing Alu's subtle intentions to enjoy more watermelon, quickly abandoned the meat and dashed over, attempting to bite the willow branches. Alu deftly dodged, nearly causing Ashu to nip Lin Rua's hand instead. Afu immediately intervened, raising a paw to gently swat Ashu on the back of the head, eliciting a surprised yelp. Ashu glared at the already retreating willow branches, lowering its head in silence as it resumed chewing on the bare paw in its bowl. Lin Rua shook her head with a gentle smile. In terms of age, Afu and Asho were merely 6 months old, still little pups in the realm of dogs. She affectionately patted their large heads, soothingly saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Today, Afu, Asho, and Aliu have all worked hard. How about we reward each of you with a watermelon?"
Woof.
Asho, elated, cast a proud glance at Afu, who was still eating, and at Aliu, who was lurking nearby, as if to flaunt Lin Rua's affection. With a sigh, Lin Rua retrieved 3 large watermelons from her space. Given their size, Afu and Asho would hardly manage to consume them all, and in such weather, food left outside would quickly freeze. Alia joyfully cradled a watermelon and dashed outside to eat, while Afu and Asho nestled theirs protectively. Lin Rua stretched lazily. After 2 hours of dining, it was now 11 o'clock at night. After adding more wood to the campfire, she finally rose to tidy up Afu and Asho's microhousing. Within their microhousing, there was nothing but a fireplace, an electric heater, and a power storage unit. Tidying up merely entailed preparing their nests. She laid down a layer of thermal leather on the ground, followed by a thick wooden board, atop which rested 2 flat mattresses, covered with 2 layers of plush blankets, and finally, a thick down quilt. Lin Rua sat atop it to test the comfort. It was soft and incredibly warm. With that, the nest was complete. She placed many of their favorite toys inside and lit the fireplace, marking the end of her tasks. Upon exiting the microhousing, Lin Rua noticed that Afu had finished eating. The lamb was untouched, a small portion of bear paw remained, and half of the watermelon was neatly placed in the bowl, without a trace of mess. A show was still munching. Lin Ruo observed its bulging belly. The watermelon was devoured. The lamb remained in the bowl. And the bare paw was being gnawed, but it was clear that a show was no longer hungry, eating at a sluggish pace, almost as if it were grinding its teeth. If you can't eat anymore, just stop. I'll save it for you for next time, Lin Ruo said, leaning closer to a show and gently patting its still chewing mouth. A show glanced at Lin Ruo, then at its food bowl, and ultimately, rationality prevailed as it nodded in agreement. It truly could not eat anymore. Lin Ruo smoothed Asha's fur and placed both Ahu and Asha's bowls into her still space. After finishing its meal, Asha wiggled its backside and stretched before playfully bounding over to Afu, plopping down on top of Afu and pinning it down. Naturally, Afu would not allow this. With a swift turn, it pinned Asha down in return, growling softly at the back of Asha's neck, though without applying much force. No matter how Asha struggled, it could not break free, letting out muffled sounds towards Lin Ruo. She turned her head away, feigning ignorance, as Asha was both mischievous and playful, poking fun at Afu despite being unable to win. With her water-based abilities, she meticulously washed all the cooking and dining utensils used for the barbecue. Then, with a delicate wave of her hand, sent the soiled water flying several meters from the protective shield before it fell to the ground. She retracted her mental energy, storing the clean utensils in her space. Time was getting late. Afu and Asha had already gone to sleep. She stepped outside, laying a circle of her homemade insect repellent powder 2 meters away from the shelter to guard against mutated insects or rodents. Then thickened the ice layer on the protective shield. Even if a large mutated beast attempted a surprise attack, it would not easily break through the ice. After ensuring these precautions, Lin Ruo checked on Afu and Asha, noting that tonight it was Afu's turn to keep watch. Upon hearing movement, Afu lifted its head. Lin Ruo approached and stroked its silvery fur, whispering, "Sleep well. I'll add some coal to the fire." Afu nudged Lin Ruo's palm with its head, obediently lying back down and closing its eyes. Yet, Lin Ruo knew it was not truly asleep. Asha was snoring softly beside it. This was their unspoken understanding. She added a large log to the fireplace and plugged the electric heater into the power storage unit, turning it on to warm the entire room further. Only then did she return to her own room, adding another log to her fireplace and switching on both electric heaters to raise the temperature. Settling on the sofa, she covered her legs with a thick blanket and retrieved a tablet from her space, which displayed a map of the entire Yanshan region. She carefully marked the locations she had visited over the past 2 days on the map.
Yanshan was vast.
And if she wished to locate underground minerals earlier than the B-City base, she needed a well-structured plan, focusing on areas within a 5-kilometer radius of the base. She traced tomorrow's route on the map with a line. In just another day, the majority of flora and fauna would undergo mutation. And it was likely that this place would no longer be safe. She had to find the minerals as soon as possible. With her plan in place, and the room's temperature rising above freezing, she shed her outer down jacket and headed to the bathroom for a shower before snuggling into bed. She activated the electric blanket, enveloped in warmth, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 60. The outbreak of mutated animals. While she slept soundly outside, the world began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. A massive number of flora and fauna mutated, and these transformed beings required a substantial amount of food, which happened to be the most abundant source: humanity. Overnight, humans plummeted from the apex of the food chain to the very bottom. Help! Monsters! Get away! I'm your master! How dare you bite me? Are you insane? Help! What on earth is that?
Help!
It hurts! The cries echoed throughout Lonyuan as some individuals found themselves bitten by their own pets. These mutated animals, having just completed their transformation, needed to consume vast quantities of food to replenish their energy. If food was insufficient, they would endure the torment of extreme hunger, leading some to lose their sanity. In some households, where the mutated animals were smaller, desperate resistance might allow for the defeat of the mutated creatures. However, others faced swarms of mutated beasts, powerless to resist, meeting their demise from bites and gnawing. This chaos was not confined to Lonyuan, it was occurring everywhere. Of course, some mutated animals exhibited benevolence, resisting the urge to attack their masters despite overwhelming hunger. Dogs and cats, for instance, would protect their owners from external mutated threats. Such scenarios unfolded across the landscape, with the air thickening with the scent of blood. In Building 3 of Lonyuan, Li Wei and others had already sealed their windows, and the sewers had been blocked. Their home now had only one entrance left. Over the past 2 days, they had conducted thorough inspections of the building, sealing off windows and sewer systems to prevent the entry of mutated animals. They had also explored beyond the city limits in search of a safer refuge. But the outside world was drastically altered, with frigid temperatures unsuitable for outdoor living and no defensive structures in place. When confronted with mutated creatures, there was nowhere to hide. For now, they could only remain in Lanyuan, enduring the disturbances caused by these mutated beings.
Dad, I am scared.
Dodo curled tightly in his mother's embrace, his eyes filled with terror. The cries of despair from the outside world filled him with dread, though he was unaware of the reasons behind it. Qianli anxiously watched the front door, clutching Dodo tightly. She was equally nervous, fully aware of the situation outside. The thought of enormous beasts, akin to Afu and Asho, rampaging through the streets sent chills down her spine. Li Wei stood by the door, peering through the small hole in the wooden planks covering the window. He saw numerous mutated animals attempting to force open the doors and windows of Building 3, but their efforts proved fruitless, prompting them to turn away. There were many survivors left in B City. These creatures did not necessarily need to hunt for food in this location. Upon realizing they could not gain entry, they would naturally seek sustenance elsewhere. This is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Sooner or later, these doors and windows will no longer be able to withstand the mutated creatures. Li Wei furrowed his brows tightly. Given his understanding of the authorities, they would certainly not remain idle. At least a small portion of people are safe for now. But where exactly are those few secure individuals? As dawn gradually broke, the harrowing night finally came to an end. At 5 a.m, Lin Ruo woke as scheduled. Stretching lazily in her warm bed, sitting up, she felt the chill of the air outside her covers. Turning to glance at the thermometer on her bedside, she noted that the room's temperature was -15 degrees. A small fire still flickered in the fireplace, on the verge of extinguishing, while 2 electric heaters continued to operate. After dressing in her down jacket, she walked over to check the power bank. Over the past 2 days, it had consumed 15 units of electricity, which was satisfactory. This power bank could last for about 10 more days. She retrieved a large wooden log from her storage space and placed it in the fireplace, where the flames began to grow gradually. Lin Ruo switched off the 2 electric heaters, realizing that during the day, one fireplace would suffice to maintain a basic temperature. Excessive warmth was unnecessary. Once these preparations were complete, she stepped outside, donning her insulated boots. The bonfire on the platform had already extinguished, and the temperature was quite low, probably around -30 degrees. The water-based ability within her regulated the temperature, making her feel somewhat better. A Fu was crouched at the exit, grooming itself. And upon hearing Lin Ruo's soft footsteps, it turned its head to look. For some reason, Lin Ruo felt that a Fu appeared larger than the previous day. It had been 3 meters long and approximately 2 meters tall yesterday, but today it seemed to have grown a bit more. Recalling the energy rain and the nourishing bear paw they had consumed yesterday, she felt a sense of relief. Experts in her previous life had noted that these mutated creatures grew by consuming energy. The more energy they absorbed, the larger they became and the higher their levels rose. Given the substantial nourishment provided by the bear paw, it was no surprise they were growing. A Fu trotted over to Lin Ruo, sitting beside her. She now had to look up to meet a Fu's eyes. The mutation had only just begun, and she wondered how tall they would eventually grow. Would she become a little dwarf in their eyes? A Fu, you've grown taller since yesterday. Are you going to eat bear meat again today? Lin Ruo reached out to scratch a Fu's chin. A Fu closed its eyes contentedly, letting out a soft whine "awo," with a smile curling at her lips. Lin Ruo patted its long snout. I'll get the bonfire going. You go wake a show for breakfast. A Fu scampered off to call a show. Lin Ruo swiftly retrieved the previously gathered kindling from her space, sprinkled some diesel on it, and ignited it with a lighter. The kindling, having been dried by her, was highly flammable, and with the addition of diesel, the flames leapt up a meter high, raising the temperature within the protective barrier. Wong Wong. A show, roused by a Fu, bounded out joyfully, circling around Lin Ruo and the bonfire, the wind from its sprint causing the flames to spiral upwards. All right. I know you're awake, Lin Ruo said, quickly halting a show's exuberance by grabbing its fluffy tail. Mistaking her for play, a show attempted to wriggle free until Lin Ruo declared, Do you want breakfast? Instantly, a show halted, panting heavily, lying down at Lin Ruo's feet, as if the previous excitement had never happened. Lin Ruo shook her head in exasperation. A show was truly a glutton.
Afu approached slowly.
casting a condescending glance at a show, unimpressed by its earlier antics. From her space, Lin Rua took out the leftover meat from yesterday and paired it with half a watermelon for their breakfast. As a Fu and a show began their meal, the temperature within the protective barrier rose significantly, allowing Lin Rua to shed her heavy outerwear and commence her workout. She dedicated 2 hours to physical training, wielding a mineral knife on the platform. The essence of her technique lay in being fierce, swift, and powerful. Each strike utilized her full strength, causing the surrounding air to resonate with her force. After 2 hours of arduous practice, her stamina was once again depleted, but the water-based ability within her circulated throughout her body, alleviating her fatigue. A warm blue glow enveloped Lin Rua, and moments later, she felt rejuvenated. Following this, she settled cross-legged by the fire, initiating her mental training. This time, she aimed to create a massive ice sculpture. Her mental energy extended outward, forming a 3-meter diameter water sphere within the protective barrier. Under her control, the water sphere slowly morphed, and before long, it resembled the black bear they had encountered the day before. Lin Rua closed her eyes, recalling the details from their battle yesterday, the bear's imposing presence, as she manipulated her mental energy to imprint these details onto the water bear before her. The water bear gradually took shape, developing facial features, limbs, sharp tusks, an open mouth, fierce eyes, and razor-sharp claws. In the end, even each strand of fur was rendered distinctly. With the last remnants of her mental energy, she commanded the water bear to freeze rapidly, resulting in an imposing ice sculpture standing approximately 6 meters tall, exuding a chilling aura. This sculpture bore an uncanny resemblance to the black bear, capturing not only its appearance but also its demeanor and presence perfectly. A Fu and a show, their fur bristling, crouched low and emitted threatening growls at the ice bear. As Lin Rua's mental energy waned, the familiar throbbing headache returned. With a pale face, she picked up the prepared crystal core from the ground and began her cultivation. Lu remained vigilantly by her side, observing her complexion grow increasingly pallid, its branches swaying slightly. An hour later, her mental energy had returned to its peak, with a slight increase compared to the previous day. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow with her sleeve, Lin Rua felt elated at the additional surge of mental energy. A slender branch entwined around her wrist, the soft willow leaves gently caressing her skin, as if expressing concern for her well-being. Lin Rua chuckled softly, reassuring, "I'm truly fine. It's just a matter of getting used to it." She offered Lu a generous portion of black bear meat and half a watermelon, which delighted it enough to happily scuttle off with its bounty. She added more firewood to the bonfire and noted that the previously collected kindling had nearly burned out, leaving only whole trees, with a dozen more still standing. It seemed she would need to chop some wood when she ventured out today, although she had stockpiled coal. It felt too easy to rely on. She would save the coal for emergencies. Moving aside, she extracted a 20-centimeter diameter tree from her space, extracting the essence and moisture before tossing it to Lu, who thoroughly enjoyed it. Using her ice blade, she chopped the tree into logs approximately 40 centimeters long. The tree, standing around 4 meters tall, was swiftly felled, and she piled the branches and leaves together for future kindling, stacking the logs on the platform for Lu to add to the bonfire when it began to dwindle. As the cold air from the exit dissipated, a chill infiltrated the protective barrier. Lin Rua employed her abilities to seal the exit once more before heading to her quarters for a bath. After washing, she began preparing her breakfast, placing water and millet into the pot hanging over the outdoor bonfire to simmer slowly. Setting up a table beside the fire, she placed a plate on it, adding several meat pies and a dish of prepared pickles. Enjoying the savory pork-filled pastries accompanied by a bowl of thick millet porridge and a side of spicy pickles, she relished a delightful breakfast. Once everything was tidied up, she glanced at her watch. It was already 9:30. Time to set off. Chapter 61. Discovery of Underground or A Fu, a show. You can play outside today. I have other matters to attend to. Wong Wong. A show bounded over, its tail wagging joyfully, eager for an outing. Lin Rua clutched the large face of the creature, cautioning, "This time, without my presence, you must exercise double vigilance, understand?"
Woof.
A show nodded in agreement. A Fu also nodded, letting out a howl. Lin Rua then stored both within her space, donning her cold weather gear before emerging from the exit, which was thankfully unsealed this time. Lu, keep an eye on the bonfire on the platform. If it begins to dwindle, add some firewood, all right? She patted Lu's sturdy trunk, to which a Lu's branches swayed in acknowledgement. Releasing a fu and a shou, the two nuzzled her in farewell before swiftly departing. While she retrieved a map from her bag, carefully discerning her bearings before propelling herself forward on her skis, swiftly departing. Her mental energy surged underground, rapidly traversing while observing the subterranean world, gliding over several meters in an instant. After an hour of travel, Lin Ruo found a sheltered spot to halt, not from fatigue, but because her mask had become entirely encrusted with ice, rendering her vision almost non-existent. She quickly replaced it with another mask from her space. Tossing the icy one aside before resuming her journey, a sudden roar echoed through the air, causing Lin Ruo's brow to arch in curiosity. Had she stumbled upon a ferocious beast? Recalling the black bear's crystal core from the previous day, her eyes sparkled. Her supply of cores was dwindling, and she could not afford to let this opportunity pass. She swiftly pivoted and glided toward the source of the roar. Another roar reverberated, and Lin Ruo's face beneath the mask displayed confusion. The sound was high-pitched and delicate, not reminiscent of a large predator. Unable to identify the creature merely by its call, she hastened her pace, covering several kilometers in mere minutes. Following the sounds led her to a mountain gorge, where she concealed herself behind a towering tree to discern the situation. To her surprise, a lynx had cornered 3 mutated cicadeer. The lynx, intent on feasting upon the deer, found itself in a peculiar predicament. The deer, having undergone mutation, had altered their dietary habits, now seeking to overpower the lynx. The lynx had grown to nearly 2 meters in length, standing over 80 centimeters tall. With sharp claws glistening ominously and 2 formidable canines jutting from its jaw, exuding an air of menace. The cicadeer, already larger than the lynx, had 2 adults measuring around 3 meters each, while the third was a fawn, barely 1.5 meters. The antlers of the adult deer had grown significantly, sharp as blades and speckled with blood, as they bared their teeth, fiercely guarding the fawn. An impending battle loomed as the lynx stalked around the 3 deer, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, it lunged for the fawn, prompting the 2 adults to thrust their antlers toward the lynx, which deftly evaded their assault. The fawn, however, managed to escape. Neither party was willing to risk injury, resulting in a stalemate. After several minutes of waiting behind the tree, Lin Ruo's patience waned. Such evenly matched combat would only conclude when one side succumbed to exhaustion, and time was of the essence. Raising her hands, a sniper rifle and silencer materialized, which she swiftly assembled, resting the rifle on her shoulder and squinting to aim.
Bang!
The 12-centimeter bullet shot forth, striking the lynx that was circling the cicadeer. The creature, agile and adept at climbing trees, was notoriously difficult to pursue in the woods. The bullet penetrated the lynx's eye and exploded within its brain, ending its life instantly. After mutation, the beasts had fortified bodies, their bones exceptionally tough. A standard pistol would have merely lodged the bullet within the lynx's skull without delivering a fatal blow. However, its eye, shielded by only a thin eyelid, allowed the bullet to penetrate easily into its brain. Upon the lynx's collapse, the cicadeer were thrown into a panic, scanning their surroundings in confusion, unable to discern the direction of the threat. Just then, Lin Ruo fired again, this time striking the male deer in the eye, causing it to fall with a thud, its legs twitching slightly. The female deer, now aware of Lin Ruo's position, hurriedly fled with the fawn in the opposite direction. Lin Ruo did not rush to pursue. Instead, she took aim once more.
Bang!
This time, her shot hit the fawn's leg, causing its speed to dramatically decrease, prompting the mother to slow her pace in concern. In an instant, Lin Ruo sprang into action, transforming into a shadow that darted ahead of the mother and fawn. Brandishing a mineral knife, she leapt into the air, using her momentum to deliver a powerful strike to the mother deer's neck.
Crack!
The mother's head fell away with a sickening thud, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Lin Ruo sidestepped, evading the spray, and with a swift motion, she severed the fawn's hind leg. Already panicked, the fawn could not escape, as one leg was shot and the other severed. Approaching the downed fawn, she met its wide, terrified eyes filled with innocence. Yet, her heart held no compassion. Had the roles been reversed, she too would have been prey to these mutated beasts. With a decisive motion, she severed the fawn's head, ensuring the demise of all 4 mutated creatures. Stowing the beasts within her space, she slung the sniper rifle across her back. Numerous mutated creatures roamed the Yenshan Mountains, and she would eliminate them as she encountered them. Gliding on her skis, Lin Rua advanced toward the B-City base, her mental energy extensively probing the underground landscape. Her objective today was the vicinity of the B-City base, as she mused over the fortunate discovery of underground minerals in her past life. After half an hour, she arrived at the outskirts of the B-City base, cloaking herself in a water membrane as she perched upon a peak, gazing through binoculars toward the base. The B-City base had undergone significant transformation. Towering stone walls encircled the premises, enclosing several thousand square meters. The walls, approximately 2 meters thick and 15 meters high, were equipped with watchtowers and high-voltage electric fences. Every 10 meters, a watchtower stood, each armed with heavy machine guns and manned by 3 soldiers on duty. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Rua pondered the power source of the B-City base. Were they reliant on generators? How much diesel would be required to maintain such extensive electric fencing? Within the walls, military-grade materials had been used to construct a 2-story villa complex at the center, surrounded by container homes and extensive areas of tents. Lin Rua pursed her lips. Even amidst chaos, they were erecting villas, clearly intended for high-ranking officials, while ordinary soldiers were relegated to the tents. The outer layer housed 10 heavy military trucks, 5 armored vehicles, and several buses, with cranes and trucks engaged in construction activities. Some buildings were already taking shape, with thick stone walls appearing quite secure. The base was bustling with activity, with individuals diligently attending to their tasks. It was no wonder that this was the only official base in Z country. In just 3 days, they had managed to establish such a stronghold. Previously lacking the resources to aid the civilians, it seemed they were focused on stockpiling supplies. Lin Rua, binoculars in hand, scrutinized the bustling populace of the B-City base. This is not a sustainable approach. I cannot remain here indefinitely, or I will accomplish nothing, she muttered to herself, continuing her observation. A sudden spark of insight flickered in her mind. The houses were constructed from stone, and the trucks were laden with the same material. She adjusted her telescope, scanning the vicinity for a quarry, but found none. This indicated that the stones had been transported from elsewhere. With Lin Rua's keen vision, she easily discerned that these were ordinary stones, not subterranean ores. Yet, what if they had unearthed subterranean ores while excavating the stones? She recalled the timeline from her previous life regarding the announcement of subterranean ores in City B. The process from discovery to research to application required considerable time. If she calculated backward from the announcement date, it was reasonable to deduce that the discovery of the subterranean ores by the City B base must have occurred during the construction period of the base. Lin Rua's gaze shifted. Could it be that the current quarry site of the City B base was indeed the very location where the subterranean ores were discovered? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Spotting another truck departing for mining, Lin Rua eagerly strapped on her snowboard and followed suit. With a graceful leap, she spun in midair and landed deftly on the slope, swiftly gliding down to settle behind the trucks. The trucks traversed the mountain roads. While Lin Rua navigated through the forest, her presence obscured by the dense foliage, rendering her undetectable to those below. The trucks, cautious on the snowy terrain, did not dare to accelerate, allowing Lin Rua to effortlessly keep pace with them. Half an hour later, the trucks gradually slowed, revealing a massive quarry ahead. Lin Rua lifted her snowboard and paused, retrieving her telescope to survey the bustling scene below. Numerous workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, laboring with fervor. Utilizing her water-based ability to become invisible, she lightly stepped on the frozen snow, leaving no trace behind. Moving swiftly and quietly, she ascended above the quarry. Crouching behind a boulder, her mental energy expanding rapidly into the depths of the quarry. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. Until she reached 200 meters and finally 500 meters, she discovered the subterranean ores she had long sought. Chapter 62. The subterranean ores acquired her mental energy permeated through the rocky surface, gradually unfurling within the underground cavern, which was shrouded in complete darkness. Scanning the cavern with her mental energy, she found its interior cramped and claustrophobic, with a highly intricate and winding structure that seemed unfathomably deep. The walls were adorned with ores of various sizes, each covered by a thin layer of ice. Maximizing her mental energy, she scanned the entire cavern, and a three-dimensional image materialized in her mind. Her mental energy soon located the section of the cavern closest to the mountainside, positioned in the southeast direction. Observing the workers still engaged in their tasks, she calculated that at their current rate, the discovery of the cavern would not be made for another 2 days, by which time a significant quantity of the ores would likely be extracted. A smile of relief graced her lips. She felt incredibly fortunate in this second life. As if fate were guiding her. With agility, she leapt down the mountainside from the southeast, landing gently beside the rock face. Identifying the most accessible spot to utilize her water-based ability. A massive spiral ice drill materialized before her, resembling a drill bit, with a diameter of approximately 1 meter at its thickest point. Under her mental guidance, it swiftly penetrated the mountain. The cacophony of the drilling machines masked her actions, as shards of ice and rock flew about. Maintaining a safe distance, Lin Rua solely controlled the operations of her water-based ability. In less than 10 minutes, the rock face was breached, creating a circular hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Lin Rua crouched and crawled through the opening, advancing several meters until she reached the cavern. Crouching low, she surveyed her surroundings, and her heart soared at the sight of the subterranean ores. Based on her mental scans, she estimated the quantity to be around 240,000 tons, with a volume of approximately 800,000 cubic meters.
Now,
She could construct any kind of shelter she desired, even grand stone castles, if she wished. However, considering the impending acid rain and the heavy weaponry that the City B base would develop from these ores, she decided against taking them all. Instead, she resolved to take 2/3, leaving 1/3 for the City B base to develop weaponry. Pressing her hand against the cavern wall, she swiftly extracted the ores, which began to detach and vanish from the wall. In a short while, 2/3 of the ores were removed, and by taking them from the gaps, she ensured the density of the remaining ores was significantly reduced. Thus, when the City B base came to mine, they would not suspect human interference, but rather assume a natural depletion of resources. After securing the ores, she did not linger, emerging from the tunnel she had created. Using her spatial blade, she wreaked havoc around the cave entrance, leaving it in disarray and uneven. She then struck the surrounding mountainside a dozen times, causing debris to tumble down and cover the area, ensuring her actions would remain concealed. Satisfied with her efforts, she departed. As she traversed the forest back home, she dispelled the water membrane of invisibility and noticed that her mask had once again crystallized with ice. This time, even her hat was frozen. Having spent an extended period in the frigid wilderness, she mused that anyone else would likely have lost feeling in their extremities. On her way home, Lin Rua darted through the woods, collecting numerous dead branches to store, and encountered a few small mutated animals, primarily rabbits and mountain chickens, each measuring only 70 to 80 centimeters. These creatures were drawn to her by the scent of flesh and blood, but were swiftly dispatched by Lin Rua, becoming provisions for a foo and a show. Upon returning to her shelter, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. From a distance, she spotted several carcasses of mutated animals piled at her doorstep. A foo and a show, their large bodies nestled under a willow tree beside the shelter, were busily gnawing on something.
Afu, Asho.
Lin Rua glided closer, her snowboard tilting slightly as she came to a halt. A foo and a show looked up, and she finally discerned what they were feasting on. Both were stained with blood, with tufts of fur scattered about. Woof! Woof! A show abruptly sprang up, disregarding the wild chicken on the ground, and dashed toward Lin Rua. She quickly sidestepped, wary of the blood that would stain her clothes should it leap onto her. The outer shell was manageable, but the down jacket would be troublesome to clean. She needed to conserve its warmth.
Calm down.
You're covered in blood, Lin Rua remarked with unmistakable disdain. Then, she began to scan them with her mental energy, relieved to confirm that none of it was their blood.
Afu aprot.
Subduing the reluctant Aisho, and let out a soft call to Lin Rua while glancing at the carcasses of the mutated animals. A woof. Following his gaze, Lin Rua could easily identify who had made the kills. A foo's prey had all been dispatched with a swift bite to the neck, adhering to his principle of efficiency. In contrast, a show's victims bore numerous scratch marks, as he preferred to toy with his prey before delivering the final blow. A Lu's catches, on the other hand, had a singular fatal wound, each heart pierced through. A foo had caught a wild boar and a rabbit, while a show had brought down a wolf and a wild chicken, whereas a Lu had collected smaller creatures like hedgehogs and squirrels. A Lu nudged his prey toward Lin Rua, clearly indicating that these were for her. Lin Rua let out a soft chuckle, noticing that as Al Lu's energy intake increased, its intelligence appeared to be rapidly ascending. It now seemed to grasp the distinction between a satisfying meal and mere satiation. Very well, I shall keep this for you, allowing you to savor it at your leisure. Today had proven fruitful for everyone, Lin Ruo was elated to have discovered underground ore, and she promised to treat them to a feast that evening. A glimmer of white light flashed in her eyes as she stored the mutated creatures before also bringing Al Fu and Al Shou into her space. Finally stepping inside the protective dome. Once Al Fu and Al Shou were released, Lin Ruo noticed that the bonfire on the platform, thanks to Al Lu's efforts, was still burning brightly, ensuring a warm atmosphere within the dome. The two creatures remained still, obediently lying down, anticipating a bath from Lin Ruo. Fully aware of how dirty they had become during their outing, Lin Ruo planned accordingly. The temperature on the platform was just right for their bath, and she quickly washed them before allowing them to frolic freely. With little time to consolidate her day's findings, she realized her three gluttonous companions must be hungry, prompting her to prepare their lunch. Once again, it was the meat of mutated black bears, each piece weighing approximately 50 pounds, accompanied by 10 raw eggs, 5 apples, 2 duck pears, milk, and a small cup of energy rain. This meal was exceptionally well-balanced, since Al Lu was not fond of eggs and milk. She added a bit more fruit for its benefit. By the time the trio began their feast, it was already 2:30, and Lin Ruo felt a pang of hunger herself. She set up a pot over the bonfire, filling it with water. After retrieving the freshly made dumplings filled with 3 flavors from her space, she placed them in the boiling water, cooking them for a few minutes until they emerged as a fragrant lunch. She poured some vinegar from her space, savoring the dumplings with delight, consuming 45 before feeling satisfied. Using her water-based abilities, she cleaned the dishes, while Al Fu and Al Shou lay sleeping at her feet, digesting the energy rain. Lin Ruo settled into a lounge chair, draping a blanket over her legs, and allowed her mental energy to delve into her space, beginning to organize it. First, she checked the breeding area, where a small mountain of eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese had accumulated. She carefully selected the unfertilized ones, placing them in a still space, while returning the fertilized eggs to their original location. Next, she attended to the rabbits. With the diet of Al Fu and Al Shou having changed, she needed to implement a population control strategy for the rabbits. The first wave of newborn rabbits in her space had all grown up, allowing her to cull the adult rabbits she had previously purchased. She gathered a total of over 800 adult rabbits and, aside from the young ones yet to mature, only 80 male rabbits and 500 female rabbits remained. Once the next batch of young rabbits grew, she would proceed with another culling, maintaining this ratio on her rabbit hill. The pigs, cows, and sheep posed no such urgency. Horns had yet to mature. She replenished the feed and hay for all the animals in the breeding area before heading to the black soil cultivation zone. The crops planted in the rich earth were nearing maturity, marking the third harvest across 350 acres. Each harvest yielded approximately 400 to 500 tons of pure grain, and she had already stored another 400 tons in her space, while the remainder had been processed into feed for the animals. The 30 acres designated for watermelons, strawberries, and grapes had produced a bountiful yield, with watermelons averaging 18,000 pounds per acre and strawberries around 10,000, bolstered by her meticulous research. Lin Ruo harvested and stored these fruits in the still space, confident they would not go uneaten, as her 3 voracious companions adored them. After checking the irrigation system, she moved to the vegetable patch, which, though only 20 acres, matured quickly, necessitating her daily harvesting for the still space. The herbs planted during the heavy rains had ripened, but Lin Ruo had been too occupied with searching for underground ore and training Al Fu and Al Shou in their hunting skills to concoct any remedies. Thus, she could only gather the herbs and store them in the still space for later use. The fruit trees in her orchard had grown significantly, but had yet to bear fruit, likely requiring at least another 6 months. The aquatic life in the freshwater and saltwater pools thrived comfortably, with the previously small fish and shrimp now lively and bouncing around the pools. Lin Ruo added some water from the space's lake to enhance their flavor. Having organized her life space, she exhaled deeply. Initially, she had deemed 3,000 acres too small, but now it seemed she had been overly concerned. It was, in fact, quite vast, demanding her attention every other day. Chapter 63. The fortress managing the entirety of her space had consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. Lin Ruo withdrew her consciousness from the space and retrieved 2 crystal cores to help restore her mental faculties. She had plans to melt down the ore today and complete the construction of her shelter, requiring her mental energy to remain at its peak. As her mental energy connected with the energy within the crystal cores, replenishing her, Al Fu and Al Shou continued to slumber at her feet, and she re-entered her space to extract the ore she had mined earlier that morning, beginning the melting process. With her space abilities now at level 6, she was the sovereign of her domain. The once formidable ore gradually melted under her influence, transforming into a liquid state. And soon a massive sphere of molten ore floated above. Lin Ruo drew forth a small stream from this liquid, beginning to shape the fortress as envisioned in her mind. The structure slowly took form, rising incrementally as she meticulously refined each detail. Piles of ore were relocated from the still space, and the base of the fortress gradually materialized in midair. However, as her mental energy waned, she managed to complete only a third of the fortress before being compelled to withdraw and replenish her strength with the crystal cores. This cycle continued until 8 o'clock in the evening, after which Lin Ruo had restored her mental energy twice, allowing the fortress to reach a basic completion. She gazed upon the half-finished structure in her space, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. The fortress's exterior was designed as 2 rectangular prisms stacked atop one another, the upper prism occupying only half the area of the lower one. The outermost layer was constructed entirely of 10 layers of military-grade bulletproof glass, forming a protective glass enclosure. This bulletproof glass boasted a thickness of 300 millimeters, capable of withstanding high-velocity rounds from large-caliber machine guns. The roof, inspired by traditional Chinese architectural styles, featured eaves extending outward to shield the entire structure beneath. The base of the fortress was rectangular, measuring 2 meters thick and spanning 2,000 square meters. Lin Ruo planned to bury the foundation 2 meters underground for added stability. She thoughtfully left a deep pit at the fortress's base for Ao Lu, intending to fill it with the space's rich soil, knowing it would bring the creature joy. The walls were 60 centimeters thick, with a limited number of windows, 1 in each room, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. These windows were positioned high, the lowest being 67 centimeters from the ground, and were also constructed of 10 layers of military-grade bulletproof glass. The fortress stood 25 meters tall, 40 meters long, and 30 meters wide, divided into 2 levels. The layout of the first floor was straightforward, divided into 2 sections. The front half included a living room, dining area, kitchen, training room, and a shared restroom, while the back half contained 2 bedrooms. For comfort, Lin Ruo designed a grand fireplace in the living room and another in the kitchen, the latter featuring a metal lid that could be opened for cooking. Each room was equipped with a large fireplace and restroom, although Al Fu and Al Shou might not find much use for them, considering that the physiques of Ah Fu and Ah Shou will continue to grow. All the doors in the fortress have been crafted to be quite tall, ensuring that they can move freely within their abode. The second floor houses part of Lin Ruo's studio, where she is currently engaged in pharmaceutical research. Hence, this particular room has been designated as the laboratory for her studies. Additionally, there are 2 vacant rooms on the second floor, prepared by Lin Ruo as a precautionary measure. Ultimately, she constructed a protective shield. Any unforeseen threats. She decided to add an exterior shield that can be deployed as needed, much like a clamshell in the ocean. The protective shield is crafted in a semicircular shape, perfectly aligning with the ground of the fortress, leaving no gaps. It boasts a thickness of 1 meter, equipped with detachable circular vents for ventilation and counterattacks during assaults. After repeatedly testing the shield to ensure its functionality, she placed it into a still space, where it would serve no purpose other than gathering dust during peaceful times. Once the fortress was complete, Lin Ruo exited the space and collapsed onto a lounge chair, utterly exhausted. Upon noticing that she had finally opened her eyes, Ah Fu and Ah Shou rushed over, nudging her with their large noses, one of them carrying a twig in its mouth.
Woof.
Ah Shou looked at Lin Ruo with a pitiful expression, having been hungry for quite some time but refraining from disturbing her while she rested. Lin Ruo gently scratched Ah Shou's chin, soothing the big baby, and upon raising her head, she realized that it had grown dark outside. Checking the time, she noted that it was already 8 o'clock. Over 6 hours of labor had gone into completing the fortress. There was no time to admire her work further. If she didn't feed them soon, the trio at home would surely begin to make a fuss. Following the standard for midday meals, she prepared a dinner of mutated cicadeer meat, cutting 50 pounds for each. Having set their dinner before them, she encouraged Ah Fu with a pat on the head. Ah Fu and Ah Shou, already ravenous, buried their heads in their bowls, chewing vigorously. Lin Ruo then began to prepare her own meal. After such a long period of exertion, she too felt hungry. While organizing her living space earlier, she had found the freshwater fish quite appealing. Thus, she decided to prepare a grilled fish for herself. Using her mental prowess, she extracted an 8-pound grass carp from the freshwater tank, dispatched it within the space, removed its innards, and skewered it on a grill. She then retrieved some non-spicy barbecue seasoning and oil, commencing the grilling process. Placing the grill by the campfire, she brushed oil over the fish, turning it frequently to ensure even cooking. The tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting both Ah Fu and Ah Shou to lift their heads in her direction, with Ah Shou's eyes reflecting a growing desire. After several minutes, Lin Rua's fish was ready. Before her sat 2 tall and robust dogs, their eyes fixated on the grilled fish in her hands. Lin Rua glanced at their food bowls, astonished to find them emptied of the 50 pounds of meat and ample fruit. Had their appetites increased so dramatically in just a few days? She reached down to pat Ah Shou's round belly, which seemed full. Was it merely a case of gluttony? Ah Shou looked up, wagging his tail and barking eagerly. Lin Rua sighed, shaking her head. They could only have a small portion, as overeating would lead to discomfort during the night. Ah Fu, too, began wagging his tail, gazing longingly at the grilled fish. Lin Rua divided the fish into 3 portions, one for herself and the remainder for Ah Fu and Ah Shou. Each portion amounted to just over 2 pounds, so it wouldn't hurt for them to have some. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she settled by the campfire, poring over the map in search of a suitable location for establishing their new home. Selecting several potential sites, she stroked her chin. Noting that the map's markings were not entirely accurate, she would need to conduct a field survey. The current location was temporarily safe, significantly increased, thus reducing the concerns she needed to consider when choosing a site. Glancing at the calendar on the table, Lin Rua calculated the time remaining until the rat swarm, which was just 5 days away, and the insect tide, which would arrive in 2 months. The reason for the insect tide's delay compared to the rat tide was that many insects were averse to cold and required more time to adapt in extremely frigid conditions. In this post-apocalyptic world, mutated rats had grown to considerable sizes, each measuring half a meter in length, and with their sheer numbers, they represented a substantial windfall. Moreover, the mutation of animals had already occurred, likely resulting in numerous mutated creatures proliferating in the city, thriving on abundant food sources. Many might have evolved into crystalline forms, allowing her to engage in guerrilla tactics to acquire crystals at the city's outskirts. Assessing her own strength, she recognized her capabilities as a level 6 water-type ability user. Augmented by the spatial advantages, even if she could not defeat them, retreating was a viable option. Once this notion took root in her mind, it became inescapable. With a slight pursing of her lips, she gazed down at the map. Having resolved to test her idea, she decided to move to the outskirts. Selecting one of the red circles on the map, she marked it emphatically with her pen. This would be the place. Chapter 64, An unexpected encounter with a rescue team on the frigid streets. Only scattered groups of individuals ventured out in search of supplies. Those who dared to confront the threats posed by mutated animals were either quite capable or faced dire circumstances at home. Ah Fu and Ah Shou, upon entering the city, were eager to escape, currently lost somewhere. Lin Rua, clad in a down jacket with a shell jacket layered over it, walked slowly along the once thriving streets. Just 4 days had passed since the extreme cold set in, yet the place appeared desolate, with cries of despair echoing in the air. Suddenly, a bloodied man rushed out from an alley, his cotton clothing torn and shedding down feathers. In a panic, he sprinted forward and, upon seeing Lin Rua standing in the street, instinctively shouted, "Run! There's a monster!" As he dashed past her, Lin Rua caught sight of the animal pursuing him, a colossal gorilla, nearly 4 meters tall, its massive arms swinging wildly as nearby buildings crumbled under its powerful fists. Lin Rua's eyes gleamed. The prey had come to her unbidden, far easier than hunting in the wilderness. "Don't just stand there.
Run.
That thing eats people." The man called back, having covered a few meters only to turn and notice Lin Rua's stillness. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Rua appreciated the man's concern. Such kindness was rare in this world, and he hadn't even tried to push her away. Turning her gaze back to the approaching gorilla, she acknowledged the opportunity presented by its impressive size. In combat against such a formidable mutated creature, ordinary handgun bullets would merely pierce its outer layer, proving ineffective. Powerful rifles, or sniper rifles, were requisite. However, retrieving such weapons from her backpack seemed impractical. Ultimately, she opted for a mineral knife, sharp and durable. It would serve her well in the future. As the gorilla's fist came crashing down towards her, she deftly leapt aside. twisting her waist to deliver a counterstrike with the knife, applying half her strength. The blade flashed, carving a significant wound into the gorilla's massive hand, producing a resounding impact as Lin Rua's knife lodged within its bone. The force of her strike reverberated through her arm, prompting her to murmur, "Such hard bones." After performing a graceful flip, she landed lightly on her feet. Roaring in pain, the gorilla retracted its arm, howling in fury, its eyes ablaze with rage. Blood gushed forth, splattering towards Lin Rua, who swiftly pivoted, evading the crimson spray as it splattered onto the icy ground. The orangutan's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as it opened its uninjured palm and lunged towards Lin Rua with remarkable speed. Lin Rua deftly evaded, leaping into the air and performing 2 graceful spins. With the force of her momentum and the full power of her waist and arms, she swung her knife downward in a decisive strike. This was her ultimate attack. The weighted ring on her right wrist shattered with a resounding crack, falling to the ground and fracturing the icy surface beneath. The blade met the orangutan's fist with a solid impact, severing it cleanly in 2. One half tumbling to the ground. A pained howl erupted from the creature, whose already high intelligence had been further amplified by mutation. Realizing it was outmatched by the human before it, the orangutan turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Lin Rua could not allow it to escape. Her weighted ring was destroyed. With a powerful leap, she soared into the air and, executing a deft somersault, landed before the orangutan. She swung her knife in a horizontal arc towards its neck, but the blade halted just short of severing it completely. The orangutan staggered back several paces before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, its massive body collapsing an adjacent building corner and scattering countless shards of stone and ice. Standing atop the enormous carcass, Lin Rua exerted herself to withdraw the mineral blade. A spurt of blood erupting forth. She gracefully descended, her feet landing on the icy ground, where a river of blood flowed from the orangutan's body, soaking its fur and pooling on the surface. Lin Rua tested the weight of the mineral knife. Even with half her strength, it could not cleave through the orangutan's bones, as these large mutated creatures possessed exceptionally hard skeletal structures. Nearby, the man who had been running earlier stood agape, astonished that the seemingly frail woman could wield such power. Only when Lin Rua turned to him, her eyes reflecting a newfound intrigue, did he snap back to reality and hastily retreat, scrambling away without a backward glance. What manner of being could so effortlessly vanquish such a colossal monster? Surely, she too must be a creature of extraordinary capability. Once the man had distanced himself, Lin Rua released her psychic energy, sweeping it outward to ensure no one else was nearby before storing the massive orangutan in her spatial realm. At that moment, a Fu and a Shou returned, each carrying their quarry. A Fu had captured a gigantic lizard, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, resembling a crocodile with its sharp teeth. Meanwhile, a Shou brought back a large, pure white snow fox, its glossy fur promising warmth once skinned. Lin Rua collected both the lizard and the fox into her spatial realm, alongside the earlier orangutan. These were not domesticated pets, but rather wild creatures that had escaped from a nearby zoo. Just then, she heard a distant horn blaring. "Attention all survivors. We are from the official base in City B. The base is currently under construction. Those wishing to join us, please gather downstairs. We will wait for only 15 minutes. After that, we will depart." Lin Rua leaped onto a Fu's back. "A Fu, let's go see." A Fu nodded and swiftly ran toward the source of the sound, with a Shou closely following. The location was not far, and within moments, they arrived. Lin Rua observed 2 military trucks followed by 10 large buses, with someone on the trucks using a loudspeaker to communicate. It appeared that the base in City B was beginning to evacuate the populace. Seated on a Fu, she watched as waves of residents descended from the building, bundled in their heaviest clothing, moving slowly. The buses quickly filled up, leaving the remaining individuals to carry supplies and walk alongside the convoy, with a military truck bringing up the rear. Lin Rua noted many individuals were accompanied by pets. To prevent panic among the crowd, the rescue team allowed those with pets to follow at the back, with the last military truck positioned behind them. From her vantage point on a Fu, Lin Rua was astonished by the variety of pets present, primarily cats and dogs, but also hamsters, rabbits, llamas, chinchillas, various birds, and even pigs. These animals likely possessed high intelligence and strong bonds with their owners, which explained their refusal to abandon them even amid the chaos of mutation. However, Their suppressed instincts had prevented them from foraging freely, leaving them in a less favorable state than those creatures Lin Ruo had encountered. As the rescue team passed through the neighborhood, more individuals joined the throng, creating a formidable procession that also attracted a significant number of mutated animals. The ferocious creatures within the city, drawn by the sight of so much potential food congregating, could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward. The soldiers, armed with powerful machine guns, unleashed a hail of fire, empty shell casings littering the ground. They wielded formidable rifles and submachine guns, with heavy machine guns mounted atop the trucks and mortars providing suppressive fire. Despite the mutations enhancing the animal's physical capabilities, they had not yet evolved to the point of disregarding firearms. While bullets might not be fatal, they certainly inflicted pain. Some highly intelligent mutated creatures kept their distance, wary of the firepower, while others, driven by insatiable hunger and devoid of reason, surged forward recklessly. The rescue team felt the mounting pressure as they pressed onward, the walking individuals voicing their grievances. "You're going too fast. We can't keep up. Can you slow down a bit? It's freezing out here. My hands and feet are numb.
Hey,
If you get off the military truck, we could take your place. You're trained and can run fast. We can't keep up." Lin Ruo observed from her high perch. Though she could not hear their words, their gestures and expressions revealed their frustration. She raised an eyebrow, exasperated by the naivety of those who still failed to grasp the dire circumstances after such a prolonged apocalypse, mistaking the rescue team for the benevolent officials of the past. The B-City base was risking much to rescue survivors, not out of concern for their safety, but because the base required ordinary survivors to function, who would undertake repairs and maintenance, who would handle the foundational tasks. Without these individuals, the base could not sustain itself. Once they arrived at the base, the survivors would realize that although they would no longer fear attacks from mutated animals, they would face their own harrowing struggles, laboring tirelessly for minimal resources, often going hungry while working relentlessly, a truly grim fate. Of course, this primarily applied to the average individuals. Those with skills or fierceness might find alternative paths, such as forming teams to hunt mutated creatures or scavenge for supplies. However, the B-City base was well aware that rescuing too many people would overwhelm their resources, so they would only bring back as many survivors as feasible. As Lin Ruo had anticipated, despite the pleas from those behind them, the rescue team offered no response. Their firepower was already stretched to the limit, and with limited ammunition, they could not afford to dawdle. To linger was to invite encirclement. Can't keep up? Then don't. In this situation, if you are so delicate, it's your own fault if you perish. The officials were no longer as they had once been. They were unable to rescue all survivors. Those who could not adapt would simply be left behind. However, these ordinary survivors residing in base B find it far preferable to endure life together rather than fend for themselves in this perilous city, where danger lurks at every corner, threatening to lead them to an untimely demise at the jaws of beasts. Lin Ruo gazed towards the nearby community that the rescue team had passed. Noting that many individuals had chosen not to accompany the team, they had adapted to the apocalypse and were unwilling to be confined within the base. Although the city was teeming with mutated creatures, it was not so overrun that survival was impossible. With a bit of caution and sharpness, one could continue to live. Yet, they remained unaware that this cannibalistic world was on the verge of being overrun by hordes of rats and insects, leaving many of those who remained in the city to question how many would survive the impending onslaught. Lin Ruo's brow furrowed. She was uncertain about the depth of Base B's capabilities and whether it could withstand such an invasion of vermin. Memories from her past life flooded her mind, an overwhelming tide of rats and insects gnawing at flesh, piles of rodents scattered everywhere. In her previous life, City A faced a similar fate, resulting in countless casualties, with only a handful of survivors remaining. Perhaps Base B possessed greater strength. Chapter 65. Marking the location for relocation captain. At 9 o'clock, there is an individual accompanied by 2 giant dogs. One of the snipers in the rescue team reported, spotting Lin Ruo and her companions on the rooftop through his high-powered scope. Captain Lu Jincheng, while shooting the incessantly attacking mutated creatures, cast a quick glance in Lin Ruo's direction. They could only see a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, seated upon one of the massive dogs, while the other stood beside them. The docility of the 2 dogs indicated that this individual was likely their owner. A remarkable feat to have trained them to such a degree under these circumstances. At that moment, the person's gaze was piercing, specifically directed at the sniper beside him, emanating a fierce aura. while the two giant dogs assumed a defensive stance. Do not target them with a sniper rifle, Lu Jincheng instructed urgently, not wishing to provoke an enemy in such a precarious situation. Understood, Captain. The sniper swiftly redirected his weapon towards the approaching mutated creatures. Upon seeing Lin Ruo and her companions, the sniper's shift in focus led Lu Jincheng to relax his own hostility and redirect his attention elsewhere. The tension around Lin Ruo dissipated, although a Fu and a Shou remained taut, still wary of the earlier menacing gun muzzle. It's all right, Lin Ruo reassured.
Patinga fuesenek.
Even if that person shoots, I won't allow them to harm you. Only then did a Fu and a Shou begin to relax. Observing the street below, Lin Ruo noted that the number of mutated creatures on the rooftops was increasing, drawn by the sounds of gunfire from the rescue team. Since she had not concealed herself with a water membrane, some mutated creatures had indeed set their sights on her. Viewing the flesh of a Fu and a Shou as a delectable prize, a Fu and a Shou, fierce as ever, dispatched several attackers while standing their ground against the remaining foes. Lin Ruo refrained from collecting the carcasses of the fallen mutated creatures into her space, aware that curious eyes were watching from below. She then glanced downward, noting the bodies of the mutated creatures slain by gunfire, some already being devoured by others. Such a pity. A sly smile crept across her face as she declared, a Fu, a Shou, wait in the space for a moment. I am going to scavenge. A Fu let out a howl in response. With a glint in her eye, she leapt from the rooftop, finding a blind spot to safely store a Fu and a Shou in her space, before enveloping herself in a layer of transparent water membrane, rendering her invisible. The mutated creatures that had been eyeing a Fu and a Shou were momentarily bewildered. Where had the two beasts and the human gone? Lin Ruo disregarded their confusion, swiftly bounding up the building to collect the fallen bodies of mutated creatures, and leapt from the 5th-floor rooftop. Mid-air, she executed a 360-degree spin, propelling herself off the wall to soften her descent, landing gracefully on the icy surface below. In an instant, she was engulfed by the massive mutated beasts, snakes, monkeys, raccoons, and wolves, each larger than a meter, with the largest exceeding 8 meters in length, resembling a thick golden python. A smile played on Lin Ruo's lips. This bounty could prove lucrative. Who knew how many had already evolved to possess crystalline cores? Meanwhile, Lu Jincheng casually glanced back at the building where Lin Ruo and her companions had been, relieved to find them absent. Such individuals were best avoided. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ruo was stealthily shadowing the rescue team, skillfully dodging and weaving, each movement allowing her to collect the corpses of freshly slain mutated creatures. Many were snatched away before they even hit the ground, while the team battled tirelessly against the relentless onslaught of frenzied beasts, leaving little room for concern about the remains. Those mutated creatures, who had harbored intentions similar to Lin Ruo's, were left baffled. Where had the meat gone? It vanished as soon as it touched the ground. Lin Ruo reveled in her success. This method was far more gratifying than using her powers to kill. It was efficient, abundant, and required no exertion. The bodies of mutated creatures piled high in her spatial storage, forming a small mountain that continued to grow rapidly. A Fu and a Shou would feast well. Meanwhile, Li Wei stood by the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. He spotted a 4-meter-long male lion, accompanied by 3 lionesses, resting on the thick ice in the center of Lonyuan community. The lionesses were slightly smaller than the male, but not by much. Their claws and jaws were stained with blood, and 2 discarded corpses lay nearby, remnants of their feasting. No one in Lonyuan dared to make a sound, fearing that even the slightest noise might attract the murderous lions, jeopardizing the lives of everyone in the building. Li Wei slowly lowered the curtain. It would only be a matter of time before hunger would claim them.
Bang!
Attention survivors, we are from the official Base B. The base is currently under construction. Those wishing to join us, please gather downstairs. We will wait for just 15 minutes. After that, we will depart. As despair hung heavy in Lonyuan, the thunderous sounds of gunfire and the roars of animals echoed in the air, igniting a flicker of hope in Li Wei's eyes. He cautiously lifted the curtain once more, watching as the lions were drawn outside by the cacophony. After listening intently to the din of battle, he drew a deep breath and made a decision. I will go out and take a look. Stay here, and do not make a sound.
Kian libat anxiously.
Reluctant to let Li Wei go, but recognizing this as an opportunity to escape, She refrained from stopping him. As Li Wei descended the stairs, he encountered Zhao Hui and the others, and together they ventured cautiously outside. Upon reaching the community's exterior, they beheld 3 heavy military trucks parked outside, each equipped with mortars and surrounded by sturdy railings, forming a vast encirclement. Within this perimeter, several buses were stationed, while machine guns were set up outside, and numerous soldiers engaged in battle against the mutated creatures.
Roar.
Among them were several lions intending to settle in Longyuan. A few of these lions were particularly fierce, charging towards a military truck. The soldiers on the truck, aware of the formidable nature of such beasts, knew that ordinary firearms would be ineffective against them. Hence, without hesitation, they activated the mounted mortar, the shell colliding directly with the male lion.
Boom.
The lion's head was obliterated by the mortar, its massive body crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The remaining 3 lionesses not only ceased their attack, but also began to retreat slowly. They possessed a high intelligence. Realizing that the male lion was dead and that engaging further would be unwise, they had no desire to linger in battle. The soldiers, however, showed no mercy. Allowing such ferocious creatures to escape could lead to untold casualties in the future. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire, targeting the lionesses, which sustained severe injuries and limped away, while numerous mutated animals fell victim to the gunfire, collapsing lifelessly. Some of the mutated creatures moved with remarkable agility, evading bullets, while others with thickened skin and fur sustained only minor injuries despite being hit. Li Wei stood by, stunned for a full minute. He had always presumed these mutated animals merely experienced a growth in size, unaware that they had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. How would they contend with such adversaries in the future? Throughout the skirmish, both the soldiers and the mutated animals suffered injuries. Some of the more intelligent mutated creatures, recognizing their disadvantage, swiftly retreated. Only a few less astute ones, drawn by the overwhelming scent of blood and flesh, recklessly attempted to breach the encirclement. Attention, survivors. We hail from the official base in City B, where construction is currently underway. Those wishing to join us, please assemble downstairs. We will wait for only 15 minutes. After that, we will depart. The announcement echoed from the truck's loudspeaker. Li Wei and Zhao Hui exchanged glances and hurried back. They had just 15 minutes and needed to act swiftly. Li Wei dashed home, grabbing Qian Li and their child, while clutching the dwindling supplies, racing downstairs. A long line had formed below, with everyone eager to leave with the official party. Ultimately, several large buses were filled to capacity. Even the heavy military trucks were overflowing with people, yet many remained unable to board. For those who could not get on, if you wish to accompany us to the official base, please follow us on foot. We will ensure your safety, with personnel stationed at the front and rear, so please rest assured. The residents of Building 3 in Longyuan could not squeeze onto the buses and were left carrying their supplies as they walked behind. Mutated animals lurked menacingly nearby, some agile enough to launch surprise attacks, swiftly seizing a person and retreating before the gunfire could reach them. The sound of gunfire persisted throughout the journey, yet many mutated creatures continued to trail the group. Witnessing this only reinforced the survivors' determination to stick with the military. Under such protection, these creatures were utterly audacious, and venturing out alone could lead to being devoured. As the official vehicles passed, the number of people following the convoy increased, inevitably attracting various mutated creatures. Li Wei, with Dodo in one arm and a bag of supplies in the other, quickened his pace to keep up with the group while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The attacking mutated animals came in diverse forms: dogs, cats, snakes, wild boars, lizards, and even rabbits. Once gentle and adorable, these rabbits now dwarfed a Shiba Inu, their large incisors gleaming ominously, their powerful hind legs enabling them to move with astonishing speed. He witnessed a fully grown man in the group suddenly succumb to a mutated rabbit's lethal gaze, demonstrating the creature's immense strength.
Qian Li,
also carrying a bag of supplies, clutched the hem of Li Wei's shirt tightly, jogging to keep up, her head bowed low to avoid seeing the monstrous mutated beings. We cannot afford to linger any longer. If this continues, we may attract even more mutated creatures. Our artillery supplies are dwindling, and we must return to the base quickly. Yilin sat in the military truck, observing the myriad of greedy eyes outside, a shiver running down his spine. He had never imagined there could be so many mutated animals within the city limits of B. No matter how many were slain, they seemed inexhaustible. Indeed, the rescue team advanced steadily, reaching the city's edge, where they met another rescue unit. Lin Ruo, following closely behind the other team, realized there was yet another group. It was a pity she hadn't been able to collect the fallen mutated creatures' corpses over there. As the rescue team prepared to leave the city, Lin Ruo leaped gracefully, her body soaring 10 meters into the air, momentarily suspended before beginning to descend. Just as she started to fall, a layer of ice suddenly appeared beneath her feet, allowing her to propel herself upward again, the ice dissipating into the air. After several such leaps, she finally ascended to the rooftop of a building several stories high. From her vantage point, she surveyed the entire rescue team and quickly spotted Li Wei among the crowd. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she was delighted to encounter a familiar face. Shortly after, she also recognized Chen Yu and his teammate Baozi, marveling at how life often brings acquaintances together. Chen Yu was clad in the attire she had prepared, alongside Baozi and another team member, pulling a large cart filled with supplies she had assembled. Given Li Wei and Chen Yu's capabilities, they would likely join the military upon arriving at the B City base. As the rescue team reached the city's outskirts, they began employing heavy weaponry, launching powerful shells that detonated amidst the throng of mutated animals. Many were obliterated, their remains scattering across the area, and Lin Ruo quietly expressed her relief at having distanced herself in time. The corpses of the deceased mutated creatures quickly attracted others, creating a feast for the remaining beasts. The number of mutated animals following the rescue team diminished significantly as they employed this method to prevent further pursuit. The shells were fired at intervals and, ultimately, the mutated creatures ceased their chase, allowing the rescue team to break free from their grasp and find safety. Lin Ruo leaped from the rooftop, skillfully utilizing her momentum to land on the ground, gathering the untouched corpses into her space before turning to depart. Originally, she had ventured down the mountain in search of a suitable refuge. However, having observed how much of Fu and Asho enjoyed the area, her curiosity had led her here, resulting in an unexpected fortune. Gliding on her snowboard towards the Yenshan Mountains, she encountered numerous mutated creatures foraging along the way. Upon spotting her, they recklessly pursued. Lin Ruo could not afford to let them escape. Pressed for time, she swiftly dispatched them with her spatial blades, maintaining her speed on the snowboard, leaving nothing but shadows in her wake. Observing the growing number of mutated creatures accumulating in her space, she couldn't help but reflect on how splendid this place was. She resolved to return frequently. After more than half an hour of travel, she finally reached the location marked on her map, situated 5 kilometers from the foot of the Yenshan Mountains and not far from the eastern outskirts of B City. This area remained enveloped in forest, yet due to its lower elevation, it had previously been submerged during heavy rains, leaving only a plethora of dead trees surrounding it. Lin Ruo discovered a higher terrain nearby, a small mound standing 5 meters tall, providing safety from landslides and falling boulders, a perfect location. Circling the area on her snowboard, she extended her mental energy in search of any signs of mutated animals within a kilometer radius, and finding none, she deemed it an excellent spot. The B City base was not too far from here. As the clock approached 2 p.m., she settled in a gentle area, retrieving her micro-shelter from her space, and released a Fu and Asho. Upon emerging into the open air, a Fu and Asho instinctively crouched, surveying their surroundings with caution. Realizing they had long since departed from the city center and that the frenzied mutated creatures were absent, they finally relaxed. "You must be hungry. Come, let us eat." Lin Ruo beckoned as she retrieved their bowls, filling each with meat from mutated beasts and fresh fruit. Indeed, a Fu and Asho were famished, racing over to devour their meals voraciously, scarcely pausing to lift their heads. Lin Ruo entered her micro-dwelling, where she swiftly prepared a simple stir-fry and steamed rice, consuming her meal with ease. Once a Fu and Asho finished, they commenced exploring their surroundings, sniffing the air. Ultimately, they encountered only a sparse few mutated animals, indicating that their numbers here were quite limited, allowing Lin Ruo to rest assured that they were not incessantly besieged by threats. After her meal, Lin Ruo diligently cleaned the cookware and utensils, placing them back into the micro-dwelling before washing a Fu and Asho's bowls and storing them away. 2 hours had passed, ample time for a Fu and Asho to traverse the area within several kilometers, confirming its safety, which set Lin Ruo's mind at ease. "Let us settle here," she declared, adjusting her stance on the skateboard, satisfied with the location. She marked the spot, safely stowing a Fu, Asho, and the micro-dwelling into her space before returning to the shelter. Meanwhile, the majority of the rescue team in City B was on foot. After successfully eluding the mutated creatures, they announced a brief respite of half an hour. They needed to reach the Bee City base before nightfall, as the mutated beasts were predominantly nocturnal hunters, while humans were rendered virtually blind in the dark, a perilous predicament. The frigid temperatures would plummet even further at night, and the prospect of spending the night outdoors threatened to freeze them to death. Let us endure a little longer. We cannot afford to spend the night in the wilderness. In the biting cold, after 2 arduous hours of travel, the survivors, despite their thick clothing, began to shiver uncontrollably, their extremities losing sensation, while many weaker individuals were utterly exhausted. Just then, they caught sight of the towering city walls in the distance. This was the Bee City base. Upon entering through the gates, the staff registered their details, arranged accommodations, and distributed resident cards. For the time being, they were assigned to communal dormitories, with plans to separate them the following day. The Bee City base was still under construction, with limited living conditions and few completed buildings. At its center stood 2 rows of 2-story villas, surrounded by 7 rows of 5-story apartments, each designed for single-family occupancy, followed by 5 rows of 5-story dormitories, all constructed from massive stones. While the villas were crafted from lightweight steel, each row of dormitories comprised approximately 30 buildings, with 20 rooms each, capable of housing around 20 individuals. While the living conditions were sparse, they offered a degree of safety. The apartments also numbered 30 buildings, each containing 40 units suitable for families. But occupancy required qualifications or resources. Currently, the military personnel resided here. As for the 2-story villas, they were reserved exclusively for the base's leadership, leaving ordinary citizens without access. The 2 rescue teams had returned with around 3,000 individuals, insufficient to fill even a single row of dormitories. Once bed assignments were made, these weary travelers finally found a moment of respite. Many were too fatigued to rise, slumping against their beds, while only a handful remained active. Throughout their journey, they had maintained a brisk pace, an endurance test for anyone. All protests met with unwavering disregard from the rescue team, and those who grew too unruly found themselves confronted by the cold, steely barrels of weapons, the soldiers' expressions devoid of emotion, treating the dissenters as if they were no different from the mutated beasts. Silenced, the troublemakers retreated in shame, obediently falling back in line. The members of the rescue team had been meticulously selected to prevent emotional decisions that could jeopardize the lives of the entire group. Furthermore, upon accepting their mission, they had received strict orders: save those they could, abandon those they could not, and if anyone caused trouble along the way, they were to be dealt with without mercy. They had hoped that upon reaching the Bee City base, they would receive humane treatment akin to the pre-apocalyptic era. However, the grim reality was that no one cared for their welfare. There were no blankets or cold weather supplies distributed, only 2 gas heaters for warmth. It was then that they realized the authorities had changed irrevocably, and their survival in this cannibalistic world would hinge entirely on their own resourcefulness. Yet, following the official forces offered one advantage: the protection of formidable military strength, rendering them safe from harm by the monsters, allowing them to no longer live in constant fear of being devoured. Li Wei guarded Qian Li and Dodo as they sat on their adjacent single beds, extracting bread from their supply bags while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Each stone room contained 2 dedicated heaters fueled by wood from the mountains, and prior military personnel had educated them on the protocols for residing in the stone houses. Each individual was required to contribute 10 pounds of wood daily to keep the heaters burning. "Daddy, are we safe from the monsters now?" Dodo asked, her small face smudged with soot, her eyes reflecting fear. Li Wei gently patted her head, reassuring her, "We are in a safe place now. The monsters cannot get in." Nibbling at her bread, Dodo nodded, while Li Wei sighed, lamenting that the world had frightened children to this extent, leaving him to wonder what challenges lay ahead. "I'll take a quick look outside," he said, placing the supplies in Qian Li's lap and ruffling Dodo's hair before stepping out of the dormitory. As he wandered through the base, he initially intended only to explore, hoping to find work. They could not remain in the dormitories indefinitely, as the safety of the area was uncertain. There was an official hall nearby, actively recruiting for various jobs and offering material exchanges. The interior bustled with activity, individuals entering and exiting, preoccupied with their tasks. A colossal electronic screen displayed a continuous stream of missions. Li Wei focused intently on the tasks listed, most involving physical labor or recruitment of military personnel, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. "What is that?" To his astonishment, he spotted Lin Ruo's likeness among the missions at the Bee City base. She was the one seeking vengeance. He inhaled deeply, relieved that the bitter cold necessitated wearing a mask. Otherwise, his shock would have been evident to those around him. This mission to find Lin Ruo offered a staggering reward of 10,000 points. He had just learned about the purchasing power of that amount, sufficient to sustain a family for an extended period. Turning to inquire with the nearby staff member, he asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me who initiated this mission?" The staff member glanced at the task leeway indicated, noting that many had inquired about it due to the generous reward. "It was initiated by our deputy base leader. You need not worry about the allocation of points upon completion of the task."
All right. Thank you.
Li Wei's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal. After expressing his gratitude, he departed the task hall. The deputy base leader? Recalling what he had overheard about Kong Wenhao, who had mentioned his father was a lieutenant general, he realized the entire B City base would likely be searching for Lin Ruo. Could she still be safe? Meanwhile, Lin Ruo remained blissfully unaware of the happenings at the B City base. With her ski board, she glided swiftly through the forest, her eyes shimmering with a blue glow. Surrounded by a whirlwind of sharp, rapidly spinning ice crystals, her form darted effortlessly through the trees, leaving a trail of fallen mutated creatures in her wake. Before vanishing into the depths of the wilderness, she traversed the mountain forest, returning to the previously marked location. After 2 hours, she skillfully maneuvered her snowboard to transport the mountaintop shelter into her spatial realm. By the time Lin Ruo returned, dusk had fallen, and the temperature around her was plummeting rapidly. Using her spatial blade, she carved a perfect pit in the ground, measuring its depth to ensure it could accommodate the fortress's base entirely. A flash of brilliance sparkled in her eyes, and a colossal fortress materialized in the air. Swiftly descending into the pit. "Come forth, a fu and a shou. It is time to showcase your talents in excavating the earth and burying the fortress's foundation." The mention of digging brought joy to a shou, who eagerly joined a fu in their task. Lin Ruo observed their fervor, allowing them to continue while she retrieved a lu from her spatial realm. She placed rich black soil from her space into the deep pit reserved for a lu, then planted it within. A lu had previously exhibited remarkable growth, prompting Lin Ruo to experiment by placing it in her spatial domain along with a fu and a shou. Once settled, Lin Ruo kept a watchful eye, noticing that a lu merely embedded its roots into the black soil, remaining still, even with the nearby lake's water. It was remarkably obedient. Upon being released, a lu sensed the soil around its roots was of a type it adored. Joyfully, it entwined its branches around Lin Ruo's leg before letting go. Lin Ruo offered it some lake water, then entered the fortress, igniting the fireplaces in the living room and kitchen. She added several logs and a splash of diesel, igniting the fire. Next, she extracted several chandeliers from her spatial realm, comparing her height to the living room ceiling, which seemed rather lofty. A flicker of blue light ignited in her eyes, and a series of ice steps began to form in the air. She ascended the steps to the ceiling, where she proceeded to install the chandeliers. Once they were secured, Lin Ruo leaped down from the steps, which instantly disintegrated into a fine powder of ice, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, she produced a power supply box to illuminate the chandeliers, flooding the room with light. In the kitchen, Lin Ruo placed the cabinet she had transported from her apartment, connected the gas line to the stove, and concealed the dishwasher and oven within the cabinet. She then organized the pots, pans, and utensils from her spatial realm. Lin Ruo also arranged the sofa, television, coffee table, a smart vacuum cleaner, water bottles, and cups, completing the living room setup before positioning the dining table and chairs in the dining area alongside 2 large food bowls. She then moved to the bedrooms, setting up the bed from her micro-residence, lighting the fireplace, installing the chandelier, and changing the sheets, placing the old ones aside. After arranging the bathroom, she began cleaning. The bathroom was equipped with a bathtub, wash basin, toilet, and washing machine, all meticulously arranged. Lin Ruo connected the washing machine to the power supply to clean the changed sheets. A thick carpet adorned the floor, creating a cozy atmosphere, contrasting with the stone-colored walls. Stepping out of her room, she visited a fu and a shou's quarters, arranging their bedding, lighting their fireplace, and laying down a carpet while placing some toys. The room was now complete. She proceeded to set up the outdoor bathroom, which housed only a bathtub and toilet. All her fitness equipment was stored in the spacious training room, envisioning it as a future training space for a fu and a shou, where she could assist them as well. Not rushing to arrange the second floor, Lin Ruo focused on preparing dinner after completing the first level. Chapter 67. The early demise of the rice bowl. The soft glow of light illuminated the spacious dining area, where Lin Ruo placed 2 hefty pieces of mutant beast meat into a Fu and a Shou's food bowls. Grateful for the generous offerings from today's rescue team, her spatial realm now brimmed with various mutant creatures, allowing a Fu and a Shou to feast for an extended period even if they lay flat. This abundance had left her momentarily indecisive about which mutant animal to feed them. Ultimately, she selected mutant spotted deer meat, recalling how much they relished it last time. And knowing that deer meat was exceptionally nourishing, she utilized her spatial blade to carve out 50 pounds of deer meat, adding raw eggs and sheep's milk, along with half a watermelon for each, with a Lu receiving one as well. Exiting the fortress, she felt the chill of the outdoors, her face reddening immediately due to the cold. She swiftly activated her water-based abilities to combat the chill. Raising her gaze, she observed a Fu and a Shou had already buried the foundation and were now frolicking joyfully, leaving a trail of dirt in their wake. Lin Ruo reflected on the frozen ground, grateful her abilities were water-based. Otherwise, her days would be consumed solely by cleaning. Come quickly, it's time for a bath and dinner. A Fu and a Shou dashed over, with a Fu halting before her while a Shou attempted to nuzzle her hand. A Fu, aware of their muddy state, prevented a Shou from getting too close by swatting at it. Unperturbed, a Shou leapt over and bounded toward Lin Ruo. Seeing its dirty form, she playfully pushed it away, urging, "Hurry home and wash up." A Fu tugged a Shou back into the fortress, and Lin Ruo secured the heavy door before activating her water abilities, her eyes shimmering with blue light as a colossal water sphere enveloped them. The temperature was just right, and the two delightedly flailed their legs within the sphere. Once they were clean, Lin Ruo felt satisfied. "Let us go eat." They eagerly rushed into the dining room, drawn by the enticing aroma to their food bowls, where they began to feast. Lin Ruo stepped outside the fortress, sprinkling insect powder in a circle 2 meters away before re-entering. After firmly closing the fortress's heavy door against the storm outside, she manipulated her water abilities to open a window. A Lu's branches reached in and wrapped around its dinner, quickly consuming the food within minutes. Outside, the temperature plummeted drastically, plunging to a chilling -70 to 80 degrees during the winter nights. A fine layer of frost began to coat the thick glass exterior of the fortress, while fires crackled in each room, maintaining warmth at several degrees below zero. Lin Ruo first activated the vacuum cleaner in the living room, noticing the numerous paw prints left by a Fu and a Shou. As she watched it swiftly clean the floor, she retreated to her bedroom to change into warm, plush pajamas, preferring comfort at home. Upon exiting her room, she found a Fu and a Shou had finished eating, lounging beside their bowls, licking their large paws. Seeing her, a Shou trotted over, but Lin Ruo playfully shooed it away, insisting it should stay back. Ignoring a Shou's pleading gaze, she donned an apron and entered the kitchen to begin cooking. This time, she retrieved a new tablet loaded with recipes, attempting to prepare crayfish. She first pulled out a box of frozen crayfish tails, each encased in a thick layer of ice. Placing her hand on the icy exterior, a flicker of blue light shimmered, rapidly melting the ice until only the crayfish tails remained, neatly arranged in the box. After rinsing the tails in a water sphere, she set them aside and began preparing the ingredients according to the recipe. A Fu settled in the kitchen corner, observing Lin Ruo cook. Luckily, the spacious design of each room prevented a Fu's sizable form from blocking her movements in the kitchen. "If you're bored, you can watch some TV for now. I'll help you brush your teeth after I finish eating." Lin Ruo entered the living room and turned on the television, connecting a portable hard drive filled with animated shows. The screen came alive with the adventures of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Observing the plethora of sheep on screen, she nodded to herself. A Fu and a Shou, fond of lamb, would surely enjoy this animation. However, a Fu only glanced at it briefly before closing his eyes to rest, while a Shou was utterly captivated, occasionally darting to the side of the television to bark excitedly. Disregarding their antics, Lin Ruo hurried to prepare crayfish, determined to master the dish. Following the recipe meticulously, soon the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of spicy seasoning, followed by the fragrant scent of garlic. To deter a Fu and a Shou from begging for a taste, she made 2 variations, spicy and garlic-infused. A Shou stood behind her, peering over her shoulder with a big head, fixated on the pot of crayfish, emitting soft whines in a bid for attention. A Fu, lying on the ground, covered his eyes with a paw, unwilling to witness a show's antics. Once Lin Rua set 2 plates of crayfish on the dining table. She playfully pushed a show away to retrieve the food bowl. Excited, a show sprinted to fetch the bowl, only to discover that a Fu, the mischievous dog, had already claimed it and was proudly standing before Lin Rua. In a fit of indignation, a show barked, causing its bowl to clatter to the ground, resulting in a significant dent. A show stared in shock at the ruined bowl, unable to comprehend why such misfortune had befallen it, looking utterly crestfallen. A Fu slowly placed the bowl down and regarded a show with a gleeful expression. The scene was so theatrical that even Lin Rua paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. A Fu and a show, at times, were far more amusing than any comedy film. A show gazed up at Lin Rua with a wounded expression, as if to say, "My bowl is broken. And you still laugh." Sensing the discontent in a show's eyes, Lin Rua took a deep breath, suppressing her amusement. "How about we get you a new one?" A show, looking at its unfortunate bowl, reluctantly nodded, not wanting to eat from the battered dish that would ruin its appetite. It resolved to bury the broken bowl once allowed outside to play, granting it a peaceful rest. After sampling her crayfish, Lin Rua felt the spiciness was somewhat lacking, but it was still quite delicious. Pairing it with cola, she devoured a considerable amount before finally cooking a packet of turkey noodles to feel truly satisfied. A Fu consumed half a plate of crayfish, while a show, unusually, only managed to eat half of what a Fu had, as the new bowl did not appeal to its appetite. Lin Rua, no longer paying attention to her pets, placed all the dishes in the dishwasher and used her abilities to clean and store a Fu and a show's bowls. Then, she ushered them to brush their teeth before retrieving the freshly washed bed linens from the washing machine, using her water abilities to extract moisture and neatly fold them away in her storage space. Only then did she feel a sense of tranquility, suddenly recalling the numerous mutated animals stacked in her storage, their cores yet to be extracted. She focused her mental energy into the space, dragging each corpse from the stillness. She then delved into their heads to extract the cores. After a thorough operation, Lin Rua collected a total of 38 level 1 crystal cores, marking a bountiful harvest. At this early stage of mutation, only the most formidable mutated beasts could evolve to produce cores. Experts from her previous life had calculated the ratio to be roughly 1 in 500. After securing the crystals, Lin Rua glanced at her watch, realizing it was already past 9 in the evening. A show had retreated to the bedroom to sleep, while a Fu lay by the door, seemingly on guard. Due to a Lu's recent addition, a Fu remained somewhat distrustful, preferring to have either himself or a show on watch. Lin Rua approached, bending down to stroke a Fu's large head, explaining gently, "There's no need to worry. Our fortress is quite sturdy, with high windows that ordinary animals cannot reach. And the front gate is exceptionally solid. No mutated beast can breach it." A Fu lifted his head to meet her gaze, a low whine escaping him, still unconvinced. Lin Rua smiled softly, opening the heavy fortress door. "You may step outside and test its strength for yourself." Hesitant, a Fu ventured outside as the door closed behind him, Lin Rua locking it securely. Initially, he nudged the door gently, finding it immovable, then gradually applied more force, yet the fortress door remained steadfast. In a final attempt, a Fu exerted all his strength, but could not budge the door, inadvertently waking a show from its slumber. A show tilted its head, puzzled by the commotion. Lin Rua waved reassuringly. "It's all right. A Fu wishes to test the strength of our home." Intrigued, a show insisted on joining, eager to partake in a Fu's endeavor. Lin Rua, understanding its desire, obliged. The 2 mutated beasts, each over 3 meters long and towering above 2 meters in height, charged at the fortress door together. Yet it remained impervious. Lin Rua was thoroughly satisfied, her attention to the underground materials having paid off in the construction of such a resilient home. Exhausted, a Fu and a show finally grasped the meaning of Lin Rua's assertions about sturdiness. When she opened the door, both pets obediently returned to their sleeping quarters. She added 2 logs to each fireplace before retreating to her room, retrieving an electric heater from her storage and plugging it in. Finally snuggling into bed and drifting into slumber. The following morning, Lin Rua awoke to find a Fu and a show waiting eagerly by the door. Understanding their urgency, she opened the door to let them out for their morning needs. As she swung the door open, a gust of cold air rushed in, tiny ice crystals forming in the atmosphere around the entrance. Lin Rua tightened her down jacket and swiftly closed the fortress door behind a Fu and a show as they dashed outside. After ensuring the warmth of the home by adding larger logs to the fireplaces, she proceeded to her training room for her workout. 4 hours later, emerging from the training room drenched in sweat, she took a refreshing shower and sighed with relief. She activated the vacuum cleaner, donned her clothes, and opened the fortress door to inspect the powder outside. The platform was cloaked in a silvery sheen of fine ice crystals. Utilizing her water abilities, she remained unaffected by the chill. A Fu and a Shou were joyfully frolicking around the area where pest repellent had been scattered yesterday, where countless insects lay lifeless. She had warned them not to approach or consume any of it. Curious, they jumped around, avoiding the powder, while a Lu used willow branches to playfully dangle strings of dead mice in the air. Lin Rua sighed, bemused by the fact that even the insects and rodents could be a source of such entertainment, indicating just how tedious their existence must be. With crushed insect corpses scattered around the fortress, kneeling down, she extended her hand, a blue glow emanating as a slender icicle grew from her fingertips. Using it to sift through the remains, she carefully discerned their forms amidst the debris, mostly parasitic wasps, crickets, and ladybugs, insects that were already resilient to low temperatures. Now, even more so after mutation. As soon as the less hardy insects adapted to this frigid climate, a swarm would soon follow. As the blue glow faded, the icicle dissipated into the air. "Let us head back," she called, turning to return home. A Fu and a Shou, quick to comply, swiftly passed her to re-enter the fortress. Upon returning home, she first changed out of her clothes before preparing breakfast for A Fu, A Shou, and A Lu. The meal consisted once again of mutated beast meat and fruit, although this time the fruit was replaced with cantaloupe. One for each to see if they would enjoy this variety. As usual, A Lu dragged his breakfast outside to savor it, while A Fu and A Shou buried their large heads in their bowls, relishing the mutated beast meat, which was a delectable delight for them, providing abundant energy. They had been consuming this meat for days, and were growing at an astonishing rate. A Lu was also quite fond of the cantaloupe. Although it wasn't cultivated in their space, it had a robust flavor and was exceedingly sweet. Initially, they measured 3 meters in length, but within just a few days, they had grown an additional 20 centimeters, and their height had increased by 10 centimeters. A Fu and A Shou's growth rate was unparalleled among these mutated creatures. They not only consumed vast quantities of flesh daily, but also occasionally benefited from energy rains, a luxury that the mutated creatures outside could not enjoy. Afterward, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of noodles, topped with leftover crayfish from the previous day, garnished with 2 soft-boiled eggs, a perfect meal. After 4 hours of training, she was genuinely hungry, sitting down in the dining area to eat, accompanied by A Fu and A Shou, who were also devouring their food. The fortress was filled with the sounds of chewing, the crunching reverberating through the air. Once the meal was finished, Lin Rua tidied up the dishes, activated the smart vacuum cleaner, and instructed A Lu to keep an eye on the house before securely closing the fortress door. She then set off with A Fu and A Shou to hunt in the city once more, as the time for the rat plague was approaching, and she wanted to ascertain whether the rat horde in City B would reach her home. In her previous life, City A was plagued by a rat king commanding a massive horde of rats to attack humans. She wondered if City B shared a similar fate. Armed to the teeth, Lin Rua mounted A Shou's back, a climbing backpack secured to her shoulders as they walked down the city street.
Afu ambol dalongside,
occasionally perking up his ears to listen intently, while A Shou surveyed their surroundings. The previously visible hordes of mutated creatures seemed to have vanished, with only a few individuals hastily passing by, clutching their belongings and swiftly avoiding the imposing figures of A Fu and A Shou out of fear. Lin Rua maintained a steady release of her mental energy, keenly observing the surrounding activity. Suddenly, her brow furrowed in interest as she spotted something intriguing in the nearby shopping mall. A Fu and A Shou appear to have sensed something too, turning their attention toward the mall, their steps beginning to retreat cautiously. She leapt down from A Shou's back and instructed A Fu, "Take A Shou to play, but don't wander too far. If you encounter any formidable mutated beasts, bring them back here to the mall." A Fu glanced back at the mall, let out a howl, and tugged at Lin Rua's clothing, trying to prevent her from entering. A Shou pushed in front of Lin Rua, nudging her backward with his large head, barking woof. "There's danger. We cannot go there." Lin Rua chuckled softly, tapping their chins, as a blue glow flickered in her hand, revealing a water sphere the size of a coin. "I possess special abilities. Do not worry. I will just take a quick look. You both should gather more mutated creatures and return." Aisho turned to Afu, who glanced back at the mall before affectionately nudging Lin Rua's face, seemingly conveying concern for her safety before darting off. Aisho followed suit, nudging Lin Rua's hand before sprinting after Afu. Once they were a safe distance away, Lin Rua slipped her hands into the pockets of her tactical jacket and entered the mall. The interior was flooded and subsequently frozen due to the extreme cold, with clear water stains on the walls and large patches of blood on the floor. Lin Rua noticed that many of the blood stains were still bright red and fresh, indicating that someone had perished here just hours prior. She advanced cautiously, an involuntary layer of ice forming beneath her feet as she surveyed the vast, desolate mall. In one corner lay a considerable pile of supplies: water-damaged clothing, shoes, split timber, sealed rice and flour, and various canned goods. Lin Rua blinked at the resources on the ground. Had someone gathered these and left them here?
Quick.
Grab that over there. I can't carry much, so I'll take this one, all right? Longa, hurry, don't dawdle. Let us drag this stuff out. As she reached the center of the mall, she heard voices coming from a damaged storefront ahead. Someone's coming, one of them exclaimed. Lin Rua lifted her gaze toward the sound and saw 3 individuals peering out from a shop. Upon confirming that no one else was entering, they stepped out into the open space of the mall. Lin Rua raised an eyebrow. She had initially thought she would not be able to lure out those supplies alone, but now it seemed she had enough bait. Among the trio was a woman flanked by 2 tall men. Their clothing was tattered yet warm, while the woman wore a soiled, short beige down jacket, denim jeans, gray snow boots, a hat, and a mask that obscured her face. Only she knew how cold she was. Lin Rua cast a brief glance at her before continuing into the mall, maintaining her focus on the supplies. Although Lin Rua's face was concealed and her thick clothing obscured her form, the woman immediately recognized her gender. The woman's eyes lit up at Lin Rua's attire, thinking it looked quite warm, unlike her own clothing which, while attractive, was insufficient against the cold, leaving her feet nearly frozen. Such a pity for a woman to be out here searching for supplies, the woman scoffed, a sneer of disdain gracing her features. Unlike her, who was attractive and well-shaped, surrounded by many interested men, it was clear Lin Rua lacked such company. The 2 men beside her exchanged glances at Lin Rua. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, she was considered short among men, but among women, this was acceptable. Instantly, their expressions softened, and any initial wariness dissipated. What they had thought was a formidable adversary was merely a vulnerable woman walking into a trap.
Hey.
Stop right there. Hand over your backpack and pull down your mask so we can see your face. One of the men brandished a spring knife, its blade aimed at Lin Rua, his mouth revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he spoke with an audacious and suggestive tone. The other man stood by, chuckling but not intervening. The woman, recognizing the men's demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. She had finally found 2 men who suited her tastes. She couldn't let them be taken by this brazen woman. She leaned against the arm of the man beside her, her voice sweet as she implored, Longo, look at how dirty her clothes are. Can you help me take them from her? You little enchantress, it seems yesterday wasn't enough to satisfy you. The man chuckled, feeling a tingle from her closeness. He playfully slapped her backside before turning to approach Lin Rua, saying, tough luck for you. Our Jiao Jiao has taken a disliking to you. Remember to walk faster on your way to the underworld so you can reincarnate sooner. The woman named Jiao Jiao's eyes gleamed with triumph. Men conquer the world, and women conquer men. This was the truth of the world. As the man stepped closer to Lin Rua, Jiao Jiao's expression of superiority became ever more pronounced. Throughout this exchange, Lin Rua remained silent, standing still as she observed their theatrics. Were it not for the purpose of enticing the supplies, she would not waste so much time with them. Suddenly, the mental energy she had been extending outward shifted. She had hooked them. A slight smile tugged at the corner of her lips beneath the mask. It was not easy. These individuals were quite alert and aware of the need for stealth. It seems that the 3 individuals before me are rather unfortunate. As the man took only a few steps, an eerie rustling sound began to resonate throughout the shopping mall. What could that noise be? In an instant, the man glanced around in alarm. The remaining man and woman also surveyed their surroundings, yet found no source of movement. The rustling grew louder and more pronounced. Before long, vast swathes of darkness began to emerge in the mall, resembling a densely woven black net that enveloped the 4 of them. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the mall soon echoed with the same unsettling sound, and countless shadowy forms began to crawl down the walls. gradually obscuring the surroundings in an overwhelming shroud of blackness.